Chengzhou City. Inside a cramped rental room, Lin Feng turned on his old sluggish computer that had been running for 6 or 7 years. With a tense expression, he opened a web page and kept refreshing it. Today was the day the graduate school admission results would be released. His target school was Imperial Aerospace University. Though he was 90% sure of himself at this moment, he could not help feeling anxious. Nothing was certain until the dust settled. After all, the graduate entrance exam was brutally competitive these days. This year, over 4.5 million candidates took the exam. Truly a 900 selection. His undergraduate institution was merely a second-tier college. His family had been farmers for 3 generations, yet his parents had never let him lack anything. They had supported him all the way through university. Everything else depended on his own hard work. He could not waste his parents' hard-earned money again. Only 2 candidates had been admitted to the re-examination. Because of a vacancy gap, his score of 330 snuck him in by sheer luck. The person ranked above him was a full 60 points higher. Had it not been for the sudden evolution of his brain during his undergraduate years, enabling him to absorb knowledge and extrapolate future technologies, and his 4 years of relentless research in the laboratory submitting papers to various top-tier scientific journals, he would not have had the slightest confidence. As he kept clicking his mouse, finally, it refreshed. He saw the proposed admission list on the official website, and he who had been behind by 60 points had directly overtaken the other candidate. I got in. He nearly jumped with excitement. Finally, he had been admitted. His parents' hard work had not been in vain. If he had failed this year, he would have had to go to work, and his family would have had no spare money to support him. Now at last he was in. What was more, it was a full-time academic master's program, which came with a much higher stipend. With an additional application for financial aid, his tuition and living expenses would almost be covered. He could finally realize his wish of no longer relying on his parents for tuition. He immediately dialed home. Hello, Mom, I got into graduate school, Imperial Aerospace University. Don't worry, the tuition is high, but it'll have school and advisor stipends. You don't need to work so hard anymore. Thank you for always supporting me. Lin Feng reported the good news, his face beaming with excitement. It was more than 10 minutes before he hung up. After sending messages to a few close friends, he gradually calmed down. Although he had been admitted, he still could not afford to slack off on his research materials. He stared at the 7th-generation fighter jet data, and his hands lost in thought. For 3 years, he had continuously tackled one difficult problem after another and gathered all kinds of materials, but since the 7th-generation aircraft itself belonged to the future, there was no reference available. Now he had still hit a standstill. Strange. Why is this? There's always one formula I can't derive. Everything looks correct. No, I'll have to find time to go to the library. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory. Unlike his elation, a girl sat in front of a computer staring at the proposed admission list posted on the official website, her face dark. How could this be? No, absolutely impossible. She knew that although the re-examination ratio was 1 to 2, only one person was to be admitted. But she had outscored the second-place candidate by a full 60 points in the initial exam, which translated to 6 points after waiting. In the graduate admission test, even a gap of 0.1 point was immeasurable. Overturning such a lead was more difficult than reaching heaven. Then there was only one conclusion: her spot had been stolen. Why? Why was heaven so unfair to her? Could more than 10 years of hard study really be no match for the bloody accumulation of capital? She burst into loud sobs. The roommate behind her had thought she was crying tears of joy and was about to ask her to treat them to dinner. But when the roommate came over and saw the proposed admission list on the computer, Liu Chunhua was actually ranked second. With a 60-point lead, she had actually ranked second. She would never believe there was no corruption involved. Chunhua, you were overtaken. How could that be? There's definitely a dirty scheme. Liu Chunhua wiped her tears and shook her head. Forget it. Even if there's a scheme, we can't fight them anyway. At worst, they'll prepare for the second attempt. I don't believe he'll fail again next year. Though she spoke this way, the hatred in her eyes could not be camouflaged. She was unwilling to accept it. Not in the least. Fang Yueka said with bitter disappointment, a second attempt. Why should you? With such an enormous scheme, why should we simply accept it? Just because he's a man with a dick. The other roommates, hearing their conversation, all gathered around. They all chimed in. The advantage men have these days is too much. Being overturned after a 60-point gap. I absolutely won't believe there's no trick. Maybe his family has resources. I've heard that many people look for supervisors in advance. Maybe he pulled strings and greeted the professor long ago. Otherwise, how could it be this easy? Gender advantage is truly something. It's like in the civil service exam for me. We women struggle desperately and get nothing while any man who can talk gets in. Damn it, no, we can't take this lying down. We have to find a way to get revenge and get his spot removed. Liu Chunhua looked innocent. How do we get revenge? I have no power, no connections, and I don't know any professors. Fang Yuek's eyes rolled, and a plan emerged. True, we can't do anything directly. Even if we call to question them, those despicable professors won't listen to us. But that doesn't mean we have no way. Let's post this screenshot online and work on it. I don't believe there's no justice in this world. He'll contact someone. I have an influencer connection and he'll have him find people to repost it. And so they set to work. They were not unintelligent, and writing such clickbait posts came naturally to them. Although this matter had nothing to do with them, they relished such drama. Publicly destroying someone. Upholding justice. They were justice. You piece of trash trying to pull strings, huh? Let's see how you manage. Today he'll make you a social outcast across the entire internet. You want to be a grad student. He'll make sure even the garbage collectors won't take you and no employer will hire you. They worked together one after another, adding fuel to the fire. They rapidly composed a long post. In it they embellished the story, adding whatever they subjectively assumed in order to catch eyes and spark public outrage. In particular, after searching for Lin Feng, they discovered that he happened to share the surname of a dean, so they simply fabricated a father-son relationship. Meanwhile, they added Lin Feng's ID information, photo, name, and school, all found via online searches, into the post. After it was all written, Feng Yueka directly contacted her connection, asking him to spare no effort in maximizing the impact to make the entire online world aware of the matter and to storm the hot searches as quickly as possible. They wanted Lin Feng to be socially destroyed, leaving him no place to stand in the world. Feng Yueka's simp received a request from his goddess and was thrilled beyond measure. The goddess had finally asked for his help. He must not make the slightest mistake. Moreover, he had to deliver extraordinary results to win her favor. He looked down at the post. Wasn't this just cyberbullying someone? He had done such things many times before. He was well versed in this. After contacting the influencers he knew, he sent them messages directly and began reposting across major platforms. Weibo, Zhihu, Zaihongshu. Almost every influential social media platform was flooded with reports of the article, especially the headlines, "Black Box of Postgraduate Admissions Weeping Blood for the Truth." Scored 60 points higher than the second-place candidate in the written exam, yet was overtaken. After more than 10 years of hard study, can it really not compare to the accumulation of unscrupulous capital? I want nothing but the truth. The opening paragraph instantly ignited the discussion. Especially with the reposts from those influencers, the incident began to spread rapidly. On Weibo in particular, within just over 10 minutes, it had already been pushed to the hot search. Its ranking kept climbing. Every refresh showed it climbing higher. In less than half an hour, it reached the top of the hot search. Comments exceeded 100,000. Reposts surpassed 200,000. Almost every domestic social media platform was flooded with posts demanding the truth. At the same time, Lin Feng's personal information was completely dug up by netizens. Name: Lin Feng. Education Department of Materials Science and Engineering, Beichong University, an ordinary second-tier university. Family: his father is suspected to be the dean of some college at the school. Phone number: WeChat. Lin Feng's privacy was completely exposed with no detail left hidden. Especially with that screenshot and the posted article, "Black Box of Postgraduate Admissions Weeping Blood for the Truth." It directly exploded everything. Especially on Weibo. Countless messages began to insult him. What kind of piece of trash is this? His initial exam score was so low, English only scored a bit over 40, yet he could get into Imperial Aerospace University. If this isn't a total scam, I'll eat my own shit. What an absurd farce. The first place scorer had over 390 marks while the second had only 330. Where did the people in between go? They must have all been squeezed out by shady methods. Look, the top scorer beat the second by over 60 marks in the initial exam, yet was overtaken. Is this a joke? The retest only carries 100 points. No matter how you calculated, it doesn't add up. The previous commenter miscalculated. After converting the scores, the second-place candidate was only 6 points ahead of the first, but the retest score was still just over 70. How could Lin Feng possibly score 90+? What exactly is Liu Chunhua lacking compared to him? The previous commenter is absolutely right. Why such a huge gap? He was the top scorer. He had at least 80 or 90-something points right. If the English cutoff had been set at around 50 marks, this guy would have failed. What the hell kind of garbage school is this? They don't even enforce score requirements. They must be specializing in backdoor admissions. Men's privilege is so strong now. Just by being articulate, you can get into graduate school. Why don't all these male teachers just drop dead? They only choose men. What damn use is that? Aren't women 10,000 times better than men? I heard that this guy's father is the dean of his undergraduate university, and he's apparently very familiar with the advisors, so he tipped them off in advance and had his retest score boosted to full marks. Not just the school leaders. I heard he even has relatives who are academicians. This is nothing but a scam where the prince gets a free ride. My heart aches for Liu Chunhua. She earned her score through hard work, but was torn down. If I were her, I'd be losing my mind. In the future, don't apply to any school that only admits one person. Those who have never experienced the postgraduate entrance exam cannot understand the pain of being blacklisted. We demand an explanation. Imperial Aerospace University, get the hell out and explain yourselves. And those shameless advisors who conducted the interview. Come out and kneel in apology. We only seek the truth. These unscrupulous advisors must all be fired. A storm erupted online in an instant. Countless topics were created. One hot search after another was pushed to the top. Under Imperial Aerospace University's Weibo account, the comment sections exploded. The vast majority were insults. Even the few rational voices were attacked from all sides and drowned in the wave. Weibo completely exploded. The official account's latest post alone received tens of thousands of replies. In her dormitory, Feng Yueka excitedly watched the online comments. Ha ha ha, he's finally getting what he deserves. Everyone on social media was showering Lin Feng with insults. Seeing this, she felt an immense sense of pleasure. At first, Liu Chunhua was somewhat reluctant to do this. But gradually her feelings changed. As long as Lin Feng crashed and the scandal was exposed, she would be the one to secure the place. She no longer cared about exaggeration or embellishment. Was it reasonable? At this moment, she only felt the thrill of revenge. Chunhua, the heat is rising now. I don't believe he won't crash. Feng Yueka, while feeling delighted, also sent a few more replies to her simp. The way she had single-handedly ignited an online storm filled her with a strong sense of satisfaction. This was her masterpiece. A single word from her, and countless people would fight in her name. It was absolutely incredible. Yueka, isn't this going too far? Liu Chunhua wasn't worried about Lin Feng. Rather, she was worried about herself. After all, she was one of the protagonists in this incident. If it blew up too big, even if Lin Feng was ruined, Imperial Aerospace University might not necessarily accept her. Feng Yueka said with a confident look. Don't worry. This isn't big enough yet, we need to let it ferment a little longer. Are you worried that the Aerospace University won't take you? That's where you're wrong. In the midst of public pressure, even they can't keep themselves out of the mess. Just as she said, Imperial Aerospace University was now in a predicament because of the outbreak of this online incident. The school leaders urgently convened a meeting summoning all the advisors who had participated in the re-examination. When the three advisors arrived at the office, the atmosphere was so gloomy that water could drip from it. The principal wore a grim face. He had also been heavily criticized online. Countless people had demanded that he come out and apologize. He was already burning with rage. As soon as they entered, he said grimly, I did not participate in the re-examination. You all completed it through your own deliberations. So please tell me why this situation happened. The entire internet is now flooded with negative rumors about the school, and even comment moderation can't suppress them. The three advisors had obviously already learned about the matter. Professor Li Luowei spoke first. He was a top professor in aircraft design and engineering, the team leader for this interview, and the one who had the final say on Lin Feng's re-examination score. Principal, our re-examination followed all regulations and rules. The reason the second candidate overtook the first is that during his undergraduate years, Lin Feng published a paper in a top-tier Q1 subjournal of Nature as the first and sole author, completed entirely independently. In addition, he has published several SCI papers. He is an exceptionally rare scientific talent. How could we let such a talent go? He had already organized all the documents before arriving. Now was the perfect moment to present them. Principal, this is the paper he published in a subjournal of Nature titled Application of Materials in Aircraft Under Extreme Environments. After hearing this, the principal's grim expression gradually softened. He opened the documents and a wave of shock washed over him. Indeed, this was a talent, a rare and exceptional one. Nature is one of the most prestigious scientific journals in the world. Even if it were just a subjournal publishing a paper, there is an achievement reserved for geniuses. Many associate and doctoral supervisors at ordinary universities could only dream of such a feat. Yet he, during his undergraduate years, had single-handedly completed this paper. With a little nurturing, he would undoubtedly become a future star in the field. If it were him, he too would be eager to recruit such a prodigy at all costs. He closed the file and nodded. He's indeed a promising researcher worthy of cultivation. You're lucky. Had his undergraduate institution offered a direct graduate admission track, he wouldn't be here taking the entrance exam. However, we still need to review the re-examination video to maintain transparency for the public. The principal quickly outlined the plan. The video was promptly delivered by the staff. As it played, they saw a young man with a handsome, refined face. Though his attire was simple, the confidence in his brow was unmistakable. Li Luowei introduced the video. Principal, his family background is modest, so he worked diligently throughout his undergraduate years. He spent nearly all 4 years in the lab. Later, to avoid disturbing his roommates, he even rented an apartment outside to conduct his research and write his reports. However, during the re-examination, he proposed a rather fantastical concept, the design framework for a 7th-generation fighter jet. Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. A 7th-generation fighter. As seasoned researchers involved in numerous national projects, they were privy to certain classified insights. The nation's military aviation sector had yet to stabilize 5th-generation fighters, and 6th-generation fighters existed only as theoretical concepts. A seventh-generation fighter was pure fantasy. It would require entirely new structures, logic, and materials, perhaps feasible in 20 or 30 years, but certainly not now. The young man's ideas are ambitious. Let's not dampen his enthusiasm. Who knows, he might just be the future designer of seventh-generation fighters, one school leader quipped humorously. With the matter resolved and no violations found, their worries dissipated. No one paid his seventh-generation fighter vision any serious attention. Even the most accomplished experts in the field hadn't considered such a distant future, let alone Lin Feng. It was a concept that bordered on the impossible. They reviewed the entire re-examination video and found no irregularities whatsoever. Apart from his research achievements, Lin Feng excelled in both expression and logical reasoning. The outcome of the re-examination was entirely justified. Alright, we've reviewed the video, and there are no violations. However, the video must remain confidential. Well, release information about his research paper instead. That should be enough to satisfy the online community, the principal stated decisively. Fortunately, there were no violations. Otherwise, they would have been embroiled in a public relations nightmare. As they prepared to release the statement, Lin Feng had already left his home and arrived at the library. He fell into a state of calm focus. Though the seventh-generation fighter existed only in his imagination, all its components were gradually forming a complete systematic framework in his mind. Yet each part presented immense challenges for current scientific capabilities. The path to realization was fraught with immense difficulty. However, for him the task was comparatively easier. He possessed a unique advantage that ordinary people lacked, an extraordinarily advanced brain. By simply reading relevant data, he could naturally propel his research forward. The knowledge he absorbed became fuel for his mind, accumulating until it triggered a qualitative leap. This was his greatest secret, one he had never revealed to anyone. It was also the reason he could publish in top-tier international journals during his undergraduate years. Moreover, a paper he had submitted not long ago was still awaiting results. The timing should be about right. This time he had submitted to the main journal of Nature, not a subjournal. Once published, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. After finding the relevant data in the library, he quickly settled into a quiet spot and began filling the gaps in his knowledge. As time passed, his memory had grown to an astonishing degree. A mere glance was enough to etch every piece of information into his mind. As he absorbed knowledge about the relevant components, a virtual component seemed to materialize in his mind, gradually taking shape, inching closer to theoretical perfection. His eyes gleamed brighter with each passing moment. He had left home without his phone, unaware that it had been ringing off the hook. Meanwhile, online media outlets eager to capitalize on the scandal cared nothing for the truth. They sought only traffic and clicks. The facts were irrelevant to them. One rumor after another began to spread. Every aspect of Lin Feng's life was dissected and laid bare before the public. Even though the Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics published the investigation results online, proving that his success in the re-examination was due to his research paper, the online trolls remained unswayed. Some of his so-called classmates even turned against him, consumed by envy. Their jealousy knew no bounds. His rise from a second-tier university to a top-tier one ignited a blaze of resentment within them. Even though a few of his roommates and close friends spoke up for him online, their voices were drowned out. The mob had gone mad like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. They would twist even the purest white into black. One paper, and he gets in. That's complete bullshit. What paper could possibly be that impressive? Is this what a top-tier university amounts to? Getting in with an English score of just over 40. Hell, I could get in too. What chance does anyone else have? They'll do anything to control the scores, won't they? I refuse to believe someone who scored over 390 on the initial exam only got 70-something on the re-exam. Release the video. If Liu Chunhua had scored 90 points higher than Lin Feng, would he have gotten over 100 on the re-exam? What kind of nonsense is this? Someone explain. That SCI paper is in English, right? How could someone with an English score of 40-something write a paper in English? You're trying to fool ghosts. He must have used connections. Maybe he even stole that paper from someone else. As a student from a 985 university, I've seen this kind of thing all the time. These papers are nothing but fluff used to gild the resumes of rich kids. I used to work at a test prep agency. These papers are usually written by the advisor and just published under the student's name. What's so impressive about that? Yo, what kind of journal is this anyway? Never even heard of it. It's so shady, just writing on a famous name like those so-called independent colleges. If the English cutoff had been set at 50, this guy would have failed. The quality of graduate students these days is abysmal. Can't even pass a basic exam. It must be nice having a dad in a leadership position. He can get you into any grad school you want. Next, he'll be able to do whatever he pleases. Is he the only talented man left in the world? Are all other men worthless? Lin Feng come out and apologize. Despite the university's clarification, the online storm not only refused to subside, but intensified, threatening to tear the sky apart. After the incident went viral, Lin Feng's alma mater Beichan University issued an urgent statement. The statement indicated that Lin Feng's parents were just ordinary people working as farmers at home and had no other connections. He had spent his entire 4 years of college immersed in the research lab, which enabled him to produce content published in world-leading journals. Although the refutation managed to quell some people's anger, a large portion still refused to believe it or simply didn't want to. They believed this was the result of capital manipulation behind the scenes. The power of capital is so strong. They can even bring the dead back to life. Not everything online is true. Didn't someone expose his home address? Let's go to his home and ask his parents why they shattered the dream of a girl who worked hard for the postgraduate exam. Think about it carefully. Generally, being able to publish an SCI paper in an ordinary college like this never happens to just one person, yet he is the sole author. Isn't that purposely arranged for him? Think about it carefully. There are too many such people who our country's postgraduate exam environment is being ruined by them. Send all this news to his family. If he knows what's good for him, he'll drop out, otherwise he'll be notorious forever. We must investigate thoroughly every single person involved. This is academic corruption. Maybe his papers are plagiarized. Otherwise, how could one person write so many SCI papers with such high impact factors? Even a PhD student couldn't do that. Check him online, maybe he copied it from abroad. Especially some self-media anchors planned to livestream directly at his doorstep in order to create traffic and attract viewers, a blatant exploitation of tragedy. In a university dormitory somewhere, Feng Yueka looked at the online comments feeling both excited and a bit displeased. The online public opinion was gradually calming down, and all the hype was slowly fading. No, this cannot be allowed. Once this period passes, no one will ever mention this matter again. Chunhua, we need to think of another plan, or else he'll turn the tables on us. Liu Chunhua's expression also turned grim. There had been some hope. But then her target graduate school issued a statement proving that the re-examination had no irregularities. Thus all her hopes were dashed. She had already seen a glimmer of hope, but now the situation was not looking good. Yueka, what do we do now? The capital's authorities have issued an announcement proving the re-examination process was fine. Feng Yueka shook her head. Just because they say it's fine doesn't mean it is. People have mouths, they can say whatever they want. Besides, who knows if he actually wrote that paper? If it's as amazing as the internet says, it might have been given to him by his advisor. But we still have to be careful. Let's record a video you pretend to be depressed and want to commit suicide after being hit to gain sympathy from netizens. On the other hand, he'll try harder to find someone to dig up his dirt. I don't believe he hasn't done anything outrageous in college. They acted on it immediately. The video was quickly recorded and posted online. In the video, Liu Chunhua had a vacant look, staring blankly out of the building as if she wanted to jump, arousing overwhelming sympathy. As soon as the video was released, it instantly sparked another storm. Countless people proclaiming themselves as agents of justice expressed immense sympathy for her in the video. I understand that feeling too well. Having your spot stolen, your heart turned to ashes. Did you see her eyes? There's no life in them. No one could bear such an ordeal. Don't jump. You scored over 390, you can definitely be transferred to a good school. Daida University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, why aren't you coming out? Do you want to see a life lost? Setting everything else aside, don't you bear any responsibility? Life is a long journey, the postgraduate exam is not the only destination. Sister, stay strong, we can defeat the darkness together. Can money really do anything? Even exam slots can be openly cheated without admitting fault. I'm going to report this to the academic committee. I won't let you succeed. Amid the public opinion, they directly took the moral high ground. Those who had previously spoken up for Lin Feng were instantly besieged online. Then, someone saw a newly published journal paper in the latest issue of the world's top scientific journal, Nature. It was also in materials science, specifically aircraft engineering materials and applications, and it shared many frameworks similar to Lin Feng's, as well as similar approaches and perspectives. But the author's name was unfamiliar. They felt they had finally caught a handle, and it instantly exhilarated them again. I found evidence of his plagiarism. In the latest issue of Nature, there is a paper that is almost 40 similar to his, especially the research direction. The person who found the journal even highlighted some identical viewpoints and frameworks in red. Damn, it really is plagiarism. I wonder where he saw it. It didn't expect the original author to publish it right after. Just don't know who the original author is. You know, in the main issue of Nature, there are almost no nobodies. All are top experts in their fields at the academician level. Come out and defend your rights. Down with the plagiarist. He's doomed. Daring to plagiarize an academician-level work, even gods can't save him now. No one would believe it was his work. A paper of that caliber was simply beyond his ability to write. Even at Daida University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, few could produce such a work. Moreover, the names were different. This time it was 100 confirmed as plagiarism. After the news broke, the self-media outlets felt even more emboldened. They sneered, convinced it wasn't that they were powerful, but that their enemy was foolish, handing them a treasure trove of material on a silver platter. It seemed they could continue feasting on this scandal. After this wave of traffic, their profits were set to skyrocket. In this era where attention reigned supreme, their influence could only continue to grow. The chance to become a major influencer had arrived, especially since the paper fraud scandal from 2 years prior had made the public particularly sensitive to academic papers. This was almost a fatal blow from which there could be no recovery. That was their belief. One scathing article after another emerged, filled not only with plagiarism, but also with fabricated news. They were defaming him from every angle. The effect was remarkable. They received unprecedented traffic, grinning from ear to ear. They intensified their efforts to smear him. Lin Feng's paper plagiarism similarity rate as high as 40. The moment this headline appeared, it dominated the front pages of major self-media platforms. They even highlighted the supposed similarities. Yet a full reading revealed only similar frameworks and directions, hardly reaching the claimed 40. Few cared about the actual similarity percentage anymore. Proving the plagiarism was enough. There was absolutely no chance of a comeback. Voices trying to clarify the truth were swiftly blocked, and no one was willing to believe them. Many instantly turned against him, eager to cast him into the abyss. This is the smoking gun. Serves him right. We thought we had recruited a scientific genius, but he's just a plagiarist. How can Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics show its face now? I heard his family background isn't great. It seems the saying, a poor family rarely produces a noble son, holds true, because all he knows is how to copy. Is this all a male undergrad can do? So what if he published a high-impact SCI paper? Copying is easy for anyone. Are all men like this? From now on, we should never admit male graduate students. There are hardly any good ones. Female students are so excellent and hardworking, yet they weren't admitted. They must be blind. If it were me, I wouldn't go even if they begged me. It's an insult. Fang Yueka, upon seeing the online comments, was overjoyed. Plagiarism. Heaven was on her side. He would never be able to stir up any trouble again. They immediately began to celebrate, setting out a table of beer and barbecue. Sisters, this despicable man is finally finished. Let's see if anyone dares to speak for him this time. Hey, race to our justice, cheers. Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was equally stunned by the news. An article just published in the main issue of the journal Nature had been plagiarized. And the plagiarist was the very graduate student they had just recruited, whom they believed had immense potential for a scientific future. Although the timeline seemed reversed, something wasn't right. But if it were true, they would lose tremendous face. They weren't some obscure school. They were a double first-class university ranked among the top 15 in the country. If the accusation was confirmed, the disgrace would spread nationwide, and even globally. The university's leadership quickly convened an emergency meeting. All key leaders gathered. They had to ascertain the facts of the matter. Professor Liu rushed over his age, making the urgency difficult to bear. He had also seen the news online, but it was enough to drive an old man to his grave. The president, foregoing immediate reprimands, focused on the priority, clarifying the situation. Professor Li, the internet is rife with claims that Lin Feng plagiarized. You've seen the documents. Give me your honest assessment. What kind of person is Lin Feng? Can we reach him now? Liu was also deeply puzzled. He had witnessed Lin Feng's performance firsthand. It was nearly impeccable. His logical thinking, research capabilities, and articulate expression were all top-notch. He quickly explained, President, you know my character, I never exaggerate. Based on his initial performance, he was confident, and the research findings are undoubtedly his own. Furthermore, I've reviewed both documents. The similarity isn't as severe as the internet claims. They only share similar frameworks and directions, giving an impression of continuity, but it's nowhere near plagiarism. The president's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. He said, the immediate priority is to find him and clarify the situation. Otherwise, the external rumors are very damaging to us. Liu shook his head at this. If only it were that simple. We've been trying to contact him since this started, but we can't reach him. Even when we called his parents, they don't know where he is either. The president sighed. Keep trying his phone. See if there are other contacts or methods. We must find him. Liu nodded in agreement. Then the president brought up the newly published main issue of Nature. By the way, you've all seen the 2 journal articles. The one in the latest main issue is incredibly imaginative and scientifically rigorous with immense impact. It's arguably the top article on aircraft materials in recent years. You must study it carefully. It will be immensely helpful for our research. However, the article seems to hold back some details. I wonder what kind of person could have published it. We only know they are of Chinese nationality. To find out the specific author, we'd need to communicate with them. As he spoke, he couldn't help but show a hint of envy. Publishing in a journal of this caliber is a feat not even academicians can achieve regularly. Having a few such publications could easily secure a professorship at a double first-class university. It would almost allow one to command respect across the academic world. Even a fresh graduate student could be directly appointed as an associate professor. Even he, despite his many accolades, felt a pang of envy. After everyone returned to the office, they meticulously studied the article, Design and Engineering Application of Aircraft Materials, from the Nature journal. Previously, they had only glanced at the comparison section without delving into the details. But as they read through it carefully, their minds were shaken to an indescribable degree. Outsiders watched the excitement while insiders grasped the essence. As leading experts in their field, they held unparalleled authority across the entire discipline. Yet they felt that this journal article had overturned their very understanding. It presented a completely novel concept and a new logical structure far beyond their imagination. Military engineering materials have always been subject to strict standards, especially in the design of aircraft within military engineering, which has always been at the pinnacle. Command of the airspace essentially grants control over much of the battlefield. The application of aircraft engineering materials thus becomes a top priority as hypersonic flight imposes extremely stringent demands on materials. So stringent, in fact, that they can be equivalent to, or even more valuable than gold. Thermal insulation hypersonic flight. Each requires materials of the utmost rigor. Materials are also the foundation. The instability of China's fifth-generation fighter jets to this day is partly due to material deficiencies preventing them from unleashing their full potential. Thus, in recent years, the exploration of materials has never ceased. Yet so far no major breakthroughs have been achieved. If the material described in the journal could be realized, applying its characteristics to current fighter jets would represent a quantum leap in quality. It would be an epic transformation. They couldn't help but gasp sharply. This was truly a genius, undoubtedly a top-tier expert and professor in materials science. Even they felt a flicker of curiosity. Who in the world was this person? However, they also sensed something peculiar. If it were indeed a leading domestic expert or professor, they would certainly be aware of how profoundly this material could benefit future fighter jets. They would never have published it in a journal. For now, they could only wait with uncertainty for the confirmation of the author's identity. They kept dialing Lin Feng's phone incessantly, for some matters could only be clarified by him. Yet a gnawing unease lingered in their hearts. If it were confirmed as plagiarism, even if only the framework and direction were similar, it would be no small trouble. When Lin Feng returned to his rented room after looking up materials at the library and turned on his computer and phone, an overwhelming flood of news and calls instantly inundated his messages. Besides his parents, there were also his teachers and classmates. Mixed in were messages from countless strangers, all from unfamiliar numbers originating from all over the country. The vast majority were abusive. Tens of thousands of messages scrolled from top to bottom. Initially, they accused him of rigging the graduate admissions process, using his privileged background to manipulate the re-examination. Then they insulted his thesis as a superficial piece of work, accused him of bribing his advisor, and later turned around to smear his paper as plagiarism. They claimed he was nothing but a plagiarist, bringing shame to the country abroad. They demanded he apologize to the world, drop out of school, publicly apologize to Liu Chunhua on the internet, and never be allowed to take the graduate entrance exam again. Reading through it all, rage filled his chest, and his gaze gradually turned cold. He tried hard not to care about these trash messages because everything he had achieved came through his own efforts, 4 full years of relentless work. He had never taken a moment's rest. While others were dating, traveling, and indulging in pleasures, he was alone in the laboratory day after day, year after year, engaged in monotonous and tedious scientific research. Everything he had done was reduced to insignificance in the words of these people. They seemed to be the champions of justice while he was cast as the villain. He could endure being cursed, but they dragged his parents into it, sparing no vile means. Their malice was extreme, as if they sought to devour him alive. His fury slowly subsided. Arguing with these people was futile. They would only cling to their own convictions. As he scrolled through the messages, he noticed that quite a few people were actually defending him, but the mob ignored them and relentlessly attacked him. When he reached the part about plagiarism, he was puzzled. Plagiarism? What did that mean? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He had never plagiarized anything. Could someone have coincidentally conducted similar research? That was also impossible. All the research he had completed was derived from his extensive accumulation of knowledge and reasoning leading the world. No one could have produced the same research. He was confident of that. He took a closer look. The Nature journal's main issue. He recalled the article he had submitted a month ago. Could it be? He quickly opened his browser and searched for the latest issue of Nature. The paper he had published a month ago occupied a prominent section. The journal highlighted his research direction, calling it a breakthrough that would revolutionize the era of fighter jet design. Words of praise were abundant. He opened his email. Indeed, there were countless new emails, all from top international experts. If anyone else had seen this, they might have fainted from joy. He too was overjoyed. It seemed his efforts had finally paid off. Soon he realized why he had been accused of plagiarism. When he published the article, he had not used his real name, fearing too much influence, so he had adopted a pseudonym. Even so, he had greatly underestimated the impact of his article. His phone rang again. The name was familiar. Professor Li from Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. Lin Feng glanced at the caller ID, and combined with the rumors swirling online, he could roughly guess the reason for the call. He hurriedly picked up. Hello, Professor Li. My apologies, I was at the library earlier and didn't have my phone with me. The anxious Li Luo's expression finally relaxed as the call connected. If the phone had rung one more time unanswered, he might have had a heart attack. The netizens had already unearthed his number and were bombarding his phone, though thankfully his private line remained undiscovered. The situation online was spiraling out of control. Even after their public statements, it did little to quell the storm. Only a handful of rational people understood the truth, while the rest refused to listen. He felt his sanity slipping away. Lin Feng, have you seen what's online? I need to ask you a serious question. Did you plagiarize that latest Nature article on the design and engineering application of aircraft materials for your SCI paper? If not, why is your framework so strikingly similar? Deep down, he couldn't fathom that Lin Feng could be the author of that Nature paper. That was simply preposterous. He hadn't even considered the possibility. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Although he was reluctant to reveal his secret, he saw no better way to prove his innocence now. He spoke slowly. Professor Li, I assure you, first and foremost, the SCI paper I published during my undergraduate studies contains absolutely no plagiarism. Li Luo retorted impatiently. Then how do you explain it? It's not like you wrote that article on aircraft materials and engineering applications in the main journal yourself. As he spoke, he felt he had been too harsh and softened his tone, speaking earnestly. If you did plagiarize, just confess. I'll do my best to explain things to the school committee, and we'll try to keep it off your integrity record. You can still apply again next year. He genuinely regretted the potential loss of such a promising student. After all, Lin Feng had left a profound impression on them during the interview with his logic and expertise, which was why they had given him such high marks. But rules were rules. For a world-class journal, even a 20 similarity would trigger an investigation, let alone 40. If caught, it would be academic misconduct with severe consequences. So he was already granting Lin Feng considerable leeway. Lin Feng understood that Professor Li meant well. With unwavering confidence, he declared, Professor Li, you might think what I'm about to say is unbelievable, but I must tell you that article on aircraft in Nature journal was indeed written by me under a pseudonym. During the interview, I shared my vision for the design and construction of a 7th-generation fighter jet. That article on aircraft material design and application is my interpretation of that concept. He paid no heed to the shock that must be registering on Li Luo's face at the other end of the line. Furthermore, my interview was over half a month ago, and this article was published just a couple of days ago. I couldn't possibly have plagiarized it across time. And whoever wrote it must be a leading expert. Even if it had been leaked during review, do you think a student from a farming background like me would have had any chance to see it? His words hung in the air. On the other end, Li Luo had switched the call to speakerphone by the end. Now silence reigned in the room. Everyone was frozen in disbelief, their lips dry. They were beyond skeptical. Even if their heads were placed on the sun, they couldn't accept this revelation. It was absurd. What level was Nature journal? It was a world-class top-tier publication that experts from every field across the globe fought tooth and nail to get into. Even they, as leading authorities in their respective fields, had only a scant few publications in the main journal to their names. And yet Lin Feng was just an undergraduate. They felt as though they had wasted half their lives. But if they doubted him, they had to admit that Lin Feng lacked the means to access the Nature article in advance. Li Luo's eyes lit up like a beacon. He asked eagerly, what did you say? You really wrote that article? As a top expert in aircraft materials engineering, he understood the stakes perfectly. If that article's concepts could be realized, the nation's 5th-generation fighter jet design would be perfectly stabilized. The biggest challenge would be resolved. This would be a historic advancement for the nation's aircraft manufacturing. And this genius was right before them, about to become their student. How could he not be tremendously excited? Lin Feng confirmed from the other end. I'm not lying to you, it's true. If you still don't believe me, I can forward you the publication confirmation I received in my email. That can't be faked, can it? Hearing this, the group was 90% convinced. Li Luo then said with some regret, now that this article is out there, it could significantly advance the aircraft development of those who see it. You shouldn't have published it publicly. His concern was justified. But Lin Feng was nonchalant. Don't worry, it's just some theoretical groundwork. I've omitted a lot of the specific data and materials. It's only for reference, and the materials mentioned are quite basic. They won't be able to make significant progress from it. He wouldn't have published it publicly without taking precautions. This kind of top-secret knowledge wasn't something he was generous enough to share with the world. Good. Li Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The university president, suppressing his own shock and excitement, stepped forward. Student Lin Feng, rest assured the university will be your strongest support, shielding you from all of this. Don't worry about anything, and don't be affected by what's online. Where are you now? Would it be possible for you to come to the university directly? We have many questions we'd like to discuss with you in person. He was thrilled by the discovery, treating Lin Feng as an equal. Overhearing the conversations around him, Lin Feng gathered that he was speaking with key figures from the university's administration. Since they promised to handle all his concerns, he saw no reason to worry. It would save him considerable time and effort, as he wouldn't have known where to begin otherwise. However, attending the school in person was out of the question for now. His research was at a critical juncture, demanding his undivided attention. He declined the offer directly. "I apologize, but am currently in the middle of researching the 7th-generation fighter jet. There's a crucial point I haven't fully grasped yet, so it's not convenient for me to come over right now." He spoke with an air of casual indifference, but his words sent shockwaves through the room on the other end of the line. The group nearly fell out of their chairs in astonishment. "What? A 7th-generation fighter? Are you sure this isn't a joke?" Although Lin Feng had proposed the concept during his re-examination, they had dismissed it as a pipe dream. Even with his published paper on aircraft materials in the journal Nature as supporting evidence, they believed in his research capabilities, not in his ability to actually build a 7th-generation fighter. Even a 6th-generation fighter didn't exist, yet let alone the elusive 7th generation. The principal's expression twitched involuntarily, a hint of awkwardness creeping in. Wasn't this a bit of an overstatement? Refusing was one thing, but the excuse was somewhat far-fetched. No, it was extremely far-fetched, almost absurd. Yet Lin Feng had already proven his immense value. He was a true genius destined to become a pillar of the nation's aviation industry. So the principal tried to smooth things over. "Well, Lin Feng, it's good to have ambitions for a 7th-generation fighter, but these things take time. Once you're at the school, you can discuss stabilizing the 5th-generation design with our experts. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, a 6th-generation fighter will be born from your hands, and you'll bring honor to our university." A 6th-generation fighter? Need another 10 or 20 years? Lin Feng understood now. They thought he was speaking nonsense. It wasn't surprising. Maybe some countries had preliminary concepts for a 6th-generation fighter, but he was probably the only one who had completed the entire design. Yes, the full design schematics for the 6th-generation fighter. He had finished them over a year ago. He never showed them to anyone because no one would believe him. They just sat on his computer unseen. Hearing their doubts, he spoke seriously. "A 6th-generation fighter? I've already designed it. No need to wait 10 or 20 years. Do you want to see it? They'll send it over shortly." Lin Feng didn't see the 6th-generation design as anything particularly special. His mind was solely on the 7th-generation fighter. On the other end of the phone, his words struck like a thunderclap. "He's already designed a 6th-generation fighter." The group exchanged stunned glances, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Their shock was turning into sheer astonishment. This was even more staggering than before. Working on something and having completed it were two entirely different things. A project in progress might be legendary, but a finished product could be verified. "Lin Feng, are you being serious?" the principal managed to say. "It's fine, I know you don't believe me. The data is on its way to you. It's a bit large, so it might take a moment. Some detailed files are too big to send. If you want those, you can send someone over to copy them. I have some things to attend to, so they'll let you go for now." With that, Lin Feng hung up, leaving them utterly bewildered. They remained in a state of shock. Nothing in their entire lives had been as astonishing as this. An undergraduate claiming to have completed the full design for a 6th-generation fighter. You'd be considered insane for saying that anywhere. Only those pseudoscientists would have such confidence. However, the truth of it could be verified by looking at the data. As for the online insults and attacks on their school, they no longer cared. Their sole focus was on the files Lin Feng had sent. Upon receiving them, Professor Li immediately opened his computer and logged into his account. He clicked on the file from Lin Feng. The moment it opened, the room fell into a dead silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Almost everyone in the room held little hope. But a terrifying thought began to creep into their minds. What if Lin Feng was telling the truth? No, they dared not think about it. If it were true, the world would be turned upside down. Their hearts pounded wildly, feeling as if they might leap out of their chests. As the file opened, their eyes glued to the text. What Lin Feng provided was essentially a generalized design blueprint for a 6th-generation fighter. All the specific nodes and detailed structural designs were not included, as that data was far too extensive. But even so, after just a few glances, they were completely engrossed. As the nation's top aviation university, they came from various departments, but at that moment none of them could speak. Their smiles gradually faded, replaced by expressions of profound seriousness. They swallowed hard, gulping down saliva, a testament to their immense shock and turmoil. Many were university leaders, but they were also former experts in their fields, not just mere administrators. Their eyes were fixed, unblinking, staring intently at the screen as if it held a peerless secret manual. The design process for a 6th-generation fighter compared to the 5th should be structured aerodynamically as the materials from the 5th generation after upgrades can be used for the construction of the 6th. Someone murmured. They didn't want to miss a single word. Every word was a pearl of wisdom. It had the most extensive theoretical foundation, logical, coherent, and supported by theoretical data. There were even design diagrams. It was fundamentally different from pseudoscience. Yet, even these top experts in the field found many of the data points difficult to fully comprehend, unless they had the detailed theoretical design of the sixth generation's various structures. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. This is definitely a groundbreaking design, fundamentally different from the fifth generation, completely surpassing it. The nation only has a rough outline for a sixth generation fighter. With this design theory, the country could definitely avoid decades of detours. The principal couldn't contain his excitement and shouted out. He immediately made a decision. This is a treasure of the nation. No one who has seen this today is allowed to leak any information. I will report this to the National Academy of Sciences immediately and initiate a top-level confidentiality protocol. I ask for your understanding. Everyone felt a shiver of solemnity. However, they all believed this document was worth it. Absolutely worth it. As the head of the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Zhang Xinji was no mere politician adept at power games. He was a man who had climbed step by step from the grassroots, relying on his technical expertise and extraordinary research capabilities. Although his connections played a part, it sufficiently attested to his professional competence, otherwise he could not have firmly held such a high position. He had already perceived the immense value inherent in the design architecture of this sixth-generation fighter. Although he did not obtain the specific node design data, the entire set of design theories, blueprints, and rigorous reference data were enough to prove its worth. Even if in the worst-case scenario it ultimately failed to achieve the effects predicted by the design conclusions, it would still become top-secret material for national fighter design, possessing immense reference and simulation value. Moreover, there was an 80% probability that it was authentic. Thus, comparing it to a national treasure was no exaggeration. Fortunately, aside from the few top university leaders and 3 professors, no other staff were present in this meeting room. Otherwise, maintaining secrecy would have been extremely difficult. If this material were to leak, it would cause a tremendous shock to the entire global landscape. No high-level security measure would be excessive. After calming everyone's emotions, he entered the small office and directly dialed the National Academy of Sciences. Hello, President Chun, are you available to speak now? I have something of utmost importance to report to you. Hello, this is Zhang Xinji. I'm looking for Director Liu of the Ministry of National Defense. Hello, Team Leader Song. There is a matter concerning national security that may require your assistance. Zhang Xinji made far more than one call. Every person he called was a heavyweight, whose mere stamp could shake a region. Besides the need for top academicians from the National Academy of Sciences to verify the data, protecting Lin Feng's safety was imperative, especially since his computer contained the detailed node design drawings of these top-secret materials. Therefore, his safety was of paramount importance. Finally, he dialed another number. His old classmate, who was also the director of the National Aircraft 865 Research Institute, the top aircraft research institute in the country and the primary institute for fighter design. Hello, old Wu. Oh, old Zhang, you busy man, how do you have time to call me? But I might not be able to talk long. I have a very important meeting soon about stabilizing the fifth-generation fighter structure. A loud, gruff voice came from the other end, speaking the meeting's content outright, as if unafraid of any leak. Zhang Xinji knew his old classmate was always engrossed in research, so he didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Old Wu, perhaps there is already a solution for the fifth-generation fighter's stability, and even the design architecture for the sixth-generation fighter has emerged. He spoke of this matter quite calmly, having experienced too many shocks today to feel anything now. But on the other end, Wu Jian nearly stumbled and fell. What did you say? The sixth-generation fighter has been designed. Are you kidding me? Wu Jian's tone was thick with disbelief. As far as national fighter development was concerned, it could never bypass him. Yet Zhang Xinji had dropped such earth-shattering news, and he knew nothing about it. His first reaction was that Zhang Xinji had gone mad. If he hadn't known his old classmate never boasted, he would have hung up on the spot. Zhang Xinji understood his feelings well. When he first heard the news, he had been exactly the same. I know you don't believe it, but that's the fact. It was designed by one of our institute's graduate students this year. I already have the design materials. I've notified President Chun of the National Academy of Sciences and Director Liu of the Ministry of National Defense. They will lead a team of academicians here quickly. Whether you come or not is up to you. A graduate student. Designed a sixth-generation fighter. Are you crazy, or am I? Wu Jin swallowed hard, his mind even more turbulent than before. To be precise, it's a recent undergraduate who just passed the entrance exam for our graduate program. Zhang Xinji couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. Not every university had such good fortune. An undergraduate. If we weren't classmates, I'd have to think you've lost your mind. Tell me where you are now. They'll bring an expert team over immediately. Wu Jian's heart felt as if scratched by a cat. He wanted to fly over right away to get to the bottom of it. Zhang Xinji said in a low voice, I'm at the university right now. This matter is top secret, and we've already entered the confidentiality phase. It's only out of respect for our old friendship that I informed you first, so this must be kept strictly confidential. I understand. I'll cancel all my meetings and come over immediately, Wu Jian said seriously. He also knew that Zhang Xinji wouldn't make groundless claims. It was almost certainly true. After making these calls, Zhang Xinji took a deep breath, returned to the main office, nodded to the others, and resumed studying the materials. His phone call was like a stone thrown into still water, stirring up enormous ripples. In the imperial capital, several massive institutions began to operate slowly. Countless hidden forces started to extend outward. Although only a handful of people knew the top secret, the highest-level confidentiality regulations had already been activated. Personnel from the National Security Bureau rushed to Beichang. At the same time, 8 academicians from the National Academy of Sciences and some officials from the Ministry of National Defense took special vehicles to the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. The expert team from the 865 Research Institute was also rushing over. The name Lin Feng began to circulate among countless influential figures. He had become the center of the storm. Online, the public opinion against Lin Feng had never ceased. The earlier post had been overwhelming on Weibo like an iron curtain. Now a full day had passed. The Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics still hadn't issued any explanation. But now they were too disdainful to explain. Because everyone's focus had shifted entirely to the 6th-generation fighter's design architecture and the 7th-generation concept. Everything else was trivial, and no one cared. Compared to matters of national importance, anything else was negligible. A full day had passed since the plagiarism scandal first broke. Beyond the initial case of Lin Feng that had been caught, the relentless netizens continued their digital excavation, unearthing several more articles that shared similar overarching frameworks and certain points of knowledge. However, the articles they claimed were plagiarized only shared a few similar structural elements and viewpoints, which did not constitute actual plagiarism. Yet they no longer cared about such nuances, convinced of their verdict. Moreover, they discovered that one of the articles they deemed plagiarized bore the exact same title as the paper on aircraft material design and engineering applications published in the journal Nature. Both were attributed to a person named Lin Mu. The depth of their hatred for Lin Feng was matched only by their profound admiration for Lin Mu. They wondered how two people with the same surname could be so different. However, it never crossed their minds that these two individuals could be one and the same. This was because some had already explained the immense influence of publishing such a paper in the main issue of the Nature journal. It was an achievement far beyond the reach of an ordinary undergraduate student. Even among seasoned professors, such a feat was exceedingly rare. Despite their rampant speculation, no one could figure out the true identity of this Lin Mu. Not a single person online knew who he really was. When they began to trace his ID, they discovered that he had been consistently posting educational articles across various scientific research websites. He had contributed countless posts, leaving his digital footprints on many sites. It seemed he had devoted his entire passion to scientific research. Yet his true identity remained a mystery to all. Consequently, the topic of his identity rapidly ascended to the top of Weibo's trending list, becoming the hottest and most enigmatic puzzle. Only a very select few knew his true identity, but they were all gathered at the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics with no time to pay attention to the online chaos. After a full day of receiving no response, Feng Yueka, Liu Chunhua, and their group began to sense that something was amiss. Even the internet was shrouded in confusion. It was highly abnormal. By all logic, with the issue trending on Weibo for a day, videos posted and essays written, the influence had swept across the online world. There could be few people left unaware of the situation. Yet despite such severe negative impact, the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics remained silent. They issued no denials, nor did they expel anyone. The stillness was as deep as a stagnant pool. This began to unsettle them. The lack of action only amplified their anxiety. Inside a private dining room, Liu Chunhua voiced her worry. Yueka, it's been a whole day and the topic is still trending on Weibo. Why is there still no reaction? If she had previously accepted the possibility of defeat, now that a glimmer of hope had appeared, she was desperate not to see it vanish before her eyes. What was supposed to be a celebratory dinner tonight had lost its appeal due to the lack of news. She couldn't even eat. Feng Yueka frowned, frustrated that what should have been a certain online victory was turning into this stalemate. She had hoped to leverage this incident to quickly gain popularity and enter the streaming industry, rising above the masses. Now they had attention, hype, and momentum, but their opponent wasn't responding. She shook her head in irritation. I'm not sure either. Logically, a major university under such intense public scrutiny would have to issue some kind of statement. There must be something happening behind the scenes that we don't know about. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the table. No, I've got it. They must be trying to quietly suppress the impact. They've probably used their connections to try and bury the whole thing. Yes, that has to be it. More likely they'll get in touch with Lin Mu, and with his powerful network, they'll end up publishing a joint statement or something. Feng Yueka grew more convinced that her theory was correct. The situation must be unfolding exactly as she guessed. God, how shameless. These people with connections will stoop to any level. They're constantly squeezing us out. Sisters, we have to destroy Lin Feng. We must expose this. We can't let them suppress the heat or netizens will forget about this in no time. We already found out where his parents live, right? Let's do a live stream and force his parents to apologize online and make him drop out of school. Parents who raise a boy like that can't be any good. I don't feel sorry for them at all. Better yet, let's find out where he lives now. Maybe we can find evidence of their collusion. We could even try to steal his computer or phone. There must be chat records on them. The group buzzed with ideas, each more malicious than the last. Feng Yueka nodded in agreement. Liu Chunhua, though feeling a bit uneasy, did not voice any objection since it was all for her sake. Feng Yueka also remained noncommittal. She had already considered these tactics, but found them somewhat inappropriate to suggest herself. She wasn't just doing this for Liu Chunhua, she had her own interests at heart. In the past 2 days, she had gained hundreds of thousands of followers. And after subtly adding her QR code, she had received considerable donations. She had already tasted the sweetness of this scheme. Once she reached millions of followers, she could start live streaming to sell products, generating unimaginable wealth. Her mind was already consumed by greed. She wanted more than just this. If she was going to do this, she would do it big, blowing the situation up to a global scale. Only then could she reap the benefits. After a pause, she spoke directly. I agree with your ideas. Let's urge netizens to work harder. Find out his current address, steal his computer, and expose the chat logs. There must be something incriminating on there. Since the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics isn't reacting, let's shift our target to Beichan University. I doubt they can stay calm. Well, throw all the dirt at them and force them to expel Lin Feng. Once he's expelled, he loses his degree. Without a degree, he can't pursue a master's and his future is over. A venomous glint flickered in Feng Yueka's eyes like a viper ready to strike. She reveled in the feeling of manipulating others' fates that was deeply satisfying. With a mere click of her fingers, countless people would flock to do her bidding and achieve her goals. This sense of power intoxicated her. The others felt a chill run down their spines. The scheme was truly ruthless. Subsequently, Feng Yueka began to assign tasks to her companions and started contacting self-media influencers. This time she intended to mobilize the entire online world to socially destroy Lin Feng, leaving him with no place to hide. Lin Feng was still unaware of the countless insidious schemes hurtling toward him. At that moment, he was staring at the overwhelming pile of emails filling his inbox, feeling somewhat troubled. He never imagined that a paper he had casually submitted months ago based on a certain hypothesis would be published directly in one of the world's most prestigious journals. Although Nature is a top-tier global journal, the significance of its published articles also depends on their field of application. If it were a major breakthrough in biopharmaceuticals or an innovative material technology with broad applications, its value would be exceptionally high. However, fields like climate or agriculture carry considerably less weight. And publishing the design and engineering applications of aircraft materials so directly as he had done was an extremely rare occurrence. This was because such information was already classified as a national secret. Data accessible only to the most confidential personnel of major nations had been publicly released without restraint. By now, the entire world was likely speculating about who had committed such a foolish blunder. Aircraft materials have always been a top priority in the military industries of every nation, for in a relatively peaceful era, air supremacy is everything. Moreover, he had subsequently proven the validity of his paper's hypothesis. So even though he hadn't included the critical data, it still drew worldwide attention, and his inbox had found its way onto countless desks. He casually opened a few. All were invitations for collaborative development. Major military powers were all represented. Some even offered to purchase his specific data outright, promising a staggering patent fee of several $1 million. Even he was taken aback by the figure. Several $1 million. That amounted to tens of millions in RMB. All he had to do was hand over the specific data and materials from this one paper, and he would instantly achieve financial freedom. It was truly terrifying. Even China had sent an email directly inviting him to participate in a forum and offering him an honorary consultant position at a top-tier institution. It seemed the Imperial Capital Aerospace University hadn't yet revealed his identity. Few people knew who he truly was. Nevertheless, his paper had stirred up a colossal storm across the world. Whoever obtained the development data for this new material would gain a tremendous advantage in aircraft, particularly fighter jets. A few $1 million was a bargain. If possible, they would have paid tens of millions. If he so wished, he could easily become a multimillionaire. For a top-tier researcher like him, wealth was simply that readily attainable. In the end, Lin Feng resisted the temptation. He hadn't pursued scientific research for money in the first place. Moreover, these were potential foreign competitors. No matter how desperate he was for funds, he couldn't do something so unconscionable. With too many emails to bother replying to, he simply selected them all and deleted them in one go. He stretched lazily, his mood finally easing a little. The next step would be preparing for graduate school enrollment at the Imperial Capital Aerospace University. He was fine in every aspect except English, which was his weak point. Had it not been for his research achievements, he likely wouldn't have passed the entrance exam this time. Despite the minor setbacks, the outcome was ultimately favorable. And since they had already promised to handle the online issues for him, he probably didn't need to worry too much. Professional matters were best left to the professionals. The graduate stipend should be pretty decent, right? Especially at a top-tier institution like this, it should be at least $4,000 or $5,000 a month. That would be more than enough to live comfortably. Once the stipend came through, he planned to buy a new phone to replace the one he'd been using for 4 or 5 years. He was lost in pleasant thoughts. If anyone else could see this, they'd be furious. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Here he was turning down tens of millions, yet fixated on a few thousand in stipend. How could anyone else survive? Lin Feng had just ordered takeout. Just then his phone rang. It was his roommate and closest friend. He picked up. "Hey Lao Meng, what's up?" On the other end, Lao Meng spoke urgently. "Lin Feng, go check Weibo right now. Those bastards are spreading rumors about you again." I'm fucking speechless. Why are there so many jealous assholes? Those people obviously haven't seen how much you've sacrificed for your research. I'd believe it if they said you wrote that Nature paper on aircraft materials, and this doesn't even count as plagiarism. I'm done with those crazy dogs. Lin Feng frowned, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Rumors again. He truly didn't understand where they found so much energy. He had defeated Liu Chunhua purely on his own merit, yet in these people's mouths, he had become someone who got ahead through connections. "Alright, let me go check right now," Lin Feng said with a hint of anger. "Oh, and there's some bad news too. Those self-media vultures couldn't dig anything up from the capital, so they've all come to our school gate to livestream. They're pointing their fingers at the school, demanding it expel you. The school might buckle under the pressure and launch an investigation into you." Lao Meng was also at a loss for words when talking about this. Had never seen such a disgusting group of people. He had stayed on as a counselor, which was how he knew some inside information. Lin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold. They truly would stop at nothing. This was going too far. "I understand. Don't worry, you'll handle this properly," Lin Feng said coldly. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. All of us friends believe in you. If you run into any trouble, just tell us. We're more than happy to help," Lao Meng said with great loyalty. A warmth welled up in Lin Feng's heart. "It's fine, don't worry. They'll pay for this soon enough." After hanging up, Lin Feng immediately logged onto Weibo and began browsing the posts about him. He wanted to see just how far these people would take things. But no matter what, he would see it through. Sure enough, the online mob was dousing him with the most venomous language, even demanding that Beichong University revoke his student status and strip him of his graduate school admission. He continued scrolling with a cold sneer. When he saw that they had started doxing his home address, he knew exactly what they were up to. But when he reached the end and found they were also doxing his parents' address, threatening to force his parents to apologize, a towering rage surged within him. What kind of grudge was this? Why would they drag his parents into it? They were elderly. They shouldn't have to suffer this kind of torment. This absolutely could not be tolerated. They wanted his address. Fine, they could have it. They could even have his computer. But the terrifying consequences that would follow, those would not be something one or two people could bear. A plan crystallized in Lin Feng's mind. He was confident that the capital would not remain indifferent once they witnessed the value of his 6th-generation fighter jet. Moreover, they must already know he was the renowned author of the paper on aircraft materials. From any angle, they would swiftly place him under tight protection. He only needed to wait a little longer, and within this nation, no one would be able to harm him. However, he no longer wished to simply coast through this unscathed. Since they had made their move, it would be a waste of their scheme if he didn't respond. "You want publicity? Then I'll give it to you. I'll give you all the publicity you could ever want." He had initially thought their reluctance was understandable, something he could tolerate. But now it was clear their intentions were not just reluctant, but utterly malicious, aiming to destroy him and even those around him. Had they targeted only him, his anger might not have been so intense. But since they had dragged his parents into this, he saw no reason to be considerate of them any longer. He could easily guess their purpose in doxing his address. They wanted to steal his computer and find evidence. Then let them have it. Lin Feng powered on his old trusty computer and deleted all the older files. His truly classified data was never stored on this machine anyway, residing instead on his private independent server. Breaching that server would require the full might of a nation. He then created a folder, placing it in the most conspicuous location, containing the 6th-generation fighter jet files, albeit with key data redacted. After finishing, he called his parents, explaining the online rumors and suggesting they stay at his grandparents' house for a few days. If you're going to put on an act, you have to commit to it fully. Getting rid of these people and shielding his parents would be easy, but it wouldn't achieve the effect he desired. With everything in place, he packed a small bag, put on a cap and a mask, and headed straight to Old Meng's place. Old Meng was his closest friend, thick as thieves. His home, just over 10 kilometers from Lin Feng's rental, was the perfect refuge. Old Meng opened the door without a hint of surprise, as if he had been expecting him, with slippers and everything already prepared. They ordered some barbecue, cracking open beers and chatting about life. Now all that was left was to watch the show unfold. Meanwhile, at the National Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of National Defense's Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry, and the 865 Research Institute, all relevant aircraft experts received the news and arrived in official cars. As they reached the school gates, they were met by a crowd of protesters, causing them to frown in confusion. The protesters, however, seeing the stream of official vehicles escorted by guards, assumed high-level officials had arrived for an inspection and were overjoyed. They shouted frantically at the cars, "You must investigate thoroughly. We demand justice. That plagiarist Lin Feng must not escape the law." The people inside the cars were utterly bewildered, having no idea who Lin Feng was. When had they become dispensers of justice? The sight of numerous official cars entering the school was quickly broadcast across the internet by self-media. But soon some recognized the occupants. They appeared to be academicians, and not just one. Why would they be involved in this? Shouldn't it be the Discipline Inspection Commission? Nevertheless, they were thrilled. The presence of such high-level academicians meant their accusations of academic misconduct would surely receive a fair hearing. Zhang Xinji personally oversaw the operation. The university was cordoned off, and the experts had been moved to a large meeting room, where the laptop was guarded in the center like a priceless treasure. The head of security approached Zhang Xinji to report principal crowds have gathered at the main gates, and some self-media are live streaming. Should we disperse them? Zhang Xinji frowned. These flies. They couldn't cause any real harm, but their constant buzzing was truly irritating. However, the most pressing matter was handling the 6th-generation fighter jet issue. Everything else was secondary. Moreover, taking action against them would only invite negative media coverage and put them in a more passive position. After a moment's thought, he said, "Leave them for now. As long as they don't try to storm the campus, let them protest and live stream outside. They won't last long." The security chief nodded and went out to relay the orders. Though he was puzzled about what was happening with so many academicians and experts arriving, even he, as the school's head of security, had no insider information. But such a grand display surely meant something significant. It was better not to know. Zhang Xinji turned and walked back into the meeting room, which was now filled with experts from every field of aviation. A quick scan revealed a sea of white hair. Zhang Xinji felt a surge of excitement at the sight, knowing that Lin Feng was after all a student of his university. Seated in the front row were three key figures: President Chun of the National Academy of Sciences, Director Liu of the Ministry of National Defense's Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry, and Wu Jian, the Director of the 865 Research Institute. If a bomb were to land in this room at this moment, it would likely set back the nation's aircraft development by at least a decade. Behind them sat rows upon rows of academicians. Even he, the president of a top aerospace university, felt utterly insignificant and dared not act presumptuously in such company. He exchanged a glance with an old classmate before greeting the assembled experts. "President Chen, thank you for coming so late. Professor Ma, you're here too, thank you. Old Joe, long time no see." They all responded in kind. Several of the academicians were visibly impatient. Having been summoned this late, if Zhang Xinji didn't present something truly substantial, he wouldn't be able to smooth things over today. He nodded to a few of his university's professors and administrators before stepping onto the podium. He plugged the laptop he was carrying into a power source, but he didn't open it immediately. Instead, with a grave expression, he scanned the room and slowly began to speak. "Before the meeting begins, I must remind you all that today's discussion is already classified as top secret. No electronic devices are permitted, nor any form of recording." Zhang Xinji addressed the assembled crowd. Uttering such words to a gathering of academicians required immense courage. Those seated before him were the pillars of the nation, harboring no ill intent toward the country, and such remarks could easily offend. Yet the matter at hand was of such grave importance that he had no choice but to issue this warning. As these words were spoken, several academicians and experts in the audience immediately furrowed their brows. This was clearly a sign of distrust. However, when they glanced at the three individuals seated at the front, they found them unmoved, as if they had anticipated this. A chill ran through their hearts, and boundless curiosity about today's meeting arose within them. After seeing no objections, Zhang Xinji continued. 2 days ago, when the graduate admissions results were announced, our university admitted a graduate student named Lin Feng. Because he had staged a remarkable comeback during the re-examination, it sparked intense controversy. You must have seen the protests outside when you arrived on campus. Although we issued a refutation online, it had little effect. Meanwhile, he was accused of plagiarizing an article from the journal Nature on aircraft materials, which compelled us to reinvestigate him. Upon hearing this, their earlier confusion at the school gate was dispelled. So this was Lin Feng. But what did this have to do with today's meeting? A mere master's student was as insignificant as a grain of sand before them. Even a doctoral student or a doctoral supervisor would be as docile as a pupil in their presence. Nevertheless, they patiently continued listening. During our subsequent investigation, we discovered that he was not plagiarizing at all. I believe everyone has read that Nature article. Even without specific data, one can sense that the material he proposed is epoch-making. If we could obtain this material, our 5th-generation aircraft would be completely stabilized, ushering in a new era. At this point, an academician took over the conversation and nodded. I have also read that article. His design of aircraft materials is entirely feasible for application. Unfortunately, he did not provide specific data. Without data, even if we attempt to replicate it, we would need a long time to confirm this material, and the process would be fraught with difficulty. This person is named Lin Mu and his nationality is Xia, but I am not sure of his exact identity. I sent him an email but received no reply. When that article was published, many experts in related fields had already tried to contact him, but they were unable to reach him later, nor could they determine his specific identity, so his identity remained a mystery. Several others nodded, having done the same. Zhang Xinji smiled at them, raised an eyebrow, and chuckled. There is no need to rack your brains guessing who Lin Mu is, nor to search for him. He is right here among us. Everyone turned to look, their eyes filled with urgency. They were eager to know which domestic expert or professor this person could be. Zhang Xinji slowly uttered the name. Lin Mu is none other than Lin Feng. This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, exploding among the crowd. A commotion erupted below, and everyone was stunned beyond measure. How is that possible? Lin Feng is nothing but an ordinary undergraduate graduate. President Zhang, you must take responsibility for what you say. What kind of joke is this? I would believe anything you said about Lin Feng. Even if you claimed he made 100 billion in stocks during college, I would not object. But this is nature. And the level of this article, as you all know, is among the top in the country. Could an undergraduate graduate have written this? Several academicians immediately stood up to refute him. Their reaction was not excessive, the matter was simply too shocking. It was akin to a nation in the Iron Age inventing an atomic bomb. If an undergraduate could write such an article, what did that make them the so-called experts and academicians? Dean Shen, seated at the front, did not voice a rebuttal, but wore a puzzled expression. He was aware of the 6th-generation aircraft design, but Lin Feng's involvement was entirely unexpected. Wu Jian looked at his old classmate with an expression that said, "You must be joking." Zhang Xinji seemed to have anticipated their reactions. He showed no anger at their refutations, maintaining a confident smile. I know you all doubt this. In fact, I myself could hardly believe it at first. But this is the truth. After the initial shock, some sensed something amiss. Even if Lin Feng had published this article, why gather all of them? But Zhang Xinji's next words ignited the entire room. During his re-examination, he proposed a whimsical design, a 7th-generation aircraft. Zhang Xinji shook his head helplessly as he said this. 7th generation? Are you kidding? An expert scoffed. Currently, 5th-generation aircraft were not yet fully stabilized. Although they had reached a world-leading level, they still fell slightly short of the most powerful models. Zhang Xinji sighed and cast a somber glance at them. Yes, I initially thought he was joking. I advised him not to be unrealistic. The 6th-generation aircraft hadn't even been designed yet. Then he told me he had already designed the 6th-generation aircraft, and he sent it over. As he spoke, he lightly tapped the screen, and the large monitor instantly projected the document from the computer. All the outline materials for the 6th-generation aircraft were displayed before them. As his voice trailed off, every eye in the room fixed on the document on the screen. The three seated at the front, though they had anticipated this, were also captivated the moment the materials appeared. The previously restless scene fell into dead silence. All eyes were fixed on the screen. Initially, expressions varied. Some mockery, some sarcasm, some doubt, some contemplation. But without exception, they did not believe it. No one would believe it. Only someone with a brain defect would think a 6th-generation aircraft could be designed by an undergraduate graduate. At best, it was a presumptuous design from a pseudoscientist. But soon the contemptuous expressions on everyone's faces gradually faded. Their faces grew solemn and intense. Their pupils dilated as if witnessing something incredible, and the shock on their faces could no longer be concealed. The crowd stared at the design for the 6th-generation fighter, their minds overwhelmed with astonishment. The so-called 5th-generation and 6th-generation fighters represent a great power's absolute dominance of the skies. The number of countries capable of independently designing and manufacturing 5th-generation fighters can be counted on one hand. For a superpower to lack a 5th-generation fighter would be a laughingstock. The gap between 4th-generation and 5th-generation fighters is as vast as a chasm. If the difference between 3rd-generation and 4th-generation fighters is akin to that between a wooden club and an iron spear, then the gap between 4th-generation and 5th-generation fighters is like that between an iron spear and a cannon shell. Before one even sees the enemy, they would be annihilated. Such is the magnitude of the difference. Yet the disparity between 5th-generation and 6th-generation fighters is equally immense. They are not products of the same era. 5th-generation fighters once boasted 4 defining features: stealth, supersonic cruise capability, super maneuverability, and superior information advantage. The 6th-generation fighter, however, represents a comprehensive upgrade, achieving true integration of land, sea, air, space, electromagnetic, and cyber domains, and enabling interconnected, interoperable, and interactive operations based on the Internet of Things. Omnidirectional stealth hypersonic cruise at over Mach 5, a tailless flying wing layout with a low aspect ratio unmanned wingman command, and an exceptionally large combat radius. The current maximum speed of 5th-generation fighters exceeds 200 kilometers per hour, a distance equivalent to that from the imperial capital to the southernmost coast traversable in roughly an hour. With a 6th-generation fighter cruising at over Mach 5, that time would be cut by more than half. A 5th-generation fighter cannot even catch a glimpse of the 6th generation's exhaust. Engaging in combat is out of the question. Such is the terror of the 6th-generation fighter, a power so overwhelming that its realization would command the world's attention. The boost to national and global prestige would be immeasurable and the international impact immense. The shock in the room deepened. Their eyes grew red with excitement. Though this was only an outline of the 6th-generation fighter revealing certain materials, the specific data for actual fabrication and design were not included. Even so, they could discern from this document the feasibility of the plan, almost reaching 90. Unbelievable. What kind of mind could conceive such a scheme? A genius. A true genius. I wonder where he is. I urgently want to meet him and seek his guidance personally. The crowd gazed at the design drawing of the new 6th-generation fighter as if beholding a peerless beauty. The design was flawless. The new material on this 6th-generation fighter must be the one published in the journal. I wonder if he has made further improvements. In aircraft design, materials are of paramount importance. If the materials are inadequate, the aircraft could disintegrate under extreme speed and heat. But if a revolutionary material with exceptional resistance to cold and high temperatures emerges, it would transform aircraft design. This tailless design would greatly enhance fighter performance. We once simulated this configuration for the 5th-generation fighter, but it was too difficult, so we abandoned it. To see it again on the 6th generation is astonishing. The stealth structural material for the 6th-generation fighter placed beneath the aircraft skin has a stealth spectrum far superior to previous materials and can withstand temperatures of several hundred degrees Celsius. It not only greatly enhances stealth, but requires almost no maintenance. Why didn't I think of this before? An expert specializing in aircraft stealth technology slapped his hand in frustration. This stealth material was so perfect that he coveted it, desperately yearning to know how it was made. Unfortunately, the document only contained approximate data, missing critical parameters. The process he wanted was nowhere to be found. His anxiety burned like a cat scratching at his heart. Meanwhile, other academicians and experts began mentally simulating the design. The more they simulated, the more they admired the outline's ingenuity. What kind of genius could conceive such exquisitely crafted and feasible data? A 6th-generation fighter. This is a 6th-generation fighter. The dream of countless nations. The development cost of fighters is astronomical. Some major powers have spent hundreds of billions on 5th-generation research alone. The 6th-generation fighter is an even deeper abyss. Yet now everything is laid before them. If they obtain the detailed node diagrams, they can assemble the design directly, without any further deliberation. They would leap to become the world's #1. No one can resist such temptation. They are even more eager to meet this so-called undergraduate graduate. What kind of genius is he? This design outline could save the entire nation years of detours, indirectly saving hundreds of billions and countless human and material resources. If sold abroad, it could instantly make one as wealthy as a nation. Yet he resisted that temptation. Truly remarkable. Moreover, once the 6th-generation fighter is fully designed, his name will be etched into the annals of Xia's aviation history, leaving a brilliant legacy. And he surely has other scientific research in store. His value is immeasurable. He is a true national treasure. If this were a seasoned veteran who had immersed himself in aviation for decades, it would be understandable. But he is merely a young man. How could they reason with that? They had wasted their entire lives. Countless academicians and experts simulated in their minds, unable to tear their eyes away. Zhang Xinji watched their reactions without surprise. When he first saw the document, he had been even more stunned. His old classmate Wu Jian, who had nearly pressed his eyes against the screen, turned to him and said, "Old Zhang, are you sure he completed this alone, not a team? The sheer workload is beyond belief." Dean Shen also looked over. "Where is he now? We must ensure his absolute safety immediately. No harm must come to him. His safety is the nation's safety." Director Liu of the Science and Technology Commission for National Defense turned and nodded. "We must contact him right away. This document may also need to be taken. Ideally, we should obtain his detailed node design data. We can agree to any of his demands. A genius like this is a treasure wherever he goes. He could even be directly recruited into the National Academy of Sciences or appointed to teach at the highest institutions." Zhang Xinji shook his head helplessly. "I currently have no idea where he is. His situation may not be good lately. Because of the re-examination incident, he has been subjected to online vilification and many are doxing and cyberbullying him. Although I have notified the National Security Bureau, I think your intervention may still be necessary." Zhang Xinji, as the head of a top national institution, held a considerable rank, yet his influence was primarily confined to the academic world. Although he had previously notified the National Security Bureau, their approach remained overly cautious. They would fulfill their duty to protect Lin Feng from harm, but that was the extent of their commitment. However, they were powerless to ensure that the masterminds behind this faced due punishment. Moreover, beyond the instigators themselves, there were the self-media outlets feeding on this chaos. He had witnessed far too much of their behavior online over the past few days. The atmosphere on the internet had festered into a cesspool of filth where countless individuals twisted the truth and stirred up trouble for the sake of clicks and traffic. This was why, apart from a single statement, he had refrained from further explanation. He knew that sometimes the more one tries to explain, the more counterproductive it becomes. Witnessing this deplorable online culture saddened him deeply, but the internet was beyond his jurisdiction, leaving him both concerned and powerless. This time they were caught in the eye of the storm, where a single misstep could trigger a catastrophic upheaval. The two men before him, however, wielded immense authority. One as the president of the National Academy of Sciences, the other as the director of the National Defense Science and Technology Commission. Director Liu in particular held a position equivalent to that of the National Security Bureau, and also served concurrently as its deputy director. After Zhang Xinji briefly explained the situation, President Chen slammed his hand on the table and roared in fury. All this chaos over a baseless suspicion that has already been debunked. What exactly are these people trying to achieve? Do they think the law of the internet cannot touch them? He was known for his composure, but upon hearing that these self-media outlets intended to confront Lin Feng's parents in a live stream and pressure them into apologizing, his anger knew no bounds. Do these people have any respect for the law? The cyberbullying of Lin Feng was absolutely intolerable. Lin Feng's current value was immeasurable, transcending monetary worth. If they pushed this to a point of no return and forced him to leave the country, the entire nation would suffer the consequences, and the losses would be incalculable. A single 6th-generation fighter jet could propel the nation to the forefront of aviation technology. If such a tragedy were ever to occur, these people should be tried for treason. He absolutely could not allow such an event to come to pass. He wouldn't even tolerate the slightest hint of it. It had to be nipped in the bud. Wu Jian also strode over and cursed. Have these little bastards lost their minds? Damn it. Not a single one of the masterminds behind this can be let off the hook. The other academicians, overhearing their conversation, gathered around, their faces flushed with indignation. A genius of this magnitude is being subjected to such online persecution. This is an atrocity against brilliance, and we cannot simply let them get away with it. Those people online need to be taught a lesson. Just the other day, I heard my staff discussing this matter, never imagining the truth was so twisted. It's sheer audacity. We must ensure the safety of him and his family. Those maniacs online are capable of anything. We will never tolerate this. The white-haired academicians were red-faced with fury. Despite their advanced age, they were ready to personally crush those responsible. They now regarded Lin Feng as a precious treasure. Wu Jian in particular was beside himself with anxiety. Had Lin Feng been there, he would have physically dragged him back to the research institute. That's where the real front lines were. Staying here as a student was a complete waste of his talents. President Chen turned to Director Liu and said in a low, serious tone, Director Liu, I've heard you also hold a position in the National Security Bureau. This matter falls under your jurisdiction. You must guarantee his safety and ensure these people are severely punished. After hearing everything, Director Liu's expression turned icy. He was fully aware of the stakes involved. Forget about the people before him who had connections reaching the highest levels of power. If he mishandled this, the repercussions would be severe. Lin Feng was everyone's treasure now, and anyone who wanted to touch him would have to go through them first. This matter indeed required his intervention, given his role as the Deputy Director of the National Security Bureau. While they couldn't directly command local law enforcement agencies, those agencies were obligated to cooperate with them. Rest assured, everyone. I will deploy resources immediately to guarantee the safety of both him and his family. As for the masterminds behind this, not one will be spared. His eyes were utterly cold. It wasn't just the masterminds, those self-media outlets behind them were also long overdue for a purge. Particularly in recent years, self-media had grown increasingly rampant. He had received numerous intelligence reports indicating that many of these outlets were backed by foreign forces, and they had festered into abscesses. If they weren't dealt with soon, there would be major problems. Plans were already in motion, and this presented the perfect opportunity. Meanwhile, online Beichong University was buckling under the weight of public opinion. Their higher-ups had called them countless times, demanding a serious resolution to the matter, practically ordering them to expel Lin Feng. After intense internal meetings, Beichong University had no choice but to announce to the public that they would initiate a 1-month investigation into Lin Feng starting that day. If plagiarism was indeed discovered, they would show no leniency. However, they were clever enough to stretch the timeline to a month. Lin Feng lounged leisurely at Old Ming's place, gazing out at the night scenery. A can of cola and various snacks were within reach, seemingly unaffected by the maelstrom online. Old Ming, a burly man, answered a phone call and hurried over, looking at him with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. Lin Feng, what are you doing? This is no time for lounging. The fire is practically licking at your eyebrows. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head, taking a sip of cola before replying casually. Old Ming, you need to work on that fiery temper of yours. What's the worst that could happen? A clear conscience fears no false accusations. By the way, your view here is really something. This apartment must be worth a fortune. Think I could get a loan to buy one myself someday. Old Ming let out a sigh and plopped down on a nearby chair, speaking with exasperation. You're not worried at all, are you? The school just called. They're initiating an investigation on you, but they've given a month. You have to come up with evidence to clear your name within that time, or else it's going to be very difficult. Lin Feng nodded nonchalantly. Sure, let them investigate. What's the big deal? Public opinion can't override judicial fairness. What's there to be afraid of? He truly wasn't concerned. Everything was already arranged. Just then his phone buzzed with a notification. His eyes lit up. Hey, Old Ming, come watch the show. As Lin Feng tapped the notification, his phone instantly displayed a live feed. The image showed the area just outside his door. Several figures, their faces obscured by hats and masks, crept stealthily toward his residence. Lin Feng had anticipated this. His location had ultimately been compromised. This was within his expectations. In the era of big data, nothing remained entirely secret. Old Ming, observing the scene on the phone, looked at him with suspicion. Lin Feng, what exactly are you planning? These guys are skulking around. They're not thinking of robbing your place, are they? Do you have anything valuable inside? Should we call the police? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Why call the police? They're here to find evidence. If we called the authorities, would just be spoiling their fun. Old Ming was now thoroughly puzzled by the situation. Why did Lin Feng seem so utterly unconcerned? This only deepened the infinite confusion in his heart. What was Lin Feng up to? Meanwhile, at the door of Lin Feng's rental apartment, three figures cloaked by the darkness of night approached. To their surprise, the outer door wasn't secured with a heavy lock and no lights were on inside. A gentle push was all it took for the door to swing open. The trio exchanged glances. The situation seemed to have exceeded their expectations. The leader was a bespectacled youth named Li Huiming, the so-called good friend of Fan Yueka. He was an avid frequenter of online forums and had been a professional internet troll since his university days. This entire scandal had been fermented and spread by him. This time he was personally undertaking the mission to win his goddess' favor. Fan Yueka had even promised that if he could secure enough evidence to utterly ruin Lin Feng, she would consider being with him. The mere thought of that promise sent his adrenaline soaring. He was determined to accomplish this at all costs. His goddess was everything to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent a fortune to get this matter trending on Weibo for the sake of another girl, nor would he have enlisted numerous influencers to repost it. Although this had nearly drained his savings, he believed it was all worth it if he could gain her affection. He pushed the door open, gently peering inside cautiously, and whispered. He didn't even lock the door at night. He's probably inside. Good thing I brought some sleeping pills. They'll knock him out for a whole day. By the time he wakes up, he'll probably have been expelled. He stifled a laugh at the thought. His companion added, that's right. Who told him to plagiarize? There must be evidence on his computer. Once we get it and expose it as plagiarism, will be confirmed beyond doubt. Who knows, there might be even more incriminating stuff in there, maybe even some shady backroom deals. Imagine how much they'd pay to get that back. Their eyes gleamed with avarice at the thought. That would surely be a substantial amount of money. To protect their reputations, those people would pay any price. The thought excited them. However, one of them voiced a doubt. Hey, isn't his father supposed to be a dean? How can he live in a place like this? Is that even true? Damn, if he's really from a poor background, then we won't be able to get any evidence of those shady deals. The two of them suddenly felt a wave of disappointment. Li Huiming glanced at them and said, getting evidence of his plagiarism is enough. Besides, the authorities at the Imperial Aerospace University will definitely have some secrets to hide regarding this, and that can also be used as evidence. Alright, let's hurry up. We need to be quick. We managed to find his current address, but so can others. If we dawdle, someone else might be waiting for us outside, and that would be bad. The other two fell silent immediately. Li Huiming walked into the inner courtyard, expecting to have to put in some effort to get into the main room, perhaps even devise a trick to lure him out before using the sleeping pills he bought online. However, upon reaching the inner room, he found that door was also unlocked. Without overthinking it, he peered inside. From his vantage point, he could see directly into the room, which was completely empty. He simply pushed the door open, his mind free of any suspicion. He considered this a godsend. It seemed the sleeping pills would be unnecessary. He sighed inwardly, wishing he could use them on Fan Yueka instead, saving him all this trouble. After scanning the room, his eyes quickly landed on a heavily used computer in the living room. He hurried over, and after a look, muttered under his breath, looks like he's really broke. No money, and still plagiarizing. Trash like him never learns anything good. He added scornfully, this computer is ancient. Look at this piece of junk. And with this attitude, he thinks he deserves to compete for a graduate spot. Even if he got in, could he afford it? The other two chimed in agreement. Liu is right. How can a poor guy afford grad school with this crappy computer? He's just wasting his parents' money. I heard his parents are farmers. They can't afford to support him. If he drops out, hell, just be wasting the spot. He should just give it up. He doesn't appreciate his parents at all. Unlike me, I quit school after middle school to save my parents a lot of money. Li Huiming said in a low voice. Enough, stop talking. Let's grab the computer and see if his phone is here. We need to leave quickly before he comes back. They hastily packed up, stuffed the computer into a bag, and slipped away into the night. With their hats and masks, they had disguised their appearance, making it difficult for any surveillance cameras to identify them. Finding them would be a daunting task, possibly taking weeks, if not proving impossible. Less than half an hour after they left, several black vehicles swiftly surrounded the area, blending into the darkness. Men clad in all-black outfits emerged, each carrying a black bag on their back, their waists appearing bulky. After getting out, they warily scanned their surroundings. Only after confirming no suspicious figures were present did they approach the door. But when they pushed it open, they found signs that it had already been forced. The inner door especially was left ajar. Inside was pitch black, and a sense of dread crept over him. The leading middle-aged man's expression changed instantly. The man beside him quickly asked, Captain, what's wrong? Song-Jin replied in a low, grave tone, someone may have been here. Everyone be on high alert. Upon hearing this, the black-clad operatives tensed up their hands, instinctively moving to their waists. Song-Jin stepped inside and switched on the light, revealing an empty apartment. Although he had received a request for assistance from Zhang Xinji, he was unaware of the full extent of Lin Feng's importance. His instructions were only to ensure Lin Feng's safety. They had rushed over with all due haste, even borrowing vehicles after landing to save time. Yet upon arriving, they found the place deserted. This would be a difficult situation to explain. Could he have just stepped out and not returned yet? Song-Jin hoped for this possibility and decided to wait, taking a seat by the door. However, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at him. It wasn't until he heard a sound from outside the door. The sound grew louder and louder, as if dozens of people were converging on their location. From the distance came the sound of angry shouts and curses. Neighbors poked their heads out to see what was happening. Even the dogs started barking, straining at their leashes as if ready to charge out. Lin Feng, get out here now. Get out and face your punishment. You have the nerve to do it, but not to admit it. I don't believe your parents are just simple farmers. You'd even deny your own parents just to cheat on the graduate school exam, wouldn't you? Scoring only 40-something on the English test, yet you managed to overtake everyone. Who are you trying to fool? Get out here now. Huh. We've seen plenty of evidence of your plagiarism online. The proof is solid, so don't you dare deny it. Someone like you shouldn't even have a bachelor's degree, let alone be a graduate student. Your undergraduate degree was bought with money, wasn't it? Get out here and apologize. A crowd of people shouted in fury from a distance. Having obtained the address, they stormed directly over. Inside, Song-Jin's brows furrowed instantly. Lin Feng was the target he was assigned to protect, reportedly involved in a highly critical national security project. He was naturally aware of the online uproar. Zhang Xinji had personally called him about it, so there couldn't be any major issues. Given his rank and position, he wouldn't bear false witness for anyone. Now Lin Feng had disappeared. And now a group of unidentified people had arrived outside. This heightened his sense of impending doom. Is this the place? Yeah, this is it. The house number matches. Damn, should we just smash the place up? The lights are off inside. Who knows if he's already fled? Who cares if he's fled or not? Let's trash the house first. It's not like anyone will know who did it. Besides, he's the one in the wrong here, so he wouldn't dare call the cops. The door's open. Let's go inside. Maybe there's evidence of his plagiarism in there. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and with a creak the gate was pushed open. As they entered the courtyard, they were stunned to find over a dozen men dressed in black, their expressions grim and severe. Each one's eyes locked onto them with an intensity akin to wolves, as if any sudden move would invite a thunderous strike. Seeing this formidable formation, their voices died down. They exchanged nervous glances and whispered, "Did we get the wrong address? These guys look like gangsters. They've even got stuff on their backs. Are they thugs hired by Lin Feng? Should be right, I think. Let's just ask. We're in a law-abiding society. If they dare lay a finger on us, well, just drop to the ground." Yeah. I saw a similar case on Xiaohongshu. If they touch us, we can sue them for hundreds of thousands and buy a new car. A girl in the crowd said. Whoa, really? This is our chance to get rich. Several eyes lit up instantly. They had seen similar examples too. Just lie down on the ground and hundreds of thousands would be theirs for the taking. So many of them suddenly felt fearless and stepped forward, glaring aggressively. Hey, who are you people? Did Lin Feng hire you? Song-Jin couldn't help but admire their audacity. Didn't they realize the men were all carrying guns? He paused for a moment, then said calmly, "You could say that. You could say we were hired to protect Lin Feng. The man who had spoken instantly took a step back, pointing at them. See, I told you. Someone hired them to protect him. As if his farmer parents could arrange this. There's definitely someone behind him. The others' expressions shifted upon hearing this, and some discreetly started recording on their phones. They might be able to provoke them into revealing some inside information, then post the video online. It would definitely go viral. Someone immediately tried to bait them, saying, "So Lin Feng is guilty after all, isn't he? It's all about shady deals and plagiarism. He doesn't have the guts to own up to it, and you're aiding and abetting him. What are you planning to keep us all here today? Who did 7th-Gen think he was?" No one reaches the position of team leader in the national security without being a formidable character. He had handled countless major cases in the shadows. He saw through their petty tricks at a glance. Yes, it's very possible we will be keeping you here today. There are indeed some things we'll need your cooperation with. The one secretly recording felt a surge of joy. That statement was enough. They could slap an affiliated with organized crime label on him. Wouldn't Lin Feng be in for a world of trouble? And if they sold this to the media, how much money would they make? They were eager to dig up even more explosive material. What do you mean by that? I'm telling you, this is a society governed by law. Even if you're gangsters with powerful backers, the state will not let you get away with it. They firmly cemented the accusation. As long as the video got out, Lin Feng would be the one to bear this black mark. But just as they thought their scheme was succeeding, they failed to notice the men in black had quietly formed a semicircle completely surrounding them and blocking any escape route. 7th-Gen watched them with a faint knowing smile. This is indeed a society governed by law. Unfortunately for you, we are the enforcers of that law. Don't worry, we just need to ask you some questions. We won't lay a hand on you. But one person's pupils contracted sharply and cold sweat poured down his body, as if he had seen something utterly terrifying. Because he had just spotted a gun holstered at the waist of one of the men in black. And all the others had similar bulges at their waists, as if concealing something. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. This was a huge deal. Watching this scene from Old Meng's house, Lin Feng couldn't help but find it somewhat absurd. These poor fools, riled up by online nonsense, to come looking for trouble only to run into such a formidable wall. People with guns at their waists. They were definitely law enforcement, but all carrying guns and dressed in plain clothes. That made their identity quite intriguing. No department would dare do this except for that one special agency. Old Meng was utterly stunned by the scene. Lin Feng, who are these guys in black? They're all packing heat. They can't really be gangsters, can they? Damn, who would go to such lengths to hire this level of thugs? They're probably all hitmen. Old Meng's face was a mask of misery. Lin Feng turned his head at his words and gave him a look of exasperation. What's going on in that head of yours? Which gang do you know that can have all its members armed with guns and just walk the streets openly? Old Meng scratched his head. Well, they don't look like cops either. If they're not gangsters, what are they? Lin Feng rubbed the frown lines on his forehead. Why don't you just go find a block of tofu and knock yourself out? These are national security agents. Holy crap, what did you do to get the national security after you? Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Liu Chunhua and his crew sped off in their car with Lin Feng's computer. They had spotted several groups of people converging on their location, and they were grateful they had made a swift exit. Had they been caught red-handed inside, their identities would have been exposed. It would have been a considerable nuisance. Liu Chunhua excitedly dialed Feng Yuke's number. Hey Yueka, I've got the computer, but I couldn't get the phone. Where are you now? He'll bring it to you. Feng Yuke's eyes lit up instantly. She had only been testing him, never expecting he would actually succeed. It seemed this pawn of hers wasn't entirely useless after all. She had planned to discard him once his value was exhausted, but it appeared he still had some utility left. Her demeanor shifted instantly. She spoke in a soft, coaxing tone. Brother Huiming, you're amazing. I can't believe you actually pulled it off. Let me give you an address. I have a friend who's a decryption expert. He can extract the data from it. The sound of Brother Huiming sent a thrill through Liu Chunhua, making him feel as if his bones had turned to jelly. All right, Yueka, where are you now? Are you hungry? After this is done, how about I take you out for a late-night snack? What would you like to eat? Liu Chunhua wanted to strike while the iron was hot and foster their relationship that very night. Feng Yueka frowned slightly. Was he getting too presumptuous? However, since he was still useful, there was no need to kick him to the curb just yet. She placated him. I'm just chatting with my sisters after a meal, so I'm not hungry yet. You go ahead and eat. First, get the materials to my friend and have him quickly export the data. Okay, thank you and sorry for the trouble. With that, she hung up immediately, lest Liu Chunhua make any further excessive requests. Liu Chunhua lowered his phone, tempted to plant kisses all over it. His risky gamble, it seemed, had not been in vain. He was just one step away from winning the bowtie's heart. After receiving the address, he sped off in his car. His spirits high, he pressed the accelerator harder. Meanwhile, Feng Yueka hung up and smiled at her group of friends. Sisters, I have great news. A good friend of mine just got the computer. It must contain evidence of Lin Feng's plagiarism and his corrupt dealings behind the scenes. I'm having another friend recover the data now. Soon we'll anonymously release this material to the entire internet. This time he's done for dead or alive. The group erupted in joy. Sister, you're incredible. Lin Feng is definitely going to be crushed. We must hammer him down hard with no chance to breathe. A person like him deserves to die 100 times over. I can't wait to see what happens when Imperial Aerospace University, which boasts so proudly about him, finds out all his papers are plagiarized or bought. Won't he be utterly disgraced? Even the president should have to resign in shame. I'm getting more and more curious about what's on his computer. Are there any videos? There must be. Men are so disgusting, I bet his hard drive is full of porn. One girl's eyes twinkled, a sly idea brewing. Sisters, what if we uploaded his little videos online? Wouldn't he be publicly shamed on the spot? Ha, the thought is hilarious. Oh, and isn't there a law against viewing or even possessing such videos? Could we get him sent straight to prison? The girl's eyes lit up, thinking it was a brilliant plan. Wow, that's a fantastic idea. Aren't there still a few people online defending him? Well, anyone who defends him now is just as depraved as he is. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That's a genius idea, I've got to give you props for that. Chunhua, aren't you going to thank Yueka properly? She's put in so much effort for you this time, one girl said, trying to curry favor with Feng Yueka. Liu Chunhua couldn't hide her delight. Yueka, I really owe you this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. I never imagined the world could be so corrupt. I must thank you properly. Feng Yueka didn't decline, though it wasn't what she was after. But she wouldn't turn down gratuitous gratitude. She needed Liu Chunhua to worship and feel indebted to her, the better to control her. We're roommates, oh, we should help each other. Who else are women supposed to help if not each other? Surely not men. They've benefited so much from their gender privilege, and yet they still encroach on our space. They all deserve to die. Hatred blazed in Feng Yuek's eyes. She might as well have had the word misandrous tattooed on her forehead. The others chimed in agreement. Exactly. What's so great about men? Why do they get priority in hiring? And they say I can't handle hardship. Bullshit. Just because I can't do manual labor, does that mean I can't work in an office? There are men in the company, why don't they do it? I call that discrimination. I once saw a government job posting that only hired men, claiming the conditions were tough in the mountains. If that's not sexism, what is? One time on the bus I sat down, and a man just stared at me. What are you looking at? Never seen a woman before. Guys like that are potential criminals. I'm scared just seeing a man now. I wish we could just castrate them all. As modern women, we must stand up for ourselves. At that moment a phone rang. Feng Yueka answered. After a moment she hung up and announced to everyone, Sisters, I have great news. Blue Whale Network Live platform has invited us to do a live stream. And this platform is one of the most influential in the country. Feng Yueka was beaming with excitement. This was another step towards her goal of becoming a social media celebrity. With a nationwide broadcast, everyone would know her. She'd blow up for sure. But she'd have to scheme to steal the spotlight from Liu Chunhua, the actual victim. She immediately started assigning tasks. Sisters, the stream starts at 8:30. We have about half an hour. Let me tell you how we should act on camera. Especially you, Chunhua, let's get you some makeup to look haggard. Act depressed, say very little, and he'll do all the talking. Meanwhile, the topic Blue Whale Live was trending hot on Weibo. Countless related topics were surging. The biggest scandal ever exposed, you could be the next victim. If you stay silent now, when this happens to you, there will be no one left to speak up for you. We still believe justice will prevail. We may be in darkness, but we must be the sole light. As one of the largest live streaming platforms in the country, Blue Whale Live naturally wielded considerable power behind the scenes. Within a short span of time, millions of yuan were poured in, and the trending topics on Weibo were almost entirely consumed by the Lin Feng incident. They invested so heavily for two reasons. First, this was already a hot-button issue, and they stood to reap immense profits from it, driving the platform's growth. Second, although they were already among the largest live streaming platforms, they were merely one of them. This incident gave them hope of completely surpassing their rivals and becoming the undisputed number one. Other self-media outlets scurried about like rats catching the scent of blood. One defamatory article after another was churned out from their hands. The social reality reflected by the power money exchange behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng's plagiarism is confirmed, yet he remains untouchable. The forces behind him are simply terrifying. When disaster befalls us, do we still have shields to defend ourselves? Anything even remotely related to Lin Feng quickly became viral hits. In the age of self-media, traffic reigns supreme. Whoever commands traffic commands everything. They were grinning from ear to ear, wishing such an incident could drag on for another month or two, feasting fully on this macabre spectacle. The overwhelming wave of traffic and publicity had thoroughly thrust the name Lin Feng before everyone's eyes. Many even filed complaints with official institutions. Even numerous high-ranking figures began to take notice of the matter. Initially, there were some who spoke up for Lin Feng persistently, trying to clarify the situation. But once the live streaming incident hit the Weibo trending list, those rational media outlets and individuals were instantly overwhelmed, besieged by countless netizens. In particular, the official Weibo account of Imperial Aviation and Aerospace University came under attack, flooded with vile abuse, with almost everyone associated with the school subjected to all-out verbal assault. They demanded that Imperial Aviation and Aerospace University hand over the culprit, vowing not to let the matter rest otherwise. Lin Feng had already been branded as a criminal. Have you no conscience at all? Why won't you step forward and announce your decision? Do you really take the public for fools? Even at this point, there are still people defending Lin Feng. The knife hasn't cut your own flesh, so you don't feel the pain. I hope that in every exam you take you encounter such a person who steals your spot. Are all the leaders at Imperial Aviation and Aerospace University men? Only men would protect their male treasures so fiercely. What are your precious boys, your whole world? Am utterly disappointed, completely disheartened. Is the space for female graduate school candidates really so narrow now? If you can't win by exams, you resort to dirty tricks. Women must become strong and rise to leadership positions to protect us all. I strongly demand that the state reform the graduate school entrance exam policy. Make the written test the final test, as fair as the college entrance exam. Tonight, let our roar against injustice resound across every corner of this nation. I beg for the truth with tears of blood. What about the people at Imperial Nanjing Aeronautics University? Why won't you speak up for us? Yes, you're the beneficiaries. Northern Chang University too. You can't even bear to expel him. Is Lin Feng your pride now? The most aggrieved were the students of Imperial Aviation and Aerospace University and Northern Chang University. Attacking their own schools was difficult for them, as the institutions had always treated them well. But when it came to fighting back, they had no evidence beyond the official statement the schools had already released, so they could only remain silent. They burned with towering fury, yearning to vent it all by hurling every piece of evidence into the faces of those spewing filth. Not long after Blue Whale Live officially began its broadcast, thanks to the overwhelming promotion across the internet, especially with so many shares, the viewership had reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, 8:30 p.m. was a primetime slot. As soon as the broadcast started, the number of viewers instantly surpassed 10 million and kept climbing. Within just a few minutes, it approached 100 million views. This was the largest audience in Blue Whale Live's history, breaking all records. Even top-tier celebrities couldn't compare. The technical staff in the back end were all on high alert. Even though they had anticipated a surge, they never imagined it would reach such an astonishing scale. Once the broadcast began, they were thrown into a flurry of frantic activity, hastily deploying servers to stabilize the ever-growing number of viewers. For this broadcast, they had spared no expense renting numerous external servers, but it still wasn't enough, and the system nearly crashed again. At the last minute, they urgently spent a fortune to borrow additional servers, barely managing to hold things together. Once the live stream was somewhat stabilized, a youthful, sweet-faced girl appeared on the screen. She was Blue Whale Live's flagship, host G Mower. Hello everyone, dear viewers. You all should know by now that today we've invited a heavyweight guest, Liu Chunhua, the student embroiled in the recent graduate school controversy. Today she's here in our studio to share the unfair treatment she has endured. In the face of darkness, we must move forward, bravely illuminating this world with our own light. Let's welcome Liu Chunhua. The scene then shifted, revealing a dormitory. A group of people sat glued to the screen. At the very center sat Feng Yueka, occupying the most prominent position. Beside her, an ordinary-looking girl with a melancholic expression sat staring blankly ahead, her eyes utterly hollow. 4 or 5 others stood behind them. Feng Yueka adjusted the camera to face herself, gave her hair a quick smooth, and smiled at the lens. Hello netizens. I'm Feng Yueka, Chunhua's good friend. Chunhua has been tormented by the graduate school incident into depression, so I'm speaking on her behalf. Feel free to ask anything you'd like. Feng Yueka wasn't bad-looking to begin with. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had so many sycophantic admirers. For this broadcast, she had gone out of her way to put on makeup, and her gentle, sweet appearance instantly captivated countless viewers who subconsciously warmed to her. Is this girl named Feng Yu? She's so pretty. Beautiful girls are always kind-hearted. I think I've heard her name mentioned by some self-media before. Apparently, she's been helping Liu Chunhua all along. What do? I think I'm already falling for her. You guys up there are dreaming. She's my girlfriend. Someone with yellow urine, come wake the guy above. For a moment, many people had completely forgotten about Liu Chunhua's depression, their attention fixed entirely on her. Feng Yu's eyes lit up as she read the compliments flooding the chat. This was exactly the effect she had wanted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to become the spokesperson for today's broadcast. After this live stream, her popularity would surely skyrocket. She would become the next big internet sensation. The owner of Blue Whale Live, sitting at the company headquarters, listened to the staff's reports on the day's numbers and was beside himself with joy. Fortunately, he had acted quickly, seizing this wave of traffic and bringing them onto his platform. This broadcast had broken all previous viewership records. What could the other live streaming platforms possibly do to compete with him? After today, they would undoubtedly become the #1 live streaming platform in the country. Traffic is money. Those ever-growing numbers were like leaping gold coins. He poured himself a glass of red wine ready to celebrate his business empire in advance. But as he raised his glass, he felt a vague sense of crisis looming over him like a dark shadow enveloping him, unsettling his heart. Yet he couldn't figure out where the shadow came from. Suddenly, he thought of the capital behind him. Though he nominally owned the company, much of the equity had shifted with the influx of investment. Those people had been scheming about something all along. But he didn't want to think about it, nor did he care to. He only cared about his own little slice of the pie. In the end, he downed his wine in one gulp, suppressing his unease. He turned back to the live stream. That girl Feng Yueka wasn't bad-looking at all. At the Imperial Aerospace University, a gathering of experts and academicians concluded their discussions. They had determined that the 6th-generation fighter jet would be their primary developmental objective, as it was a matter of national foundation. Moreover, success would save hundreds of billions in research funding and countless resources in manpower and materials. Most importantly, it would catapult them to the status of possessing the world's most formidable fighter jets with a palpable boost in international influence. However, possessing only this outline was insufficient. They required the specific data. Without it, the outline held only reference value, lacking practical applicability. The concrete data was of paramount importance. From the outline, they could discern that the 6th-generation fighter incorporated numerous innovative materials and structures that were unrealizable without the detailed specifications. This further underscored the preciousness of the data. In reality, even if handed a fully assembled 6th-generation Jet 1 could not perfectly replicate it. Without precise data, even with an identical model before you, replication was impossible. The temperature, humidity, material ratios, any slight deviation would lead to results that were off by 1,000 miles. Thus, the immediate priority was to locate Lin Feng, secure the data in his possession, and ensure his safety. Director Liu was not part of these discussions, as this was not his area of expertise. His role was that of a leader, overseeing the overall situation and guaranteeing an optimal research environment. He recalled that Zhang Xinji had previously called Song Jun to arrange his deployment, and thus he had not worried about potential complications, trusting in Song Jun's abilities. Furthermore, since no call for reinforcements had come, it seemed no insurmountable problems had arisen. When he called again, Song Jun informed him that Lin Feng was not at home. Moreover, a crowd had surrounded them, and they had yet to see him. What? Lin Feng is missing? A matter of such magnitude, and you report it only now? Director Liu exclaimed, his voice unprecedentedly stern. In that instant, his mind raced through all the worst-case scenarios. If Lin Feng had been abducted by foreign forces, it would be a catastrophic problem. Song Jun had not anticipated such a strong reaction. Director Liu, Lin Feng is probably fine. Maybe he just stepped out and hasn't returned, or perhaps he's gone into hiding. He's just an ordinary person. He shouldn't be in any significant danger. Though Liu Qishui's position was nominal, he was indeed the deputy director and Song Jun's superior. Liu Qishui's body was tense. A professional's intuition made him restless. He spoke gravely, Song Jun, I don't care what methods you use, you must find him. Remember, I mean at all costs. If necessary, you must seek help from local government, or even the station military. Do you understand? Song Jun's hair stood on end at his tone. Liu Qishui was usually easygoing, and Song Jun had never seen him so angry or use such harsh words. Understood, Director Liu. They'll get on it immediately. Song Jun replied hastily, a heavy weight settling in his heart as he sprang into action. He couldn't bother with the farce unfolding before him. He had already ascertained that these people were simply there to cause trouble, unconnected to Lin Feng. After confiscating their devices, he dismissed them all, ignoring their pleas. All units enter a state of first-level alert. Our mission is to find Lin Feng. Remember, this is a direct order. After hanging up, Liu Qishui hurried back into the meeting room and said anxiously to Zhang Xinji, President Zhang, we have a critical emergency. Lin Feng is missing and we don't know his whereabouts. Do you have his number? We must contact him immediately and confirm his safety. Zhang Xinji shot to his feet. What? They'll call him right away. Their conversation was not private, and the others quickly caught on to the gravity of the situation. What's happened to Lin Feng? How could he go missing? Weren't you people sent to protect him? You must find him. Has he run into criminals, or is he being harassed online? He must not be hurt, otherwise the consequences would be dire. They had long since come to treasure Lin Feng. They wouldn't bear to see him suffer even the slightest harm. Voices clamored over one another. Liu Qishui was overwhelmed and dared not show any anger, for though these people held lower ranks, their importance far exceeded his own. Rest assured, I've already mobilized emergency manpower and resources. We will find him within a few hours. Liu Qishui gave constant reassurances until the group finally backed off. Everyone watched Zhang Xinji with bated breath. Even for a man of Zhang Xinji's age who had given countless lectures and forums, being stared at by so many formidable eyes was unnerving. He steeled himself and dialed Lin Feng's number. The ringtone echoed, each second feeling like an eternity. If the call went unanswered, it would be a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Amidst the collective anxiety, a voice finally came through. Hello, President Zhang, what's the matter? Is there something you need? Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated the call, feigning surprise. A collective sigh of relief washed over the room. The situation was not as dire as they had feared. Zhang Xinji quickly asked, "Where are you right now?" "Our protective detail went to your home, but they said you weren't there." Lin Feng replied. "Yes, I saw so many people online trying to dox my address, so I left today and went to stay with a good friend. I should be quite safe for now." Zhang Xinji let out a long, relieved breath. That's good, that's good. We've reviewed your design for the 6th-generation fighter, and it's absolutely perfect. You've made a great contribution to the nation. However, we'd still like to see your specific technical data. Would it be convenient for you now? They'll send someone to pick it up. The others perked up their ears. The detailed data of the 6th-generation jet held immense allure for them. If they could obtain it today, they would work through the night without rest to analyze and study it. A slight curve formed on Lin Feng's lips. Feigning indifference, he said, "The detailed data. It's on my computer in the living room. I left the file on the desktop. You can just go and get it." All right. Please stay safe. They'll give you a number now. If anything comes up, you can call it, and they will resolve any issue for you." Zhang Xinji then provided Song Zhen's number. He subsequently called Song Zhen, instructing him to retrieve the computer. The academicians nearby were filled with anticipation. It had been a long time since they felt such fervor. Song Zhen was also relieved, thinking this might simplify matters. However, he was also curious about Lin Feng's true identity. Living in such a rented apartment, he didn't seem like someone with significant connections. Why were so many important figures calling him? But when he stepped into the apartment, the living room table was completely empty. There was no computer in sight. His pupils contracted sharply. He quickly called back. Something was wrong. Moments later, the highest command center in Beichong City received orders from the very top to commandeer all surveillance feeds. All law enforcement personnel in Beichong City had their leaves canceled and were immediately deployed. Roadblocks were set up at major intersections, and a grid search began radiating outward from Lin Feng Street. Traffic controls were implemented across all major roads, with every vehicle subject to inspection. All outbound network signals from Beichong City were jammed, and all communications were severed. Additionally, the military received deployment orders, swiftly fanning out across the city for a building-to-building search. Beichong City was effectively sealed off, isolated from the outside world with no way to transmit information outward. All this for the sake of finding a single computer. Every officer involved had the image of that shabby old computer burned into their minds. What kind of computer could this be? The moment all information was cut off, the entire city became an isolated fortress with no data able to flow in or out. This ensured the absolute security of the 6th-generation fighter jet's files. In that instant, a stir of unrest rippled through the city. My computer has no internet. Damn it, I was just at the best part of my live stream. What the hell, my computer's offline too, and I paid my internet bill. The TV signal is gone as well. What the heck is going on? My phone has no signal either, I can't even make a call. Could something huge be happening? Look downstairs, there are so many law enforcers, soldiers, and military trucks. And look at the sky, is that a Z-10 helicopter? A military enthusiast instantly recognized the helicopter model. Military vehicles drove past their building one after another. The Sharpie noticed that the soldiers in the trucks were all heavily armed with live ammunition. They took over one intersection after another, thoroughly inspecting every passing vehicle, even meticulously searching parked cars. A wave of panic began to grip the populace. No signal, no internet, and countless law enforcers and soldiers. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if war was imminent. Just as confusion set in, a broadcast echoed throughout the city. Dear citizens, our government, law enforcement, and military departments are conducting a joint exercise to simulate urban counterterrorism. Please remain calm, stay where you are, and avoid unnecessary travel. Hearing this, the crowd began to settle down. Oh, it's just a drill. I figured it would be over soon. Let's just experience a life without the internet. I didn't know our city had drills like this. We should watch it. It's not something you see every day. This is way more realistic than those TV dramas. All those military shows nowadays are just about romance. It's sickening. There are even special forces units here. I never thought I'd see them in real life. Reassured by the explanation, the onlookers' worry turned to fascination as they watched the drill unfold. Only a few felt that this exercise was far too extensive. Even special forces had been deployed, sealing off street after street, meticulously inspecting every vehicle. It was as if they were searching for something specific. But they could only bury their suspicions. At the capital's airport, a group of academicians and experts escorted by special forces boarded a chartered plane headed directly for Beichong City. The successive incidents had made them restless. Lin Feng's connections were of paramount importance, and if his computer were to be compromised, the damage to the nation would be incalculable. So immediately after the incident, they had jointly petitioned the highest authorities. Faced with the joint signatures of so many academicians and experts along with the 6th-Gen fighter jet, the top leadership took the matter with utmost seriousness. They quickly responded, seal off Beichong City, and order the military to protect the data at all costs. Although the flight from the capital to Beicheng only takes a little over an hour, the military still deployed ample forces for protection, as these individuals were the pillars of the nation, and the loss of any one of them would be a heavy blow. There had been precedents for this. Meanwhile, old Meng was wide-eyed watching the military forces outside, clicking his tongue in amazement. Lin Feng, come look. I've never seen a military exercise this large in my whole life. What do you think they're tracking? Whoa, that's a Type 95 assault rifle, a QBU-88 sniper rifle, and night vision goggles. They even have special forces with sniper rifle stuff you only see in movies. With this many helicopters and troops, they could fight a small-scale regional war. Old Meng was a bit of a military enthusiast himself from watching shows, but he also sensed something unusual about all this. Lin Feng rubbed his nose, knowing more than anyone what was really going on. He was 99% sure this was all for his computer, which contained the 6th-gen fighter jet data. They would stop at nothing to get it back. He could only joke, I lost my computer. Maybe they're helping me find it. Old Meng was speechless. Come on, Lin Feng, can you not brag for once? You think they'd mobilize the army to find your computer? Why not ask them to arrest those girls from your livestream for you? Old Meng said in exasperation. That was too big of a lie. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. If things escalated further, it might not be so far-fetched after all. They had verified his identity multiple times and checked the surveillance, discovering that someone had visited his residence and left with something. That's when they panicked. But this was exactly the effect he wanted. Since they wanted it, he'd give it to them. However, the consequences that followed wouldn't be so easy to bear. Now all he had to do was hope that the thief could hide for a little while longer. Otherwise the fun would be over. Elsewhere, Li Huiming along with two others watched the procession of law enforcement and military vehicles pass by their car. The sight of so many soldiers carrying guns, especially the helicopters overhead, filled them with a growing sense of dread. After all, they had just stolen a computer from someone's home. However, they weren't overly concerned. It was just a stolen computer. There's no way such a massive deployment was for them, right? Don't worry too much. Didn't the broadcast say it's a counterterrorism exercise? Li Huiming said, trying to suppress his unease, unsure if he was reassuring his companions or himself. A counterterrorism exercise. I've got to see this. We don't have these where I'm from. One of them said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Damn, they even have helicopters. But it looks like they're searching for something. What if they search us? Li Huiming didn't know where his anxiety was coming from, but he steadied himself and said, it should be fine. Let's just act normal and get to the nearest highway entrance. We need to get the stuff back as soon as possible. They had driven for hours to get here. Now they had to rush back to crack the encryption. Li Huiming just wanted to get back quickly. He wanted to call Feng Yueka to update her on the situation, but his phone showed no signal. Strange, no signal at all. Is this counterterrorism drill really this realistic? He muttered, feeling increasingly agitated. He just wanted to find the nearest highway entrance, but without a signal, even his GPS navigation was useless. They had to drive around aimlessly asking for directions. Meanwhile, the task force assembled with the city's top investigation experts had finally pinpointed the license plate number after rigorous comparison. When Li Huiming came to steal the computer, he anticipated surveillance cameras, so he had made some preparations in advance and employed certain counter-surveillance measures. Under normal circumstances, solving the case would have taken at least 10 days to half a month, nearly impossible. But he never expected that what he had stolen was something related to state secrets. All the city's investigative experts were summoned, and in less than half an hour, relying on their extraordinary memory, they analyzed and sifted through the traffic, pinpointing the little mouse hidden among the vehicles. After identifying the target, the information of the vehicle Li Huiming was in was distributed to all units. The Sky Network system began to operate. Every surveillance camera in the city was mobilized. As long as they were on the road, they couldn't escape the net of the law. Moreover, they were driving so blatantly. Thus their vehicle was quickly caught by the surveillance system. Countless radio transceivers relayed the commander's orders. Target confirmed. Initiate a full-scale lockdown of Sector S-55. No vehicles or individuals may pass, not even a mosquito. Snow Wolf Special Forces and Black Hawk SWAT team proceed with the arrest. Helicopter Units 1, 2, and 3 establish aerial lockdown. The forces that had been awaiting orders swiftly began the blockade. 2 combat units armed to the teeth chambered their rounds and rapidly encircled the area. Helicopters also changed course to close in. Damn, why is there a traffic jam ahead again? What the hell are the traffic authorities doing? This drill is such a waste of time, a total hassle. Li Huiming cursed. They had finally found the correct highway entrance, but before they could go far they were stuck in another traffic jam. Judging by its length, it would take hours to clear. Suddenly the sound of helicopter rotors echoed overhead. Countless blades spinning. The noise was so loud it felt right next to their ears. One of Li Huiming's lackeys stuck his head out to look and exclaimed in awe. Is that a military helicopter? It's so beautiful. I can even see the people on it clearly. They all seem to be holding guns. Another guy also noticed many figures in camouflage and black uniforms massed rushing toward them, quickly taking up high ground. They grew even more excited. Holy shit, I'm seeing special forces in my lifetime. So many sniper rifles. If only I could have one. Damn the government for banning guns, otherwise everyone would have one. How cool. Their sniper barrels are huge. One shot on a person would probably snap them in half. Seriously, that's fucking awesome. Even now they hadn't realized what was happening. It wasn't their fault. Who would have thought that stealing a computer would bring the entire city's forces down on them? Soon they noticed many armored vehicles ahead covered in steel plates like mechanical beasts, blocking the road ahead. The cars in front of them were also being evacuated one by one. Li Weiming's unease grew stronger. Could this be for us? No matter how certain he had been before, he was now losing confidence. He desperately needed someone to give him a definite answer. But the other two were even more clueless. Brother Li, we only stole a computer. It can't be for us, right? Yehu would send special forces to catch a thief. Maybe the target is in the car next to us. We should keep our distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Li Huaiming listened to their back and forth. His heart calmed a bit. But just as they felt at ease, a beam of bright light shone directly on them. 2 beams, 3 beams, 4 beams. Then the surrounding special forces and SWAT team aimed all their infrared sights at their vehicle. They had become the ultimate target. A voice from the helicopter called for surrender. Vehicle with license plate GA6581A, exit the vehicle immediately. You are surrounded. The men in the car were stunned. Wasn't that their license plate? Damn. Such a huge operation was actually to catch them. What the hell? They wanted to shout out asking if there was a mistake. They were law-abiding citizens. How could this be happening to them? Nearby, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, some even filming and taking photos. After all, such a massive drill was a rare sight. Only they were left in despair. They didn't even have time to think. All directions were sealed off, all vehicles cleared, and countless steel beasts enclosed them from every angle. At the high points, countless sniper rifles were aimed at them. Any wrong move would bring disastrous consequences. Above, 3 helicopter squads locked on from all angles, and they could even see the missiles mounted on them. They were utterly baffled. Why would helicopters carry missiles? Did they have the nerve? Did they have the capability? What they didn't know was that if things reached an irreversible point, the helicopters above might very well launch missiles to completely destroy them, ensuring that the 6th-generation fighter jet data never leaked. Their lives in the face of the state apparatus were trivial, almost to the point of insignificance. Brotherly, what do we do? The two were on the verge of tears. They came to steal something, and special forces were after them. What was this? Was it too unfair? They had only stolen an ordinary old computer. It wasn't some national secret. Did it warrant this? You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? Li Huaiming had never seen such a scene. His throat went dry. Under the night vision devices, their figures inside the car were completely exposed. As they spoke, red dots covered their bodies. The stern voice from the sky continued, "Get out now, or we will take coercive measures. Do not make any sudden moves, or the consequences will be yours to bear. Don't shoot. We're coming out." Li Huaiming opened the door, trembling, careful not to make any sudden moves that might be misinterpreted. The other two did the same. As soon as they stepped out, the SWAT team pounced like wolves, securing them and pressing them to the ground. "Hey sirs, there must be some mistake. I didn't participate in your drill. You've got the wrong guy." Li Huaiming struggled to speak, but the special forces behind him opened the trunk. They took out Lin Feng's computer. "The computer is found. It's here." Li Huaiming. "What the hell? Feng Yueka, what exactly did you make me steal? You damn woman, you've ruined me." The remaining two were utterly dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. Even now, they still believed their crime was mere theft. However, they weren't overly anxious, thinking that no matter how valuable the stolen item was, they wouldn't be sentenced to prison. Once the three were subdued, squads of special forces filed in. They were bound so tightly that escape was virtually impossible. Attempting to flee under such high-level security was nothing short of a fantasy. After inspection, the computer was seized and placed into a specially made safe, one that couldn't be opened even if stolen. Li Huaiming felt like vomiting blood at the sight. What in the hell was this computer? Could it be loaded with nuclear missile plans? Soon they watched as many important figures approached. Each one glanced at them as they passed, seemingly curious about who would be so audacious. Even those he didn't recognize exuded an imposing aura of authority. The only one he recognized was a military officer with a single star on his shoulder. But even that one person was enough to crush them. After arriving, they meticulously inspected the safe's security, then arranged for special forces to guard it closely. Trying to steal it would be as difficult as staging an outright rebellion. However, almost no one knew what data was stored inside the computer. They only knew their task was to protect it and ensure it came to no harm whatsoever. After the general finished his inspection, he immediately reported to his superiors. After reporting, he walked over to Li Huaiming, his piercing gaze fixed on him. "I regret to inform you that you are under arrest. The crime you have committed is stealing state secrets, nearly causing the nation a loss of hundreds of billions. This is tantamount to treason. Hearing the charge, Li Huaiming and his companions felt their legs go weak, nearly collapsing on the spot. Treason. Was this really necessary? If the charge stuck, their lives would be ruined, spent in a sunless prison cell. We're innocent, sir. We didn't do anything with the computer after we got it. We didn't even turn it on. We were instructed to steal it. She said it contained evidence of Lin Feng's corruption and bribery, and we were to hand it over to someone else for decryption. At this point, Li Huaiming didn't care about secrecy or his goddess anymore. If he lost his life, what use was a goddess? The general heard what he wanted. Good, the computer wasn't opened. He said calmly, I heard you mention a name, Feng Yueka. Was she the one who instructed you to do this? Li Huaiming hesitated. The other two immediately shouted, Brother Huaiming, just say it, or we'll all lose our lives. Li Huaiming's expression hardened. He gritted his teeth and confessed everything. Yes, it was Feng Yueka. She said that once we got the data, Lin Feng would be disgraced and ruined, unable to face the world. Since he had already confessed, he didn't mind revealing more. Our plan was to drive back and give the computer to a man named Liu Chunhua. He's the one responsible for cracking it. The general narrowed his eyes. Thank you for your cooperation. You will now be taken in for questioning. I hope you will confess everything during the interrogation. I don't like repeating myself as it wastes everyone's time. After speaking, the general handed them over to the Law Enforcement Bureau. They would handle the interrogation and compile the information. With their mission complete, the task of catching the remaining culprits was left to the local authorities. After confirming the computer's absolute safety, the city's network slowly began to recover. Once the network was restored, many people who had been watching the live stream quickly clicked back in to continue cursing Lin Feng. At that moment, due to this unprecedented mega live broadcast, the online abuse directed at Lin Feng reached an all-time high. Never had anyone caused such a massive vortex of controversy online. Lin Feng was certainly the first. Feng Yueka had absolute control over the narrative, others couldn't get a word in edgewise with her speaking on behalf of everyone. Her words were filled with endless slander against Lin Feng. She described the Imperial Aerospace University and Beichong University as places akin to toilets that only sheltered evil. She even began to attack the nation's education system, claiming the postgraduate entrance exam was extremely unfair. She claimed to be petitioning for the people. This instantly sparked a huge response. She felt she had become a leader of institutional reform in the new era, basking in glory, with countless followers comparable to a top-tier celebrity. During the stream, she raised many viewpoints, all attacking the nation's systems. This had already delved into the political sphere. In truth, these ideas weren't entirely her own. Not long ago, a foreigner had contacted her saying he saw her articles on Weibo and offered an annual salary of hundreds of thousands of dollars just for her to say certain things. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. She had never seen that much money. Besides, it was just about voicing her opinions. Didn't she have the freedom of speech? Gradually, some listeners began to feel uneasy. It seemed like she was injecting a lot of her own hidden agenda. But there were more fanatics who only believed in Feng Yueka's rhetoric, dismissing any opposition as mere argument. Behind the scenes, the owner of the Blue Whale streaming platform was grinning from ear to ear at the back-end data. Today's traffic had hit an all-time record. They had completely siphoned away the traffic from other major platforms. A great commercial empire was being born in his hands. Since the stream began, their stocks had been rising. One could only imagine how high they would soar after today. He didn't care about Feng Yueka's statements at all. It was just a slightly wider impact, and such talk was so common abroad that he was used to it. What he cared about now was the stock price and the attitude of the investors behind him. After making such a monumental contribution, they should be treating him like royalty. A toast was in order. It was time to start celebrating. Unbeknownst to him, the stream had already been going on for over an hour. Feng Yueka, getting excited, stood up and spoke directly to the camera. Our society systems are at a point where they must change. Our rights as women should be in our own hands, not in the hands of others. If you're a woman, you should support me. If you're a man, you should support me even more. This is what social fairness looks like. Feng Yueka spoke with unwavering conviction, her gaze resolute. Below, a group of her followers were furiously typing supportive comments. Well said, sister. We women lack a leader like you, which is why we've been getting more and more oppressed, and our situation keeps getting worse. A great woman once said, our destiny is in our own hands. All we have to lose are our chains, but we have a world of women's rights to gain. The postgraduate entrance exam system is fundamentally unfair. I suggest we abolish the recommendation system and the interviews entirely, and let everything be judged by machines. A single written test should be enough. I suggest adding more women to leadership positions in universities and establishing supervisory teams to speak up for us. Sisters, you speak so well. You're so eloquent. I'm going to screenshot everything you said and show it to our leader to make him feel ashamed. People like Lin Feng are the true cancer of this society. There are too many such cancers, and they must be eradicated. Wasn't his address leaked earlier? Are there any sisters who want to form a group and go to his house tomorrow? Sisters, I think we shouldn't just limit this to our country. We should post this online internationally and let international organizations speak up for us. They were all fervently agitated, acting like madmen. Meanwhile, some male viewers found these remarks unbearable. They were too extreme. They began to reflect. Was Lin Feng really at fault? Perhaps he wasn't that heinous after all. At the same time, in the city where Feng Yu's university was located, a fleet of special vehicles had moved into position. They were heading straight for her location. At Jibei University of Technology, President Zheng Jiansheng was also watching the live stream. Feng Yueka and Liu Chunhua were both students at his institution. Given the scale of the commotion they had stirred up, it was impossible for him, as the president, to remain unaware. However, he harbored his own ambitions. Although Jibei University of Technology boasted a respectable overall ranking, it perpetually hovered on the fringes of being a second-tier institution. Moreover, the upcoming university reforms would soon determine the list of schools to be elevated to first-tier status. This was his aspiration. Should the university be elevated to first year, his own standing would naturally rise in tandem, and the government support funds allocated to him would double. Previously, the university's prestige was woefully inadequate. Yet a single student, Liu Chunhua, had thrust Jibei University of Technology into the public eye for the first time. The attention garnered during this period surpassed the cumulative attention of the previous decade. Their Weibo followers skyrocketed. He was immensely pleased with these statistics. However, fortune favors the bold, and with it came a maelstrom of controversy. Fame is a double-edged sword. Wielded wisely, it could illuminate his future prospects. But mishandled, it could spell disaster for his tenure as president. He had been delighted before tonight's broadcast, confident that his students would emerge victorious. Not only would they gain visibility, but it would also enhance the university's reputation. Why wouldn't he support it? However, tonight's live stream had completely disrupted his plans. The discussion had escalated to politically charged rhetoric, especially regarding certain rights and powers, a red line that must never be crossed. It was an extremely volatile factor. Anyone who dared to touch it would pay the price. Yet they were chanting such slogans, venturing into political territory, which he absolutely could not tolerate. Furthermore, they even intended to take their grievances abroad. If this attracted the attention of major foreign media outlets, it would also draw the scrutiny of the international community. Even at the national level, he would be held accountable. The mere thought of these consequences made him restless, wishing he could fly over and cut off their broadcast immediately. However, the live stream had already stirred up intense public outrage. If he intervened now, it would be broadcast nationwide, and every action he took would be exposed to the entire internet. Instead of stopping the stream, he would only end up embroiled in scandal. Trapped between a rock and a hard place. Cold sweat trickled down his body. Although the students had already completed their postgraduate entrance exams, they still had 2 months until graduation. Everything they did would be linked back to him as the president. If only they had stirred up this storm after leaving the university. He wished he could rewind time to a few days ago. Even if it meant sacrificing the fame, he would rather not have the situation escalate to this point. He took a deep breath, furrowed his brow, and pondered how to minimize the fallout. Just then his phone suddenly rang, startling him. Here it comes. His heart tightened. It was likely the accountability call from his superiors, who must have seen the politically charged remarks in the live stream. He was now at a loss for words. The caller ID showed it was the highest-ranking official of Jibei City. Although as a provincial university, that official had no direct authority over him at this critical juncture, receiving this call was far from good news. He took a deep breath and answered. Hello, secretary. A deep voice came from the other end. Laojian, what have you done? You weren't even aware of this situation with your own students. I just watched the broadcast. Do you realize how serious these remarks are? The higher-ups are closely monitoring this. Sweat beaded on Zheng Jiansheng's forehead. Even though their ranks weren't vastly different, he dared not argue. I'm terribly sorry. I never imagined things would escalate to this point. I accept full responsibility. It was the first time he had been so subservient. But if he didn't, his position might not be secure. The deep voice on the other end interrupted him. Your self-criticism is of little concern to me right now. The higher-ups just called. You are to immediately lock down the campus. No one is allowed to leave. Do you understand? This is your chance to atone for your mistakes. Zheng Jiansheng's heart skipped a beat. The higher-ups. That must mean the provincial level. His students had actually alarmed the provincial authorities. He also caught the latter part of the message, which served as a subtle hint. Some things didn't need to be spelled out, a mere suggestion was enough for him to grasp the meaning. Understood. He'll take care of it immediately. After hanging up, Zheng Jiansheng stood in a daze, his mind racing. The order to lock down the entire campus puzzled him. Although Feng Yueka had made some inappropriate remarks, it hardly seemed to warrant provincial intervention, let alone a full campus lockdown. What were they planning to do? Take them away for questioning? Didn't they realize the massive public backlash that would ensue? The higher-ups couldn't possibly be unaware of that. Yet they proceeded anyway, which meant an irresistible force was at play, compelling them to act swiftly and decisively. Contemplating the potential consequences filled him with dread. If he got caught up in this, he would be doomed. He quickly shook his head to dispel such terrifying thoughts and immediately called the head of campus security. Within moments, all 4 campus gates were sealed, and every security personnel was on duty. Zhang Jiansheng went to the east gate to await the arrival. When he got there, many people who hadn't yet entered the campus were outside shouting. They had just stepped out to pick up a food delivery, only to find themselves locked out of the school. Moreover, the security personnel stood in tense formation. No matter how loudly they protested, the guards remained impassive. Soon their voices died down. A convoy of special vehicles arrived, and fully armed SWAT officers jumped out one after another, sealing off all 4 gates. Zhang Jiansheng's scalp tingled with apprehension. "President, what's happening? Is there a dangerous person on campus?" A mid-level manager beside him asked. "I don't know. I'm not sure either. But ask what you should and don't ask what you shouldn't." Zhang Jiansheng silenced him. Such a massive show of force, and with the city's highest official personally calling him, this was no trivial matter. Furthermore, apart from ordering the lockdown, they had informed him of nothing else. He was kept in the dark, which proved that the higher-ups didn't fully trust him. But he had no time to dwell on it. The SWAT team quickly took full control of the campus and secured the gates. Seeing this, the students buzzed with speculation, pulling out their phones to take photos. The SWAT commander glanced over but didn't bother to stop them. The entire campus was already sealed off. Now it was just a matter of catching fish in a barrel. Photos wouldn't change anything. He walked over to Zhang Jiansheng, saluted, and pulled him aside. "President Zhang, we have orders from above. Fang Yueka is connected to foreign forces and is suspected of stealing state secrets. We must immediately lock down the campus and arrest Fang Yueka and her associates." Zhang Jiansheng's mind went blank. Foreign forces, state secrets. Neither of those terms had anything to do with ordinary students. If the state were falsely accusing her, it would make no sense. Her remarks, though politically charged, wouldn't warrant arrest, especially not on such flimsy charges. This could only mean the accusations were true. "They'll take you there right away." Zhang Jiansheng was utterly shocked, but he had no choice but to comply. Fang Yueka had made such a spectacle that her address was public knowledge, and Zhang Jiansheng knew it as well. Squads of SWAT officers sealed off every entrance to the dormitory building. They made their way to her room. Standing outside, they could still hear Fang Yuek's impassioned voice within. The commander gave a signal, and the well-trained SWAT officers swiftly breached the door. In an instant, they appeared before the eyes of the entire internet. "Everyone freeze." A thunderous shout rang out. Before anyone inside could react, they were all subdued by the heavily armed SWAT team in less than a second. The cameras were still rolling, broadcasting the scene to the entire internet. Everyone was stunned into absolute silence by the spectacle. What was happening? A mere live stream had brought out the SWAT team. Had freedom of speech ceased to exist? The barrage of comments exploded instantly. The crowd was already seething with indignation, and seeing their spiritual leader Fang Yueka being restrained ignited their fury completely. "It's just a live stream. Since when does that warrant a SWAT team? My God, the world is getting more surreal by the day. Is there anything these people won't do? They're using violent state forces to destroy the truth. This is a tragedy of our times. We are as insignificant as ants in this era. Is any country safe anymore? I want to emigrate. What right do you have to condemn them? What right do you have to arrest them? You are destroying the nation's credibility. You must provide evidence, or we will file a joint lawsuit against you. Do you have any respect for the law? Where are the complaint channels? Sisters, let's all file complaints together. What crime have they committed to deserve such treatment? This is blatant persecution." Countless comments flooded the screen. The back-end servers nearly crashed under the load. Fang Yueka and the others were stunned into a blank panic the moment the team burst in, but she, being clever, quickly regained her composure. She honestly believed she hadn't committed any serious wrongdoing. Moreover, public opinion was on her side. Their heavy-handed tactics would only stir up more defiance, placing her on a moral high ground. The entire nation was watching the live stream. They wouldn't dare overstep their bounds in front of everyone, and in a society governed by law, arrests require evidence, especially with the whole world watching. The ensuing backlash would be overwhelming. No one would dare risk such a scandal. Fang Yueka also believed she had done nothing egregious. At most, she had instigated Li Huaiming to steal the computer, and she had merely instigated it. Theft wasn't a major crime, and it certainly couldn't be pinned on her directly. Her heart settled instantly. After casting a reassuring glance at the others, she faced the SWAT commander fearlessly. "This dormitory is our private space. You have no search warrant and entered without permission, using such a grand display of force. I ask you, what heinous crime have we committed to warrant such treatment?" Fang Yueka stared at them intently, demanding a clear explanation. However, the SWAT commander was a seasoned veteran, unshaken by her questions. They had come prepared with ample evidence. A cold sneer curled on his lips as he stared back sternly. On the sovereign territory of Xia, there is no such thing as a private space in this context. We are wearing easily identifiable law enforcement uniforms and have the authority to question you. I may not have a search warrant, but I do have an arrest warrant. With that, he produced a document stamped with several official seals and held it up for all to see. You are Feng Yueka, the principal offender in this case. I am hereby notifying you that you are suspected of orchestrating the theft of state secrets. Your accomplice Li Huaiming has been apprehended and has confessed everything, identifying you as the mastermind. Furthermore, you are suspected of colluding with foreign entities receiving their payments with the intent to subvert the state. The commander's voice was resonant and firm, each word striking them like a heavy hammer, leaving them deafened and shaken. His words were broadcast live across the nation without any attempt at concealment. The entire audience was stunned. What? Orchestrating theft of state secrets? Colluding with foreign forces? How is that possible? Who are you trying to fool? Sisters, they're obviously framing them. This is utterly absurd. They were merely recounting the events of the exam. Instead of arresting the actual criminals, you're targeting Feng Yueka. This is a blatant crime. I don't believe it. I absolutely refuse to believe it. We want evidence. Show us the evidence. They couldn't fathom how Feng Yueka could be linked to such serious charges. If proven, she would be utterly ostracized across the entire nation. Feng Yueka was also shocked, her world crumbling around her. Despite her composed exterior, she was just a fresh graduate. Faced with these accusations, she felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Her only recourse was to deny everything vehemently. Impossible. You're slandering me. Who is Li Huaiming? I've never met him, nor have I ever instructed anyone to steal a computer. This is all a fabrication. The commander saw she was still in denial and decided to cut the charade short. Enough with the denials. You know exactly what you've done. He has confessed to everything, including your chat logs. The evidence is conclusive. As for your collusion with foreign forces, we live in the digital age. If you've done it, you can't hide it forever. You will be exposed. Take them all away. Liu Chunhua and the others were on the verge of a breakdown. When had Feng Yueka gotten entangled in such crimes? They had been with her all along, plotting one event after another, and now feared being implicated. Among them were those who had been accepted into graduate programs or were preparing for civil service exams. They understood the stakes perfectly. Any association with this would ruin their future prospects. So they immediately cried out, "This has nothing to do with us." It was all Feng Yueka's plan. She even said she'd expose everything on Lin Feng's computer to the public and use the mob to destroy his life. We knew nothing. She did it all herself just to get famous. We're the ones who've been ruined by her. It was all Feng Yueka's doing. We didn't do anything. We just followed her orders. She wrote all those posts. She's the one who told me to fake depression. She stirred up all the online outrage. Liu Chunhua had only wanted to reclaim her graduate school spot, but now facing prison time, she'd rather give it up. She could always try again next year. Abandoning all pretense of sisterhood, she shifted all the blame away from herself. Terrified of the consequences, the others' mental defenses crumbled. They spilled everything they knew, piling all the responsibility onto Feng Yueka. As she listened to them talk over each other, portraying her as a heinous villain, Feng Yueka nearly spat blood. When things were going well, they all enjoyed the benefits. Now that trouble had arrived, everything was suddenly her fault. Especially Liu Chunhua, whom she had helped so much. Not only was there no gratitude, but she was now being viciously betrayed. Liu Chunhua, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? If you hadn't come crying to me about your stolen spot, why would I have done so much for you? And the rest of you? All that money from online tips we used for food and snacks. Have you all forgotten already? Feng Yueka pointed accusingly at each of them, her hands trembling with rage. They immediately fought back. What do you mean standing up for me? Do you think I'm stupid? You just wanted to get famous and become an influencer to sell products. You thought I didn't know? You even made me fake depression, ensuring I got nothing out of this. Liu Chunhua glared at her with such intensity that an outsider might think they were mortal enemies. The others followed suit, no longer caring what they should or shouldn't say, pouring out everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Huh, don't think we don't know. You pocketed most of the tips and tried to fob us off with a few snacks. You're shameless. Besides, that money wasn't for you. It was for Chunhua. And in the end, she got nothing. Can you be any more despicable? With that, their so-called sisterhood shattered completely. The SWAT team leader watched the chaotic scene of accusations unfold without any attempt to intervene. He had thought that Feng Yueka would remain tight-lipped, requiring considerable effort to extract information from her in the interrogation room, and even then refuting the rumors online would be a daunting task. Unexpectedly, the confession came so effortlessly. Their alliance crumbled right there without them having to expend any effort at all. It was so easy that they could scarcely believe it. The women turned on each other, spilling all the sordid secrets they had hidden in private. Countless people witnessed this farce. They watched in stunned disbelief. The goddess they had idolized was in reality someone who manipulated them for fame and profit. They had even defended her online, treating her as a spiritual icon. Now they only felt like vomiting. Is this real or fake? Why did they use our kindness like this? Given the situation, it must be true. They truly played us for fools. I'm so speechless. Damn it. I even donated a few hundred yuan after seeing their posts on Weibo. Give me back my money. Indeed, not everyone can be called a sister, it's all about interests. I knew it. I noticed something was off with her during the live stream. She kept attacking certain national policies. If they were scheming against Lin Feng, does that mean he's truly innocent? Many people witnessing this spectacle gradually calmed down. It all felt like a dream. The more they had worshipped them moments ago, the deeper their hatred now. This was especially true for the students of Imperial Aviation and Aerospace University and Beichong University, who had been slandered mercilessly without a chance to defend themselves. Now seeing them arrested and their dirty secrets exposed, they finally felt a sense of vindication. However, the specifics still awaited an official statement. I'm just curious about one thing now. What exactly is this theft of state secrets? How could she be connected to such a crime? And colluding with foreign forces? That's a serious charge. With these two charges combined, even a god couldn't recover. Even being implicated in just one would ruin any future prospects. Damn, I'm getting more and more curious. Does anyone have the answers? As if forgetting the previous incident, the barrage of comments started flooding again. But no one was there to answer them. Those who could were now locked in cages. The SWAT team leader, seeing that they had argued enough, raised his hand to silence them. All right, that's enough. Save your words for the interrogation at the bureau. You can say whatever you want, confess whatever you want there. The more you confess, the better your chances of clearing your name. But if you resist, be prepared for the consequences. We already have all the evidence we need. In the information age, nothing can be hidden. Had they not been restrained, Fang Yueka and the others might have started physically attacking each other. One by one, they were led away. A massive online storm that had swept across hundreds of millions concluded with this absurd spectacle. Countless people who had witnessed the live stream and the ensuing drama began to distrust the news they saw online. It was always like this. There was always a twist. What they cared about now was whether Lin Feng was truly innocent. But as the live stream was cut off, that remained their unanswered question for the night. When the CEO of the Blue Whale livestream platform heard the report from his staff about the incident, he was so startled that his glass slipped from his hand and shattered. The fact that they were taken away during the live stream proved that the people behind them had absolute evidence and could sway public opinion. This forced him to ponder many things. Especially after witnessing that chaotic spectacle, he was filled with regret. These idiots, how could they be so stupid? At a time like this, they're still shifting blame and exposing all their dirty secrets. How could they say those things? They should have taken those secrets to their graves. The shock was so great that he had even forgotten to eat during the live stream. He paced back and forth in his spacious office, racking his brain for a remedy. Since the live stream ended, their platform's online user count had plummeted, dropping to less than a fifth of what it was. That scene had left a terrible impression on many. Not only had they failed to capitalize on the night's traffic, but they had also gotten themselves into trouble. He imagined the other major livestream platforms were laughing their heads off, winning without lifting a finger. The thought alone was enough to make him sick. Moreover, there were more severe consequences. Everyone knew that Fang Yueka was his guest. He had also received insider information that the state was highly dissatisfied with the online chaos, particularly with livestream platforms like his that repeatedly caused incidents. This had already caught the attention of higher-ups. Although there was no news yet, the calm was the prelude to a storm. He needed to convene an emergency meeting overnight to deal with the impending stock market crash. He wouldn't be sleeping tonight. The question was whether he could survive tomorrow. He hurried off to arrange countermeasures overnight. Meanwhile, at Beichong City Airport, a private jet landed amidst the expectant gazes of a crowd. The identities of these arrivals were too precious. They were either academicians or top experts, and even the president of the National Academy of Sciences was among them. They were the nation's treasures, so their security was handled by special forces. All the city's key decision-makers had gathered to welcome them. Although they didn't know why they had all come, they could guess it might be related to that computer. Their curiosity was piqued. What could possibly be in that computer that would make so many academicians and experts fly all the way from the capital? But that was beyond their knowledge. The door of the private jet slowly opened. One by one, academicians and top experts emerged, accompanied by special forces from the capital. Each was fully armed with a distinctive bearing that spoke of extensive combat experience. The leaders watched them with curiosity. They had seen academicians before, but such a large number of them along with top experts was a rare sight. Especially notable among them were the president of the National Academy of Sciences, the deputy director of the National Security Bureau, and the director of the 865 Research Institute. The special forces responsible for their security were on high alert, meticulously monitoring the surroundings for any potential breach. Because these individuals were not ordinary experts, they were crucial to the nation's strategic aircraft program. Losing even one would be an immense loss. How could they not ensure top-notch security? After stepping out, they took a brief breath of fresh air before eagerly wanting to see the computer. President Chen, the leader of this group of scholars, greeted the highest decision-maker of Beichong City. After exchanging formalities, he began to inquire. Have the suspects been apprehended? Is the computer undamaged? Has any information been leaked? The highest decision-maker nodded. Rest assured, President Chen. We have already interrogated them. They didn't have a chance to do anything. The computer is under tight security with round-the-clock monitoring. There's no way any information will leak out. Thank you. You have prevented a great loss for the nation. President Chen expressed his profound gratitude. It's our duty. I want to ask what's inside. Even if I did, you wouldn't tell me. Now let me take you to see the computer. The highest decision-maker said with a chuckle. I'm sorry, but you will know in due time. President Chen said with a dismissive laugh. Indeed, even if asked, he wouldn't have said. This matter had to be kept strictly confidential. After confirming that the computer was intact, the group, under extremely tight security, headed towards Lin Feng's. The procession advanced along the road, shielded by a formidable cordon of special forces and SWAT units. Among all those present, none bore a heavier burden than the highest-ranking official of Beichong City, who dreaded the slightest unforeseen mishap. If this assembly of academicians were to be wiped out here, China's aerospace development would be set back by at least a decade. Putting himself in the enemy's shoes, he reasoned that if they possessed such intelligence and resources, they might indeed be tempted to orchestrate a catastrophic accident. Thus, while the roads were not entirely sealed, every intersection was fortified with formidable protective measures. The expert's itinerary remained transparent to Beichong's decision-makers. Moreover, Lin Feng's identity was no longer a pressing concern. The immense manpower and resources mobilized for him had etched his name into the collective consciousness. Speculation about his origins ran rampant. Eventually, select details of Lin Feng's personal profile would be strategically released to quell public curiosity, yet nothing is classified as the 6th-generation fighter program. That secret remained an absolute impenetrable truth for everyone involved. Even among themselves, the most critical technologies were held by a select few. When they finally met Lin Feng, only the academicians and experts would be present, all other personnel would be kept out. They followed the address Lin Feng had provided, oblivious that their route led directly toward Beichong University. Upon receiving the news, the university's president abandoned his half-eaten meal without a second thought and rushed frantically to the campus. Through internal channels, he quickly learned that nearly all the visitors were academicians and top-tier experts, including the president of the National Academy of Sciences. Their destination was unmistakably his university, a modest second-tier institution about to host dozens of towering figures. His composure shattered instantly. He had no idea why such a prestigious delegation would visit his school, yet he knew that even heads of state would personally welcome such a distinguished group. Frantically, he called the university, issuing urgent orders to ensure nothing was amiss. But when he finally arrived, breathless, he witnessed the convoy, a seemingly endless line of black vehicles flanked by over a dozen armored escorts. He was about to sprint to the gate to greet them when the entire procession swept past the campus without so much as a pause, roaring off into the distance. His words died in his throat as he watched them vanish. Behind him, a cluster of bewildered mid-level administrators stared in confusion. Hadn't they been told the delegation was coming to their school? Why had they all just left? Principal, where are they headed? Did they take a wrong turn? What should we do now? One of the administrators asked. The principal shook his head, his eyes thoughtful. If I'm not mistaken, they weren't coming for us at all. We could never accommodate such esteemed figures. There's only one person in this city who could command such a delegation. You mean Lin Feng? The other finally realized. The principal nodded, a knowing look on his face. Who else? Only he possesses such allure, such value. Though puzzled by the underlying reasons, he remained profoundly awestruck. This entire delegation of experts and academicians, and the citywide counterterrorism operation that had swept through earlier, he knew full well it had all been orchestrated for Lin Feng. This former student of his had grown immeasurably towering in his mind, shrouded in an impenetrable fog of mystery. He had a vague inkling, yet dared not voice it, and no one could offer him certainty. At the same time, he felt a profound sense of relief. Even when faced with overwhelming public pressure, he had refused to yield, opting merely to initiate an investigation and dragging it out over a month. Had he caved and expelled Lin Feng, or imposed severe punishment, he would have been powerless to resist the storm that followed. A wave of lingering dread washed over him. All right, let's head back. No one fully understands today's events. And immediately cease all investigations into Lin Feng. The principal waved his hand dismissively, and the other administrators nodded in agreement. The investigation had been largely perfunctory anyway, stopping it was hardly a loss. A delegation of this caliber couldn't possibly be mistaken. Lin Feng must harbor a monumental secret. The allegations of plagiarism in his research papers were to all appearances utterly baseless and fabricated. Meanwhile, the convoy had been attempting to reach Lin Feng by phone, but all calls went unanswered. Fortunately, they had his address, or they would have had no idea where to find him. Though they could have cracked into his computer, its value paled in comparison to Lin Feng himself. Inside a modest apartment in the Lupin City residential complex, Liu Meng, clad in shorts and flip-flops with a bare torso, was deeply engrossed in a heated gaming session when the doorbell suddenly chimed. He rose from his seat, shouting toward the door, "Lin Feng, didn't I give you the code? Did you forget it again? I thought you were heading to the library. Why are you back so soon?" He opened the door as he spoke, and froze, utterly stunned by the scene before him. An army of SWAT officers had materialized out of nowhere. They were stationed on both sides, their eyes scanning the surroundings with predatory vigilance, while the entire building seemed riddled with surveillance. At the center of the crowd stood a group of spirited, white-haired old men who looked strangely familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen them. Notably, a cluster of men in suits flanked the white-haired elders, their demeanor resembling that of subordinates. Among these suited figures, he recognized several faces, men he had seen seated on the podium during his own meetings. "Holy shit," he blurted out, instinctively slapping a hand over his mouth. "Secretary Zhang, what are you doing here?" he stammered. Secretary Zhang, taken aback by being recognized, nodded with a slight smile. "You know me. I'm a counselor at Beicheng University. I saw you once when you came to inspect our school," Liu Meng said, a touch embarrassed. Secretary Zhang nodded. "I'm here to see Lin Feng. We've recovered his computer." Liu Meng was speechless. A cough racked his body as he nearly choked on his own saliva. "What? A computer?" He recalled Lin Feng mentioning before he left that if anyone returned his computer they should wait. He was just going to the library and would be back soon. He had thought Lin Feng had lost his mind. Who on earth would come to return a computer? But here they were in the flesh. And not just anyone. The city's highest-ranking decision-maker. No, wait. They weren't even the main event. The real stars were those white-haired old men. His gaze remained fixed on them, his eyes clouded with bewilderment. Why did they look so familiar? He knew he had seen them somewhere before. Secretary Zhang, noticing his gaze fixed on the academicians nearby, cleared his throat and spoke. "Young man, won't you invite us in to sit for a while?" Old Meng, jolted back to reality, quickly ushered them inside. "Please come in. I'm sorry, everyone. Lin Feng just mentioned he went to the library and won't be back for a while. He said if anyone came to please wait. He didn't take his phone and I couldn't reach him. Not back yet." Dean Chun and the others exchanged glances, taken aback. Yet Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated their arrival. Meng's apartment was considered spacious, around 140 square meters, but even without the special forces entering, the entire place was packed to the brim. All the available stools were brought out, and still there weren't enough, leaving some to stand. While moving the stools, a sudden realization struck Meng. He finally remembered who these people were. The bespectacled man addressed as Dean Chun. Wasn't he the top expert in their aerospace engineering field, an academician and dean of the National Academy of Sciences? During his university years, he had analyzed many of his papers. In the eyes of aerospace engineering students, this man was practically a deity. He never imagined that this very luminary would now be sitting in his own living room. A thrill ran through him. Such top-tier giants. Absolutely formidable. He also recognized the others beside him. They were all academicians in aerospace engineering, familiar from countless online lectures he had watched. He hadn't recognized them at first. Now it all clicked. After identifying them, a profound shock reverberated within him. No wonder Secretary Zhang, the city's highest decision-maker, was standing off to the side. If the front row were academicians, who were the others sitting alongside them as equals? Those chatting casually with Dean Chun must be at least of the same caliber. A torrent of disbelief flooded his mind. Had his ancestors' graves emitted some auspicious green smoke? So many academicians and experts had come to his home. The first question they asked was about Lin Feng. They were clearly here specifically for him. His curiosity intensified. Besides the recent postgraduate exam plagiarism incident, what else had Lin Feng done? How could he have caused such a stir? No wonder he had said the citywide counter-terrorism operation was to help him find his computer. It turned out to be true. He curiously examined everyone present. These were people he had only ever seen in textbooks or on television. The thought that even his own university professors might be disciples or descendants of these figures made him even more restless. He feared they might suddenly direct a question at him. However, he was clearly overthinking. Their sole focus was Lin Feng, and they were here exclusively for him. These academicians and experts possessed remarkable composure. After the initial pleasantries, they simply sat in place sipping tea without any unnecessary movements. By now their urgency had subsided, and they waited leisurely for Lin Feng's return. Since we're here now, Lin Feng can't possibly run away. Seeing them waiting in silence, Secretary Zhang tentatively suggested, "Esteemed seniors, Lin Feng might not be back for a while. Perhaps we could move to the city's meeting room. It's more spacious, and you must be tired from your journey. You could rest there, and when Lin Feng returns, I'll send someone to bring him over." His intentions were good. Having these white-beard elders wait, there was indeed a trial of patience. However, nearly everyone rejected his proposal, shaking their heads in unison. Dean Chun shook his head and said, "Well, wait right here. When he returns, we can go to the meeting room together. You don't need to stay with us either. Our meeting later may require your exclusion. Why don't you all go back and rest for now? Also, you can withdraw all the security personnel outside. It's fine, no one will attack us here. Secretary Zhang felt a sense of helplessness. Each of these individuals was more stubborn than the last, and none wanted to leave. Moreover, he couldn't afford to offend any of them. With a sigh, he went to arrange the external personnel. What Dean Shin said was true. They would only be waiting during the meeting anyway, with no idea how long it would last. They also had work the next morning. He sent the other decision-makers home and ordered most of the SWAT and special forces back to their posts. Still, he didn't dare withdraw everyone. He kept a highly elite SWAT squad on standby. He himself also stayed behind, ready for any unforeseen incidents. Several seats in the room opened up, and Dean Shun invited the restless Meng to sit down. Meng dared not sit boldly. He perched on the edge of the sofa, sitting rigidly, afraid of leaving a poor impression. Dean Shin found his demeanor slightly amusing and looked at him kindly. Don't be so tense. Let's just chat casually. I'd like to learn more about Lin Feng. Could you tell me about him? The others all leaned in, their faces showing keen interest. Finding a topic to latch onto, Meng finally relaxed and began recounting everything he knew about Lin Feng piece by piece. We were classmates in university, both majoring in aerospace materials. The first time I met him, I felt he was exceptionally composed. Perhaps because his family background wasn't great, he worked part-time throughout college. During university, when we went out to play, he would usually stay in the dorm reading papers or writing articles. Other times he was in the library studying or in the lab conducting experiments with our teachers. Meng, once he started talking, became animated and expressive. He narrated ordinary events with remarkable vividness. The academicians and experts listened with beaming smiles, impressed that Lin Feng was not only gifted in research, but also incredibly diligent in private. He was the perfect successor in their eyes. To have such a student in one's lifetime would be a dream fulfilled. Towards the end, especially when mentioning the recent graduate exam incident, he hastily assured them, Lin Feng really didn't plagiarize. As his brother, I absolutely believe in him. Outsiders don't see his efforts, but we've witnessed them all. Dean Shin nodded. Rest assured, we will handle this matter fairly and justly. We've already investigated thoroughly, and Lin Feng has committed no plagiarism whatsoever. Hearing these words of assurance, Meng finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the president of the National Academy of Sciences vouching for him, there was truly no doubt left. Inside the library, Lin Feng closed a book with a troubled expression. Although the knowledge he absorbed continuously propelled his scientific research capabilities, he had still underestimated the power of the 7th-generation fighter jet. While he had solved the formulaic problem from 2 days ago, new challenges had arisen in its wake. The materials were manageable, as they could be upgraded from the 6th-generation jet's composition through a series of refining processes. However, the most daunting issue now lay in the energy sector. Energy was the very heart of a fighter jet. Without solving the energy problem, meeting the 7th-generation standards would be utterly impossible. Even if other technological aspects advanced by leaps and bounds, it would merely make for a slightly more powerful 6th-generation aircraft. With a deficient energy system, speed could never be truly enhanced. If the 6th-generation jet could reach Mach 5, then the 7th generation had to approach Mach 20. At such speeds, it would be a truly invincible 7th-generation fighter, one that no one could track or capture, a veritable sovereign of the skies. Lin Feng was well aware of this. But haste would not solve the problem. He could only continue his deductions. However, the library in Beichang City could no longer meet his demanding needs. Though the electronic library's collection was extensive, it was of little use to him. He could only absorb knowledge from physical books. Yet the core energy technology needed to meet 7th-generation standards was something no one in the world could currently create. Even the energy system he had personally designed for the 6th-generation jet fell short of the requirements. Thus, his ideas were still being refined within his mind. He had conceived a new core energy technology, controlled nuclear fusion. When most people think of nuclear fusion, they envision the devastating cataclysmic power of a hydrogen bomb. However, the pollution left behind by fusion explosions is relatively minimal. Over the past few decades, many have proposed methods to effectively control fusion energy, aiming for stable output and clean energy. Should this technology be realized, it would revolutionize the world's energy sector, a change as profound as a seismic explosion. Especially in this era of resource scarcity, its significance would be monumental. Yet this technology is extraordinarily difficult. While many nations have pursued it, results have been disappointing. Still, there was no need to rush. He had ample time ahead. When the time came for experimentation, he would need an exceptionally well-equipped laboratory and substantial financial backing. Without these, his ideas would remain mere theoretical data in his mind, just like the 6th-generation jet. He glanced at his watch, noting the time. Calculating that they should have arrived at his residence, he packed up his belongings and headed home. As he entered the stairwell, he sensed someone watching him. He keenly observed that figures seemed to lurk in every shadow of the building. It seemed his suspicions were correct, they had indeed come for him. It was only logical. His computer had caused such a stir that they had no reason not to. The hidden gazes remained fixed on him until he entered his home. Only then did they relax. Upon opening the door, he found Meng was sitting uneasily on the sofa, looking as out of place, as if he were a stranger entirely devoid of his usual casual demeanor. However, Lin Feng was taken aback to see a large crowd gathered in his home. He had anticipated that the loss of his computer and the resulting commotion would draw visitors, perhaps even someone from the capital, like the so-called national security agent he had seen on the surveillance footage. But he hadn't expected so many to come. In particular, there were several white-haired, spirited old men. From the moment he entered, they stared at him with an unsettling, almost ravenous excitement, as if they wanted to devour him with their eyes, making his skin crawl. As a student specializing in aircraft materials, he recognized several of them. He immediately identified a number of academicians and experts in the field of flight vehicle materials. Additionally, the mentors who had interviewed him during the re-examination were also present. Though he didn't know the others, their statuses were undoubtedly significant. Faced with such a gathering of experts and academicians, he knew he had to remain humble before so many esteemed seniors. These were the pillars of the nation, and it was because of them that the country's aviation industry had advanced so rapidly. These individuals were 1 in a million, and they would be treated with the utmost respect in any country. Unlike the top graduates from elite universities who all went abroad, they had chosen to stay, forsaking fame and fortune to silently contribute to the nation's development. Thus, he had to maintain a respectful demeanor regardless of their age or achievements. He averted his gaze and quickly offered a greeting. "Hello, esteemed seniors, I am Lin Feng. Sorry for the wait." Meng He scurried over and whispered in his ear. "Lin Feng, where have you been? Do you know who's here?" Several of the academicians in flight vehicle materials that Professor Zhou often mentioned are here, along with many other major experts. Even the city's top decision-maker came to accompany them. Meng He was beside himself with excitement. If it weren't so embarrassing, he would have pulled out his old textbooks for them to sign, as they were the authors. It was then that Lin Feng noticed a stern-looking middle-aged man in a suit standing nearby. He had assumed the man was merely an assistant, but he turned out to be the city's highest decision-maker. When he saw Lin Feng's gaze, he offered a smile and a nod. Although he was unaware of Lin Feng's background, the presence of so many experts and academicians indicated that his connections were far from ordinary. The assembled experts silently nodded in approval at his demeanor upon entering. While they were impressed by his talent, they had worried about his character, hoping he was as Meng He had described. Dealing with an arrogant prodigy would have been troublesome. Now it seemed Meng He's assessment was accurate, putting their minds at ease. Dean Shen approached, extended a hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, student Lin Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. We've come from the capital." Principal Zhang was utterly astounded after reading your theoretical outline, and insisted we come. "Your work will greatly advance the nation's cause, and I want to express our heartfelt gratitude for your contribution." Dean Shen deliberately avoided sensitive details in his remarks, as the 6th-generation fighter jet was classified top secret. Even the city's highest decision-maker could not be informed of it. Hello. Lin Feng instinctively reached out to shake his hand, looking at the bespectacled, extraordinarily amiable man before him, utterly failing to recognize who he was. He recognized the other academicians only because they had appeared in his material science textbooks, hence their familiar faces, but this one he truly did not know. Meng He quickly interjected beside him. "Lin Feng, this is the current president of the National Academy of Sciences, Dean Shen." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Such a formidable background. The president of the National Academy of Sciences. This so-called presidency was not a position just anyone could hold. They represented the pinnacle of a nation's scientific and technological advancement, the most elite of minds. His status was supremely exalted. A person of his caliber always had dedicated bodyguards around him. When outside, any accident to him would be an immense loss to the entire nation. Lin Feng had not expected someone of this level to personally fly over from the capital. This caught him somewhat off guard. Another stern-looking middle-aged man stepped forward and introduced himself. "Hello, student Lin Feng. I am Director Liu from the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense and the State Security Bureau. The mastermind behind the cyberbullying against you has been apprehended. Please rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate and clean up this matter, and no law-breaking individual or organization will be spared. Additionally, I have instructed the local law enforcement agencies in your hometown to protect your parents. They are safe now, so please have no worries. Also, your computer has been recovered. Since it contains classified materials, we have deployed personnel to guard it." Director Liu's few words put Lin Feng at ease. Although he had asked his parents to temporarily take shelter, he still feared they might encounter extremists. He hadn't expected these people to be so thoughtful. "Thank you." The others came forward one by one to introduce themselves. One after another, they clearly stated their backgrounds. Each person's origin was astonishingly impressive. When they introduced themselves, they smiled like ordinary old men, a far cry from the stern faces they usually wore when dealing with their own students. Meng, who was seeing their expressions, was utterly bewildered. These people's backgrounds were too terrifying, as some units he had never even heard of, which undoubtedly meant they were classified. Earlier, when they had seen him, their faces had been completely impassive. Yet now, when they looked at Lin Feng, their faces were nearly blossoming into smiles, as if they wanted to cling to him. The disparity in treatment was enormous. Wu Jian, his eyes twinkling, used his bulky frame to squeeze to the front and said to Lin Feng, "Student Lin Feng, you've passed the graduate entrance exam this year, right? Our 865 Research Institute is the nation's top fighter jet research facility. Here you can access countless classified national materials. I also have doctoral student slots. How about this? You transfer to our institute, and it'll supervise you personally, guaranteeing a smooth doctoral graduation." Meng, who were listening nearby, felt his eyes nearly bulging with envy. The 865 Research Institute, the top institute in the country, the dream destination for every graduate in his time. Especially the promise of a doctoral slot, guaranteed graduation, and most importantly, direct mentorship under Wu Jian. Who would dare to provoke a student of a top academician? What kind of contribution would one have to make to receive such treatment? Zhang Xinji, upon hearing this, exploded, nearly lunging at Wu Jian. "Damn it, old Wu, you bastard. Have you no shame? Is this how you poach students? Don't forget you learned about this matter from me in the first place." Wu Jian wiped the spittle from his face and calmly replied, "Old Zhang, what's the rush? I know you told me about it, so I said exchange. I'm not stealing your student. I have several promising talents here, winners of major awards both domestically and internationally. I can send them all to you as exchange students. If you're willing, I'll give you every one of them." "Bah, do you have any decency? Can you really compare? Tell me, I wouldn't exchange even for 10 or 20 of them. Just because you're an academician, do you think our university has none? I'll go and invite one myself." Zhang Xinji was nearly fuming with rage. If not for maintaining decorum, he would have resorted to physical violence. This was utterly shameless. Wu Jian, facing his imminent charge, remained completely unfazed. "Don't be so hot-headed. When Lin Feng graduates, can he stay in your university? Coming to our institute is where he can truly realize his potential. If you agree, we can consider it a joint training program." "Nonsense. Don't think I don't know your scheme. Don't even think about it. No one is to covet him. Anyone who tries, I'll fight them to the death." Zhang Xinji, along with the other professors, shielded Lin Feng behind them like a hen protecting her chicks. Seeing the two about to come to blows, the others quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, stop arguing. Let's focus on the important matters first. We can discuss these details later. It's Lin Feng's decision. He can go wherever he wants. Even if he chooses to come to us, that's fine too. Yes, Elder Jean is right. We must not restrict the youth's freedom. Lin Feng, did you remember the units we mentioned? Let's exchange WeChat later. If you want to join us, just send me a message. One after another, they spoke like a group of child traffickers. If not for Zhang Xinji's fierce demeanor and the impropriety of it, they would have simply snatched the person away. After all, the creativity Lin Feng had demonstrated so far was extraordinarily powerful. He was undoubtedly a future top figure in the tech world. Able and good-natured. Who wouldn't want such a successor? However, Wu Jian was utterly shameless. They couldn't bring themselves to do that. But if Lin Feng wanted to join them, that wouldn't be unwelcome either. Why not cast a line and see if he bit? Zhang Xinji, listening to their words, gradually realized what was happening. So they meant later as a way to wait for him to let his guard down. Not a chance. He no longer cared whether they were academicians or not. He had to secure the person first. "Bah? What are you scheming? Don't think I don't know. Lin Feng was admitted to our university, not yours. Whatever resources he needs, I'll fight for him. There's no need for you to worry." Zhang Xinji was determined not to let them have a private conversation for fear that they would lure Lin Feng away, leaving him with no one to cry to. Lin Feng wanted to stay far away from them to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Secretary Zhang and Meng, who watching from the side, were dumbfounded. Had Lin Feng saved the world in a past life? So many academicians vying for him. Lin Feng saw that if he didn't speak up now, a fight might really break out. He quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Esteemed seniors, please pause for a moment. I have something to say." Hearing him speak, their anger subsided slightly, and they fixed their eyes on him intently. Although poaching talents was not honorable, and could even tarnish one's reputation, encountering a once-in-a-lifetime genius made it tempting. Zhang Xinji also watched him nervously, fearing that he might choose someone else, leaving him to have labored in vain. But what Lin Feng said next completely set his mind at ease. Lin Feng looked around and said, "First, I thank all the seniors for your kind offers. However, since I have chosen Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, it proves that BUA has what attracts me and makes me eager to learn. So although your proposals are excellent, I can only thank you all." Lin Feng politely declined everyone, yet maintained goodwill. Hearing this, Zhang Xinji instantly straightened his back, his smile unstoppable, utterly gratified. The others, however, wore looks of deep disappointment. This was a prodigy of extraordinary talent. How could he have gotten his hands on him? Seeing Zhang Xinzi's beaming face, they felt like punching him for being so smug. Since Lin Feng had made his stance clear, there was truly no chance left. Further insistence would be improper, so Wu Jian had to back off. But he finally offered a supposed friendly suggestion. No problem, this is only natural. Principal Zhang has been a good friend of mine for many years. If you ever encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my help. I will do my best to assist you. Zhang Xinji nearly rolled his eyes to the sky at his words. A good friend, my ass. A good friend. You try to poach my people. But he didn't bother to argue, as they had known each other for years and understood his nature. Lin Feng, seeing the two of them acting like sulky children, almost laughed out loud. He quickly responded, "Thank you, Director Wu. If I truly encounter an unsolvable problem in the school lab and need to use the Research Institute's equipment, I will not hesitate to ask." That's good, that's good. Wu Jian nodded amiably. Lin Feng felt the time was about right and returned to the main topic. Esteemed seniors, it's getting late. If you'd like to see the data on the computer, I can open it right here for you. At the mention of the computer data, all the experts and academicians fell silent, the quarrelsome atmosphere gone. Dean Chun and the others exchanged glances and quickly reached an unspoken consensus. The data on that computer is of paramount importance. It cannot be opened here. But even if we return to the capital today, it would be too late. So we must find a secure place here. Let's go directly to the military garrison. Director Liu, I'll leave this matter to you. Dean Chun spoke after careful deliberation. It wasn't that he didn't trust the government personnel, but the matter was so critical that he had to be extremely cautious. Government buildings weren't foolproof either, with various cameras everywhere. Moreover, they had already arrived with such fanfare for some time. If there were spies, nowhere would be safe. There was only one place: the military. The military was the purest and the most secure. Secretary Zhang had intended to speak, but then seemed to think of something and chose to stay silent. After all, with so many academicians and experts coming from the capital, it was obvious that something monumental was about to happen. Although he was already the city's highest decision-maker, getting entangled in such a whirlpool was truly unnecessary. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing the proposal, believing the military camp to be the safest place. Seeing unanimous agreement, Dean Chun finalized the location. He particularly noticed that Secretary Zhang had said nothing, likely understanding the stakes involved, which saved him the trouble of explaining. Director Liu took out his phone and began making arrangements. Although the National Security Bureau had no jurisdiction over local matters, arranging a military meeting room was a simple task. Moreover, involving national security, no amount of caution was excessive. After making all arrangements, Dean Chun said to Lin Feng, "Student Lin Feng, although I know it's a bit late, I still hope to have your assistance. Since only you fully understand your data, there are some things we don't understand and need you to clarify for us." Lin Feng nodded. It was now close to 10 o'clock, not too late. With so many senior experts coming for the 6th-generation aircraft, it would be inappropriate for him not to show up. So he nodded and said, "No problem, I'll go with you. When we get there, feel free to ask any questions." Dean Chun nodded in satisfaction. Then he said to Secretary Zhang, "Secretary Zhang, what follows may involve state secrets. Although I trust you, according to confidentiality regulations, you may not be allowed to participate. Please understand." Secretary Zhang didn't mind at all. He didn't insist on seeing it because being involved in such matters meant taking responsibility. If any leak occurred later, he would be the first to be investigated. Why invite such trouble? No problem. I'll arrange for an escort to take you to the military camp. They will be waiting outside. If you need anything, you can contact them at any time. All right, thank you for your hard work. Dean Chun nodded. Subsequently, under tight escort, they entered the local military garrison. When they entered, everything was already on high alert. Even the sentry posts had been tripled. Military dogs patrolled around the base, and any stranger would be exposed. Moreover, around the meeting room, elite squads with loaded weapons patrolled in cross formation. Various personnel were stationed at several vantage points with searchlights covering the meeting room 360 degrees without blind spots. Within 30 meters of the meeting room, not a single living creature was present. Even the military commander personally came to oversee, standing outside the cordon. If anyone could still infiltrate under such tight defense, they might as well hit themselves with bricks. In the military meeting room, all the academicians and experts were poised and ready. The meeting was not allowed to record any information. Even scrap paper used for notes was destroyed under strict surveillance after use. With so much complex data, no one could memorize it all. This wasn't to imply there were traitors among them, but to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. With everything prepared, the meeting officially began. Once connected to the military camp's projection system, everything on the computer was displayed before them. Lin Feng exported a complete set of files and placed them on the desktop. As the group glanced at the folders, they caught fleeting glimpses of several massive research projects. Even from these brief fragments, they could imagine the earth-shattering secrets contained within that storage drive. Secrets that belonged solely to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew they had seen them, but he paid it no mind. This was his private domain. Breaching it would require the full might of a nation. He opened the files and laid everything bare. In truth, the text within was immense. Countless data points, diagrams, material ratios, and usage methods. And so much more. It exceeded 100,000 characters. And this was after he had meticulously condensed it. The complete data set would have been at least 5 times larger. Below, the assembled experts and academicians stared wide-eyed at the projected data, terrified of missing a single crucial detail. With each section they frantically scribbled calculations on their scratch paper, trying to verify the data's validity. The information was dense and esoteric. Only those well-versed in aerospace engineering could grasp the terminology. Fortunately, everyone present was at least a top-tier expert in the field, so comprehension wasn't an issue. However, as they worked through the calculations, they encountered significant challenges, which simultaneously broadened their horizons. So this was another way to do it. The design data covered every conceivable aspect of an aircraft. Even a single section would be enough for a lifetime of study. This was precisely why they were so astounded. Aircraft design, materials, propulsion systems, weaponry. Mastery of even one of these fields would make someone a top expert in the industry. How could anyone wield such profound knowledge across all domains, so effortlessly conjuring innovations with such ease? It was terrifyingly brilliant. Each expert, upon seeing the section relevant to their own research, was overcome with excitement. Problems that had stumped them for decades suddenly became clear in the light of this data. They were overjoyed. A profound sense of relief washed over them. With this data, they wouldn't trade it for mountains of gold and silver. Indeed, the data itself was worth more than any treasure. Exclamations of praise and bursts of laughter filled the room. Minds were suddenly enlightened. A complex tapestry of emotions played out on their faces. A true genius existed in this world, a gift from heaven to the nation. This was a turning point in the nation's fortune. The greatest fortune in all of history. Time slipped by, yet they remained intensely focused, their enthusiasm undiminished even after a full night of calculations. Brilliant. Utterly brilliant. Brilliance taken to its absolute peak. This was a masterpiece for the ages. Even just this data alone was sufficient, for it contained everything necessary. There were no remaining mysteries. The deepest secrets were laid bare. All one had to do was follow the blueprint to construct a complete 6th-generation fighter. This was a machine that represented a generational leap in every aspect. It could utterly dominate 5th-generation fighters. This was no so-called 6th-generation light. Without this design data, even if they were handed a fully functional 6th-gen fighter, they wouldn't be able to reverse engineer it. Some materials were simply unknowable, what they were or how they were created. It was like having the blueprints for an atomic bomb sitting in a public library. Could anyone just go and build one? No one could, because they lacked the industrial foundation, the design schematics, and everything else required for its manufacture. It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, sitting off to the side, was nearly dozing off in his chair. Watching their fervor, he felt a bit embarrassed. Some of these academicians were nearly 80 years old, yet still full of such energy. Dean Chen also found it hard to stop, but he managed to maintain his composure. It was time to call it a day. Some of these esteemed experts were already in their 80s. Pushing on like this would be too taxing. They had certainly gotten their fill for today. It was time to pack things up. There would be plenty of time later. The data wasn't going anywhere, and besides, he had a few things he wanted to ask Lin Feng himself. He had to be the one to take the fall and shut down the computer. He just hoped his status as dean would spare him from too much backlash. Even he felt intimidated by these living legends. He stepped up to the podium, cleared his throat, and said, "Esteemed experts, let's conclude here for today. We'll have plenty of time tomorrow. Once we return to the capital, we'll establish a special task force dedicated to the 6th-generation fighter project. There's no need to rush." The experts, who were in the middle of verifying some fascinating calculations, were having none of it. Dean or not, they couldn't care less. At their age, with no more promotions to chase, they had nothing to fear from a mere dean. Seeing the crowd bristle with indignation and prepare to unleash their frustrations on him, Dean Chen quickly changed tack, redirecting everyone's attention to Lin Feng. "It's mainly because I see that Lin Feng has been working hard all day and has started to doze off. I feel a bit sorry for him. Besides, we might need him to explain things to us later, so I ask for your understanding." As soon as Dean Chen said this, the murmur in the room subsided considerably. In their eyes, Lin Feng was now a precious asset. They absolutely couldn't afford to offend him, lest they lose access to future research opportunities. Lin Feng, jolted awake by the mention of his name, looked up to find every eye in the room fixed on him. His drowsiness vanished instantly. He shot Dean Chen a resentful glare. "You sly old fox. You've turned the spotlight on me." But the words were already out, and it was indeed getting late. He wanted to head back to sleep anyway. So he played along, saying, "If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer everything I know." Their eyes lit up instantly, and a cacophony of questions erupted. One at a time, Dean Chen called out, trying to restore order. One academician asked, Lin Feng, regarding this material, I see you've listed all the formula data. My question is, have you conducted any physical experiments? My calculations show the data to be completely correct and logical, but am unsure if it can be truly realized in practice. Lin Feng nodded and answered directly, for the main material used across the entire airframe, I've named it extendium armor. Its most significant traits are its extreme heat resistance and its ability to stretch and expand. Its surface behaves almost like living skin, breathing and moving, which prevents damage even during high-speed maneuvers. It also possesses a degree of flexibility that enables the aircraft to perform a wider range of movements. The listeners nodded along in approval. Materials with similar properties had been seen before, but none had presented data even a tenth as comprehensive as Lin Feng's. If his descriptions were accurate, this fighter would be like a living being in the sky. The thought was truly awe-inspiring. Lin Feng, I have another question. With this stealth material, can you truly achieve complete stealth in the final product? Another academician asked, voicing his curiosity. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before answering. Nothing can achieve perfect invisibility. However, the stealth material I've used is layered over the extendium armor. Because the armor constantly expands and contracts like breathing, the stealth layer adapts to various terrains and environments. Whether at an altitude of 10,000 meters or just 1 kilometer, it cannot be detected by electronic eyes. Furthermore, its surface layer can block all forms of surveillance. Neither radar nor satellites can lock onto it. The group fell into thoughtful silence. Modern stealth fighters primarily focused on evading radar and satellite detection. The properties of this stealth material were something they had never encountered before. Based on the description alone, achieving both physical and systemic isolation was a monumental leap forward. Lin Feng, my question is this: given that we're currently looking at theoretical data and references, how much deviation do you think there will be between this data and the final physical prototype? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with confidence. A 100 realization isn't necessarily possible given the current state of our national industry. But if my data is followed meticulously, a 99 realization is entirely achievable. Time quietly drew its curtain. The discussion had lasted for about an hour, and everyone had already asked the questions weighing on their minds. As they prepared to continue, Dean Shin promptly halted them, knowing that if this went on endlessly, none of them would get any sleep tonight. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask tomorrow. It's getting late, so let's all get some rest. Dean Shin decisively shut down his computer. The assembled experts and academicians glanced at the clock. It was already past 1 in the morning, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Given the lateness of the hour, they decided to stay overnight at the military camp. Modern military camps offered well-equipped living conditions, especially since this was a permanent garrison rather than a field unit. Dean Shin pondered for a moment, then walked over. Lin Feng, have you resolved matters at your university? I recall your thesis defense should be nearly finished. If time permits, I suggest you accompany us to the capital. Rest assured we will cover all your tuition, living expenses, and miscellaneous fees. As for other costs, don't worry. Once the 6th-generation fighter you contributed undergoes successful simulation testing, you'll receive a substantial reward. He had also learned a great deal about Lin Feng's living situation from Meng Hua. He found it hard to believe that such a brilliant scientific mind could live so frugally. Even his rented room cost only 500 or 600 yuan a month, and he ate almost every meal in the cafeteria. His phone was several years old, and the computer they had seen bore heavy signs of use, making it almost unimaginable that this was the tool of the man who had invented a 6th-generation fighter. All of this filled them with deep sympathy. If he had merely sold off a fraction of his technological achievements, he wouldn't be living like this. He'd have long since moved into a grand mansion. In contrast, those so-called celebrity influencers earning hundreds of millions annually still resorted to tax evasion. That was even more detestable. Lin Feng didn't rush to refuse. His thesis defense was complete, and he had few obligations left, allowing him to focus wholeheartedly on research. Yet it was true. The library in Beichong City had far too few scientific references, and digital books were of no use to him. The capital, however, was different, vast in scope and rich in diverse collections, making it his ideal choice. Besides, Beiyang University was also in the capital, so going there would help him acclimate to the environment. He agreed readily. Dean Shin, give me a few days to pack and inform my family. When do you plan to depart? Dean Shin's eyes lit up. He had only made the suggestion on a whim, never expecting Lin Feng to agree so readily. He had originally planned to leave tomorrow, but for Lin Feng, what were a few extra days of waiting? He quickly replied, no rush, no rush. Take a few days to handle your affairs. They'll also assign 2 people to protect you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can reach out to them directly. Lin Feng's value was now immeasurable. If any mishap occurred, he would never forgive himself. It won't take long, and there's no need to send protection. After all, I'm just a student. No one would have any reason to target me. Lin Feng quickly shook his head in refusal, feeling it would be odd to have 2 people shadowing him. Very well, stay safe. They'll give you a number. If any problem arises, call it directly. Someone will be on the line 247. Dean Chun considered for a moment and accepted his choice. All right, thank you. Lin Feng nodded. The calculated materials were collected by state security personnel and completely destroyed. Not even a single formula or keyword was allowed to remain. Then everyone filed out. The computer was placed in a dedicated secure room guarded by a fully armed squad led by an officer with additional rotating state security personnel. It would be nearly impossible for anyone to tamper with it. Moreover, this was a military base, the most incorruptible place of all governed by absolute discipline. It was safer here than anywhere else in the city. They would spend the night at the camp. As they stepped outside, the lead general cast a curious glance at Lin Feng. With a soldier's keen intuition, he could tell that this young man was the center of everyone's attention. In this grand military exercise, he was the true protagonist. But curiosity aside, the general saw no need to pry. He would simply focus on his own duties. Besides, he had a great deal to arrange tonight, hosting these national treasure-level experts and academicians at his camp. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Our chefs have prepared a midnight snack. Please have something to eat before you rest, the general said with a smile as he approached. The group placed their hands on their empty stomachs. They hadn't eaten a thing since boarding the plane, their minds wholly consumed by the 6th-generation fighter's design documents. The general deeply admired their dedication to research. Lin Feng, however, had eaten his fill at home and even witnessed quite a spectacle, so he wasn't hungry in the least. He simply chose to head home. The others watched his retreating figure lost in thought. Through today's interactions, they could sense that this young man harbored boundless secrets and limitless potential. Director Liu's mind churned with thoughts. He wasn't purely a researcher. His responsibility lay in national security. Lately, numerous foreign forces had been stirring trouble behind the scenes, bribing citizens, stoking divisions, and whipping up anti-China storms across the internet. They had already amassed a wealth of intelligence. This was the perfect opportunity to root out those behind the scenes and cleanse the online environment once and for all. It would begin tomorrow morning. A cold smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. His eyes turned icy. He gazed up at the sky, watching the stars against the backdrop of the night, some gradually dimming, fading away into the darkness. On the other side, Zhang Xinji was also troubled. It was still about how to arrange things for Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already demonstrated his immense value. Even granting him a full professorship now would be justified. Yet strictly speaking, Lin Feng hadn't even completed his undergraduate degree. Taking such a step would inevitably provoke a massive backlash from public opinion both inside and outside the university. That Nature cover article could qualify him for an associate professorship, perhaps even a full one. But Lin Feng was still just a student. There was no precedent for such a move. Unless he produced other research, but his work couldn't be publicly revealed just yet. This presented a real dilemma, and he needed to think it through carefully. Lin Feng returned to his original residence after a brief visit to Meng Hua to retrieve his belongings. When he went back, Meng Hua was still awake, looking at him with a strange, unsettling gaze that made his skin crawl. If they continued living together, his secrets would inevitably be exposed. Once exposed, Meng Hua would never know peace again. So to avoid bringing trouble upon him, it was better to return to his own lodging. Fortunately, Meng Hua didn't press for answers. As a professional in the field, he understood the gravity of the matter and knew that knowing too much was not in his best interest. After all, the truth would be revealed one day. It was already the early hours of the morning when Lin Feng headed back. On his way home, numerous law enforcement officers were still in action. Leveraging today's massive operation, the military and police launched a joint crackdown, sealing off one area after another. During the vehicle inspections, they stumbled upon many unexpected gains. Along the roadside, he saw several fugitives being apprehended. Today was like catching turtles in a jar. Even if they had wings, they couldn't escape, for helicopters were guarding the skies above. He shook his head, thinking these people were simply unlucky, and they deserved it. When he finally reached his residence, his keen spiritual sense detected several individuals keeping watch around the building he had rented. However, they all chose not to approach his house, merely observing and protecting from the shadows. He figured these people weren't criminals, but rather agents from the State Security Bureau. Although he had told them not to follow, today's events had just concluded, and given the immense value he had demonstrated, they would naturally take some protective measures. If any reckless fool dared to cause trouble at his doorstep, they would be met with the iron fist of the state. He almost wished all those who bore him ill will would come. Upon arriving home, he took a long, soothing shower and fell into bed, sleeping soundly until the sun was high in the sky the next day. Only then did he rise, feeling refreshed. In a few days, he would be heading to the imperial capital, and he felt a pang of reluctance to leave the house he had called home for several years. Though it was a bit shabby, the rent was quite affordable. Within this small courtyard, he had completed one research project after another, writing paper after paper. Now, as he prepared to leave, he found himself feeling nostalgic. Yet this was also a good thing. One must always strive for greater heights. Moreover, this time, he wouldn't have to worry about tuition or miscellaneous fees. Someone would take care of it all. He would also receive a substantial bonus which could improve his family's life. The old family house could finally undergo proper repairs. Throughout his 4 years of university, his family had spent a lot with his parents doing their utmost to support his education. They had endured every kind of hardship over the years. Even if he hadn't attended university, their lives would have been much easier. In the past, he had been devoted to research and had never considered using it for monetary gain. But now with the opportunity presenting itself, it was time to repay their kindness. As for some of his relatives, they were less than pleasant. During his university years, they would subtly disparage him, boasting about how much money their own children were making, constantly comparing and showing off. So every year his parents would remain mostly silent at such gatherings. Though they never voiced it, Lin Feng knew they wanted to win that argument, to see him succeed and rise above the rest. He carefully tucked his graduate school acceptance letter into a hidden compartment in his luggage, planning to bring it home to bring them great joy. After packing, he called his parents to let them know he was safe and to ask about their well-being. They both said nothing unusual had happened, and they hadn't seen anyone suspicious. Lin Feng guessed that those people must have been taken away long ago. That's why they remained unaffected. It was for the best. He didn't want to mention these things to them and cause unnecessary worry. He always shared only the good news with his family. With everything packed, he grabbed his suitcase, boarded the high-speed train, and headed home. Meanwhile, on the other side, Director Liu began laying out his plans as soon as he woke up. The report had been submitted and the authorization had been granted. Moreover, the incident involving Lin Feng had not only sent shockwaves through the online world, but had also captured the attention of many high-ranking officials in real life, especially given his involvement in top-secret research projects. His file was now placed before the highest authorities. The matter had reached the very top. With the joint letter from so many academicians and experts, coupled with the unique nature of the research, it was no exaggeration to call him a national treasure. In the minds of many, his own importance might pale in comparison. However, he didn't feel jealous. Each person has their own expertise. His was safeguarding national security and eliminating potential threats. After all the preparations, it was time to cast the net. He began making phone calls, officially initiating the operation. The operation was codenamed ClearNet. The State Security Bureau formally stepped in and took over. Simultaneously, assistance notices were sent to law enforcement agencies nationwide. Their targets weren't merely those involved in online harassment. If it were just harassment without severe consequences, and they weren't the masterminds, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. The Law Enforcement Bureau wouldn't be needed for that. However, those about to be arrested shared a common trait. They all had ties to foreign forces. They had seized this opportunity of online harassment to incite conflict. The articles they published and the remarks they made had caused serious damage to national security, which was the true reason for their arrest. But those who participated in the online harassment wouldn't be let off the hook either, especially the self-media outlets. In their quest for traffic, they feasted on the misery of others, writing one distorted article after another to manipulate public opinion. Although the cybersecurity law might not be sufficient to convict and arrest them, their articles, websites, and media platforms were a different story. Having those shut down would cause them more anguish than a simple arrest. It would be more painful than death itself. Director Liu intended to hit them hard in one go, to teach them a lesson they would never ever forget. Some things are not to be trifled with. Some bread is not easily earned. These things are laced with poison. Swallow them, and it could be fatal. All the traffic they had gained before would now have to be disgorged tenfold. After the ClearNet operation commenced, not only the State Security Bureau and the Law Enforcement Bureau, but also the Ministry of Information and the National Radio and Television Administration, which oversee network security, began to intervene. Behind every major website stands a giant capital. But when the power of the state descends like a thunderbolt, all capital must step aside. In the face of such force, they are as insignificant as a grain of sand. A colossal storm began to brew within the digital world, and then it erupted, spreading rapidly across the nation. When many people woke up, they discovered that all the groups where they had been posting frantically the night before had vanished. All of them were flagged for violations. Some were even work groups, and some were large interest-related groups. Those who suffered the most severe losses were the self-media operators. In certain groups with thousands of members, they had invested heavily day after day to cultivate their fan base to peak activity. These groups were not like those zombie groups with purchased followers. They were all active. A single call to action could rally a massive response. They were the main force, subscribing to their self-media channels, and even a small advertisement within these groups would generate tremendous sales. They were one of their vital sources of traffic. Moreover, they didn't just have one group, they often had dozens. In addition to that, there were numerous official accounts. The previous night, their official accounts had generated countless articles with millions of reads. All of this represented traffic and money. It was their very foundation. To maximize the hype from the previous night, they had been posting frantically in these groups, churning out one post after another with great fervor. They had also heaped the most vicious abuse upon Lin Feng. The abuse covered every conceivable aspect. The more viciously they had attacked the night before, the more frantic they were now. Most of the people in these loyal fan groups had not been added as personal contacts because there were simply too many. Now that the groups were disbanded, gathering them again seemed nearly impossible. They tried to apply for a lift of the ban, but they found the groups were permanently banned, and they had all been disbanded. To get them back, they could only wait for others to read them. How could this have happened? They were going mad. The more viciously they had attacked the night before, the more regret they felt now. The only slight comfort was that although all their groups had been disbanded, their own accounts had not yet been banned. They could only wait for people to read them. Even if the numbers weren't complete, it was better than having nothing at all. But they soon realized they had celebrated far too early. When they clicked on certain avatars, they found them all gray and dim, indicating that some people had also been banned. These were the ones who had used the most venomous language the night before. Detected by the system, they were now permanently banned. In fact, the cybersecurity platform hadn't banned everyone. Only those who were the most vocal and aggressive had been singled out. All the media accounts and official accounts associated with the Tencent company, every single one of them, had been liquidated. A sense of dread suddenly welled up within them. But before they could react, the screen flickered, and they were forcibly logged out. When they tried to log back, and they couldn't. They couldn't even appeal. They tried to call the regulatory authorities to request reinstatement, only to find the phone lines were jammed. It wasn't just one or two of them. All the self-media operators who had been feasting on the misery the night before had been banned simultaneously. In truth, they weren't exactly wronged. The Imperial Aerospace University, including Beichong University, had issued clarifications and provided evidence long ago. But they simply refused to believe it. For the sake of traffic, they twisted the truth. They were the most vicious of all. They were the accomplices behind the scenes. Anyone else could claim to be wronged, but they could not. Because they were the real culprits. So while most others received bans of 7 or 30 days, these masterminds behind the scenes were not spared. Every group and account connected to them was targeted. Every single one. All were permanently banned. All permissions were revoked. To gather evidence, the State Security Bureau and the Cybersecurity Enforcement Bureau meticulously reviewed each account suspected of seriously damaging Lin Feng's reputation and slandering the country. Not a single one was wrongfully banned. It was only at this moment that true panic set in. They couldn't even log into their accounts anymore. Their traffic had effectively been cut in half. Still clinging to hope, they thought besides their Tencent social media accounts, they still had Weibo, Douban, Jihu, and a whole host of other platforms. They refused to believe the authorities could be so thorough. They quickly logged into Weibo. Seeing their millions of followers still intact, they breathed a sigh of relief. As long as their core base was still there, they could make a comeback one day. It was a pity about all that traffic from the previous night. It could have all been monetized. To regroup, some self-media operators began posting on Weibo again, disguising themselves as poor souls arbitrarily banned by the authorities, painting a picture of utter misery. They planned to use this display of victimhood to win back some traffic. So what if their WeChat was banned? As long as the traffic was still there, they could just create new accounts. Their official accounts could still produce million-read articles. The moment their Weibo posts were published, they quickly climbed the hot search rankings. Their victimhood act was particularly effective. Traffic surged and followers increased one by one. Normally buying a spot on the hot search would cost hundreds of thousands, but now it was completely free. They felt that every cloud had a silver lining. Comments piled up endlessly as countless people joined the discussion. Their groups and official accounts are all banned. Isn't that going too far? What law did they break? They can't even appeal. The fan groups I followed are gone too, and the official accounts are gone. What am I supposed to read now? Stupid authorities. I'm so fed up. Always banning, what the hell are you banning for? What's wrong with me? Cursing him a bit. So what about cyberbullying? Nothing bad even happened. Some people were still stubbornly in denial. However, quite a few had already come to their senses. You guys up there should keep quiet. Didn't you watch the live stream last night? The SWAT team went straight in and made arrests. Haven't you been used enough? I think the person above hasn't been used enough. I guess Feng Yu has really bewitched all of you. Brothers don't sympathize with them. These self-media accounts were the ones shouting the loudest last night, and they gobbled up so much traffic. They deserve what's coming to them. Damn, I couldn't agree more. I noticed something was off last night. They were constantly trying to steer us towards anti-national sentiments. Some people were really laying into the gender war last night. It was scary to watch. The person upstairs must be a mama's boy. Why do you need to worry about our affairs? You mama's boys never consider us. I'm so done with you. You keep saying mama's boy this, mama's boy that. Your mouth is really foul. Why haven't you been banned? Hasn't your Feng Yu used you enough? I think you're a bunch of idiots. It's truly laughable. The self-media operators watched these comments on their accounts and felt quite satisfied. The more heated the arguments below, the stronger their visibility would become. But their satisfaction was short-lived. After another screen flicker, their pages failed to load again. Soon they were forcefully logged out once more. Stunned by this unexpected turn of events, a notification popped up on their screens. Upon verification by the cybersecurity department, this account has been found to be involved in serious violations in recent days. A permanent ban is hereby imposed. Scenes like this unfolded across countless corners of the digital world. Countless individuals were destined to pay the price for their words and deeds. It is often said that retribution is not a matter of if, but when. And when the final reckoning arrives, no one will escape. Armed with irrefutable evidence, none of them were innocent. The topic rapidly ascended the trending charts on Weibo. The comments below were a mix of condemnation and rational discourse. However, while ordinary insults might just draw a warning, comments laced with vile abusive language, especially those that escalated to attacks on the nation, resulted in swift account bans. Once the authorities stepped in, these digital bullies were rendered powerless. One by one, accounts were banned with suspensions ranging from 7 days to over a month. This was no short-lived campaign. It was a sustained operation that stretched on for months, far beyond the initial days. Even after their bans were lifted, anyone who resorted to such malicious language or violated relevant laws and regulations was immediately banned again. The official response was swift, with a detailed explanation of the bans appearing at the top of the trending list, including screenshots of the offensive language as a public warning. This was to demonstrate that the actions were justified and evidence-based, not an arbitrary exercise of power. With all the evidence in hand, an unprecedented consensus formed across the internet. Simultaneously across the nation, teams of law enforcement officers received directives for coordinated action. Arrests were initiated without delay. Those who had been compromised or had ties to foreign forces were all apprehended. After all, the State Security Bureau had been investigating for months, compiling incredibly detailed files, sometimes even specifying the exact apartment numbers of the targets. It was a simple matter of matching the evidence to the individuals. Some initially tried to protest their innocence, but when the evidence was presented, their faces fell and they collapsed in despair. Many were overwhelmed with regret, realizing they had betrayed themselves for a mere few thousand yuan. But regret was futile now. Once the ClearNet operation had begun, there was no stopping it. The bans were not the end of it. How could such a large-scale operation not topple a major player? At that moment, a convoy of over a dozen vehicles arrived at the headquarters of the Blue Whale livestream platform. From the lead car stepped several stern-faced individuals in dark suits. Unlike ordinary civilians, their waists were conspicuously bulging. The officers behind them were all dispatched from outside the province. This was a precaution, as local enforcement could not be guaranteed to be free of leaks. Having confirmed the location, they entered the building. This was the Blue Whale platform tower, the nerve center of the entire enterprise. As one of the country's premier live streaming platforms, Blue Whale boasted a market valuation in the tens of billions and stood as a flagship local industry. Yet the public harbored deep resentment towards the tower. To secure the land for its construction, the developer, now Blue Whale's construction division, had committed numerous acts that incited public outrage, some of which nearly resulted in fatalities. Even after its completion, people occasionally filed petitions, but no resolution was ever reached. Over time, the company became untouchable. Blue Whale had also grown rapidly, propelling countless streamers to fame and expanding its reach across the country. Its influence was immense, so much so that even the city's highest-ranking officials dared not act against it. Inside the tower, in a lavishly decorated office on the top floor, Jiang Jinliang sat on a sofa, his face dark and somber, puffing on a cigar as smoke filled the spacious room. It was clear he was troubled. As the helm of Blue Whale, he wielded power beyond most people's imagination. It was rare for anything to truly vex him, as it seemed there was little that money couldn't solve. But today, seeing the mass account bans and the financial ruin of countless self-media personalities, a shadow of dread loomed over him. Though it hadn't directly touched him, yet a persistent sense of unease gnawed at his heart. A particularly ominous sign was the stock market opening with a sharp drop in his company's shares. Despite an emergency late-night meeting to devise countermeasures, nothing seemed to help. The crisis was even more severe than he had anticipated. As he was contemplating his next move, suddenly his secretary burst into the room, panic-stricken, shouting, "Sir, we have a problem. A serious problem." Jiang Jinliang, who despised being disturbed while deep in thought, looked up and snapped angrily. "What's all the panic about? Didn't you knock? Get out. Come back in half an hour." His mind was consumed with worry, and he just wanted a moment of peace to smoke his cigar undisturbed by anyone. Even if the city's top official had arrived, he wouldn't have wanted to see them. As the head of a top-tier company, he had that confidence. But the secretary didn't retreat. Instead, she said with a grimace, "Mr. Jiang, something terrible has happened. A group of people came downstairs and sealed off our entire building." Jiang Jinliang was stunned by the shocking news. The cigar slipped from his fingers, landing on the floor. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, and panic began to set in. His network spanned the entire city. If his company were to be sealed, he would have heard some rumor first, unless the information had been deliberately suppressed. If so, who could be behind such a move? But with the building sealed, escape was impossible, and abandoning his massive enterprise was unthinkable. His most immediate concern was the finance and legal departments, which harbored many unresolved issues. The legal department in particular had Inyang contracts, dual contracts for tax evasion, that hadn't been cleaned up. These were the most damning pieces of evidence. He could only hope the investigators weren't thorough, giving his team time to destroy the data. But as he stepped out of his office, he was immediately confronted by several men in dark suits who blocked his path. His face was a mixture of shock and anger, fearing his secrets were about to be exposed. Forcing himself to remain calm, he said, "Gentlemen, which department are you from, and what business do you have here? I assure you of my full cooperation." At that moment, a man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, produced an official document, and stated sternly, "Jiang Jianliang, you are under arrest on suspicion of colluding with foreign forces, inciting ethnic discord, intentional assault, violent land acquisition, bribery of officials, illicit gains, forging financial records, signing dual contracts for tax evasion, and evading a substantial amount of taxes." Jiang Jianliang's mind went blank, his thoughts screaming one question: how do they know? The scene felt eerily familiar, now playing out in his own life. And it had all started with a single live stream. He immediately collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated. When Jiang Jianliang heard these accusations, his psychological defenses had already collapsed. Only he himself knew whether these charges were true or not. Every single one of them, more or less, he had committed. Few company owners could withstand a tax audit. More or less, there were cases of tax evasion or avoidance. Or rather, they should be called legitimate tax avoidance. But as a live streaming platform, the daily flow of funds could be described as massive. How could he bear to give all of it to those streamers? So openly and covertly, there were other contracts. From a legal standpoint, there weren't major issues. But this was all based on the premise that the financial foundation remained unchanged. However, if his finances were sealed, then the problems would be enormous. Tax evasion. This was a charge that could be minor or severe. Under normal circumstances, after a warning and timely payment of back taxes, there wouldn't be major problems, at most a fine. As a pillar industry of the entire city, these were trivial matters for him. But then these people arrived. He sensed something unusual. He didn't recognize a single one of the leaders, and he could almost be certain that these people were coming for him. The only way to break the deadlock was to find the person backing him. With vested interests tying them together, he wouldn't stand by and watch him die. This was his only lifeline. Moreover, if his backer made a move, the matter wouldn't end like this. As long as time was dragged out, he still had hope. Furthermore, no situation could be worse than the present one. Even if he died, he would drag his backer down with him. "Who exactly are you people? I want to make a phone call." Jiang Jianliang was still making his final struggle. But the leader glanced at him with a mocking smile. "You want to call someone for help, right? Don't worry, you'll have plenty of calls to make soon. I'm just afraid you won't want to." Then the leader whispered a name into his ear. Upon hearing it, he was utterly horrified. He stared at them in disbelief. "Who exactly are you? Do you know who's above him?" His spirits plummeted once again. They dared to blatantly utter that name, which proved they weren't afraid of him leaking it. At the same time, the man behind him was also in danger. "I don't know who's behind him, and I don't want to know who's behind him. I just do my duty. Enough talk. Come with us." As he spoke, the leader turned to the joint law enforcement officers from different departments and said, "Seal everything in the company. Wait for the subsequent investigation team to arrive and ensure the integrity of the evidence." "Yes," the joint enforcement officers replied. Specialized matters were to be handled by specialized personnel. Their job was merely to seal everything. No one here could plead for leniency, as they had all been transferred from other provinces. Moreover, they knew exactly how formidable the men in dark clothing were. In a sense, these people represented the will of the nation. They all felt a bit sorry for the Blue Whale live streaming platform. Mess with anyone, but don't mess with the state. The entire company began to be sealed off step by step. The commotion here naturally couldn't be hidden from anyone, and they hadn't intended to conceal it. Jiang Jianliang was taken away in full view of everyone. Besides him, several other top executives were also arrested. In particular, the construction department, which had long been complained about by the public, was targeted directly. As he was led away, many onlookers even shouted, "Arrested well. You finally got your retribution. Your doom has come, you damned Blue Whale Group. Officers, you must investigate to the very end. Don't let them off easily. They've committed too many crimes. If those who were beaten back then could see this scene, they'd be willing to die right now. You all deserve this. Aiding the wicked, and now look at you. Wu Ziming, you bastard, you finally got yours. You dog, you've been caught. Weren't you arrogant back then? Screw you. Officer, I want to report them. I have evidence of their crimes." The crowd of onlookers cursed with righteous indignation. If it weren't for the fact that they were all under arrest, they would have rushed forward and slapped each one of them. Many of them were victims of the land seizures back then. Quite a few were family members of those who had been beaten. Upon hearing the news, they rushed over, and this scene brought them immense satisfaction. Jiang Jianliang heard these voices and glared at them with venomous eyes, but no one feared him now. For the first time, he realized how utterly powerless he had become. He was forcibly shoved into a car while those who had reported him were taken aside to give statements and submit evidence. A deep sense of despair washed over him. At the same time, he felt overwhelming regret. But it was all useless now. The scene of their arrest, along with the crowd's elation, was all posted online. In a flash, the trending topics skyrocketed, reaching the #1 spot directly. The Blue Whale live streaming platform was one of the top few major platforms in the country, especially having topped the charts just yesterday. The hype was absolutely explosive. Everyone knew about it. Its influence on the industry was evident. But this limelight lasted only a day before they plummeted from grace. Yet even after falling from grace, their popularity remained undiminished, let alone such explosive news as the collective arrest. On Weibo, Zhihu Tushio, and various other apps, the news of the Blue Whale live streaming platform being investigated and its executives arrested became front-page headlines. Jiang Jinliang, CEO of Blue Whale live streaming platform, under investigation today. According to insiders, the charges against Jiang Jinliang may number over a dozen, with a maximum sentence of death or life imprisonment. Old incidents of the Blue Whale Group resurface, revealing the dark underbelly, the immense force behind the investigation of the Blue Whale Group. Netizens engrossed in this gossip felt their heads buzzing. A live streaming platform that they had personally witnessed draw 100 million views had fallen from grace in just one day. Moreover, these events coincided with the Lin Feng incident, especially since Feng Yueka and her group were arrested just yesterday, and today they were investigated. If there was no connection, they'd chop off their own heads. Guys, this is terrifying to think about. Feng Yueka and the others participated in a Blue Whale livestream, and they were both investigated one after another. If you say there's no connection, even a dog wouldn't believe it. After what happened yesterday, I don't dare to voice any opinions anymore. There might be a trap ahead. Guys, think about it carefully, chew on it. There's such a deep undercurrent here, I can't even bear to think about it. It's getting scarier and scarier. The world is too dangerous. I might as well go back to my hometown. Who's next to be investigated? Hiss. The Buddha says cannot be said, cannot be said. With such an explosion of breaking news under normal circumstances, those self-media outlets would have long since latched onto the rumors, churning out one sensationalized article after another filled with malicious speculation. But even now they remained silent, not a single word uttered. It then dawned on everyone that these outlets had likely been shut down long ago. The comment sections beneath those trending topics were remarkably clean, marking a rare moment of civility that had been absent for years. Many found this newfound peace rather unsettling. Something felt amiss. It wasn't that the trolls had nothing to say. It was that their accounts had already been banned. Those who had been the most vicious were silenced for the longest duration, and repeated offenses would only lead to even harsher penalties. Nevertheless, countless people still engaged in heated debates, yet no one could reach a definitive conclusion. What was particularly astonishing was that in the past, such a momentous event would have prompted every major media outlet to weigh in with their commentary. But this time it was merely a news report with comments disabled, as if the authorities were simply informing the public. This signaled something out of the ordinary. When had the nation's major media become so docile and obedient? The operation was massive in scale, resulting in numerous arrests. Director Liu, one of the key executors, was deeply disturbed by the data before him. He hesitated to report the full extent of the findings. In just a few short years, foreign forces had infiltrated so deeply that if left unchecked, they would have utterly destroyed the entire online world. In this era of highly developed internet, it profoundly shapes the worldview of generation after generation. Especially for those whose values are not yet fully formed, they are easily led astray. The content published by those bought-off media outlets and individuals was sharp and venomous, yet upon closer examination, it was utterly devoid of logic. For minors, however, such distinctions were impossible to make. Official intervention was therefore imperative. The operation was extensive, leading to many arrests, including the notorious Blue Whale live streaming platform. Any misstep could easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives. The consequences would be dire. Hence, the director had repeatedly stressed the need for extreme caution and meticulous planning for the aftermath. Director Liu carefully considered the official statement. Since the arrests had been made with irrefutable evidence, there was no need to overly cater to public sentiment. With sufficient evidence, he believed that netizens, once freed from those malicious voices, would be able to discern right from wrong. It was also time to selectively disclose some of Lin Feng's personal achievements to quell the public outcry. However, the 6th-generation fighter jet project remained highly classified, and all personnel involved had to be strictly vetted. Confidentiality agreements were signed and security measures were reinforced. This would be their secret weapon. Moreover, he had recently heard that the United States had been persistently researching advanced aircraft, and despite the utmost secrecy, some information had inevitably leaked out. It was even rumored to be their own 6th-generation fighter. Their technological progress was alarmingly rapid, as if they had acquired unimaginable advancements. Although Xia country was striving to catch up, a certain gap still remained. Thus, the sixth-generation fighter project had to be accelerated. Only then could they compete on equal footing and not fall behind. Once all the arrests were completed, director Liu planned to begin publicizing some of Lin Feng's scientific research achievements. The public's appetite had been whetted. It was time to keep them in suspense a little longer. However, when the full truth eventually came to light, he wondered what expressions those who had mocked Lin Feng would have. That would be the ultimate moment of vindication. Director Liu eagerly anticipated this dramatic turn of events. As for the crimes of the others, they would be fully disclosed to the public. Feng Yu's instigation of others to steal state secrets was an established fact. Even if she claimed ignorance, the nature of the stolen items made such a defense untenable. Furthermore, evidence of her transactions with foreign forces was found on her phone, leaving no room for denial. As for Liu Chunhua and her associates, their behavior was utterly contemptible. Yet they had not technically broken the law, serving merely as accomplices without knowledge of the state secret theft. They had already been thoroughly disgraced online, and their final punishment would likely not be too severe. As for those who had colluded with foreign forces, their fates were far grimmer. Jiang Jinliang in particular had a litany of charges that unraveled like a tangled web, truly horrifying in its scope. All of this was to be made public to quell the recent turmoil. Only with this complete disclosure could the mud slung at Lin Feng be thoroughly washed away. It was not enough to simply act. The action had to be grand and widely known across the entire internet. Once everything was prepared at 2 p.m. that afternoon, amidst the silent speculation of countless onlookers, nearly all media outlets began publishing articles from the Xia Country Daily regarding the Lin Feng incident. Amidst countless malicious speculations, how would you defend yourself if you were Lin Feng? People stared in disbelief at the official media's unprecedented involvement. They were utterly stunned. This was one of the most authoritative media networks in Xia Country, often representing the nation's stance and views on matters. Beyond the Daily, numerous other official media outlets quickly reposted the article. In an instant, it swept across the entire internet. The article's author wielded a masterful and incisive pen, striking at the very core from the outset. It began by questioning who the true culprit was when rumors reached their extreme. It wasn't Feng Yueka, nor Liu Chunhua, nor the foreign forces. It was everyone. The author skillfully built the narrative step by step, laying out the entire event in full detail. As an official outlet, they had access to exclusive insider information, and Lin Feng's true identity was formally revealed. Every aspect of Lin Feng's past, his origins, his entire academic career, was brought to light. While countless others indulged in the pleasures of university life, he alone forsook all forms of entertainment, dedicating himself to the laboratory, completing one research project after another. He published SCI paper after SCI paper. Moreover, under the pseudonym Lin Feng, he shared his knowledge on numerous scientific websites, writing one popular science article after another. Most importantly, he single-handedly authored an article published in the prestigious journal Nature, the ultimate aspiration of every researcher, with no external co-authors. There was no borrowing or plagiarism. Everything was based on his own theories. This article had caused a massive sensation, both domestically and internationally, generating an endless stream of correspondence. These accomplishments could be safely made public. Besides, it wouldn't be long before his identity as the author of the aircraft-related article would also be exposed. Therefore, publishing this information now would have little impact. When everyone saw these revelations, their eyes were filled with overwhelming disbelief. Even what the official media exposed was only a fraction of it, yet it still stunned countless people. The most unbelievable was the article in the Nature journal's main issue. There were quite a few people in the research community online. Although they couldn't produce research themselves, they understood this well. Lin Feng's article was not one of those so-called water papers. Its impact factor was extremely high. Moreover, some military enthusiasts saw reports about this article on many forums and websites, and it even climbed the hot search trends. Because if what was inside this article were truly realized, it would greatly benefit the current aircraft industry. Then everything would make sense. Perhaps the article involved some classified matters which caused such a huge reaction in the deployment of the SWAT team. Since that so-called exercise was conducted with extreme secrecy, most people thought it was just a simple drill. Moreover, the authorities controlled some traffic, so it didn't even hit the hot searches, and the vast majority had no idea about it. They only saw a group of SWAT troops storm into Feng Yu's dormitory and arrest them. So they instinctively assumed it was about that article. If one had a preconceived notion, one would never think that the exercise was staged for Lin Feng. Because even if the article were precious, it couldn't dominate an entire city. Only a very few people felt something was off, but they couldn't quite articulate it. The topic of one article toppling a tens of billions corporation once climbed the hot searches. The buzz remained unabated. Really impressive. One article took down a massive conglomerate worth tens of billions. The Blue Whale live streaming platform is dead in the water. Everyone evacuate quickly. This is the butterfly effect, but it's well deserved. Tax evasion on such a massive scale with an enormous amount, not to mention his other crimes that are no less serious. Jiang Jinliang must have had his ancestors' graves smoking to receive such a grand gift. Hilarious. I sensed something was wrong long ago. My intuition is sharp. You all doubted me, but now your faces are swollen from the slaps. Lin Feng is Lin Mu, and he wrote such an incredible article. I heard that not only many bigwigs domestically, but also many foreign experts sent him emails. A friend of mine in research told me his article is phenomenal. Many foreigners want to buy the detailed data, and I heard the price offered has reached astronomical numbers. Damn, that's amazing. Why even bother with the graduate entrance exam then? The state should directly recommend him to the top institution. If I were him, I'd just take the money. The exam is just to get a good job, right? Getting an amount that gives you financial freedom up front is awesome, isn't it? You can't say that, pal. Have some sense of patriotism. Even if he sold it, it should only be to the state. I think Lin Feng definitely handed over the specific data to the authorities, otherwise the higher-ups wouldn't work so hard to clear his name. Now thinking about it, Liu Chunhua and her group were like clowns. They couldn't compete, yet they insisted on making false accusations. Utterly ridiculous. If it were someone else, I might have some sympathy, but now it's clear the pitiable have their hateful aspects. The most terrifying people you know are the ones like Feng Yueka, like a venomous snake. You never know when they might lunge out and bite you. If Lin Feng had been forced into betraying his country, they would have to answer to the entire nation. Everyone discussed animatedly, men and women alike. The more they had once admired, the more they now despised. As information was gradually released, all of Jiang Jianliang's crimes were made public. In particular, among the dozen or so listed charges, each one was significant. Pulling up a radish brings out the mud. He became a living target. Within a short time, the stock market plummeted, hitting the lower limit. It was easy to imagine that in the future this stock would fall even harder. Jiang Jinliang couldn't even transfer assets anymore because he was under surveillance. All contact with the outside world was severed precisely to prevent him from tipping off certain outsiders. Especially after his land requisition deeds were exposed, countless voices denounced him, drawing immense fire. He became a veritable target. Unexpectedly, people were unusually united on this matter. Land is deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Whoever dares to touch their land becomes their mortal enemy. Not to mention the collusion with foreign forces. Feng Yueka also faced the same charge, and with evidence in hand, once her background records and transaction records were exposed, no one sympathized with her anymore. Everyone distanced themselves, and no one spoke up for her, fearing they might be dragged into it. This news story from beginning to end saw the entire internet exert unprecedented effort in clarification and debunking. Countless official media and online outlets joined in. Even people in remote mountainous areas could see these news online. From then on, the so-called plagiarism scandal attached to Lin Feng was completely washed away, never to exist again. Director Liu looked at the online data and comments with satisfaction, nodding. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Lin Feng was not just an ordinary student, he was like a colossal treasure. If he were lost, the consequences would be immeasurable. To keep Lin Feng, they had to do this perfectly. Only then could they win him over and retain his loyalty. Still, he felt something was lacking. Although this article could cause quite a stir compared to Lin Feng's research projects, its impact was negligible. He just wondered when the 6th-generation fighter project would be declassified. Lin Feng was truly full of infinite mystery. The Lin Feng he thought about constantly was at that moment transferring from one car to another, nearly vomiting after getting off. Only then did he arrive home. Although his home wasn't in an extremely remote mountainous area, getting there wasn't very convenient either. His home resembled the countryside in the show Back to Field. His parents, besides farming, also had an orchard and kept bees. However, the economic returns weren't great, barely covering his college expenses. From elementary school to university graduation, he had spent far too much money straining his family's finances. Although his parents couldn't provide a lavish life, they rarely let him lack anything. What he meant was spiritual richness. Though not wealthy, life was comfortable. He had called his parents, and after the danger was lifted, they had returned. He breathed in the fresh air. It was the scent of his hometown. His hands were full of gifts he had bought for them. Now his status was different. His tuition was fully waived, and he would receive a substantial subsidy in the future. So he didn't worry about spending money anymore. From a distance, Lin Feng smelled the aroma of home-cooked food and quickened his pace. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Lin Feng pushed open the door and stepped into his home. Lin Feng's parents were both exceedingly kind-hearted souls who placed great emphasis on his education. Despite their modest financial circumstances over the years, they had always fulfilled his desire to study, even resorting to borrowing money to pay for his schooling when times were tough. Consequently, Lin Feng had always been spiritually affluent. He had never compared himself to others. Though his possessions might be few, what he owned was imbued with profound affection. There was simply no need for comparison. After a quick wash of his face and hands, Lin Feng's mouth watered at the sight of the feast on the table. He hadn't been home in a long while due to his graduate school preparations. Once seated, he began to devour the meal with gusto. His parents watched their son with tender gazes, content in this simple, warm moment, for nothing else truly mattered to them. They chose not to bring up the events of the past couple of days. Though they had heard snippets about Lin Feng from others, some good some bad, and had even faced harsh words, they remained silent. Later, people claiming to be from the Enforcement Bureau had come to protect them. Bewildered, they had tried to question these protectors, but to no avail. Thus they had spent these days in anxious trepidation, not for themselves, but for Lin Feng. Now, however, all their worries melted away. Their son had returned bearing the same familiar silhouette, albeit thinner and tanned. Their hearts ached with affection as they continuously piled food onto his plate. "You've grown so thin. Studying away from home is tough, but you must treat yourself to good meals. Go out with your classmates, sometimes have some meat. Don't worry about saving money for us. We need to nourish you properly while you're home. However did you get so tanned?" They fussed over him, their words a blend of gentle scolding and deep concern. Lin Feng looked up, his cheeks puffed with food, and said, "Mom, Dad, you eat too. Don't just watch me. I can't finish all this alone." In that moment, he was far from the pinnacle of the scientific world. He was simply a wandering son returned to his hearth. "It's all right," they insisted. "We eat like this at home all the time. You don't get enough good food out there. You must eat more. Let me get you another bowl of chicken soup." As she spoke, his mother ladled out another bowl of rich golden chicken soup. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight. The chickens raised in their own orchard were renowned for their exquisite flavor, a taste he had yearned for endlessly. He downed the soup in one go. Its deliciousness was a bargain not even a deity could refuse. With his hunger and thirst satisfied, he finally sat down to recount the events of the past few days to his parents, telling them the whole story from beginning to end to reassure them. He had no secrets from parents so devoted, but the nature of the power he had acquired was too alarming, so he chose to omit that part. He also withheld the details of the 6th-generation fighter jet, simply describing it as a significant invention. After all, the 6th-generation fighter jet was still under a shroud of secrecy. Keeping them in the dark was for their own safety. With spies lurking everywhere, if word got out, they would inevitably become targets to get close to his parents. That would spell trouble for them. Aside from these matters, there was nothing else to conceal. He recounted the whole affair in detail, leaving his parents utterly astounded. More than once they gasped in shock at the perilous moments he described. Though they considered their own life experiences rich, they paled in comparison to their son's. Yet at the same time, they felt a surge of immense pride. This was their son, someone who could mobilize an entire city to find classified materials for him. How many in this world could claim such a feat? "Fenger," his mother said, her voice laced with concern, "I never imagined you'd go through so much. A graduate school entrance exam shouldn't stir up such a storm. It might be better to start working sooner. After all, your research is ultimately for the nation anyway." His father glared at her. "What do you mean better to start working? This is graduate school. How many in our village are graduate students? I say if you can take the exam, you take it. As long as you have a clear conscience, let them investigate all they want." "I'm just worried about our son," his mother retorted. "He's been dragged through the mud, and it breaks my heart." His father looked at his outstanding son and nodded with satisfaction. "You're making a real contribution to the country now. The nation is facing severe external pressure, and we need scientific talent like you. You must fight back against them." In his youth, Lin Feng's father had been something of an intellectual. Now in his later years, he hoped his son would serve the country well. Lin Feng nodded and smiled as he listened to them discuss. He offered no explanations, just kept nodding in agreement. Lin Feng went into his room and retrieved his red admission letter from his suitcase. The moment he held it out, his parents' eyes locked onto it, unable to look away. They took it with reverent care, their hands gently tracing its surface. The scene before him was reminiscent of 4 years prior. He remembered the exact same picture when he received his university acceptance letter a decade ago. "This is the graduate admission letter from Imperial Aerospace University. This is a 985 university, and I've heard it ranks very well in the country," his father said with the air of a connoisseur. 985. "Does that mean the salary will be high after graduation?" his mother asked, opening the letter to gaze at the bright red embossed seal, a deep satisfaction welling up within her. "All you think about is money. This is a testament to hard work." Lin Feng chided playfully. This letter was their pride, the solace for all their years of toil. They vied for a chance to admire it, both knowing deep down the immense effort Lin Feng had poured in to earn it. "I really want to post this on my moments," his mother exclaimed, her face beaming with joy. "Better not," his father cautioned, recalling the recent turmoil. "The storm has just settled. Posting this might not be wise." Lin Feng, however, was utterly indifferent. After all, true strength comes from within, and a mere admission letter couldn't possibly cause any waves. "Son, how are the tuition fees for graduate school? I've heard the cost of living in the capital is high. Give me a rough number, so I can prepare." His father expressed his worry, mentally tallying his savings and contemplating a loan if necessary. Lin Feng shook his head. "Mom, Dad, don't worry. My entire tuition is waived, and he'll even receive a stipend. Remember I mentioned that invention I made for the country? It comes with a hefty reward. We can use that money to build a new house or renovate this one, Lin Feng said with a smile. My goodness. Who says studying is useless? His father exclaimed, casting aside his earlier concerns. He hasn't even graduated yet, and he's already earning money for the family. Keep your voice down. Why are you shouting? His mother chided, giving him a playful smack. I'm just excited, his father chuckled. Lin Feng cherished this warm, harmonious scene. In the days that followed, he allowed himself a proper vacation. With his graduate school admission secured and tuition no longer a worry, his burdens had lightened considerably. And with a substantial sum at his disposal, he knew such a leisurely holiday would be a luxury once he entered the workforce. Although he was technically on vacation at home unwinding after the intense pressure of the postgraduate entrance exam, Lin Feng never neglected his physical training. He went for runs every morning and evening and occasionally replied to messages. In the past, his phone had been virtually silent. But ever since that incident, his battered old phone had been buzzing incessantly with messages pouring in every hour. People from all walks of life with all sorts of backgrounds reached out to him. The promises they made were countless. Some even claimed to represent multinational corporations offering astronomical sums to purchase his scientific and technological achievements. Former classmates he barely knew also contacted him. Some to exchange pleasantries, others to make small talk, and a few even to ask for loans. This left him somewhat exasperated. During his university years, he had only a handful of friends, and he wondered when he had acquired so many new ones. It truly confirmed the old saying, in poverty no one asks about you, in the bustling market, in wealth distant relatives come from the mountains. He naturally saw the online articles that helped clear his name. Notably, he noticed that many official media outlets had weighed in, which he suspected was largely due to director Liu's behind-the-scenes efforts. With this endorsement from official sources, no one would ever dare accuse him of plagiarism again. His parents also saw these articles online, and their smiles never faded. They couldn't bear the thought of Lin Feng being unjustly burdened with such filthy accusations. Those who had once vilified him now praised him with equal fervor. Every trivial incident from his school days was dug up and magnified. Numerous media outlets even interviewed his classmates. A casual act he had once performed now became headline news. Without exaggeration, he was now on par with so-called A-list celebrities, perhaps even surpassing them in terms of online traffic. However, he was not swept away by this wave of attention. While fame and fortune were within his grasp, if he had wanted that, he would have become a billionaire long ago. He remained clear-headed. All of this was temporary. The internet has a fleeting attention span. No matter how explosive an incident, it would eventually calm down and fade into obscurity. He had seen through it all. After a cursory glance, he paid no further attention to these matters. Instead, he spent most of his free time explaining the design and construction of the 6th-generation fighter jet to the academicians and experts of the National Academy of Sciences. After all, this technology was far too advanced. It was nearly a decade ahead of its time. Many of the data points were incomprehensible even to domain experts, requiring Lin Feng's explanations. He was generous with his knowledge, never holding back. Since he had handed over the technology, he had no intention of keeping secrets. In his hands, these research projects might be just scraps of paper, but in the hands of these experts, they would become peerless weapons to defend the nation's borders. Having grown up under his father's influence, he never hesitated on such matters. When he returned home after his morning run drenched in sweat, he found his parents packing and getting ready. Only then did he remember. Last night his mother had mentioned that today was his second aunt's birthday. He had completely forgotten. The truth was, he was reluctant to see these relatives. His maternal grandparents had 4 daughters, and his mother was the third. His eldest aunt had married well and was wealthy, which made her arrogant. She believed they were from different circles and gradually distanced herself from them. As for his second aunt, although she had married into an ordinary family, they had become demolition beneficiaries a few years ago, receiving a new house and a large sum of money. Her son had dropped out after junior high, but was now doing reasonably well. Lin Feng's family had been comfortable when he was young, but later suffered a major business loss, and their orchard's economic returns were mediocre. After all, it depended on the weather. His education was expensive, and his parents dared not start new ventures, so over time his family became the poorest among the relatives. Although his second aunt had been on good terms with them before, when he was little they often helped her. The relationship had now become complicated. On the surface, everything seemed fine. But at every family gathering, his 2 wealthy aunts would subtly try to assert their superiority over him. Lin Feng hadn't understood this before, but now he did. In her youth, his second aunt had often relied on their help, which she now regarded as a shameful stigma. Now that she was well off, she wanted to suppress them in return to prevent them from ever rising again. As for his fourth aunt, she was gentle and easygoing. Both she and her husband were teachers, leading a modest but peaceful life. Consequently, their relationship with Lin Feng's family had become the best. Thinking about all this gave him a headache. The family dynamics were far too tangled. Scientific research was much simpler. In a few months, he could complete a major invention, But even if he spent 10 years, he couldn't unravel these familial relationships. Human nature was too fragile a test. It was like a law of conservation constantly shifting. He instinctively wanted to resist. Mom, can I skip today? You know, second aunt's family never says anything nice. I'm afraid it'll be awkward. Lin's mother, however, was quite nonchalant. What's there to fear? Her son may be accomplished, but isn't my son accomplished too? Not only are we going today, but you're also bringing your graduate school admission letter to show them up and bring honor to your mother. Lin Feng looked at his mother in surprise. So his mother wasn't as harmless as she appeared. Since these social obligations were unavoidable, he had to accept them. After all, he had endured years of frustration. Letting off some steam would satisfy his parents' wishes. He didn't want to engage in such face-slapping theatrics, but if they insisted on provoking him, he couldn't be blamed. All right, Mom, I'll go get ready. Lin Feng entered the bathroom and washed off the sweat from his run. He changed into clean, neat clothes. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was pleasantly surprised. His face was chiseled, his skin fair, and he was quite pleasing to the eye. Even without much effort, a little tidying up made him look quite good. What would happen if he put more effort into dressing up? As he was admiring his own reflection, his mother's voice came from outside. Lin Feng, hurry up. We're waiting for you. You're so slow in the shower. Coming. Lin Feng stopped admiring himself, quickly finished up, and left the house with them. In the military camp of Beichong City, Director Chun convened an emergency meeting. Upon receiving the notice, all experts and scholars set aside everything and hurried to the conference room. For days they had been immersed in research and calculations at the camp, often working until late in the evening. Nearly all of them had canceled their lectures and commitments to devote themselves entirely to this project. They could only spare a few hours in the morning to handle personal matters. But before they could finish, an urgent summons arrived. Many were bewildered, unaware of what had transpired. Murmurs filled the room. What's going on? Why the sudden emergency call for a meeting? Asked one academician. I have no idea either. I was just answering questions from my students, hoping to wrap things up this morning and dive back into research this afternoon. No need to guess. Such urgency means something major, perhaps related to foreign affairs. Speculations ran rife among them. Only Director Chen, Director Liu, and Wu Jian were in the know. They had all received the same message simultaneously. The news concerned the nation's fate in a critical struggle demanding their utmost attention. Once everyone had assembled, the room gradually quieted. Director Chen stepped forward, his expression grave, and addressed the gathering. Colleagues, I have just received classified intelligence. The U.S. is secretly developing a 6th-generation fighter jet and has made significant progress. The information is still limited in circulation, but we cannot afford to ignore it. His face was etched with seriousness. This matter was of paramount importance, and even the highest levels were closely monitoring it. Had they not been reporting on even more critical issues, they would already be on their way back to the capital. Yet even so, calls from top officials came in one after another. In this relatively peaceful era, the race for military equipment is a cornerstone of national strength. The aero engine of a 6th-generation fighter is hailed as the jewel in the crown of modern industry. The aero engine directly impacts a fighter's performance, reliability, and cost-effectiveness, serving as a vital reflection of a nation's scientific, industrial, and defense capabilities. To put it in perspective, if building a nuclear bomb has a difficulty of 1, then developing an aero engine is at 50. Therefore, if a country's aero engine technology leads the world, its industrial might stands at the pinnacle. Since the U.S. has openly declared major strides in their 6th-generation fighter, it implies their aero engine technology has also advanced considerably. This signals an extremely dangerous development. If they succeed, it could fundamentally alter the global balance of power. Air superiority is crucial. For decades, they have suffered too many setbacks. The moment Director Chen finished, the room erupted in shock. How is this possible? How could they have built a 6th-gen fighter so quickly? Weren't they having issues with their aero engines not long ago? They're advancing too fast. Our 5th-gen isn't even stable yet, and they're almost ready with their 6th-gen. I seriously suspect there's something in Area 51. There's no other explanation. As national scientists, they were generally skeptical of such notions. But the U.S. had been progressing at an astonishing pace for decades, churning out one high-tech breakthrough after another, leaving them breathless. So it was no wonder some entertained such thoughts. Even with their best efforts, they always seem to step behind. But perhaps it's not all doom and gloom. We have the 6th-gen fighter's design plans. This time we're on the same starting line. It's a race to see who builds it first. Someone spoke up. Exactly, even if they have some technologies, we have them too now. It's about who finishes first. Despite some pessimism, they weren't entirely disheartened because they had Lin Feng. Through their recent simulations, they had discovered that Lin Feng's 6th-gen fighter was vastly superior to current 5th-gen models. Truly a weapon from a different era. This became their source of confidence. Right now it's all about speed. With Lin Feng on our side, who knows whose 6th-gen will be more powerful? Their eyes blazed with unwavering confidence. Director Chen nodded. In the past, such news would have shaken their morale, if not caused panic. But now things were different. They held a crucial trump card. I've received orders from above to return to the capital as soon as possible, so we don't have much time left. Director Chen announced to the group. We can pack up quickly and be ready to leave at any moment. Once we're back, there won't be much leisure, but thinking about this project, my hands are itching. I can't wait. Director, coordinate with the higher-ups on the departure time. We're all set. Director, we should also bring Lin Feng to the capital. That way we can speed up the process and build the 6th-gen fighter in the shortest time possible, someone suggested. Director Chen nodded. Lin Feng has returned to his hometown. They'll send someone to fetch him. Now let's discuss how to proceed as well as the work arrangements upon our return. We must establish a 6th-gen fighter task force as soon as possible to tackle the challenges. The group then engaged in heated discussions. The threat from the U.S. was immense. They had been racing against time and still nearly fell behind. This time they absolutely could not afford to lag. Meanwhile, at a U.S. military aerospace base, a meeting was also underway. The topic was also the 6th-generation fighter. Chief Fighter Scientist James, seated at the podium, addressed the U.S. research personnel below. Gentlemen, the false news we've released about the 6th-gen fighter will help us unite our allies and mislead the Chinese into making erroneous judgments. Let me offer an early congratulations. After the meeting, a banquet awaits everyone. In truth, they had never actually developed a 6th-gen fighter. It was merely a smokescreen. James, we haven't completed the 6th-gen design, yet we've spent a massive budget. Parliament might hold us accountable, said one researcher. James shook his head. Don't worry, they'll handle Parliament. Although we don't have a full 6th-gen, we can enhance our 5th-gen with certain technological upgrades to achieve a pseudo 6th-gen level. The attendees nodded in agreement. True 6th-gen technology was beyond their current capabilities, even with some special tech. But they controlled the standards. If they called it a 6th-gen, even a pseudo 6th-gen, it was still a 6th-gen. Lin Feng and his companions stepped out and got into a pre-arranged private car. They were heading to the finest hotel in the city, a 5-star establishment where the banquet was to be held. The scale was modest, yet the expense was not insignificant. Although they lived in the countryside, the distance was not particularly great. It was merely a bit of an inconvenience, and they had no vehicle of their own. So they had to rely on a private car from the village. Taking the highway, it would take about an hour or two to reach the city center. Lin Feng mulled over whether once his bonus came through he should first get a car for his parents. Otherwise, getting around was far from convenient. Especially when coming to the city, without a familiar villager's private car, taking the shuttle bus alone would consume 2 to 3 hours. He just wasn't sure if the bonus would be enough. It should at least be a few $100,000, right? There were still student loans to repay plus home renovations, and if they finally bought a car as well, the pressure would be immense. After all, that he'd probably have little money left. Otherwise, he could only speed up his work and develop the next research technology as quickly as possible. He aimed to earn more bonuses. Lin Feng truly had little concept of money. If others knew what he was thinking, they'd likely laugh their heads off. Just the technology for the 6th-generation fighter alone had earned him a bonus far exceeding hundreds of thousands. He had, in a way, indirectly saved the nation hundreds of billions in research funds. Even if for the greater good they didn't award him the full amount, it was still substantial. His worries were completely unfounded. Doubting had become penniless, Lin Feng followed his parents into the hotel. They had hit some traffic on the way and arrived just before 11:30. It was his first time at such an upscale hotel, the city's only 5-star establishment. He looked around curiously. People were coming and going everywhere, most dressed in vibrant attire. Only their family of 3, despite their best efforts to dress up, exuded an air of being out of place. He himself didn't mind much. After all, these things were merely external to him. Having been used to it for years, he harbored no sense of comparison. But his parents felt a bit awkward. Though their family had been well off in earlier days, now they felt a certain discomfort that left them at a loss. They could only steel themselves and move forward. Fortunately, they quickly found the private room. As they entered, they looked around and saw that most others had already arrived. Not only his aunts, but also relatives from his second aunt's side. There were 5 or 6 tables fully seated. Most people glanced at them briefly and then looked away as if they were inconsequential. Why are you so late? We were about to start, his second aunt Zhong Fangjia said with a sour face. Zhong Fangjia was average-looking, and despite gaining wealth in recent years, she couldn't hide her rustic air. Though dressed quite nicely, the outfit never seemed to fit her right. There was some traffic on the road, so we were a bit delayed, Lin's mother quickly explained. Then she produced a red envelope and some gifts. Second sister, happy birthday. May you be healthy and live long. Only after seeing the red envelope did Zhong Fengji's expression soften slightly. But as she felt its thickness, though she said nothing, her face still showed no favorable reaction. The other gifts were casually set aside. Happy birthday, second aunt, Lin Feng said with a smile. Though he didn't hold much fondness for her, he maintained the necessary outward courtesy. Zhong Fangjia gave him a look somewhat curious. In the past couple of days, she had heard quite a lot about Lin Feng online with all sorts of rumors floating around. But she didn't believe most of them. She felt that few things spread on the internet were true, they were all exaggerated. Besides, he was just a mere graduate student. Even if he invented some patents, how much money could that really bring? She had read plenty of related articles online. Those researchers only earned a paltry 10,000 or so a month. That was far inferior to her own son. Xiaofeng's back too. I heard you got into graduate school. Not bad, keep working hard, earn more money, and learn from your cousin. He just bought a BMW. Zhang Fangjia said, making clear she wouldn't acknowledge Lin Feng's achievements. Lin Feng could naturally tell that his second aunt was superficially praising him while actually boasting about her son's new car. Since it was her birthday, he didn't want to argue with her. He let her talk, curious to see what else she'd say. Lin's father, unable to bear it, quickly interjected. Second sister, where should we sit? Go sit with the fourth sister's group, Zhang Fangjia said, displeased at being interrupted, and gestured casually. Relieved, they hurried over to fourth aunt Zhang Fengmai's table. Third aunt, third uncle, cousin. As soon as they sat down, the two younger cousins called out. You're here early, Lin Feng said, feeling a long-missed sense of familial warmth at seeing them. As they settled in, his younger aunt eagerly spoke up. Xiaofeng, I heard you got into graduate school, a 985 university, that's great. Do you have the admission letter? Show it to me. Zhang Fengmei, a primary school teacher, naturally felt a kinship with those who excelled academically. His younger aunt had always been kind to them. Lin's parents finally smiled as they warmed up to the conversation with her and her husband. Little sister, you already know. Yes, he got in. The school is decent, though the starting salary might be a bit low. The letter. I think it's in my bag. I forgot to take it out yesterday. Let me show you, Lin's mother said with feigned nonchalance. Lin Feng secretly smirked. His mother was lying without batting an eye. Had seen her put the letter in the bag that morning. But he didn't bother to call her out. If she wanted to show off, so be it. He glanced around the room and spotted his eldest aunt. She was impeccably maintained with heavy makeup, but wore a haughty expression. She hadn't even greeted them since they arrived. Nothing like a true sister. He shook his head. Both of his aunts truly judged people by their status. His eldest aunt had one son and one daughter, but neither seemed to be present today. His second aunt's son, however, was busy greeting everyone. He turned to play with his two younger cousins, who felt far more familiar and dear to him. His parents were chatting happily with his younger aunt and her husband. Lin Feng hadn't seen them this joyful in a long time. His younger aunt repeatedly told his cousins to learn from him, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. They had barely sat down and exchanged a few words when the feast began. Midway through the banquet, his second aunt came over with her son to offer a toast. By the time they reached their table, the wine had already made its rounds several times, and his second aunt was slightly tipsy, her eyes beginning to glaze over. Coming over to offer a toast, even just for appearances, would have been harmless. Even declining the drink wouldn't have caused any issue. But Zhang Fangjia didn't see it that way. At every family gathering, she felt compelled to act as a life mentor, critiquing everyone in the family. Xiao Xian, Xiao Ming, you're not little girls anymore. You're in middle school now, so you should be doing more for the family. I heard your grades aren't particularly good, and you might not get into college. If that's the case, it's better to learn a trade early. Girls just find a rich boyfriend later on. Don't dwell on useless things. Reading so much is pointless. The words that came out of Zhang Fengji's mouth, though they seemed to be for others' benefit, felt off. She was always self-righteous. Lin Feng's youngest aunt initially had a smile on her face, but upon hearing the latter half of her words, the smile vanished instantly, her expression turning grim. While every family has some eccentric relatives, saying such things in a public setting was simply thoughtless. Zhang Fengmai's face grew darker and darker. Had it not been for the fact that the woman before her was her own sister, she would have lost her temper long ago. Even with her good temper, hearing such words made her deeply uncomfortable. Lin Feng watched his second aunt going on and on without end. He directly interrupted, saying, Second aunt, you're drunk and mistaken. The girls' grades aren't bad at all. Getting into a key high school is entirely within their reach, and getting into a university later will be easy. That useless education talk is a thing of the past. It's hard to get ahead without an education nowadays, so it's better for them to study more. Lin Feng forced a smile. Zhang Fengji's face immediately showed displeasure at being interrupted. Before she could say anything, her son reacted as if he had been stung, his face turning ugly. The last remark had hit a nerve. Lin Feng, have you no respect for your elders? My mom is trying to teach you a lesson. Is this any way to talk? Today is her birthday. Drink this glass of wine as an apology to her. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. So they wanted to throw their weight around here. However, he never did things he didn't want to do. He simply shook his head. Cousin, you're exaggerating. I'm just stating the facts, not trying to be disrespectful. I can drink tea, but as for the wine, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today and can't drink it. Lin Feng was unafraid. This whole matter was started by his second aunt, and now they wanted him to apologize. He wouldn't do it. His cousin Zhang Wenqing immediately became annoyed upon hearing this. No one had ever dared to disrespect him like this. Especially not at his mother's birthday banquet. Lin Feng's parents, fearing the situation would escalate, discreetly nudged him under the table, signaling him to be mindful. Yet seeing him stand his ground fearlessly also filled them with a sense of relief. They too had long grown tired of listening to that talk. It was only because she was their sister that they refrained from arguing. Under the gaze of so many people, Jiang Wenqing's anger was boiling inside him. He let out a cold, mocking laugh. Lin Feng, I heard you got into a prestigious 985 university. Quite impressive and quite sharp-tongued. But I also heard some rumors online that you got in through the back door. Can you tell your cousin how did you manage that? He hadn't paid much attention to online gossip, only catching bits and pieces. He was oblivious to the full story. Bringing it up now was clearly just a way to rub salt into the wound to humiliate Lin Feng. Sure enough, after he said this, many turned their heads, their eyes filled with doubt. Lin Feng curled his lip, not knowing what to say. Cousin, your information is seriously outdated. You should really go online and check. With my family background, what's there to pull strings for? You should spend more time reading so you don't believe everything you hear. Lin Feng shook his head as he spoke, infuriating his second aunt's family to the point they wanted to curse. Just then Lin Feng's eldest aunt walked over, having overheard their entire conversation. As the eldest sister, she was closest to the second aunt, and was also the most arrogant, always putting on airs. Third sister, won't you control your son? Look at the nonsense he's talking. Has he no respect for his elders? A young man with such a narrow mind, how will he ever manage in the working world? Lin Feng's youngest aunt couldn't stand it anymore. Since Lin Feng had just stood up for her daughters, she had to return the favor. Big sister, as the eldest, shouldn't you be more fair? Everyone can see what's happening. You know very well whether Xiao Feng was disrespectful or not. As an elder, there's no need for you to say such things. She had always detested such behavior. Zhong Fengfei crossed her arms, not feeling an ounce of guilt. Disciplining the younger generation as an elder should to prevent them from suffering in the future. It's better to learn a lesson from family than from strangers. Besides, he's over 20 and still not working. So what if he gets into a master's program? ITLL just cost a fortune. If he didn't go to university or grad school, think of all the things he could do with that money. He doesn't appreciate his parents' hard work at all. How I support my child is my business. Big sister, you're overstepping your bounds. You should focus more on your own family. Lin Feng's mother, though gentle, was far from weak. The words seemed to hit a raw nerve, but she couldn't deny the truth in them. Her daughter was pregnant, and the father was nowhere to be found, causing her endless headaches. And her youngest son was locked up for drunk driving last night. She was scrambling to find a way to get him out, but to no avail. With a household full of trivial troubles, she couldn't find a counterargument. She could only say sourly, so what if he gets into a master's program? He'll still end up earning a few thousand yuan a month, and he'll never be able to afford a house. In this day and age, who would want to marry a man without a house or a car? I'm only thinking of your good, but you treat it like poison. Fine, I won't bother with you anymore. She tossed out the words and turned to leave. Don't worry, aunt. A few thousand yuan is enough for me, Lin Feng added with a smile, his words failing to wound him at all. After this unpleasant interlude, the atmosphere at the banquet subtly shifted. The earlier toast naturally ended on a sour note. However, at their table, there was no discomfort at all. In fact, they felt happier than ever before. On the other side, his two aunts seemed to be flaunting, loudly boasting about their new house and car, and singing their daughter's praises to the skies. They even asked other relatives to introduce a civil servant to their daughter, insisting that he must be at least a section chief to be worthy of their family. Lin Feng and the others exchanged glances. His parents in particular nearly burst out laughing. Didn't they know exactly what kind of person their eldest aunt's daughter was? Lazy and gluttonous, and rather plump to boot. Spoiled rotten by the family's wealth since childhood, she had developed a habit of overeating. They had even tried sending her abroad to study, but she was sent back home in less than half a year. After returning, she had done who knows what. From what they heard, she wasn't doing any real work, just dabbling in this, and that without any focus. She had no intention of holding down a proper job. She did land a contract position at a government institution, but on her very first day, she managed to offend half the office and was let go before long. She claimed her colleagues were ostracizing her. They themselves deeply disliked this niece, for every time she visited, she would simply lie on the sofa, practically demanding to be fed fruit by hand. She also associated with dubious friends. They had tried to intervene at first, but eventually gave up and let her be. That was back when their relationship was still somewhat cordial. Over the past 2 years, it had deteriorated even further, and they had virtually no contact. So when their eldest aunt made that remark, though they said nothing aloud, the smiles on their faces were so wide, they were practically creasing into folds. There was truly no need to flaunt such things before them. Even if they were doing well, it was none of their concern. Lin Feng's parents were content with their own lives. Zhong Fengmei leaned in and whispered, I just heard from a relative on their side that Xiaowen has a child, and no one knows who the father is. She's currently searching for the biological father. Xiaowen was Lin Feng's cousin. His parents were completely unaware of this, and upon hearing the gossip, they quickly leaned in. Though it was a family matter, they couldn't help but be curious. Xiaomei, you mustn't speak recklessly. Eldest sister won't be happy if she hears this. Lin's mother whispered. Lin Feng also leaned in. He held no strong feelings for this cousin, and in fact harbored a deep dislike for her. Every time she came over she would mess with this and that, and on many occasions his treasured possessions were dug out and disturbed. Zhong Fengmei glanced over at the other table, where they were still passionately talking about buying houses and cars. This table was essentially just their immediate family, somewhat marginalized. So they felt free to discuss these matters without fear of being overheard. Although I don't like eldest sister's family either, I wouldn't spread rumors. But that's not all. I heard from another friend that eldest sister's youngest son was arrested last night for drunk driving. Apparently, he even hit a traffic officer, though fortunately, there was no life-threatening injury. Now they're scrambling to find connections to get him out. Zhong Fengmei worked in the education system and knew many people. Being in the same circle, news like this spread throughout the entire network within hours. She had heard the gossip that morning, but had kept it to herself. No wonder eldest sister looked so grim. So that's the reason. Lin's mother finally understood why their eldest sister had reacted so fiercely to just a single comment, as if she had been stepped on. The source of her distress was now clear. Let's not bring these matters up in front of eldest sister, lest she become even more upset. But those two kids really are a handful, causing such huge problems, and at the same time no less. Zhong Fengmei shook her head. After all, they were not strangers to her. They were her own nephew and niece. She still felt a sense of regret. As a teacher, she was always pained to see such situations, for in most cases it pointed to a failure on the parents' part to fulfill their role. School education is conducted in large classes and cannot cater to each individual. Not every child thrives in that environment. Parental guidance is crucial. However, both her eldest sister and brother-in-law had doted on their children since they were young, unable to bear seeing them face any hardship at school. They frequently clashed with teachers, and over time the teachers simply gave up on them. They never learned to be good from a young age, and eldest sister and her husband never disciplined them. What else could be done? Lin's mother shook her head, unwilling to dwell on it further. Although their tables seemed isolated, they felt no sense of discomfort. They had paid their share for the banquet, so they were determined to get their money's worth. Their nonchalant attitude was noticed by others, who further distanced themselves. But they were perfectly happy with that. Suddenly Lin Feng's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was Dean Shun. He quickly stepped outside to take the call. Hello, Dean Shun. A grave voice came through the phone. Lin Feng, there's been a change. Major news has arrived from abroad. Our rival, the United States, has made tremendous progress on their 6th-generation fighter jet. The higher-ups have issued orders. We must return as soon as possible to carry out a series of strategic deployments. Lin Feng's expression turned serious upon hearing this. The technological prowess of the United States was truly formidable. He had already felt like he was cheating, having managed to build a 6th-generation fighter. He hadn't expected them to achieve a major breakthrough so quickly as well. This was a matter of national strategy and could not be taken lightly. All right, but it will take me some time to get there. Could I possibly head to the capital a bit later on my own? Lin Feng asked. He still needed 2 or 3 hours to get home, and it wasn't convenient. Even if he were ready, it would take at least 7 or 8 hours to drive back to Beichang. Dean Shin said from the other end, no need. I've already dispatched a helicopter to pick you up. Just give me your specific location. Your role is of utmost importance, and we must ensure your safety. There are also many technical challenges that require your guidance. I apologize for the short notice, but once this project is complete, I promise you'll get a longer vacation. Lin Feng didn't mind much. He had already been home for quite a while. In fact, he had a vague feeling that his parents were starting to find him a bit tiresome. Staying longer probably wouldn't do him any favors. He might as well get back to work. But before that, he needed to get an advance on his salary. Dean Shin, I was wondering when my reward and allowance would be coming through. I'd like to buy some things for the family, renovate the house, and then get a car. It might cost around 400,000 or 500,000. Will my reward cover that? Lin Feng asked, cautiously afraid he might be asking for too much. On the other end, Dean Shun was utterly astonished. Just 500,000, and you're being so careful. He didn't know what to say. Scientific researchers were truly undervalued. It seemed he needed to submit a proposal at the next national conference about improving their compensation. To build a strong nation through science and technology, the treatment of scientific researchers must be elevated accordingly. Don't worry, you'll transfer the money to you right away. Although your reward application hasn't been approved, yet I can allocate it from the project expenses, Dean Shin reassured him. His annual research funding was in the hundreds of millions. A mere 500,000 for a legitimate purpose was nothing more than a simple formality away. After concluding his discussion with Director Chun, he hung up the phone and pondered for a moment. 50,000 was still far too little. Given that the groundbreaking research had saved the nation nearly $1 trillion in research expenditures, 50,000 was merely a drop in the bucket. The research funding he leveraged annually already exceeded several billion. Scientific research was inherently a money-burning endeavor. This paltry sum was hardly worth his consideration, so he directly transferred 1 million from his own research budget. However, this was the maximum amount he could mobilize. Though the research budget was substantial, every year's expenditures had to adhere to a strict plan. Even if he wished to allocate more, he lacked the time to file the necessary paperwork, and doing so would only invite additional complications. Thus 1 million was the most fitting amount. Lin Feng soon received the transfer notification. His eyes lit up instantly. It wasn't 50,000, but a full 1 million. This filled him with exhilaration. He had never seen such a sum in his entire life, let alone earned it all by himself. He now felt a newfound sense of being the pillar of his family. After receiving the money, he turned to his parents and whispered, "Mom, Dad, Director Chen from the National Academy just called. I might need to head to the capital ahead of schedule." "So soon? You've only been back a few days." His mother set down her chopsticks abruptly. "He's not going there for fun. He's contributing to the nation. Something must have come up, so he has to leave early. He can always come back when he has time." His father was quite understanding. He harbored a deep patriotic sentiment and believed in doing one's duty without hesitation. He expected the same of Lin Feng. "All right, let's get packed and head back." His mother could only nod in agreement. His aunt Zhong Fengmei stood up somewhat surprised. "Leaving so soon? We haven't even finished this meal. Cousin, when will you come back?" His younger cousin gazed at him with pleading eyes, hoping he would stay and play a while longer. Lin Feng gently patted their heads. "This time I probably won't be back until the new year. But don't worry, once I get there I'll send you some local specialties. Maybe you'll even run into some famous writers and score a few autographs for you." The two girls had loved reading since childhood and idolized many authors. Their eyes lit up and their voices rang out with excitement. "Thank you, cousin." Their exclamation drew a few glances. "Xiaofeng, are you sure you can make it in time? If not, your uncle can drive you. The highway takes just over an hour and it'll get you home easily." Zhong Fengmei offered after a moment's thought. Her husband nodded beside her, equally reasonable. "Don't worry about taking up my time. I happen to need to head that way anyway. Your aunt and the girls can just take a cab back." Lin Feng appreciated their kindness, but he truly didn't need the ride. He smiled and said, "Thanks, aunt and uncle, but they mentioned sending a helicopter to pick me up and take me to Beichang." "A helicopter?" Both younger cousins exclaimed in unison. Growing up, they had only ever seen helicopters on television, never in real life. Now a helicopter was coming to fetch their cousin. Though it had nothing to do with them, it still sent their excitement soaring. "That's right. Cousin, that's so cool. Can I get a ride too?" They chimed in, stars practically gleaming in their eyes. Zhong Fengmei gave them a gentle swat. "You two little rascals, what's there to gawk at? They're here for your cousin. He has important business." Lin Feng didn't mind, but this was indeed an urgent mission, so it wasn't convenient. "You two, I have a pressing task today, so not this time. But if the chance comes up again, I'll take you along." He smiled and ruffled their hair. The commotion had caught the attention of his other aunt's family. The two of them sauntered over with haughty postures. "What's this? Leaving already?" The earlier exchange had effectively severed any pretense of civility. Their tone was naturally icy. Lin Feng truly couldn't care less. These two aunts clung to their inflated sense of superiority, always believing they were above everyone else. But in the end, who wasn't just an ordinary person? Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, "Apologies, but something in the capital requires my attention, so we'll have to head out early." They curled their lips, nearly wearing their disdain on their sleeves. "Something requires you? Who do you think you are? A decision maker?" Zhong Fengmei scoffed. "In such a hurry are we? Want me to send a car to take you? So as not to delay your national affairs?" Lin Feng, as if oblivious to her sarcasm, shook his head. "No need for such courtesy. A helicopter will be arriving shortly to take me to the airport. Thank you anyway." Zhong Fengmei nearly laughed out loud. Unable to hold back, she sneered. "Lin Feng, do you actually think you're some national decision maker? I already asked your cousin. He said all that stuff online is fake. Only you would believe you're involved in state secrets. Be honest with yourself. Even if times are tough now, you can still build a solid future with hard work. Instead of daydreaming all day. The internet says the military helped you hunt for something. No one believed it, but you. Ask yourself, is any of it real?" She flat out dismissed everything she'd seen online. Most of it was fabricated, twisted by hearsay. That's why she was certain Lin Feng was putting on an act, just playing the part so convincingly that had fooled even himself. Still unsatisfied, she pressed on. "If you truly cared about your parents, you'd pick up more tutoring gigs at university and stop draining their pockets. Can your family even scrape together 10,000 yuan?" She framed it as concern, but it was nothing short of a veiled insult. Lin Feng's gaze flickered. "Oh, sorry, second aunt. You just reminded me. I just received a subsidy enough to renovate the house and buy a car." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone. "A subsidy? Renovate the house? Buy a car? Let's see what money you're talking about." His second aunt stared him down, determined to expose his bluff. She didn't believe a word of it. University scholarships were at most 7 or 8,000. Lin Feng, seemingly oblivious to her piercing gaze, took out his phone. "Mom, you have Alipay, right?" They'll transfer it straight to you. His mother was startled, not expecting an actual transfer. But she knew her son didn't have much money on him. So she had already decided to keep quiet about the exact amount and only mention a rough figure. But the moment Lin Feng confirmed the transfer, a crisp, resounding voice echoed through the entire hall. Alipay notification, 1 million yuan received. Alipay notification, 1 million yuan received. The resounding voice echoed through every corner of the private room. All the clamor fell into a profound silence under this announcement. Countless gazes turned toward the source. Lin's mother clutched her phone, feeling somewhat at a loss. Only she knew that 1 million yuan had indeed been transferred into her account. She spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Sorry about that. I was out selling fruit a couple of days ago, and I was afraid I wouldn't hear the notifications, so I set up the voice alert on my Alipay. These words struck a chord of envy in everyone's hearts. What did she mean by outselling fruit? Could this be any more humbling? This was 1 million yuan after all. Most of the people present had never seen such a sum of money in their lives. Although Lin Feng's eldest and second aunts had assets exceeding 1 million, withdrawing that amount in pure cash would still cause them considerable pain. Moreover, they simply couldn't accept that Lin's mother had come into such wealth so suddenly. What would they have left to feel superior about? Impossible. I don't believe you. You're lying. That's clearly just a ringtone. Zhang Fangjia, thinking she had found a flaw, snatched the phone from Lin's mother. She absolutely refused to believe it. Where on earth did Lin Feng get so much money? But the moment she saw the evidence, she was struck as if by lightning. It was real, no trickery, and definitely not a ringtone. She was instantly stunned. Lin Feng calmly retrieved the phone from her hand. He explained nonchalantly, a couple of days ago, I sold a patent to the state. This is just a bit of subsidy money. It's not much, just enough to fix up the house and buy a car. You know, we had to rent a car to get here, which was quite inconvenient. Lin Feng mentioned their earlier hardship, but there wasn't a trace of inferiority in his voice. For he was filled with absolute confidence now. His father also had a driver's license. Had to sell his car when his business failed years ago, but the license was still valid. A new car would be a great convenience. Among those present, the only one genuinely delighted for Lin Feng's family was his youngest aunt. Zhang Fengmai's face broke into a smile, the kind of heartfelt joy one feels seeing a beloved younger relative succeed. Lin Feng received a message. They were almost here. He nodded to his two aunts. Sorry, but we'll be taking our leave now. The helicopter is here to pick us up. Ignoring the dumbfounded crowd behind him, Lin Feng walked straight out the door. Zhang Fengmai also rose to take her leave. Lin's father had witnessed the entire scene, and a feeling of immense satisfaction washed over him, like drinking a bucket of cold water on a scorching day. Seeing the consternation on those snobbish faces was particularly gratifying. He had endured their disdain for years, but back then their family truly had been poor. He lacked the confidence to even refute them. But now his son had casually produced 1 million yuan. 1 million. Even during his best business years, he had never had that much cash on hand. Let alone now. Despite his joy, many questions lingered in Lin's father's mind. Lin Feng, where did you really get so much money? Can a patent really sell for that much? Lin Feng, not wanting to divulge the specifics, gave a casual reply. Don't worry, it's genuinely the patent fee. I invented something for the country and they paid me for it. Use the money wisely. Buy whatever the family needs, but don't lend money to just anyone. This was also his word of caution. Sudden wealth often breeds conflict. Most lottery winners choose to disappear anonymously because once the news gets out, countless people will come looking for them. And most of those who come to borrow money never repay it. That's why Lin Feng wanted them to keep a low profile. His parents weren't naive, they had weathered their own storms and setbacks. They were kind-hearted, but that didn't mean they were oblivious. They too understood the trouble that could arise from suddenly acquiring a large sum of money. Seeing that his warning had hit home, Lin Feng added reassuringly, Mom, Dad, but don't be overly cautious either. This money is earned legitimately. No one can take it away. Spend it as you see fit, buy what you need, and get a new car. For the first time, Lin Feng felt this sense of financial freedom, a feeling of not treating money like money. His father, however, was still concerned. We could never spend all this money. You're heading to the capital for school, which will be expensive. Besides tuition, you'll have food and living costs and hanging out with your classmates. You should keep some for yourself. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Dad. I still have money. My tuition is waived, and I have a scholarship. Don't worry about me. As they were talking, their location had been confirmed. A helicopter had arrived above the hotel. Fortunately, it was a 5-star hotel with a large plaza in front. As the helicopter prepared to land, the plaza quickly cleared of people. Standing by the entrance, they could feel the immense gust of wind from the rotors. Several soldiers in camouflage uniforms jumped out, led by a field-grade officer. The officer walked up to Lin Feng and rendered a sharp standard military salute. Mr. Lin Feng, greetings. I am Xiang Jianzhang from the Beichong Military Region Flight Brigade. Under orders from the military region, I am here to escort you back to Beichong. Lin Feng's parents had never witnessed such a spectacle. A profound sense of pride swelled within them. This was their son, someone so important that the state would send an aircraft for him. Thank you for your service. These are my parents. Let's take them home first. I need to pack a few things. Lin Feng said, nodding at him. Well, follow your arrangements, sir. Uncle Auntie, please board the helicopter. Xiang Jinzhong announced loudly, then turned to Lin Feng's parents with a warm smile. It was their first time riding in an aircraft, let alone a helicopter. They had to be helped aboard, too afraid to look down, their hearts pounding with excitement. Lin Feng followed them. They waved goodbye to their aunt at the entrance, and the helicopter slowly ascended, leaving a breathtaking scene etched in the minds of all who witnessed it. Lin Feng's eldest aunt Zhong Fengfei watched it all through the window, grinding her teeth in frustration. Zhong Fengjie was seething with envy as well. How had their third sister managed to turn things around so completely? A flicker of regret crossed her mind. Perhaps they shouldn't have been so quick to turn their backs. Zhong Fengfei's thoughts churned with conflict. If Lin Feng had such resources that even a helicopter was sent for him, his influence must be immense. If he were willing to help, could her youngest son's hitandron on a traffic officer be resolved quietly? After all, they were family. He wouldn't refuse to help, would he? The thought sparked a flicker of hope within her. She believed that if she just swallowed her pride and said a few conciliatory words, she might succeed. Her mood brightened considerably. Lin Feng was naturally unaware of what his aunt was plotting this time. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care, nor would he help her with it. Drunk driving and fleeing the scene and hitting a traffic officer at that. No person with a conscience would help cover that up. If he were to leverage his connections, he could indeed make a major issue a minor one, using his ties with the National Security Bureau to get his cousin out of trouble. But he didn't want to. He wouldn't do it. The nation's sharpest tools are meant for dealing with external threats, not for abusing power for personal gain. He was clear on that point. If you break the rules, you face the punishment. If you commit a crime, you go to jail. It was the first time Lin Feng's parents had ever flown, let alone on a helicopter, which was terrifying. They were utterly unaccustomed to it, gripping the handles inside the cabin tightly, not daring to look down during the flight. Lin Feng was slightly better off than them, but only just. He had never flown before either, let alone in such a helicopter. However, after the initial shock, he overcame his psychological barrier and behaved as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. This earned him a newfound respect from Xiang Jinzhong, who had been quietly observing him. He could tell at a glance that Lin Feng was a first-time flyer, yet he adapted and conquered his fear in such a short time. That was no ordinary feat. A helicopter is nothing like a commercial airliner. It sways and rattles. The space is cramped, and a single glance out the window reveals the endless landscape below, making one's heart tighten with anxiety. During his days in the Army Aviation Corps, there were soldiers every year who washed out because they couldn't conquer their acrophobia. Lin Feng, however, was a natural. His identity remained an enigma to them, and with strict information blackouts from above, even glimpses of external news only revealed fragments of the truth. If it were merely a matter of a single paper, there would be no need for such extreme measures. Even he had been dispatched to fetch him with strict orders to ensure his safety and maintain absolute secrecy. Any harm befalling Lin Feng would land him before a court-martial. It was a mystery, one that no one could solve for him. All he could do was perform his duty. The helicopter was fast, and before long they were over the village. A trip that would take over an hour by car at high speed took them a mere 20 minutes. The villagers had never seen a military helicopter before. Countless eyes stared skyward until it was confirmed that this military chopper was indeed landing in their village. It was then that Lin Feng's parents finally caught their breath. Seeing so many familiar neighbors looking up at them, they straightened their backs with pride. This was the proudest moment of their lives. They couldn't afford to lose face. There were no helipads in the city, but in the countryside there were landing spots everywhere. The military helicopter touched down in a vast field. Xiang Jinzhong jumped out and helped each of them disembark. Then saluting Lin Feng, he said, "Mr. Lin, the military district is in a hurry, so you have about 20 minutes to get ready." "Okay, understood. It'll be quick. Just give me 20 minutes. Lin Feng nodded to him. By then the field was crowded with curious villagers, their eyes filled with envy as they watched the family descend from the aircraft. After getting off, Lin Feng's parents exchanged a few greetings with the onlookers, unable to hide their joy. After being invisible for so many years, they had finally regained all their lost face in one fell swoop. Especially with 100,000 yuan still warm tucked safely in their pockets. It was a sense of security that nothing else could replace. They certainly wouldn't spend it all. It was saved for Lin Feng to find a wife. Though the silly boy still showed no sign of having a girlfriend. "Mom, Dad'll be off now. He'll come back to see you when I get the chance." After packing, Lin Feng bid them farewell. Despite his brief stay, he could feel the profound love his parents had for him. "Don't worry about us, we'll take care of ourselves. You take care of yourself out there too. Eat well, drink well, and give us a call when you have time." His father waved him off. "You too, take care." Lin Feng gathered his things and turned to board the military helicopter. His gaze never left his parents on the ground until the aircraft vanished above the village. Only then did he look away, his eyes gradually hardening with resolve. Having chosen the distant path, he would brave the wind and rain. Once he was settled somewhere, he would bring his parents over. Even if they were reluctant, he would leave them a place they could always come to. The military helicopter flew on, soaring over one city after another. With no obstacles in the sky, they traveled in a straight line. In under 2 hours, they arrived at the Beichong City Military Command Center. After the helicopter landed, Ding Shun and his group were already waiting. Seeing him return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. If the situation hadn't been so urgent, they would never have resorted to a helicopter. Even though they trusted their pilots implicitly, there was always some element of risk. Dean Shun back. Lin Feng waved at them, his gaze especially warm when it met the Dean's. This was his patron after all, a man who casually tossed out 100,000 yuan. Welcome back. But we might have to leave soon. Things are moving faster than expected, and the capital is pressing. We must seize every moment. Dean Shun said with a hint of apology. It's fine. The nation's matters come first. Lin Feng nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for the stipend and reward, sir. It helped solve my problems. Dean Shun waved his hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter, and such a small sum compared to your contributions is hardly worth mentioning. Your greater rewards are still to come. Lin Feng was taken aback. It seemed his rewards were more than just this. Let's prepare to depart. Once everyone was ready carrying their documents, they were escorted by the Special Forces team and boarded a private jet bound for the capital. During the flight, national satellites monitored their every move, ensuring no unforeseen incidents occurred. Their safety was of paramount importance, for they now represented a crucial part of the nation's future. Only after the plane landed safely did the alert status lift. The capital they had arrived. From the airplane, Lin Feng had already glimpsed the majestic imperial capital. Even upon disembarking, merely standing within the airport, he could sense the overwhelming vastness this city offered. They gathered their belongings and boarded a coach escorted along the entire route. The protection was absolute, leaving no opportunity for anyone to interfere. It was Lin Feng's first true taste of the formidable power of the state apparatus. It seemed that while developing a 6th-generation fighter might be an almost insurmountable challenge for other nations, for the Xia Kingdom, it was a different story altogether. After all, this was a superpower with a complete and comprehensive industrial foundation. On the flight, Dean Shun had already briefed him on the urgency of the situation. This was a race for national strength, far from a trivial matter. Whoever succeeded first would wield unprecedented international influence. That was why the high command was so tense. Lin Feng had even been notified that one of the nation's paramount leaders would be receiving them. This left him somewhat at a loss. The highest-ranking official he had ever met was a town mayor. Now suddenly facing one of the supreme decision-makers, he felt profoundly out of place. Dean Shun, however, was long accustomed to such matters, and even reassured him, advising him not to be nervous and to simply treat them as an ordinary elder. Lin Feng wanted to retort, our situations are hardly comparable. You've seen it all before, but I've never experienced anything like this. Along the way through the car window, he witnessed the imperial capital's storied history with remnants of the past still preserved in place. He also saw the bustling crowds and businessmen striving for their livelihoods. The imperial capital was a world of inclusivity, a place where countless dreams were shattered and just as many were fulfilled. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his eyes. Zhang Xinji, the president of the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, had gone to great lengths to secure Lin Feng's stay. Naturally, the accommodations had to be exceptional. He selected a residence right beside the largest laboratory, one that had just been renovated and cleared of formaldehyde, not yet assigned to anyone. Though not overly spacious, the apartment was over 100 square meters. It boasted 3 bedrooms and a living room decorated with understated elegance. After having it cleaned, he assigned it directly to Lin Feng as his temporary residence and workspace. All daily necessities in the room had been prepared, awaiting his arrival. Dean Shun personally escorted him to the gates of the university, only turning away after watching his figure disappear into the campus. Director Liu had also arranged for several State Security Bureau agents to monitor the surroundings of his dormitory around the clock, ensuring his safety. His importance was too immense to risk any loss. After these arrangements, they were to immediately convene an emergency meeting. The higher-ups in particular had summoned them to hear about their findings and plans. With the rival nation, the beautiful country, potentially unveiling their 6th-generation fighter at any moment, time was of the essence. Zhang Xinji was swarmed with tasks upon entering the campus. There were countless matters demanding his attention, as his trip to Beichong had kept him away for days. A mountain of work awaited him, leaving him incredibly busy. In the end, he had to ask Professor Li Luowei to escort Lin Feng to his lodging. Carrying his suitcase and backpack, Lin Feng curiously took in the sights of the university. His previous school was a local institution, not even a key university. Compared to this Project 985 university, it was on a completely different level. The academic atmosphere, campus culture, environment, and facilities were all vastly superior to Beichong University. Passers-by couldn't help but stare at them as most recognized Li Luowei, a highly renowned professor on campus. This piqued their curiosity even more about who this person was that warranted Li Luowei's personal escort. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lin Feng grew a bit embarrassed. Indeed, the eyes of the young, whether male or female, burned with such intensity. Li Luowei noticed his discomfort, amused that such a genius could also be so socially anxious. He chuckled and said, "From now on you're a part of this university. Some might even call you senior brother. The president went to great lengths to secure your place here, so rest assured the treatment won't be lacking." He continued, "The dormitory he's arranged for you is a 3-bedroom apartment formerly for faculty. It's just been renovated with brand new fixtures and furniture, and all the appliances are already set up." Li Luowei didn't find these arrangements extravagant in the slightest. In fact, he felt it was still too modest. Even back in Beichang, they had decided not to treat Lin Feng as an ordinary person or even as a regular student. Every aspect of his life required consideration. However, final decisions had to be approved by the leadership after their meetings. Lin Feng was equally surprised to learn his dormitory was a 3-bedroom apartment. It was like night and day compared to his previous rented place. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, "Isn't this too extravagant? I'd be fine with the graduate student dormitory." Li Luowei waved his hand dismissively. "If you stayed in the graduate dormitory, it would be far more inconvenient. If those regular students discovered your identity, it would cause a huge commotion." Lin Feng thought about it and realized he was right. Given the security personnel already assigned to him, living in the graduate dormitory would present numerous logistical problems. He had no choice but to agree. Soon they arrived at his exclusive dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Everything was complete, and since the renovation was recent, all the furniture was brand new. Li Luowei explained, "The formaldehyde has been removed, and the levels are safe, but it's still a good idea to air it out. President Zhang even prepared all your daily necessities. You can just move right in." Li Luowei smiled, thinking he had never seen such a meticulous man take care of purchasing various daily necessities. "Professor Li, please thank President Zhang for me. I'm truly grateful." Lin Feng expressed his sincere thanks, recognizing the considerable thought and effort that must have gone into such detailed preparations. "They'll pass along your thanks. Get some rest now. You've been to so many places today and even took a military helicopter. You must be tired," Li Luowei said, closing the door after settling him in. Lin Feng inhaled the scent of the new place. Though the formaldehyde might not be completely gone, he felt a strange sense of peace. Having a place to call his own in this vast metropolis was a dream for countless people, and yet it had been realized for him with such ease. He couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. After a moment of reflection, he began to unpack his belongings. From now on, this was his home, and he might be living here for a considerable amount of time. He had to admit this spacious 3-bedroom apartment was far more comfortable and private than the graduate dormitory. After settling in, he took a shower, had a small meal, and went straight to bed. As for the other matters in the imperial capital, he was sure he would be notified. For now, a good night's sleep was the most important thing. While Lin Feng was peacefully wandering through the realm of dreams, upon his new bed, a grand military conference was convened. Though the gathering was modest with barely 20 attendees, the caliber of those present was unimaginably high. Several high-ranking officials from the military headquarters had arrived. Representatives from various military research institutes were also dispatched. Although the most important figure could not attend due to his overwhelming schedule, a key decision-maker, Elder Song, had been waiting since early. He continuously flipped through the documents in his hands, examining the reports submitted and analyzing the pros and cons in his mind. Dean Shin, Director Liu, and Wu Jian attended this high-level internal meeting as representatives and were to deliver reports to everyone. Facing so many influential figures, their pressure was immense. Even Dean Shin, accustomed to meeting senior decision-makers, felt his eyelids twitch at the sight. As Elder Song saw them enter, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Welcome, our esteemed scientists. You have finally returned. We have been waiting for you with bated breath, yearning for your arrival." Dean Shun and the others quickly greeted him. After the greetings, Elder Song dispensed with pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Your trip to Beichang must have been fruitful. I have read the reports you submitted, but some processes were beyond my understanding, so I focused on the results." Dean Shin, Director Wu, you are both experts in your respective fields. Please state your thoughts. Dean Shun and Wu Jian were both top experts in the field of aircraft technology, involved in many of the nation's military projects. A significant number of aircraft had been born under their stewardship. It was no exaggeration to call them the pillars of the nation. As for Director Liu, he was the director of the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, and also the deputy director of the National Security Bureau. Though he held great power, this was not his field of expertise. Dean Shun, not daring to be presumptuous, stepped forward directly. He knew that every person seated below had a tight schedule and had taken time out of their busy lives. Thus, he wasted no further words. He briefly summarized the trip's itinerary. He opened the report on the large screen, highlighting key points for analysis. He simplified specialized terminology as much as possible using colloquial language because some of the attendees might not understand these concepts. The audience nodded continuously as they listened to his analysis. They had seen these points in the report, but some things could not be conveyed on paper. Spoken explanations carried more conviction and credibility. After finishing the analysis, Lin Feng presented his conclusion, stating the pros and cons. Everyone, together with all the academicians and experts on this trip, we have conducted rigorous analysis and confirmed that the design and development data for the 6th-generation fighter is completely reliable. In the coming days, we will quickly build a model for testing. If successful, we will proceed immediately to prototype testing. Given the time constraints, close coordination among all departments will be necessary. Lin Feng stated his ultimate request. The 6th-generation fighter was unlike any other research product. It involved an enormous number of components. The engine alone required countless manufacturers for its parts, let alone the human and material resources needed for the entire aircraft. Moreover, every part of the 6th-generation fighter had to be precise to the highest degree, allowing no room for error, and each had to undergo rigorous testing. This request was therefore reasonable. No one raised significant objections. However, Elder Song did not immediately express his stance. He waited for Wu Jian to also share his views on the matter. Wu Jian similarly believed that the 6th-generation fighter was entirely feasible. He analyzed the pros and cons from his own perspective. Since many points had already been covered by Lin Feng, he focused on filling gaps and presenting his own ideas. Director Liu, as the director of the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, was responsible for defense science, technology, and industry matters. The manufacturing of the 6th-generation fighter in aviation was naturally a top priority. He could coordinate various departments and wielded significant authority. He also delivered his own report. After the three had spoken, a low murmur of discussion began below. They were the direct witnesses of the 6th-generation fighter incident and experts in their fields, making their words the most credible. Since the three were unanimous in their opinion, they would wait for the outcome. There was not much more to discuss, and they could not propose any differing views. Elder Song swept his gaze across everyone in the meeting room and said in a solemn tone, "We now enter the question and answer session. If anyone has any doubts, please raise them now for group discussion." The attendees exchanged glances, then raised a few minor questions, all of which were resolved without much trouble. Finally, the meeting proceeded to a vote. Elder Song stood up and addressed everyone solemnly. "Since there are no objections, we shall begin the vote on the initiation of the 6th-generation fighter project. The result will be reported to the decision-making body. Given the urgency, a definitive decision will be made by tomorrow at the latest. All in favor of proceeding with the 6th-generation fighter project, please raise your hands." The attendees present included representatives from the political sphere, the military, and various research institutes. They encompassed nearly all the departments that would need to coordinate for the 6th-generation fighter. If the motion passed, it meant that all departments would offer full cooperation. As Elder Song's words fell, everyone raised their hands without a single dissenter. The questions they had wanted to ask had been answered, and they had obtained the answers they sought. The vote was unanimous. A look of joy spread across the faces of Lin Feng and the other two. Although they had conducted countless scientific research projects and received numerous honors, they had never felt such a profound sense of satisfaction as this time. Seeing that everyone agreed without any opposition, Elder Song nodded and said directly, "I will discuss today's meeting results with the decision-making group. There will be an official document issued. Once it begins, it will not end easily. Therefore, I urge everyone to seize the time, win this battle, and emerge victorious in the competition." Everyone rose and acknowledged. "Good, today's meeting is adjourned. If you have any further opinions, feel free to approach me privately." After saying this, Elder Song turned to Lin Feng with a smile. "That genius you mentioned, Lin Feng, is it? Find a time to see when he is free. I would also like to meet our prodigy." Lin Feng was greatly surprised and quickly agreed. He had originally expected that a lower-ranking member of the decision-making group would receive him. Unexpectedly, Elder Song himself would personally meet with Lin Feng. Such an honor was immense. Lin Feng slept soundly until dusk before waking. The rest had been incredibly refreshing, washing away all his exhaustion. He glanced at his worn-out phone. There were no new messages indicating the meeting on the other side had yet to conclude. His phone was truly due for an upgrade. After years of loyal service, it was time for it to retire, as it had begun to lag when displaying messages. He tidied himself up and stepped out of his residence, intending to explore the Imperial University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. This would soon be his graduate school. After all he had been through, he sometimes doubted whether he could still be considered a student. His professional expertise likely surpassed that of many. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Xinji had already stopped viewing him as a mere student. After all, what student could invent a 6th-generation fighter, a weapon of such staggering genius that it defied imagination? If someone like that were merely a student, where would that leave everyone else? He strolled across the expansive campus admiring its beautiful scenery. As a science and engineering institution, the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics had a higher proportion of male students, though the female population was by no means negligible. Besides its aerospace engineering programs, the university also offered a variety of comprehensive disciplines. Economics, literature management, and law were all available. Lin Feng walked and pondered. His current goal was to locate the library. Prestigious universities housed a vast collection of books, including technological texts unimaginable to the outside world. Many books he couldn't find in public libraries were available here. That was why this place was his first choice. The design of a 7th-generation fighter was incredibly complex. While reading allowed him to continuously deduce and refine the knowledge in his mind, it was far from sufficient. The 7th-generation aircraft was an anomaly that surpassed its era. Its propulsion system alone had to be fundamentally distinct from the 6th generation, otherwise it would merely be an enhanced variant. He had previously contemplated using controlled nuclear fusion. Only an energy source of that magnitude could propel a 7th-generation fighter to speeds of Mach 20 or beyond. Such an aircraft would be the undisputed sovereign of the skies, capable of annihilating anything. Thus, despite being just one generation apart, the chasm between the 6th and 7th generations was as vast as a heavenly moat. Lost within the sprawling campus, Lin Feng decided to stop a passing female student. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the library is?" He trailed off mid-sentence as the girl he had stopped looked up, revealing a delicate, exquisitely beautiful face, with skin so fair it seemed it might bruise at a touch. Luo Zitong was walking along, head down, memorizing her law textbooks, when she heard a familiar voice. She quickly looked up and saw Lin Feng's face. Surprised and delighted, she exclaimed, "Lin Feng, is that you? What are you doing at the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics?" Lin Feng was equally astonished. "Luo Zitong, it's you." He was genuinely taken aback. The girl he had randomly stopped was his high school classmate who had been an exceptional student back then. Although he had heard she was admitted to this university, he had never thought to seek her out. He never expected such a coincidence, stopping a random person and finding it was her. Luo Zitong bit her lower lip playfully and smiled. "Have you forgotten why I'm here? I was admitted to the law program here for my undergraduate studies. But I'm more curious about you. What brings you here?" She was typically engrossed in her studies, spending most of her time in the library, due to the sheer volume of knowledge required for law. Recently, she had been preparing for the judicial examination. As a result, she hadn't been following the news online. Although her roommate had mentioned something the previous night, she hadn't paid much attention. So she genuinely had no idea why Lin Feng was here. Lin Feng smiled sheepishly. "I got admitted to the graduate program here. It seems we'll be alumni from now on." Upon hearing this, Luo Zitong's eyes lit up, and she playfully punched his arm. "Really? That's amazing. We were high school classmates and now we're schoolmates again. We should definitely keep in touch." Then with a hint of pride she added, "I don't mean to brag, but I ranked first in my department, so I've been recommended for postgraduate studies without an exam. Looks like we'll be grad school alumni." She playfully wrinkled her nose, looking quite pleased with herself. After all, securing a postgraduate recommendation with a top 1 ranking was no easy feat. Lin Feng's eyes brightened as well. Though he caught the adorable boast in her tone, he didn't mention his own achievements. Instead, he said happily, "That's wonderful. Looks like we'll be classmates for the next 3 years. They'll definitely be coming to you for advice whenever I'm stuck." Luo Zitong adopted a big sisterly air and said casually, "Don't worry. If there's anything you're unsure about on campus, just come to me. Oh, we haven't exchanged contact info yet. Here, let's add each other on WeChat." Although they were high school classmates, they hadn't been allowed to use phones back then. After they went off to different universities in different cities, they essentially lost touch. Lin Feng pulled out his somewhat battered phone, a little embarrassed. "I've had this phone for years and never replaced it. It still works, so I figured I'd keep it," he said, scratching his head to hide his awkwardness. Luo Zitong didn't comment. As his high school classmate, she knew his family's circumstances were modest. She followed his lead and reassured him, "A phone is just a tool. Whether it's good or bad doesn't make much difference as long as it can receive messages. Besides the graduate stipend, the school also offers financial aid for students in need. You could apply for that later. Okay, we're connected." With a soft beep, they were successfully added on WeChat. "Thanks, but I probably won't apply for the financial aid. I heard the school will be giving me some funding, which should be enough," Lin Feng estimated. Although the reward for his submitted blueprints hadn't come through, yet it was likely to be a substantial sum. Combined with the school's promised subsidy, it should suffice. He'd rather leave the financial aid for those who needed it more. "All right, but if you ever find yourself short on cash, don't hesitate to borrow from me," Luo Zitong said with a nod. Then, struck by a sudden thought, she asked with genuine curiosity, "So where are you headed now?" "Wait, I just remembered. If you're a grad student, classes haven't started yet. Why are you on campus so early?" Lin Feng noticed she was completely unaware of his circumstances, but he didn't feel the need to mention it, as doing so would seem like boasting. He simply explained, I have a few research experiments I haven't finished yet. I wanted to use the school's lab, so I came to campus early. Luo Zitong nodded. So which dormitory are you staying in? Mingshuet Garden or Boishuet Garden? Lin Feng shook his head. He wasn't entirely sure where he was staying. I'm not too clear on that myself. It seems to be near the faculty apartments. I think it's quite spacious and the bed is comfortable. Everything Lin Feng said was true, but Luo Zitong couldn't quite grasp it. She said, half understanding. Oh, over there. How did you end up staying there? Did the new graduate student dorms move again? That area is a bit far though. You might have to make extra trips to class. No worries, I have plenty of energy. But the campus is really huge. I searched for the library for ages and still couldn't find it, Lin Feng said. Luo Zitong let out a soft exclamation. Oh, you were heading to the library too. Why didn't you say so earlier? We could have walked and talked. I was on my way there as well to look up some references. Want to come along? I can show you around the campus while we're at it. Lin Feng nodded. Sure, with an old schoolmate like you, it'll save a lot of trouble. He didn't decline. Having a pretty girl accompany him across campus, even just for a casual stroll, was already a pleasant prospect. Many people on the path cast curious glances at the pair, especially since they were chatting and laughing together like a couple. Quite a few students on campus knew Luo Zitong, but they had never seen her like this before. Rumors about her began to spread like wildfire. The two soon arrived at the library. The library of the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was also enormous, towering over a dozen stories high, housing millions of volumes. It was one of the most expansive libraries in the capital. Seeing such a vast library, Lin Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. The knowledge he needed to absorb was all contained in printed books. The millions of volumes here could fulfill most of his requirements. This is our school's library. What do you think? Pretty impressive, right? And guess what? The staff here alone numbers over 20. Luo Zitong said with a hint of pride. It's definitely huge. I'm almost afraid it'll get lost, Lin Feng said, quite satisfied. No worries about that, trust me. If you can't find anything, just ask the staff here. Alright, I'll head off then. Lin Feng nodded and turned to search for the books he needed. After he left, Luo Zitong realized she had forgotten to ask him what his major was. Oh well, there aren't that many grad students. I can always find him in the new student roster. Luo Zitong muttered to herself before heading off to find her law books. Lin Feng quickly located the books he needed. However, the Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics was after all focused on aviation and aerospace. Data on controlled nuclear fusion, while not entirely absent, was scarce. If given the chance, he would need to seek out specialized institutions and research centers for nuclear technology. That wasn't difficult though. The requests he made were hardly ever denied. People would go to great lengths to help him. But there was no rush. He would finish reading the books here first. He picked up a volume, sat down, and immersed himself completely. He read one book after another. Thanks to his unique ability, he could absorb the text on any page with a single glance, letting the information flow into his mind for continuous analysis, filling in the gaps of knowledge he needed. When all the pieces of knowledge were finally pieced together, a new invention would be born. Time slipped by quietly, and 2 hours had already passed. Luo Zitong, having been studying in the reading room, was starting to feel restless, her mind tightly wound. The upcoming judicial exam was extremely important. It was the most critical test in her field. She stepped out of the reading room and stood in the corridor, scanning the area for Lin Feng. It wasn't love at first sight, they were simply old classmates. Since Lin Feng had just arrived, she as the local host felt it was only proper to look after him. She sent him a quick message with her location and then waited. While waiting, 2 female students, both from her undergraduate cohort, walked up to her. One of them tapped her on the shoulder from behind. Hey Zitong, waiting for some handsome guy here. No wonder you've been coming to the library every day. It's a date. And you didn't even tell us. Let us meet him so we can give you our seal of approval. Luo Zitong hadn't thought much of it, but their teasing made it seem like there was something more, and her face flushed slightly. Don't talk nonsense. He's just a classmate who got into our grad program. I was worried he might get lost, so I thought I'd wait for him and show him around campus to help him get familiar with the place. The other girl raised an eyebrow at her, clearly skeptical. Really? I just heard someone say you were strolling around campus with a handsome guy, and your smile never faded. Like you were in love. Better come clean. Don't even think about denying it, there's video proof. Luo Zitong was stunned. She never imagined that a simple walk would lead to rumors of a romance. It's really not like that. He's just a fellow grad student who came to campus early. Why won't you believe me? She said, feeling wronged. You're kidding, right? The grad admissions just ended and some departments haven't even sent out their acceptance letters yet. There's no way someone's already moved into the dorms. Are you sure you're not being scammed? What's his name? I can look him up. The 2 girls immediately grew wary. Luo Zitong hadn't been concerned at first, but their words planted a seed of doubt. His name is Lin Feng. But the moment they heard the name, their hands froze. Who did you say? Lin Feng. Luo Zitong, sensing something was off, nodded nervously. Yes, Lin Feng. Is something wrong? He was my high school classmate, and I just ran into him by chance. She had always trusted Lin Feng. The two girls exchanged a glance, their eyes wide with shock. Are you sure his name is Lin Feng and not something else? One of them asked again. Luo Zitong grew more puzzled by their strange behavior. Of course I know my high school classmate. He's been Lin Feng since high school. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to? They asked, suspicious. Luo Zitong was about to lose it. What on earth was going on? Just as the two girls were about to say something, Lin Feng's figure emerged from the corridor. Since the moment his figure emerged from the library corridor, the two girls had not taken their eyes off his face. His reputation was simply too renowned. Lin Feng, the most celebrated person on the internet in recent times. He was practically a legend. Online opinions were mixed. Some called him an unparalleled genius. Others said he was merely a fame seeker who had stumbled upon a bit of honor. Still others insisted that his admission to a top-tier institution was backed by a real family fortune, all concealed beneath the facade of a rural upbringing. Every theory had its supporters. After all, even if the internet was purged, mouths still belonged to people. They couldn't seal every lip. Yet the latter two views, though present, were not widespread. This was also the first time the girls had seen the real living person. He resembled the photos online, but in person, he was even more handsome. Lin Feng walked over, nodded to them, and greeted them. The two girls gazed at him as if he were a legendary figure. When he acknowledged them, they quickly responded. Lin Feng said to Luo Zitong, "Zitong, so you're here. The library is huge and the staircases don't connect, so I almost couldn't find you. Are these your friends? How about we all go eat together?" No, you two go ahead." The two girls quickly waved their hands. Lin Feng was a figure of the moment, a legend, but also full of uncertainties. It was enough to know him, they didn't need to get too close. Better to admire from a distance. Besides, he seemed close to Luo Zitong, and it wouldn't be good to intrude. Just as Lin Feng was about to say more, a phone rang. "Hello? Principal Zhang." "Yes, I'm at the library now. Are you coming over?" "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Lin Feng hung up and apologized to Luo Zitong. "Sorry, Principal Zhang just called to discuss something with me, so dinner might be a bit delayed. I hope you don't mind." Luo Zitong looked bewildered. The principal. Their principal was indeed surnamed Zhang. But Lin Feng was at most a new graduate student. How could he know the principal? Could it be true, as some classmates had said, that he was faking his identity? She wasn't doubting Lin Feng. It was just too exaggerated. So exaggerated it was almost absurd. She turned to look at the other two girls, but they showed no reaction, as if they never questioned anything Lin Feng said. And they seemed to know Lin Feng. Her curiosity was nearly unbearable, but she didn't feel comfortable asking. "It's fine, go ahead with your work. Call me when you're done. If you're really busy, we can always meet another time." Luo Zitong had intended to refuse, but her curiosity made her half agree. Lin Feng had suddenly become a puzzle to her. What secrets was he hiding? "No, I insist on treating you today. Wait for me. It'll be quick. Bye, everyone." Lin Feng left her no room to refuse. After greeting the other two girls, he turned and walked away, eager to finish the matter quickly. As soon as he was gone, Luo Zitong immediately asked the two girls, "Hey, you two, what was that look? Why were you so stunned when you heard his name? And you couldn't take your eyes off him? He's handsome, but not that extraordinary." She voiced her confusion directly. The two girls realized she truly didn't know. They sighed softly, their gazes complicated. "You haven't been online much lately, have you? It's not something that can be explained in a few words. I suggest you search Lin Feng on your phone right now, then everything will become clear." One girl patted her shoulder. "I advise you to brace yourself. Don't be too shocked. Okay, we're off. You two enjoy your date. Bye." They didn't want to disturb the couple's good time. Earlier they had suspected Lin Feng might be a fraud. But since hearing his name, no matter how strange the situation, they wouldn't be surprised anymore. Even Luo Zitong, who was usually easygoing, realized something was up. And it was something she didn't know. Lin Feng. Her roommate had mentioned the name once or twice, but she thought it was just a coincidence. Now she realized she had been too oblivious. She quickly found a place to sit down, pulled out her phone, and began searching for Lin Feng. But when she started searching, countless news articles popped up. One shocking headline after another appeared before Beijing Aerospace University. Plagiarism scandal. SEI paper. Academic fraud. Truth exposed. Nature journal. Internet censorship. Luo Zitong's eyes widened as she stared at these news items in disbelief. So many things, almost shaking the entire internet, had all happened to her classmate Lin Feng. If an ordinary person had faced these, they would probably have collapsed. But from what she had just seen, he was still confident and sunny, just like before. What kind of willpower and mental fortitude did it take to achieve that? Even when falsely accused by the entire internet, he could maintain his innocence. That was beyond ordinary people. Now she finally understood why he knew Zhang Xinji. Of course, a figure like him, the principal would definitely value him highly, even nurture him. Such an unyielding character was perfect for scientific research. In time, he would surely become a rising star in the academic world. After figuring all this out, her heart gradually calmed. She sat where she was and waited for his return. What she didn't know was that Zhang Xinji didn't just value him. He treated him as an equal. Lin Feng had just left the library and entered a pavilion on a small slope when Zhang Xinji arrived. Principal Zhang. Lin Feng nodded in greeting. Zhang Xinji never put on airs in front of him, appearing like a neighborly uncle, which made Lin Feng feel at ease. Zhang Xinji smiled warmly and asked with concern, "How are you settling in? Is the accommodation satisfactory? If you need anything, let me know, and I'll make sure you get it. It's already enough. I don't need anything for now. Thank you for your trouble." Lin Feng quickly waved his hand, not wanting to cause any inconvenience. Zhang Xinji nodded. "Good. The reason I called you here is to discuss something. The faculty meeting just concluded regarding your matter, and it's been decided. Treatment." Lin Feng looked up. Wasn't he still a student? Zhang Xinji, unfazed by his surprise, smiled and said, "Since you've chosen our Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, you naturally deserve corresponding treatment. Your achievements have reached the top tier. Within the school, even I am not qualified to be your teacher. However, you are still young, so after considering various factors, we've made a decision. Nominally, you will be a student under Professor Li Luwei, a doctoral supervisor pursuing a combined master's and doctoral program. Simultaneously, the university will appoint you as a specially appointed researcher, granting you unrestricted access to the school's research funds. Given the unique and confidential nature of your research, we will also provide you with a dedicated laboratory and even allow you to form your own personal research team, all funded by the university." When Zhang Xinji had proposed these measures at the meeting, he had faced some opposition. But he had overruled the objections to grant Lin Feng such generous treatment. Even though Lin Feng had some expectations, hearing this offer still left him utterly astonished. A specially appointed researcher at such a prestigious institution, not to mention unrestricted access to all research funds. That's a privilege not afforded to just anyone. That's at least a privilege reserved for the level of a university president. Furthermore, the right to a dedicated laboratory and the formation of a research team. Such treatment being bestowed upon a mere student was nothing short of a fantasy. If Luo Zitong were here to hear about this, her eyes would probably pop out of her head in disbelief. Although Lin Feng was taken aback, he understood that the 6th-generation fighter jet project was far too crucial. Having such privileges was only fitting. After a moment of thought, he nodded. "Principal, my future research might be somewhat challenging. I may need to utilize some other laboratories and borrow from the university's library. I might need your assistance in coordinating that. If he were to pursue controlled nuclear fusion, it would certainly be impossible to achieve within the confines of Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. He would have to rely on nuclear laboratories, but these were all classified facilities, so only the principal could mediate access. Accessing university libraries was also essential. Otherwise, some knowledge points could never be deduced." Zhang Xinji found these two requests perfectly reasonable and didn't see any issue. He nodded. "No problem, leave these matters to me. They're not too outrageous. They'll have them arranged within 3 days. Some confidential labs might be a bit troublesome, so you'll need to inform me in advance so I can help coordinate." Lin Feng nodded. "Thank you, Principal." He wasn't overly anxious, he could afford to wait. "Although your identity is highly confidential within the university, the senior leadership is aware of you. So a welcome banquet has been arranged for you," Zhang Xinji said. Lin Feng quickly declined. "I'm sorry, Principal, but I've already made plans with a classmate and she's waiting for me. So it might not be convenient. I apologize." "Your classmate?" Zhang Xinji was genuinely surprised. What a coincidence. But given Lin Feng's assertive tone, it seemed to be true. He didn't want to force the issue. He could only say with a regretful tone, "What a pity. If it's inconvenient, we can do it another time. We'll surely meet eventually." Lin Feng glanced at the time and smiled apologetically. "Sorry, Principal, I have to go now." Go on. I won't hold you back from your date." Zhang Xinji waved his hand. Lin Feng didn't refute it. He re-entered the library and found Luo Zitong. "Zitong, I'm here. Where's a good place to eat near the school? You're the local expert here, you decide." Luo Zitong looked at him with a strange expression, seeming to hesitate. Lin Feng looked at her curiously. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" "Ask whatever you want to ask. They'll tell you everything I know without holding back." Luo Zitong thought for a moment, then stood up. "Let's talk while we walk. A new hotel opened near the school recently. Their buffet is half price and the ambience and food are quite good." Knowing that Lin Feng's family wasn't well off, she had already decided to treat him to this meal. Lin Feng nodded, a hint of craving in his voice. "Sounds great. I haven't had seafood in a long time. This is a perfect chance." He wasn't actually short on money now. He had a few thousand yuan on him. As a specially invited researcher, the university would also provide him with a monthly stipend, which he heard from the principal would be no less than that of a formal lecturer. So his pockets were comfortably full. The two walked out of the library and onto the tree-lined boulevard of the campus. Despite having rehearsed the conversation many times in her head, Luo Zitong found it hard to broach the subject. The usually outgoing girl now seemed a bit shy and hesitant. Lin Feng, however, saw through her, immediately guessing that his identity had been revealed. He didn't mind. "I take it you've heard about my stuff online. A lot of what's out there is exaggerated. Some things that weren't that big of a deal have been blown out of proportion. With him starting the conversation, Luo Zitong finally felt at ease. She looked at him with a complex, lingering gaze. I just went through the news. You're quite famous on the internet. You really fooled me. The school must be giving you pretty good treatment, right? Did they waive your tuition fees? Lin Feng saw no reason to hide things. After all, she would eventually find out anyway. Tuition is waived, yes. They also mentioned a combined master's doctoral program, and they're giving me the title of specially invited researcher with a monthly salary. Lin Feng shared selectively. As for the rest, it was too astonishing and better left unsaid. Hearing about these benefits made Luo Zitong's eyes turn red with envy. We're all graduate students. How come you became a researcher? She had initially thought it was just about waiving tuition, but a whole string of benefits followed. However, considering the rumors she had read about him online upon reflection, this treatment, while slightly unexpected, didn't seem entirely outrageous or far-fetched. She huffed playfully. Humph, and here I was actively helping you apply for financial aid for impoverished graduate students. I never expected you to land a huge salary instead, so you definitely owe me a nice meal. Today you can eat whatever you want. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Lin Feng boasted. All right then, I won't be polite. Luo Zitong pretended to wipe drool from her mouth. As they walked through the campus of Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, they drew quite a few stares, especially because of their striking good looks. Walking together, they were a sight to behold, like a pair of celestial lovers. Some eager onlookers snapped their photos and posted them on the school's social media, instantly generating a flood of comments and likes. Unknowingly, on his very first day on campus, Lin Feng, who had wished to remain low-key, had instead become a Lin Feng's perception was now incredibly sharp. The moment he stepped out of the campus, he could sense at least several gazes fixed intently on them from the surroundings. He could guess who they were, most likely the national security agents. His identity was highly sensitive and his importance was paramount. Although he had explicitly stated that he didn't need bodyguards in his daily life, the National Security Bureau still opted to protect him covertly. They got into a ride-hailing car. The agents behind them began their rotation. There were dedicated personnel for protection on campus and a separate team for off-campus outings. A black Jeep had been tailing them since they left the school gates. Throughout the protection detail, their communication link remained active, ready to report any anomaly immediately. If their signal were to be lost, the most elite special forces would be deployed next. The 4 men in the Jeep were all armed. Given Lin Feng's immense importance, they had to remain on high alert, giving their full attention. They had the authority to handle any unresolvable emergencies on the spot and report afterward. When Lin Feng and his companion entered the restaurant, 2 agents followed closely behind and took a seat in a corner of the main hall, keeping a watchful eye on their table. Initially, Lin Feng found this constant surveillance a bit uncomfortable, but he had gradually grown accustomed to it. As long as it didn't disrupt his normal life, he didn't mind. Besides, these people were there for his safety. The hotel was quite impressive, especially in a prime location like the capital, boasting a large footprint and elegant classical decor. Lin Feng, we're here. This buffet is just one of the hotel services. After the discount, it's about 150 per person. She looked at him with a hint of feigned grievance and added, I originally planned to treat you, but it seems that's no longer necessary. Go pay up. It's fine, enjoy yourself today. I promised to treat you to a feast, so feel free to pick something even more expensive. The buffet was only 150 after the discount. Not that he was short on money anyway. Even without any subsidies, his monthly allowance was more than enough. His family was of modest means, not impoverished. After paying, they entered the buffet hall in the lobby. The interior was exquisitely decorated and a long row of seafood displayed was particularly spectacular. Admittedly, getting a buffet of this quality for 150 in a hotel of this caliber was a great deal. After all, this was the capital. Luo Zitong's eyes lit up at the sight of the seafood. These were all her favorites. After they were seated, Luo Zitong grabbed a plate and began her raid. She made 6 or 7 trips back and forth, piling the entire table high with food. Lin Feng barely had a chance to get any himself. Although he wasn't exactly strapped for cash, this was his first time at such a high-end buffet. I'm digging in, Luo Zitong declared, putting on her gloves and starting to eat. Lin Feng didn't mind. He didn't know what to pick anyway, and since the food was already on the table, he just joined in. As they feasted, the awkwardness of their years apart gradually melted away, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Luo Zitong also loosened up and they chatted about everything under the sun. Her favorite pastime was traveling, and she could rattle off tourist attractions from various places with ease. Lin Feng shared amusing stories from his own life. It seemed they were trying to cram years of catching up into this single meal. The meal stretched on for over an hour. The table was soon covered with the remnants of their feast. I'm so full. Luo Zitong wiped her mouth with a napkin and took off her gloves. Her belly was starting to protrude slightly. If she weren't trying to maintain some decorum, she could have kept going. Lin Feng, seeing her in this state so different from her beautiful appearance, found it not at all rude, but rather incredibly endearing. If you like it, we can come often. Lin Feng said even without the discount 600 per visit would be somewhat acceptable. Luo Zitong quickly shook her head. No, a few times here is enough. There probably won't be such a good discount in the future. 300 per person is just too pricey. Don't worry, next time I'll find a nice place and treat you. Are you done? Want me to show you around our campus? Luo Zitong took the initiative to invite him. Sure. Lin Feng agreed readily. Let's go then. It was past 10 p.m. when Lin Feng finally returned to his dorm and lay down. By then rumors about them were already rampant on the campus forum. Countless hearts were destined to be broken. Everything concerning Lin Feng was treated with the highest priority. By evening, many had already learned that Lin Feng had become close with a girl on his very first day, even having dinner and taking a walk together. Luo Zitong's background was thoroughly investigated. They confirmed she had no ulterior motives and was simply a classmate. Given the special circumstances, all uncontrollable factors had to be eliminated. The name Luo Zitong also came to the attention of all the higher-ups. Soon after, following intense discussions among the decision-makers, the project for the 6th-generation fighter jet was officially initiated. Once the immense state machinery began to turn, all institutions were required to cooperate fully. Due to the extremely complex structure of the jet, a vast number of military and private enterprises were involved. When the policies were issued, everything had to be completed within the specified time frame. Moreover, this project was classified as top secret. This time, no parts would be customized from abroad. Everything was to be domestically produced. Some production lines were repurposed to manufacture these special components. Fortunately, all of Lin Feng's data manufacturing methods and processes were detailed enough to be followed step by step. The only challenge was the extreme precision required. Some individual parts had tolerances down to hundredths of a millimeter. Any part failing inspection would be rejected and remade. But this was the highest priority task from the top decision makers, so it was treated with utmost seriousness. Any department that lagged behind or made a major error would face severe consequences. Thus, everyone involved felt like a steel sword was hanging over their heads, uncertain when it might fall. They were only given the blueprints for their specific component, and all personnel involved were bound by strict non-disclosure agreements. No data was allowed to be leaked. In an instant, a covert operation was set in motion, its undercurrents stirring silently. Dean Shun had been in constant consultation with Lin Feng over the past few days, and together they had fully deconstructed the entire structure of the 6th-generation fighter jet. With all the data Lin Feng had provided, they no longer faced any insurmountable challenges. Lin Feng, for his part, had done little else besides occasionally resolving their technical quandaries. Most of his time was spent in the library, where over these days he had devoured every volume on controlled nuclear fusion. Yet the theory of controlled nuclear fusion remained elusive. The available texts were simply insufficient, too few to bridge the gap. 10 days later, a specially armored vehicle under the tightest security arrived to whisk Lin Feng away from the Imperial University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. He asked no questions. The men in the vehicle, bound by top-secret orders, offered no explanations. The car wove a convoluted path through the capital, even breaching several checkpoints, executing meticulous maneuvers to shake off any potential surveillance. After a journey of over 2 hours, they finally came to a halt at a military camp on the city's outskirts. The surrounding dozens of kilometers were a designated military exclusion zone. As he entered, he glimpsed a variety of aircraft. Helicopters, fighter jets from previous generations, interceptors, transport planes, a vast assortment. The constant roar of engines was a familiar backdrop, one the nearby residents had long since grown accustomed to. It was the perfect camouflage, and being nestled within a military camp, the most secure and unassuming of locations, ensured absolute safety. After passing through multiple identity verifications, they were finally granted access to a military bunker. Passing through it, the space opened up, dramatically revealing a vast aircraft testing ground. Lin Feng keenly sensed hidden sentry posts at nearly every strategic point. All personnel were heavily armed. However, this was merely the testing facility. The aircraft would eventually be transported elsewhere for final assembly. The large-scale production facilities were located elsewhere. The lead officer from the special vehicle disembarked and identified himself. Only after all military personnel had their identities thoroughly verified did the massive doors swing open. Before them lay a vista of countless mechanical apparatuses. The raw, imposing spectacle of a great industrial power was laid bare before his eyes. Aircraft components were strewn everywhere. The cavernous ceiling was a lattice of lights illuminating the entire lab like a perpetual day. At the very center, however, lay an empty space occupied only by a skeletal framework, a 1:1 scale model of the fighter jet rendered by a 3D printer from the digital data. Every part of the model was meticulously labeled with serial numbers corresponding to the exact locations on the real aircraft. Even Lin Feng was struck with awe. 10 days. Though just a 3D-printed model, it was a monumental undertaking, and to have achieved a perfect 1:1 replication in such a short time was staggering. It made him marvel at the nation's terrifying organizational capability. He had once heard that if all the components of a fighter jet were available, this country could assemble a complete aircraft in just 3 days. Such an incredible speed. Few nations on Earth could match it. This facility was one of the capital's most closely guarded secrets. Had it not been housed within the purest of military environments, it would be subjected to endless espionage attempts daily. Yet even military personnel, without special clearance, could not approach it. Inside, countless researchers were hard at work. Their arrival drew little attention, as most people had no idea who Lin Feng was. However, amidst the crowd, an aerospace expert noticed the commotion. As his gaze turned, he immediately recognized Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you're here." His voice was filled with surprise. He then called out towards an office. "Dean Shin Director Wu Lin Feng is here." At his shout, countless eyes turned towards them. As members of the 6th-generation fighter jet working group, they all knew Lin Feng's name. It was a name that had created countless miracles. Yet they knew better than to leak information. Everyone granted access to the nation's highest secrets had undergone rigorous screening. Moreover, stringent confidentiality protocols were enforced here. No one could take a single piece of data out of this place. The crowd stared at him, murmuring amongst themselves. "So this is Lin Feng. He's so young. He's probably just over 20. I heard he only just got into a master's program. A true prodigy. I wonder what's going on inside that head of his." It's truly terrifying. They had long heard that the inventor of the 6th-generation fighter was a young man. They had assumed it was just a rumor. But they never imagined he would be this young. It was almost unfairly young. What was everyone else supposed to do? A complex mixture of emotions flickered across their faces. Dean Shin, upon hearing the news from his office, immediately stepped out. "Lin Feng, welcome to the 6th-generation fighter jet laboratory." Dean Shin beamed with joy. He had long wanted to bring Lin Feng here, but the facility had been in its preparatory stages with nothing to show. It was only now, with the 3D-printed model ready, that he had summoned him. Wu Jian stood beside him along with a group of familiar faces. They all greeted him with smiles. These were the researchers who had accompanied him to Beichan. Lin Feng returned their greetings with a smile. "All right, enough with the pleasantries. We've encountered a problem we need your help solving." Dean Shun grabbed his arm and pulled him into the office. Upon entering, Lin Feng saw that every exploded view of the aircraft was plastered across the walls, a dense, interconnecting tapestry. To the uninitiated, it would look like an incomprehensible script. Dean Shun explained, "We've broken down all the blueprints into paper form, and every part has been numbered and dispatched to various military industrial enterprises for manufacturing. However, due to the high level of secrecy, it will take some time." Lin Feng nodded. These weren't really issues. All the complexities had been resolved within his data. If followed precisely, it was 100 achievable. It was a conclusion he had derived after dozens of iterations, and he was absolutely certain there were no errors. From another perspective, his mind was even more precise than a computer, so he had no worries. "Dinshin, you mentioned earlier that there was some data you didn't quite understand. Allow me to help clarify things." Lin Feng sat down and asked directly. "We encountered several problems during our analysis. Even after reviewing your data, we're still confused about some of the underlying principles and certain assembly aspects." Though they could build a complete 6th-generation aircraft by following his data, as researchers they yearned to understand the core logic behind it. They also needed to assemble it at breakneck speed. They had to beat the beautiful country to it, and absolutely not fall behind. With Lin Feng as a living database, all problems ceased to be problems. Every piece of data regarding the 6th-generation fighter jet was stored within his mind. He could instantly locate even the most minuscule detail, helping them overcome their technical hurdles. Both Dean Shun and the assembled experts listened, utterly captivated. This level of top-tier scientific explanation was immensely alluring to researchers. Lin Feng seemed omniscient, more like a human answer machine. Being present in the 6th-generation fighter jet laboratory already proved their comprehension surpassed that of the vast majority, marking them as top-tier aerospace talents. With Lin Feng's explanations, they could quickly identify the root causes of their own persistent challenges. Expert after expert raised their hands with questions. Cold data could never be as efficient as querying a live person. The entire QA session lasted 2 full hours. By the time it concluded, Lin Feng's throat was parched from the constant talking. The experts who had met Lin Feng before took it in stride, well aware of his extraordinary abilities. However, those meeting him for the first time were astounded by his explanations, each word precise and hitting the core of the issue. Problems that had plagued them for ages were solved effortlessly by Lin Feng. His logic was meticulous and his words concise. It was hard to believe such esoteric knowledge came from someone so incredibly young. His professional expertise left them in the dust, making them feel their own lives' work had been utterly wasted. Lin Feng cleared his throat once more before delivering his final remarks. During the assembly of the D-13 components, strict attention must be paid to the sequence of installation. Absolutely no margin for error is permissible. Precision is paramount. Furthermore, when sealing the stealth coating, pay close attention to several specific areas. These are the most prone to defects. Any omission could easily compromise the aircraft's stealth capabilities, making it detectable by radar. Regarding the control systems, ensure the compatibility of all subsystems. If any conflict arises, halt operations immediately. Do not force integration. The system must be brought to a state of perfect harmony to guarantee optimal combat performance. Additionally, there is the matter of speed enhancement. Theoretically, the engine can propel the aircraft to nearly Mach 5. However, the airframe may not initially withstand such speeds. Therefore, extensive pilot training is required. You can begin the pilot selection process immediately. That covers the main points. If any other questions arise, compile them and send them to me. I will then consolidate all potential issues into an installation manual. With that, Lin Feng finally concluded. A wave of crisp, appreciative applause filled the office. Today's session had been immensely fruitful, clearing away all their doubts. Dean Chen clapped his hands and addressed the group. Let's thank student Lin for his invaluable explanations. I hope everyone will maintain this diligent attitude towards our latest trump card aircraft. Let's see if we can outmatch the Americans and prove whose strength truly prevails. The United States had been eyeing them covetously, harboring relentless intentions to undermine them. They had repeatedly suppressed Xia country, leveraging their military might to instigate conflicts and provoke opposition across the globe. They stirred up chaos worldwide, yet tried to pin the blame on others. Recently, seeing Xia country's rise in certain sectors, they resorted to every conceivable tactic and dirty trick to impose comprehensive suppression. But those days were over. Xia country was no longer a weak nation. It was time to rise and fight back. They would use the 6th-generation fighter jet, a project capable of influencing national power, to completely awe everyone. Dean Shun then made a request to Lin Feng. Student Lin, we still have some questions regarding the manufacturing process of the 6th-gen fighter. Would like to invite you to be a resident engineer at the lab. Would you be available? It was phrased as a question, a rare sign of immense respect. Not many could command such deference from him. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded. Barring any major unforeseen circumstances, I will remain in the capital. I can come whenever I'm needed. However, I have a research project that's at a critical juncture, so I may not be able to be here every day. He needed his own time, so he didn't give a full commitment. Dean Shun understood his implication. He was also intensely curious about the research project Lin Feng mentioned. He had delivered a 6th-generation fighter. Could his next project be a 7th-generation one? It seemed like something Lin Feng might be capable of, though the thought still seemed improbable. Dean Shun nodded and said, that's perfectly fine. We'll consolidate our questions and have them ready for a single day, so we won't take up too much of your time. All right, then we have no issues. This task was after all a matter of national service, and he would never decline such a duty. He was a man raised under the red flag, deeply influenced by his country. While the nation still had its flaws, it was continuously improving. Even if it couldn't become perfect overnight, the fact that it was progressing was enough. Dean Shun was overjoyed. He had brought Lin Feng here today for two reasons: first, to familiarize him with the environment, and second, to have him provide on-site guidance. With such a living database present, it was like having a cheat code. No problem would be insurmountable from now on. Let me show you around. This is our main control room, the design department, the conference rooms, and the assembly area. Dean Shun led Lin Feng out of the office and began showing him the various sections. Nearly half of the lab's secrets were laid bare before him. This was a testament to the immense trust placed in him. For anyone else, even taking a single piece of paper out of these classified areas would involve layers of strict scrutiny. Despite being the designer of the 6th-generation fighter, Lin Feng still had only a superficial understanding of the actual flight vehicle laboratory. The tour was an eye-opening experience. After they had seen everything, Dean Shun received a phone call and gave a report to the person on the other end. He then turned back to Lin Feng with an unreadable expression. Lin Feng felt a little unnerved by the look in his eyes. Lin Feng, one of the top decision-makers, Old Master Song wants to see you. One of the top decision-makers. Old Master Song. Lin Feng was startled upon hearing the name. Although he had been told earlier that a decision-maker would meet him, he hadn't expected it to be this particular one. This Old Master Song was a frequent figure on television, wielding immense power and holding an extraordinarily high status. Even someone as fearless as Lin Feng felt a surge of inexplicable nervousness upon hearing the name. Dean Shun noticed his tension and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't worry. Old Master Song is in charge of science and technology. He's quite approachable in private. Just be yourself, and you'll be fine. Lin Feng still found it hard to believe as he sat in the car. This was a figure who frequently appeared in the news. The highest-ranking official he had ever seen during his school days was the dean of his college. He had never even met the university president. Back in his hometown, the most senior official he could encounter was the local police station chief, let alone anyone of a higher rank. Thus, facing a decision-maker of this caliber, he couldn't help but feel a knot of tension in his stomach. Had it been any other high-ranking official, he might have managed, but this one was truly extraordinary. A special car had been sent to pick him up, and another was now escorting him away. After leaving the restricted military zone, the vehicle traveled for another 2 hours before arriving at a secluded villa on the outskirts of the city. Lin Feng wondered why they had come to this place. Surely this location wasn't chosen specifically for him. These were incredibly busy individuals, and although he had created the 6th-generation fighter jet in their eyes, he was still just a junior no matter how important the achievement. He might be a priority, but it was unlikely that a meeting would be arranged solely for him at this private estate. After passing through several security checkpoints, he wasn't immediately summoned. Instead, he was led to a tea room. A man who looked like a secretary approached and said, "My apologies, Mr. Lin. Elder Song is currently meeting with an important foreign dignitary. He may need about 10 minutes. Please have some tea. This is a special supply, quite excellent." Lin Feng didn't underestimate him. Anyone who served as staff or secretary to such a figure was no ordinary person. But he wasn't in a hurry, he was free now. "It's alright, I don't mind waiting." Lin Feng began to brew the tea himself. The liquid entered his mouth, leaving a sweet aftertaste and a lingering fragrant aroma. He had tasted tea before, but this was worlds apart, incomparable to anything he had ever drunk. He didn't have to wait long. Through the window, he saw a group of foreigners getting into a car, surrounded by staff. He knew it was almost time. Sure enough, shortly after they left, a man in his 60s walked in. His hair was gray, but he appeared vigorous and impeccably dressed. Although time had etched its marks on his face, one could tell he must have been handsome in his youth. Seeing him, Lin Feng immediately stood up. This was a familiar face. "Hello, Elder Song," he said, feeling less constrained, but still respectful. After all, this man deserved his respect for both his age and his capabilities. Elder Song looked at him, as if admiring a promising young descendant. It had been a long time since he had seen such a promising young man. This young man before him had created the 6th-generation fighter jet that would one day shake the world. It was for this reason that he had made an exception to meet him. He smiled and nodded. "Hello, Lin Feng, designer of our 6th-generation fighter jet." Ahem. Ahem. Lin Feng felt a bit awkward at that title. Although he had indeed derived the plans, it was all thanks to his superpower, not his own scientific research capabilities. "You arrived in the capital a few days ago, right? The weather here is quite dry, so you might not be used to it yet. It's best to drink plenty of soothing fluids." Elder Song, noticing his dry cough, thought he had a sore throat. Lin Feng dared not contradict him. He quickly nodded. "There is a little, but ill by something to brew. Don't be so tense. Age-wise, I'm like an elder to you. Just treat me as an uncle." Elder Song said this amiably, but Lin Feng wouldn't dare to actually do so. He could only nod in agreement. "I've heard about your work from Dean Shen. I hope you can maintain your passionate attitude toward scientific research. The nation needs talents like you. Rest assured the country will not treat you unfairly. If your 6th-generation fighter jet ultimately succeeds, your contribution to the nation will be immeasurable. Do you have any special requests? If it's within my power, I can grant it." Elder Song was as approachable as a neighborly uncle. Every word he spoke was measured and rhythmic. His speech was as refreshing as a spring breeze, a skill honed through a long career in politics. Lin Feng was astonished by the final promise. This was a commitment from one of the top decision-makers with a value beyond measure, not quantifiable in monetary terms. Actually, there was one thing. His aunt had been calling him repeatedly, pestering him to find a way to get her son released from custody. She promised to cover his 3-year graduate school tuition if he succeeded. She even offered an extra 50,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. Lin Feng truly couldn't fathom what she was thinking. He had already given his parents over 1,000,000 yuan. Why would he need her to pay his tuition? He had no greed for money. Even a fortune held little meaning for him now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transferred the entire million to his parents the moment he received it. The real issue was that his cousin's behavior was utterly reprehensible. Drunk driving, dragging a traffic officer, and showing no remorse whatsoever. No person with a conscience would help him. He knew that if he made this request, Elder Song, though perhaps displeased, would likely grant it. It would take just one sentence. But he didn't want to. Elder Song noticed his furrowed brow, which alternated between tension and release, and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there a difficult family matter?" Lin Feng looked up and shook his head. "No, everything is fine at home. My parents are very supportive of my research." That's good to hear." Elder Song understood that he didn't wish to elaborate. After a few more minutes of casual conversation, the time was up. Elder Song stood, and Lin Feng followed suit. "I'm afraid I can't invite you to stay for dinner. I have a reception to attend this evening and my schedule is quite packed. I do apologize." Elder Song said this frankly. "That's all right, sir. You serve the nation. I can manage on my own." Even if he could, Lin Feng wouldn't want to have dinner with him. Having dinner with a leader of this level would be a stifling experience, even just sitting there. Alone, he could even enjoy a simple bowl of instant noodles. "Thank you again for your contribution to the nation. Your generation of young people will be the pillars of our future, so I wish you all the best in soaring high." Elder Song patted him on the shoulder before taking his leave. Lin Feng watched his departing back and finally let out a sigh of relief. The pressure had been immense. After Elder Song left, he tidied up a bit, then under the watchful eyes of the staff casually pocketed a large bag of tea leaves as he left. The staff simply glanced at him silently without uttering a word. Seeing that they didn't stop him, Lin Feng quickly within countless military-industrial enterprises, production lines operated at full throttle, driven by orders to work around the clock at any cost to complete the component casting tasks assigned to them. Those who gained entry into these military factories enjoyed exceptionally generous wages and benefits, yet they equally endured a level of surveillance that ordinary people could scarcely tolerate. They had signed confidentiality agreements, and all their phone calls were monitored. Although this did not intrude upon their daily routines, it felt as though an invisible hand was perpetually watching over their lives. This was an unavoidable reality for military enterprises dealt with the nation's most guarded secrets. After all, construction inevitably required human hands. Thus, no matter how stringent the defense's absolute secrecy remained unattainable. They could only enforce broad-scale confidentiality. This time, however, the task they received demanded an even higher level of secrecy than before, with round-the-clock guards, and not even permission to take leave and return home. They had also received word that upon successful completion of their casting work, they would face a 6-month lockdown period. Even after those 6 months, their movements would still be subject to surveillance. Every action had to be reported, and all correspondence would be subject to review. Though they had long grown accustomed to such measures, this time, they couldn't help but feel a flicker of astonishment. What manner of object could warrant such an elaborate spectacle? They could discern that some of the parts were for aircraft, yet they had never seen anything like them before. During production, all components were deliberately scrambled. Communication between different teams was strictly forbidden. To maximize confidentiality, the parts were disassembled into a chaotic jumble. Even if someone managed to sneak out a blueprint, assembling them would be utterly impossible. Furthermore, under such rigorous supervision, smuggling anything out was simply out of the question. These unusual maneuvers naturally drew the attention of foreign powers. Though they had managed to plant spies within the military enterprises, these agents could not penetrate the core secrets, learning only that some sort of unprecedented aircraft component was being manufactured. Upon receiving this intelligence, they dismissed it without a second thought. They assumed that Xia country was merely producing a new 5th-generation fighter, a domain in which they had already reached the pinnacle. No matter how advanced Xia's 5th-generation aircraft might be, it would still lag considerably behind their own. Moreover, they had already begun developing aircraft approaching 6th-generation standards. While not true 6th-generation machines, they could effortlessly dominate any 5th-generation fighter. Thus, although they took note of the situation, they did not devote their full attention, instead focusing on perfecting their own deceptive showcase. Once their pseudo-6th-generation aircraft was unveiled with performance far surpassing any 5th-generation counterpart, no one would doubt its 6th-generation pedigree. Having grasped the full picture, they cast their concerns aside. Meanwhile, Xia's intelligence agencies were keeping a close watch on Pulin country. They observed that Pulin seemed to be engaged in new military research, yet there was a subtle discrepancy from what they had anticipated. Whether it was sheer overconfidence or something else, they couldn't quite tell. Pulin made no effort to conceal their activities. Instead, they fed more and more information to the public. It felt as though the entire world knew they were about to unveil a brand new 6th-generation fighter. In response, countless nations braced themselves as if facing a great calamity. The stronger their neighboring rival grew, the more restless they became. Nations harboring secret grudges were particularly incensed, for once the 6th-generation fighter appeared, no one could possibly challenge Pulin's supremacy. In the current global landscape, aside from Pulin, blessed with such technology capability and research funding, no other country could even come close. Upon receiving this news, Xia country dared not relax its vigilance. They were taken aback that Pulin had abandoned all pretense of secrecy, boldly brandishing its sword in the open. It was a move that caught everyone off guard. When had these masters of clandestine schemes ever been so straightforward? It felt like a blatant provocation. With both nations regarding each other as their primary hypothetical adversary, the target of this display was painfully obvious. A cascade of urgent orders descended from above, intensifying the pressure. The original timeline of roughly a month was slashed by nearly a third. Had some components been sourced from abroad, such a tight schedule would have been unnecessary. But now, with all parts manufactured domestically by Xia's military enterprises, a massive bottleneck in production capacity arose. Fortunately, with Lin Feng as their secret trump card, virtually every research hurdle and technical problem was swiftly and deftly resolved. There were no insurmountable obstacles. Even when problems did surface, they rarely survived for more than a few hours. Nevertheless, it took a full 20 days to complete the manufacturing process. The finished components were then transported under military escort under a classification of absolute top secret, a level of secrecy reserved even for nuclear warheads. All these parts were shipped back to the 6th-generation fighter laboratory for assembly. This, however, was merely the prototype. The final test flight would take place at an airstrip deep within the mountains. As each component arrived at the laboratory, engineering teams swiftly began the assembly process, meticulously cross-referencing the blueprints. Assembly was a critical step, though any minor oversight could doom the entire endeavor to failure. Especially for something meant to take to the skies, precision was paramount. Not a single flaw could be tolerated. Xia's assembly capabilities were unrivaled worldwide, having once set the astonishing record of assembling a state-of-the-art fighter jet in under 3 days, and that too on a production line. Such speed was nothing short of terrifying, with few nations on Earth able to match it. Yet this time it was a prototype, the blueprint for all future 6th-generation fighters. All assembly and research personnel were fully assembled. The normally quiet military camp was now bustling, with one specialized vehicle after another rolling through its gates. Countless onlookers were consumed by curiosity about the contents of those vehicles, but they had been placed under strict lockdown orders. Approaching was forbidden, and any breach of secrecy would land them before a court-martial. Thus they could only nurse their curiosity, and nothing more. Moreover, a stringent phone inspection was underway throughout the camp. All personal communication devices had been surrendered. Inspectors armed with electronic detection equipment swept through every room, combing the entire camp so thoroughly that even the most cunningly hidden device would be unearthed. It was all in the name of confidentiality. A wave of bewilderment swept through the ranks. What on earth was happening? Why had even their phones been confiscated? Yet no one could provide an answer, and even those who might know were themselves restricted in their movements and possessed only limited information. Everyone simply followed orders from above. In the laboratory, the assembly crew stood ready, a picture of tense vigilance. Components were assembled as they arrived. In these final stages, no one dared to let their guard down. At the final assembly stage, countless research staff were practically living in the laboratory around the clock. Eating, drinking, and all daily necessities were handled on site. At the same time, however, confidentiality was taken to the absolute limit. Even meals and bathroom breaks were not entirely free from restriction. Most people were not allowed to leave. Even the leaders of each project team required special passes. Secrecy had been pushed to the extreme. Defensive measures were more than twice as strong as before, and every person entering or leaving was subjected to extremely rigorous scrutiny. Moreover, no one could carry any electronic device. Once inside, all signals were completely blocked. If anyone needed to call home or handle a special matter, dedicated personnel and dedicated lines would take care of it. The various work groups responsible for designing and assembling the 6th-generation fighter stayed up one night after another, all for the sake of perfecting their work. Lin Feng was not present around the clock. As a result, many technical problems had to be solved by the team themselves. For some of the simpler issues, they did not feel it appropriate to ask Lin Feng, lest they appear to be so-called aircraft experts with inferior technical skill. So they could only burn the midnight oil to solve them. These, however, were minor problems, not particularly difficult to resolve, merely time-consuming. This laboratory had assembled the vast majority of Xia Nation's top-tier aircraft design talent, and it had now become the very heart of the entire Xia Nation. Even several top decision-makers had come to visit and review the progress, which greatly intensified the pressure. When the 5th-generation fighter had been assembled before, it took only 3 days to complete. But that was under conditions where the production and assembly lines were already extremely mature. But now this was a brand new 6th-generation fighter. Not only the production design, but even the combat methods and everything inside the cabin had been completely changed. Because the aircraft's speed exceeded Mach 5, already the limit of what the human body could endure, anti-gravity systems had been installed in the cockpit to help pilots adapt to extreme flight at such extreme velocities. Likewise, space reconnaissance and stealth counter-reconnaissance capabilities had been vastly enhanced. The fighter merged with the sky itself, reaching a level where it was invisible to radar and undetectable by the naked eye. In addition, fully integrated information systems had to be achieved. This would form a massive reconnaissance and combat swarm of drones centered on the manned 6th-generation fighter. Ultimately, a single 6th-generation fighter represented far more than a lone aircraft. It represented an entire small flight squadron. But at the same time, the 6th-generation fighter could not be made too large. Lin Feng had already perfectly resolved this technical challenge. As for the most important weaponry, hypersonic missiles were used throughout, enabling the aircraft to strike targets with precision even at extremely high speeds. Moreover, with its speed exceeding Mach 5, no aircraft in the entire world could catch it. Even their missiles at maximum speed might not be able to catch up, let alone score a hit. Thus, the successfully developed 6th-generation fighter. Armed with these performance enhancements far beyond those of 5th-generation fighters, it could already be called unrivaled, invincible under heaven. Nothing in existence could surpass it. This was a comprehensive boost to national power and a tremendous elevation of international prestige. Especially at such a sensitive and critical moment, whoever developed a faster and more powerful 6th-generation fighter would hold far more say. After all the components had been assembled, the team faced another challenge: the final assembly. Where should the site be chosen? Countless arguments erupted over this question. Although research, development, and design could all be done in the capital was not necessarily the most suitable place for the final test flight. This sixth-generation fighter program was primarily about making up time. That was why it had been arranged in the capital. Whether human or material resources, everything could be maximized to the utmost. In the office of the sixth-generation fighter laboratory, the team was engaged in heated debate over the final assembly site and test flight. They refuted one another fiercely, and no one was willing to yield. Selecting this location required first the capability to assemble aircraft, second it had to be relatively concealed before the final assembly, and third, equally the most important, if the test flight were conducted it had to be 100% successful, with absolutely no failure or accident permitted. Therefore the requirements for the surrounding environment were especially demanding. However, the final assembly was not a complete assembly in the full sense. The weapon systems were not suitable for public display, and the drones could not be loaded in just yet. Since the sixth-generation fighter had to be revealed before the people apart from the airframe itself, they could not allow anyone to obtain any useful intelligence. Several aircraft experts who were highly venerable in the outside world were now arguing until their faces were red. Every one of them wanted the final site placed at his own research institute. For their institutes, this was the supreme honor. So how could the others agree? Aircraft research institutes were scattered throughout the country. Moreover, although many of those institutes were relatively small, their affiliated aircraft manufacturing plants were not. They possessed complete supporting facilities. And the fine assembly had already been completed in the laboratory long before. There was no great difficulty left. Only the final assembly of the major components remained, which could basically be completed in a day or two. No one was willing to give up such an opportunity. It would be an exceptionally distinguished entry on their resumes. I think the final site should be placed in Songjiang City. It has a complete design base, and it is deep in the mountains, extremely well concealed. Even if the final assembly failed, it would not be affected in any way. Nonsense. How could it possibly fail? I think it should be placed in Wuchang City. That place was originally the cradle of aircraft design and manufacturing. It would have enormous significance for the sixth-generation fighter. Old Jiang, don't talk nonsense. What enormous significance is there here? It's only the final assembly. You might as well say Beichong is better. After all, the sixth-generation fighter originated right here. Everyone argued their own position, and the debate remained deadlocked. Director Chen also had a headache. These people were afraid of nothing. Once they joined forces, they dared to challenge anyone. He knew that if he showed any partiality, he would probably be the next one they challenged. All he could do was turn a pleading gaze toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng, where do you think our final assembly site should be? Everyone stopped the moment they heard this, their eyes all fixed on Lin Feng. If there was one person present who could convince all of them, it could only be him. Because the sixth-generation fighter itself was his creation, and he was best qualified to decide the final assembly location. Lin Feng had not expected everyone to turn their eyes on him. He pondered for a moment, selected a spot on the map, and drew a circle around it with a pencil. I think there is actually a rather good choice here. This place may also meet our requirements. Everyone looked at the spot he had indicated, and their eyes narrowed at once. Here. It actually seemed quite. Lin Feng noticed that everyone was fixated on the location he had indicated on the map, with no objections raised. He continued, historically I-City was the starting point of the war. Now with certain foreign forces stirring up trouble, stationing the sixth-generation fighter jet here would serve as a powerful deterrent to the outside world. As for the logistics of transporting it there's no need for concern. We aren't assembling the entire aircraft on site, rather we will be assembling it from major components. Although I-City's aircraft manufacturing plant isn't as fully equipped as some of the other major aviation bases, our current testing phase for the sixth-gen fighter doesn't include weapon systems or other specialized equipment. The existing facilities are more than sufficient to handle our assembly tasks. I-City is also a very large aircraft manufacturing plant. With just a few minor adjustments, it can easily accommodate the assembly. Furthermore, the complexity of this assembly is not as high as one might imagine, as we haven't added specialized features or mounted the weapon systems. The focus is purely on testing the aircraft's unique and superior performance capabilities. Besides, this is the very first experimental run. Although they have conducted countless calculations and simulations achieving perfection in software modeling, no one can truly predict with absolute certainty whether the sixth-gen fighter will succeed. Whether it will meet the projected targets is a rather enigmatic question. But even in the worst-case scenario of failure, the outside world wouldn't know it's a sixth-generation fighter, leaving room for recovery and adjustment. Moreover, it is absolutely critical to ensure that not a single shred of information leaks out. If any key information were to be compromised, the consequences would be catastrophic, especially at this stage of development. There's a saying that rings true: I may not use it, but I must have it. As long as there's no external threat, the 6th-generation fighter will remain hidden. However, if faced with a severe external threat, the 6th-generation fighter will be unveiled as the pinnacle of Xia Nation's military might, projecting formidable strength to deter any unscrupulous nations. Lin Feng concluded his reasoning for choosing this location. After a moment of deliberation, all the experts in the office nodded in agreement. It was indeed an excellent choice. It boasted a relatively complete aircraft assembly system, offered a relatively secluded testing ground, and was sparsely populated. It was one of the best possible testing sites. Choosing this location would resolve all the issues they had just discussed. I agree. My city can serve as the final assembly base. The war began here all those years ago, so it's fitting that we embark on this new journey from this very place. One expert declared with unwavering certainty. I also think this is a great spot. For testing, we need a location that's away from prying eyes, and this seems to fit our requirements perfectly. Another researcher added, nodding in agreement. We've been going back and forth without a consensus. This choice is excellent. I agree. I agree as well. They had been deadlocked for a while, torn between self-interest and the practical needs for the fighter's testing environment. A new fighter jet requires countless tests with all data meticulously tracked and refined. It also demands absolute secrecy. This is a lengthy process, and they were unwilling to risk any premature leaks. The people in the office voiced their agreement one after another with essentially no dissenting opinions. Seeing that a consensus had finally been reached, Dean Shin felt relieved. He couldn't afford to offend this many researchers, especially if they were united. Now that they had a unified decision, it was for the best. He stepped forward and announced, "If there are no other objections, we will proceed with a show of hands. This vote will be recorded in the meeting minutes. If anyone has a different opinion, please speak now. If not, we will take this as our final decision. I will report the outcome of this meeting to the higher decision-making bodies, and you will receive a top-secret official document in due course. Please prepare accordingly." Although the majority had already agreed, the proper procedures still had to be followed. Let's begin the vote. I agree to designate Ice City as the final assembly and testing site. Dean Chun raised his hand first. One by one, other hands followed suit. Lin Feng had earned immense respect and credibility in their eyes. Furthermore, his arguments were logical and compelling. No one voiced any opposition. Very well, it's unanimous. But remember, the final location must remain absolutely top secret. There can be no leaks whatsoever. Is that clear? Dean Chen's expression was stern. It was a familiar refrain, but he felt the need to reiterate it to guard against any complacency that could lead to an irreparable disaster. Understood, they all responded in unison. Lin Feng looked at the determination on everyone's faces. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement himself. After all, this entire project originated from his designs. Previously, it had all existed only in theory. Now, as they were about to complete the major assembly and conduct the real test flight, he was more thrilled than anyone. Yet he couldn't show it openly. Given his position, he had to maintain a certain level of composure. Student Lin Feng, you've been instrumental to this project. Do you have any final words of guidance? Dean Chun turned his gaze towards him. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Lin Feng felt he should say something. He stood up, his expression gradually turning serious. In terms of experience and age, you are all my seniors and the true pillars of Xia Nation. You have all worked incredibly hard during this time. We have faced countless challenges, and now we've reached the final moment. I firmly believe in one principle: if you're going to do something, do it to the best of your ability. The 6th-generation fighter will undoubtedly become the most advanced warplane in the world. The humiliations of the past century are over. This is a new era, our era. Though Lin Feng's words were brief, they were deeply inspiring. They had endured countless sleepless nights, eyes bloodshot, many not having gone home for days. All for this very moment. No one could understand this feeling better than they did. They clenched their fists, unable to hide their excitement. We will succeed. Definitely. Their voices rose in a chorus expressing their unwavering resolve. After that exchange, everyone felt reinvigorated. Let's get back to our respective tasks. However, we need to carefully consider the transport plan. So after the meeting, I'd like the logistics team to stay back. We need to discuss a few different approaches. Dean Chen's eyes also showed signs of fatigue. As one of the principal leaders, his burden was heavier and his responsibility greater than anyone else's. Even Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy, seeing him work so tirelessly. Yet Dean Chen harbored no complaints, for at his age he had no further ambitions. He had already reached the pinnacle of both power and prestige. As the head of the National Academy of Sciences, even the nation's leaders treated him with the utmost reverence, regarding him as a national treasure. He had truly exhausted every avenue a scientific researcher could pursue in the realm of officialdom. His deepest desire now was to lead a world-renowned research project to completion within his lifetime. And Lin Feng had presented him with just such an opportunity. The 6th-generation fighter jet. Even if he accomplished only this single project, he would be thoroughly content. Lin Feng did not participate in the ensuing arrangements. These procedures were exceedingly intricate and complex, encompassing a vast array of aspects with strict confidentiality measures required at every step. It was beyond his capacity to manage. However, he too needed to prepare for in a few days he would be departing again, heading to Ice City to oversee the actual assembly. Even if some specialized systems were not yet installed, the mere external frame alone would draw the world's gaze. It would astonish the globe. Therefore, the stakes were immense, and not a single error could be tolerated. He had initially planned not to go, intending to focus on his controlled nuclear fusion project, but Lin Feng had personally insisted that he accompany the team. It was only today that the location had been finalized. He stepped outside. He was one of the few individuals in the base who enjoyed freedom of movement. Everyone else was subject to strict surveillance protocols with the exception of his security detail. No one else monitored his daily life. There was simply no need. He possessed the most detailed data on the 6th-generation fighter, precise down to every single component. Any piece of information he held represented a significant upgrade to the aircraft. Monitoring him would be an exercise in futility. He took a private car to the Imperial University of Science and Technology. Earlier, following his request, Zhang Xinji had immediately contacted the higher-ups and procured for him the only top-tier access pass in the Imperial capital. Due to the top-secret and critical nature of his research, his personal files were completely confidential. Officially, he was listed as a special researcher for a classified agency tasked with reviewing materials at various universities. This arrangement kept him from drawing unwanted attention. All his records and files had been reclassified as top secret. Apart from his original acquaintances, anyone seeking to access his information would need to be at least a top-level decision-maker. The struggles between nations were fraught with peril. Any unforeseen incident could spell utter catastrophe, especially something as world-shaking as the 6th-generation fighter, which drew the intense scrutiny of every nation. Thus, secrecy was of paramount importance. During this period, combined with his prior groundwork, a basic framework for controlled nuclear fusion had begun to take shape in his mind. If he continued following his own designs, he could complete the entire theoretical foundation within at most half a month and begin setting up equipment for experimentation. Once this technology emerged, it would undoubtedly create a global sensation. It would rival the significance of the 6th-generation fighter design. This was one of his near-term objectives. Furthermore, if this technology matured and achieved true miniaturization, it would trigger epoch-making transformations in both aviation and aerospace. Particularly in the realm of propulsion for deep space probes, its potential was nothing short of terrifying. It might even be possible to catch up with previously launched alien spacecraft and capture them all. 4 unknown life forms. Blue Water Planet appeared undefended. With current technology, if an alien civilization existed and could traverse countless star systems to reach here, their capabilities would far surpass Blue Water Planet's. Then it would be an apocalypse. No one could save them. Upon entering the library, he quickly located the nuclear engineering section. After piling up a large stack of books, he drew the curious glances of many onlookers. Few people came to the library to read such dry material anymore. But seeing how earnest he was, clearly not a fleeting whim, they regarded him with renewed respect. Even their own reading pace involuntarily quickened. After Lin Feng concluded his various meetings, he, filled with excitement, immediately reported the matter to the highest decision-making body. The response from above was swift. The Decision Council convened at once and approved their plan. They mandated that preliminary testing of the 6th-generation fighter be conducted in a safe and secure environment, with all travel routes kept strictly confidential, mobilizing every resource to ensure absolute airtight security to thwart any enemy sabotage. At the same time, the beautiful country also made its first public announcement. They declared that they were developing a new type of fighter jet whose power would far surpass current 5th-generation fighters, achieving a globally leading level. They didn't specify further, nor did they admit it was a 6th-generation aircraft. Their intention was to create the impression that they had once again surged ahead in global fighter technology. The moment this news was released, countless newspapers and media outlets eagerly reported it, propelling it to the top of trending lists. The international situation shifted abruptly. It became incredibly delicate. Many journalists sprang into action, and with their relentless persistence, they managed to capture a photo suspected to be the beautiful country's 6th-generation fighter. This immediately ignited a firestorm of controversy internationally. Notably, media from the beautiful country itself, as well as foreign outlets, swiftly turned their focus towards Xia country. They subtly and overtly denigrated it. Some even began simulating whether the beautiful country's 6th-generation fighter could sweep through the combined strength of all of Xia country's 5th-generation jets. Some media outlets presented these claims with great conviction. More and more outlets followed suit. They asserted that the 6th-generation fighter had already left all other nations far behind. Faced with the online praise and speculation, the beautiful country issued no denials. They needed this illusion. It undoubtedly struck a nerve in Xia country. It was tantamount to a direct insult. The two nations had long considered each other as hypothetical adversaries. Moreover, countless overt and covert conflicts had occurred during this period. Consequently, the already finalized plan was accelerated even further. Everyone harbored a burning determination they had to outdo them. Soon the military deployed high-capacity transport vehicles to move the 6th-generation fighter's components to Ice City under the strictest secrecy. Security along the entire route was executed flawlessly. Moreover, once the 6th-generation fighter was completed, it would undoubtedly elicit an unparalleled response on the international stage. At that point, spies would be everywhere. Thus, it was even more critical to enforce strict confidentiality measures at all manufacturing facilities, ensuring they could never learn the core secrets. The final assembly of the 6th-generation fighter would take place in Ice City. The moment assembly was complete would be the moment to draw the sword and unveil it to the world. Before leaving, Lin Feng had intended to have a meal with Luo Zitong. However, she was thoroughly engrossed in her graduation preparations, so he could only settle for a phone call. After all, he would be back in a few days. Luo Zitong noticed his early departures and late returns accompanied by a private car and grew curious about his activities. These matters, however, were classified as top secret, and Lin Feng could never reveal them to her. If she knew, she would face scrutiny before any official announcement. Thus, it was for her own protection. Even for this trip to Ice City, he merely mentioned a research project requiring an inspection. Luo Zitong suspected nothing, as research could take one anywhere. She had even anticipated the rigors of her own scientific life. The components of the 6th-generation fighter were transported to Ice City via cargo planes, while the research personnel would fly in on chartered jets in batches, all for the sake of security. At least 10 military aircraft were chartered. The pilots underwent rigorous repeated background checks to ensure their absolute integrity without a single blemish. Furthermore, each jet was accompanied by 3 highly experienced pilot teams to guarantee flawless execution. Fighter jets provided an escort throughout the entire journey, taking secrecy to the extreme. Their caution was warranted given the volatile international landscape. Plane crashes were not uncommon. If their aircraft were to be sabotaged, it would be an act of deliberate provocation. Especially concerning Lin Feng, any loss would trigger a relentless retaliation from the nation. If you dare to sever my path, I will make sure you suffer in return. Upon arriving in Ice City, the aircraft manufacturing plant was fully taken over by specialized technical personnel, and special forces units had moved in. The plant was nestled deep within the mountains with few access routes, making it exceptionally easy to seal off. All unrelated personnel had been cleared out, and logistics units fully armed were stationed in the mountains to enforce a complete lockdown of the entire area. Beneath the serene mountain surface lay countless hidden reconnaissance units. The surrounding dozens of miles had been designated as a military exercise zone off-limits to all outsiders. With their presence, no one could infiltrate the area. Radar sensors were active in the sky, intercepting any suspicious signals. The stealth technology from the 6th-generation fighter was also applied here, rendering the site virtually invisible on maps, blending seamlessly with the adjacent peaks. The manufacturing plant had received orders to evacuate all non-essential personnel, while technical teams had arrived early to make preparations. Everything was in place. When Lin Feng arrived, countless workers were bustling with intense activity. The equipment installation required some adjustments, though fortunately, it wasn't overly complex. It wasn't a full production line, just a prototype, so they could manage. Lin Feng walked over to the prototype's location, where Director Chun and others were coordinating various departments for the final installation. All components had been delivered. The intermediate models were being dismantled one by one, and the true, awe-inspiring 6th-generation fighter was gradually taking shape. Only the final assembly remained, which would be completed in less than a day. As the chief consultant, Lin Feng received special treatment. As he entered the main control room, everyone inside quickly stood up upon seeing him. Lin Feng, come take a look. All components have been installed according to the designated positions. Check if there are any errors. There might be a few areas needing your guidance. Wu Jian, the deputy commander of the 6th-generation fighter program, beckoned to him. Lin Feng walked over and stood before the large screen. All corresponding machine parts were displayed as projections on the screen, and a simple tap could access all the data. However, some systems were still vacant. His gaze was sharp as he scanned all the electronic models, which were one true-to-life representations. Here, in this position here, might need adjustments. The 5th bearing needs to shift upward by about 3 centimeters. For this engine part, pay attention to heat dissipation. Swapping the left and right ones would be better. As the chief consultant, he didn't mince words. He meticulously fine-tuned the details of the entire 6th-generation fighter. Wu Jian quickly instructed the staff to record everything and relay the instructions to the frontline operations room. After handling that, Wu Jian pulled him to a seat, poured him a cup of tea, and sat down. It's only because you're here that I have a bit of free time. Director Chun has been busy from the start without a break, not even for lunch. The installation is 80% complete, but we'll need to work through the night. Tomorrow morning, we can conduct the actual test flight. Wu Jian took a sip of tea. His throat was parched. He had been incredibly busy lately. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was relaxed, saying, "The most tense period is now, it'll be better after this." His initial excitement gradually subsided. He didn't feel much about it anymore. Wu Jian smiled mysteriously and said, "I heard that this time even the highest authority is paying attention to our progress on the 6th-generation fighter. He might even come to see the debut." Despite being the director of the 865th Research Institute, Wu Jian rarely met that person. So he was particularly excited. That person. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. That was someone you only saw on the news. He had never seen him in person. Better perform well today. I'm off to work. After taking another sip of tea, Wu Jian immediately dove back into work. Lin Feng also went to the front line, approaching the actual prototype. He was fulfilling his role as chief consultant. Only by being on the assembly floor could he spot potential deficiencies. As he entered the assembly workshop, everyone turned to look at him with reverence. "Hello everyone, I'm just here to take a look. Don't mind me, continue." Lin Feng greeted them, then nodded to Director Chen above. Every connection point of the fighter was being precisely controlled by computers. Dozens of mechanical arms were working on the installation from all angles. Lin Feng walked past each computer, checking the data. His expression was solemn and steady, as if he were fully immersed in the process. Time passed slowly. Throughout the entire night, all components of the 6th-generation fighter were fully assembled. A silver-gray fighter jet gleaming with a cold metallic sheen had emerged. Its streamlined sci-fi curves extended outward, making it look like a streak of light in the sky. Compared to the current 5th-generation fighters, it was a world of difference. The exterior had been altered by nearly 60. It exuded a formidable aura. After an extensive period of manufacturing and assembly, it was finally revealed to the world. Commencing final adjustments. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The inspection team had already boarded the fighter jet, conducting a comprehensive examination. As the team entered, every component of the aircraft underwent a thorough check. This inspection was expected to last nearly 2 hours. Having come this far, no oversight could be tolerated, even if it meant taking it slow. Safety had to be ensured. Time passed gradually. The various parts of the fighter jet emitted rumbling sounds. Continuous reports echoed through the intercom as inspections were completed. Airframe normal. Engine normal. Fuel system normal. Power system normal. Landing gear system normal. Aircraft control system normal. Apart from the essential personnel, everyone else had set down their work and stood by the aircraft, listening to the reports streaming in from the intercom. Those words sounded like heavenly music. Each transmission was the greatest affirmation of their tireless efforts over the past days. As the crew activated the fighter jet's master control system, the corresponding self-diagnostic programs appeared on the main screen. During flight, all data from the fighter jet would be transmitted to the ground. Should any anomaly occur, the ground team would be the first to know and could make timely adjustments. The final inspection lasted a full 2 hours. They checked repeatedly over and over again. Only after ensuring everything was flawless did the inspection team emerge from the fighter jet. Soon a video feed began to connect to the main screen. Everyone looked over, having received the news. This test flight had drawn the attention of the High-Level Decision Council, especially given that the distinguished leader himself was said to be observing. Indeed, as the video connected, the familiar figure appeared on the screen, and everyone stood at attention. "Distinguished warriors fighting on the front lines, I thank you for your dedication to the nation's development and the design and research of the 6th-generation fighter jet. At this moment, I stand with you, witnessing this monumental occasion together." A resonant voice boomed from the screen. Each word stirred the hearts and minds of all present. "We guarantee the completion of the mission, and we will not fail our duty," Dean Chun declared as the representative. The rigorously selected pilots prepared to enter the cockpit. The fighter jet would be piloted by 2 exceptionally experienced aviators flying in tandem. They were chosen from the Imperial capital's elite flying units, the cream of the crop. Both men were well-built and wore resolute expressions. During their initial selection, every condition was stringent to the extreme. Out of over 100 elite pilots, only these 2 remained. To put it in perspective, all 100 were fully qualified to fly 5th-generation jets. Yet even so, they had to pass another series of rigorous screenings. After their selection, they underwent even more intense training. Had they failed to endure it, substitutes would have taken their places. Although they were unaware of the specific mission, the sheer scale of the selection process made it clear that this task was of paramount importance, one that would etch a glorious chapter in their service records. So they persevered through every conceivable challenge. Finally, the training came to an end. Now at last they learned their mission. They would pilot the unprecedented 6th-generation fighter jet across the vast skies. Upon hearing this news, they were overcome with excitement. Pilot Min Jianbai and pilot Cheng Huzheng request permission to board. The 2 pilots saluted everyone and sought instructions from Dean Chun. Dean Chun nodded. Pilots, the research and design of this sixth-generation jet is of utmost importance. I hope you will meticulously record everything along the way. As this is the initial test, the dangers are unknown, so you must prioritize your own safety. The design of the sixth-generation jet is unlike anything before. As long as there is still a chance, I hope you will never give up. But if a truly irreversible situation arises, I urge you to put your own safety first. Lin Feng advised earnestly. Although the sixth-generation jet was invaluable, worth its weight in gold, ultimately everything must be people-oriented. The two pilots, deeply moved, spoke in unison. Rest assured, Commander. We will return safely and achieve a successful test flight. I believe in you. They'll be here preparing for your triumphant return. Lin Feng said with a smile. At this moment, there was no need for such solemnity. The two pilots then entered the cockpit, and the sixth-generation jet was subsequently towed to the runway for testing. At this point, all tracking systems were synchronized. Every detail occurring within the sixth-generation jet was under close surveillance, as these were the most precious data. Lin Feng was also intently monitoring the data from various system components on the screen. No one understood these systems better than he did. In the event of an unexpected situation, immediate action had to be taken to halt it. All systems are nominal. Cleared for takeoff. Lin Feng reported to Lin Feng after another inspection lasting over 10 minutes. Hearing his conclusion, Lin Feng felt a measure of relief. He pondered for a moment, then decisively gave the order. The sixth-generation fighter jet is fully prepared. All checks and inspections have been passed, and it meets the conditions for takeoff. All departments pay close attention. After the jet takes off, strictly monitor all data. Following that, each team began reporting on their respective areas. Environment normal. Runway cleared and secured. External radar jamming signals blocked. Air humidity, normal. Wind speed, normal. Conditions suitable for test flight. Cloud density in the sky is normal. Visibility is normal, meeting test flight criteria. Voices came in one after another from the various teams. The external environment was completely normal. At this moment, the sixth-generation jet had become the focal point for everyone. Countless staff members felt their nerves tighten. This was the fruit of their relentless round-the-clock labor. No one could bear the thought of failure. Moreover, the stakes for the sixth-generation jet were immense, tied directly to international competition between nations. All departments prepare for takeoff in 3 minutes. Lin Feng commanded over the intercom. Following the command, all operational systems of the sixth-generation jet began to power up. The engines ignited, producing a deafening roar. Everyone covered their ears and stepped aside. At that moment, the sky was tinged with the rosy hues of dawn as the sun appeared, painting the horizon in a blaze of red. It was a magnificent and beautiful sight. As the sixth-generation jet's speed would approach Mach 5, remaining nearby could cause hearing damage from the thunderous noise. Everyone had retreated to a safe distance, awaiting its takeoff. A shot arrow never returns, it's either success or ruin. Beyond those present, the decision council on the other side of the screen also tensed up. This time there was only room for success. Failure was not an option. The significance of this sixth-generation fighter jet test flight was profound. If it truly succeeded, the nation would enter a brand new era of aerial dominance. However, failure would carry unimaginable consequences. If secrecy were maintained, it might remain an internal matter. But if news leaked to the international stage, it would severely damage the nation's global reputation. For these reasons, no one could find peace of mind. The 3-minute countdown on the massive screen had already begun. Each tick tugged at the heartstrings of countless people. This was the culmination of countless researchers' efforts, their hope embodied. As time slowly dwindled into the final minute, Director Chun and all the other researchers clenched their fists tightly. They were not afraid of failure itself, but of falling short after investing so much. The decision-making team watched intently, as well, having carved out precious time from their busy schedules just to witness the true emergence of the sixth-generation fighter. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed intently on the sky above. This was his scientific achievement. If it succeeded, it would prove that virtually all the research he had theorized was viable. As the final 10 seconds arrived, Director Chun began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Director Chen's voice suddenly surged, reaching the final 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. He practically roared out the last 3 seconds. Take off. With the final command given, the engines erupted with a deafening roar. Almost instantly, the fighter's propulsion systems ignited, shooting it down the runway like an arrow released from a bow, finally lifting off like an eagle soaring into the sky. They had pushed the engines to their absolute limit. In just a fleeting moment, the fighter was but a roaring silhouette in the distance. Even after it vanished from sight, the sound of its engines lingered in their ears. Simultaneously, various departments and teams began tracking it according to the predetermined plan. The sixth-generation fighter tore through the skies at speed far exceeding the speed of sound, leaving a trail of sonic booms in its wake. It sliced through the sea of clouds like an unparalleled divine sword. The parted clouds surged backward in its wake, a magnificent spectacle. At that very moment of parting, the morning sun broke through, casting golden rays across the entire land, illuminating countless faces. It bathed the earth in a layer of utterly sacred light. This awe-inspiring scene was etched into the heart of every person present, becoming the most cherished memory of their careers. Meanwhile, cameras captured every moment. An overwhelming sense of pride welled up in everyone's heart. Every single component of this fighter jet had been assembled by their own hands. It was the work of their lifetimes. To have participated in even just this one research project would be enough to fulfill a lifetime. Nothing else could ignite such fervor within them. The eagle striking the sky. This was the dream of every citizen of the nation, the hope of all. From this moment forth, they were no longer inferior to the so-called leading nation. Indeed, they would surpass it. Whatever they have, we will have too. And ours will be stronger and greater. But this was only the beginning. Countless tracking data lay ahead, and since this was the maiden flight, every piece of data had to be meticulously recorded. Takeoff successful, all parameters nominal, a staff member reported. All teams remain at your posts and meticulously record all data. This is all first-hand information, Director Chen, calming himself, quickly instructed. As a rigorous scientist, even with his heart surging and unable to be still, he had to suppress his excitement. There was still much to be done. Takeoff was just the beginning, the true test was yet to come. Aboard the fighter, all data was transmitted to the large screens, closely monitoring the status of every system. The spectators could no longer see the 6th-Gen fighter's tail. They could only ascertain its operational status through the radar track and the tracking data on the giant display. Everyone quickly returned to their workstations, focusing intently on their respective duties. This was not a time for celebration. Director Chun and the others had all gathered in the main control room. With the successful takeoff now achieved, it was time to test the various parameters. Both pilots, please report your status, whether the aircraft's data shows any anomalies, and if you feel any discomfort. Reporting to the main command center. Both pilots are in optimal condition, the fighter's control systems are normal, and no anomalies have been detected yet. A voice came through the main control room. Hearing their steady tones, everyone nodded. It seemed the 6th-generation fighter had not encountered any issues so far. Next, we will conduct multiple tests on your aircraft. Please monitor closely and provide timely feedback. Director Chen paused before continuing. Although the fighter was equipped with various systems that could relay information, some things were beyond what the systems could perceive. Only the actual pilots could provide that feedback. Rest assured, main command center. We will truthfully report all data and information. Director Chen nodded and began issuing orders. Fighter, continue to increase speed. Test the maximum velocity under safe conditions. If you feel your lives are threatened, stop immediately. Radar, begin tracking to test its stealth capabilities. Begin releasing small drones from the fighter to test its fully integrated information warfare functions. These drones were not for combat, but for testing purposes. However, if fully integrated information command could be achieved, then deploying real combat drones in the future would pose no issues. Pilot Min Jianbai acknowledged. Rest assured, command center. Speed, as one of the defining features of the 6th-generation fighter, had to be pushed to its absolute limit. If it could break Mach 5, then no missile could track it. All 5th-generation fighter combat systems would become practically useless against the 6th-generation jet. More terrifyingly, with its extreme tracking speed and range, a 6th-generation fighter could destroy a 5th-generation opponent before the latter even detected its presence. You cannot see me like a blind man. I, however, possess clairvoyance capable of striking you down from 1,000 miles away. That is the terror of the 6th-generation fighter. Following the command from the main control room, the 6th-generation fighter pushed its speed to the limit, tearing across the vast skies, leaving behind an incomparably magnificent trail. The tone set for this test was: a slight exposure is permissible, but full disclosure is not. Therefore, only routine testing is required. Whether others capture it or not is their concern. Even if captured, releasing some international news would not cause significant harm. However, this must be under the premise of complete safety and stability. Otherwise, if an accident occurs and is recorded, it would be a loss rather than an honor. Through multiple monitoring methods, the cockpit of the 6th-generation fighter remained extremely stable, showing no anomalies, even at speeds exceeding Mach 1. The materials and stable structures designed by Lin Feng had far surpassed those of 5th-generation fighters. Moreover, the reaction to air friction was negligible. In particular, the extended armor on the fuselage surface could freely change its form to adapt to flight dynamics under such immense air resistance. The fighter's surface seemed to breathe, dissipating all heat. Every maneuver of the aircraft provided significant extension benefits. While outsiders might not notice much, the two pilots controlling the fighter felt it profoundly. Throughout the flight, they operated with ease, encountering no obstacles. Certain maneuvers felt even more agile than before, and the power was ferocious. Attention, stabilize your speed. We will now begin itemized testing. First information system testing. Please activate the information warfare system. Dean Shun held a densely packed sheet of paper. The sheet was filled with various data points requiring testing. At each stage, different data sets were needed. The current speed had exceeded Mach 1, reaching over 1200 kilometers per hour. This was only the baseline. Next would come data for Mach 2, Mach 3, and Mach 4, and even Mach 5. However, the final speed would only be known after testing. As the chief advisor for the fighter, Lin Feng closely monitored the aircraft. All data flowed through his eyes, aligning with the design blueprints in his mind. Every theory was gradually materializing. When all data became reality, the inner satisfaction of soaring through the 9 heavens was unparalleled. Yet his face remained expressionless, betraying no emotion. Watching his composed demeanor, everyone couldn't help but nod in admiration. He possessed courage, decisiveness, ability, and a tranquil mind. Though he was just over 20, he had far surpassed his peers. They all felt a profound sense of wonder. If they had such a successor, they would be overjoyed, even in their dreams. However, he had now gradually become a national treasure, far surpassing even them. Yet they could not muster a single trace of jealousy. This was truly a prodigy gifted by heaven to the Xia Kingdom. In comparison, although they were leading figures in their field, they were incomparable. As the chief advisor and chief designer, Lin Feng had to constantly monitor the data of the 6th-generation fighter. Dean Shun, though the overall commander, was also encountering the 6th-generation fighter for the first time. Unlike Lin Feng, who had internalized all the data, Chen could not immediately detect and correct any changes or errors in the data. After reviewing the transmitted data, Lin Feng slightly furrowed his brow and spoke. At Mach 1, all data is normal and the cockpit is stable. However, if we reach a stable Mach 5, there may be some hindrance in information transmission due to the high speed causing latency. Therefore, in the later stages, we may need to build a large-scale information transmission station on the ground to provide complete support. During a testing interval, Dean Chun heard his words and nodded solemnly. I noticed that too. Based on the 6th-generation fighter data you provided, we can deduce and construct this. It should be manageable. After recording this key point, Dean Chun issued another instruction. Continue accelerating the fighter, stabilize at Mach 2. Upon receiving the message, the fighter accelerated again. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, it tore through countless clouds, reaching Mach 2, twice the speed of sound. This was already the maximum speed of 5th-generation fighters. But as each test was completed, the speed continued to increase. Mach 2 was merely the beginning, far from the end. The engine's stable speed was designed based on Mach 5 from the outset. However, this referred to stable speed, not the ultimate speed. Mach 5 was already the limit of human endurance, so an anti-gravity device was added to the cockpit to help the pilots adapt to the fighter's extreme speed settings. Otherwise, at such extreme speeds, the pilot would likely black out before the fighter reached its maximum speed, which would be nearly fatal. Nearly an hour had passed since the fighter took off. If not for testing purposes and the indirect route with the continuous acceleration starting from Bingxing, it would have already reached the southern end of the Xia Kingdom. This was not even at full speed. If pushed to the limit, the distance of over 5,000 kilometers from the southernmost to the northernmost point of the Xia Kingdom could be covered in less than an hour. Such was the terrifying speed of a stable Mach 5. Among all currently operational 5th-generation fighters in the world, some might briefly reach Mach 3, but maintaining a stable Mach 1.5 was already commendable. Although supersonic flight was a characteristic of 5th-generation fighters, stable speed was the true measure of speed. Theoretically, the 6th-generation fighter was nearly 4 times superior to the 5th generation. Thus, the improvement was extremely formidable. Although this test flight was top secret, there was no intention to avoid civilian aircraft. Because from sighting to capturing an image, no one could react quickly enough. Even if eventually captured, it would have no impact. Mixed messages of truth and falsehood would only confuse the enemy's judgment. Aboard a civilian airliner flying from the imperial capital to Yangqing, it was not yet 7 o'clock and passengers were still dozing off. But at that moment, a child's scream broke the silence. Fighter. Instantly, the cabin erupted like a bomb, startling countless passengers awake. They frowned and looked around. What brat was that? Yet soon they caught a flash of white light in their peripheral vision. A highly futuristic fighter was rapidly overtaking them from behind, passing by and then vanishing ahead. They saw it for only a few seconds. Before they could even pull out their phones, the light had disappeared. Only then did they realize with shock that their aircraft was one of the fastest civilian planes in the world. Yet it was overtaken by several times that speed without even a clear glimpse. Such terrifying speed far exceeded their imagination. What was that just now? Passengers in the cabin kept asking, but no one could provide an answer. Only a few had caught a glimpse of the fighter jet's shape as it passed, while the majority saw nothing more than a distant silhouette. It whooshed past in an instant. I barely saw it, but its exterior looked so bizarre, like an alien spacecraft. Could we have just seen extraterrestrials? Someone exclaimed. Unless it wasn't an alien ship. Who else could be that fast? After all, they were flying in the same direction, yet they were left far behind, unable to even catch a glimpse of the other's shadow. What passed by seemed to be a fighter jet brimming with a sense of sci-fi, but I've never seen anything like it in military magazines. A military enthusiast stepped forward and said, "Our speed should be close to 1,000 kilometers per hour, yet the other craft never gave us a chance to see its shape clearly. That means its speed far exceeds ours." The crowd buzzed with excitement, as if witnessing something unprecedented. Could it be a newly developed warplane by our nation? I think I saw a flag on it. Suddenly someone caught a crucial detail. A flag. How is that possible? At that speed, even a fifth-generation fighter couldn't achieve it. It's true, I saw the same color as the national flag hanging in our school, the child who had seen it most clearly retorted. All eyes turned to him. He instinctively stepped back 2 paces, but quickly puffed out his chest and declared proudly, "I truly saw the national flag on it. That must be a warplane of our Xi'an nation." The crowd's brows furrowed. If that were the case, it was highly likely a fighter jet our country had been secretly developing. And they had just witnessed its test flight. A wave of worry washed over them. Would they soon be signing confidentiality agreements? Does anyone know what kind of speed that fighter jet just reached? Someone posed the question. The military enthusiast who spoke earlier pondered for a moment, then said, "Based on the acceleration, its speed is definitely several times ours. A typical fifth-generation fighter stabilizing at Mach 1.5 would already be impressive, but just now, it likely exceeded 4 or 5 times the speed of sound. If I'm not mistaken, its performance far surpasses that of a fifth-generation fighter. It might even be the legendary sixth-generation fighter." His speculation wasn't baseless. That aircraft was simply too futuristic. It was enough to leave anyone awestruck. The crowd gasped in unison upon hearing this. A sixth-generation fighter. That was something that existed only in legends. Some countries were reportedly developing it, but it had never actually appeared. They never expected to witness one themselves. The military enthusiast was about to say more, but when he looked up, he noticed several blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners eavesdropping on their conversation, even recording it. He immediately fell silent. This was a matter of national security. He couldn't let these foreigners overhear it. The foreigners, having been caught, showed no sign of embarrassment. They simply turned to ask others around them. The military enthusiast grew anxious. How could he let foreigners learn his country's secrets? He quickly stood up and spoke loudly to the crowd. "Excuse me everyone, let me interrupt. What just flew past is a national secret. As citizens of the Xi'an nation, we should keep it confidential and not let certain people learn of it and spread it abroad." He was addressing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. It was clear who his words were aimed at. A few warm-hearted passengers who had been about to explain things to them immediately shut their mouths upon hearing this. They instantly maintained a distance from those foreigners. Even though they enjoyed traveling abroad, they could still hold firm on matters of such great importance. Especially since the beautiful country had been publishing articles attacking the Xi'an nation just a couple of days ago. Seeing no one was willing to tell them, the foreigners had no choice but to give up. But they quickly compiled the information they had overheard, planning to send it out as soon as they landed. This was absolutely explosive news. Back in the main command center, the personnel, upon receiving the feedback, already knew the fighter jet had brushed past some commercial airliners. And not just one, but they no longer cared about that. Because the decision-making council above had concluded after discussion that since the fighter had proven stable after a round of tests, and all data was normal, it was time to reveal some information to the outside world. To peel back a corner of that mysterious veil, showing a small part to the public. To deal a heavy blow to the arrogance of the beautiful country. However, they could deny it publicly. They would simply claim it was a newly manufactured fifth-generation fighter. Whether anyone believed it or not was none of their concern. So upon receiving the order, the main command center directed the sixth-generation fighter to descend to a lower altitude, bringing it into the view of ordinary people. This immediately sparked countless gasps of amazement. Online, countless people claimed to have captured footage of an incredibly fast alien spacecraft. It had a sleek sci-fi streamlined appearance. Its body seemed covered in countless scales. It weaved through the clouds, and its speed was simply incomprehensible. Half an hour ago, someone had photographed it over a city in the south, but half an hour later it had already appeared in the northwest. Its speed had far exceeded everyone's imagination. Many military enthusiasts online even speculated that this fighter's speed had already surpassed that of fifth-generation fighters, and it was approaching nearly 5 times the speed of sound. Many people initially refused to believe it, but soon one piece of evidence after another was captured by different people. They had no choice but to believe. These posts kept fermenting online. Not only did the authorities fail to delete them, they even seemed to condone it, pushing some of the more convincing posts onto the trending searches, exposing them to the public. Lin Feng saw the posts online. He shook his head. Mach 5. The data transmitted back to him was far more than that. During the test, In order to determine the maximum speed the sixth-generation fighter could achieve in actual combat, the pilots were ordered to push the propulsion system to its absolute limit. The resulting data showed it had approached speeds close to Mach 8. However, at that speed, even with anti-gravity systems, it was far beyond what the human body could endure. Even the two pilots who had undergone extremely rigorous training and whose physical conditioning far surpassed that of ordinary people still couldn't withstand Mach 8. It felt like being torn apart. But this speed was sufficient to prove that the sixth-generation fighter's maximum velocity had far surpassed that of fifth-generation fighters. It could even be described as a total obliteration. The ultimate speed of Mach 8. When the crowd saw this figure, they were struck dumb with shock. This terrifying top speed was awe-inspiring. No fifth-generation fighter in the world today could achieve even half of Mach 8. Moreover, other fighters had only achieved such speeds theoretically, never truly realizing them in practice. It was like a car's speedometer marked up to 300 km/h, yet no one had ever actually pushed the vehicle to that limit. The sustained speed of fifth-generation fighters was only between Mach 1.5 and 2. Yet this sixth-generation fighter created by Lin Feng had genuinely surged to its maximum velocity and maintained it for a considerable duration. This was all thanks to the anti-gravity device in the cockpit, which helped the pilot withstand the immense tearing forces. If this anti-gravity technology were applied to other fighters, they could reach their limits instantly. Fifth-generation fighters would undergo a qualitative leap, achieving near-peak performance. The gap between a peak performance fifth-generation fighter and a standard one was immense. Furthermore, once the many advanced systems aboard the sixth-generation fighter matured, they could be integrated into other series of aircraft. That would undoubtedly be a terrifying upgrade. The very thought filled them with immense excitement. The fighter had been testing in the skies for a full 3 hours, and throughout that time all data remained perfectly stable, with no errors or omissions. Simultaneously, nearly all of the hundreds of performance indicators had been fulfilled. After a full 3 hours of endurance flight, the fuel gauge still hadn't hit empty, proving the exceptional endurance of the sixth-generation fighter. Although the test didn't involve constant full-throttle flight, calculations showed the total distance covered had exceeded 1,200 kilometers. This far surpassed the fifth-generation fighter by more than threefold. Moreover, this wasn't even the limit. At maximum range, it could likely reach 1,500 kilometers. With such a formidable combat radius, it could confidently confront any aggressor. And with a sustained speed exceeding 500 kilometers per hour, it could reach any emergency hotspot in an extremely short time. It would sweep away all invaders. Director Chen issued the return command. Half an hour later, the fighter, which had been operating in the eastern region, swiftly returned to Ice City and landed steadily at the aircraft base. Teams of technicians immediately rushed forward to inspect every component of the aircraft. The fighter's thunderous roar echoed across the base. No one found it noisy, instead it sounded incredibly pleasing. It would become the nation's guardian, protecting the motherland's territory. All of this signified that the sixth-generation fighter they had developed had flown smoothly and successfully over their nation's soil, marking an unprecedented triumph for the research project. The command center erupted in jubilant cheers. "We did it, we succeeded. Let's celebrate." Countless individuals were moved to tears, their emotions overflowing as they embraced each other amidst the roaring applause. For the sake of this test, many had barely rested for days and nights. The tense string in their minds finally relaxed as they welcomed the honor that belonged to them. Director Chen wanted Lin Feng to say a few words. However, Lin Feng shook his head at the invitation. This honor belonged not only to him, but also to all the scientific researchers, those who had dedicated their entire lives to the nation. Director Chen, this honor isn't just mine. It belongs to all of you, to the countless unsung heroes working behind the scenes. It's because of the dedication of so many that this plan was executed flawlessly. Therefore, it is only fitting for you to announce this success. Lin Feng stepped back, making his stance clear. Seeing this, Director Chen nodded gratefully at him. After all the designs had come from Lin Feng. Although he was the chief commander, the ultimate credit for the main achievements belonged to Lin Feng. Though they had all participated in the project, the one to make the final announcement would surely be remembered in history. And here only two people were qualified to declare the sixth-generation fighter a success: him and Lin Feng. How could he not be grateful that Lin Feng had voluntarily stepped aside? He stepped forward, ascended the platform, and surveyed the room. A long-cherished dream had finally come true. He had thought he might never witness the birth of the sixth-generation fighter before his retirement. But now not only was he witnessing it, but he had also been the one to plan and coordinate everything. As the project lead, he was about to announce the successful development of the sixth-generation fighter before the nation's decision-makers. This was a tremendous honor. Cameras rolled, capturing this momentous occasion. The members of the high-level decision-making group offered no comments, simply observing quietly. This was a moment of glory exclusively for all the researchers, staff, and behind-the-scenes organizers of the sixth-generation fighter project. He looked around the room, seeing the undeniable exhaustion in everyone's eyes. His heart ached and his voice began to tremble slightly. After 3 hours of testing and verifying hundreds of items, I can solemnly and responsibly announce to you all the 6th-generation fighter has been successfully developed. A moment of silence. Then the entire command center erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone's faces flushed with pride as they reveled in the glory. Even the decision-making group members joined in applauding them. Director Chun continued, for the success of the 6th-generation fighter, I believe the primary credit goes to Lin Feng. We merely executed the steps, but he provided all the blueprints and data. He deserves the highest recognition. As his words settled, everyone turned to look. They found that Lin Feng wasn't standing at the front. At some point he had quietly moved to the side. As all eyes fell on him, he gave a slight nod. He showed no arrogance or self-importance. Beyond that, I must acknowledge our countless staff and researchers. It's your relentless hard work day and night that brought us to where we are today. And there are the innumerable behind-the-scenes workers who have sacrificed so much often without any recognition. This achievement belongs to them as well. I know some of my colleagues haven't been home for nearly a month. Others had wives who just gave birth, yet they didn't even have time to go see their newborns. They did it all for the nation, and on behalf of the nation, I thank you. Please rest assured the nation will not forget anyone's contributions. You are all heroes. Because of you, the nation prospers and thrives. Thank you for everything you've done. Had anyone else said this, especially in front of the decision-makers, it might have been misconstrued. But he had dedicated his entire life to the nation's aerospace industry. Nearing retirement, he still worked tirelessly on the front lines. No one could doubt his sincerity. So he was the most fitting person to speak on behalf of the nation. As his speech concluded, thunderous applause once again filled the control room. Cameras quickly captured the scene. These recordings, upon future declassification, would be preserved as precious historical footage and documentaries showcased to the world. After Director Chun announced the complete success of the 6th-generation fighter jet tests, a member of the Decision Council addressed all the researchers, commending their relentless efforts and remarkable achievements, hailing them as the future pillars of the nation's aerospace industry. Lin Feng received particular praise. He had no chance to escape the spotlight. As his name was mentioned, the crowd in front of him parted instantly, creating a path, and every camera lens focused upon him. Lin Feng could only offer a wry smile at the spectacle. Any desire for a low profile was now impossible. The council member heaped lavish praise upon him, bestowing every conceivable compliment. Yet no one felt envy. Lin Feng's achievements had soared so far beyond their own that they lacked even the grounds for jealousy. They felt only boundless admiration, almost revering him as a deity. After several key decision-makers delivered their encouraging remarks, the video conference concluded, leaving the team to savor their triumph. Director Chun promptly produced a pre-prepared list of commendations. These awards had been planned in advance. After the completion of such a monumental project, it was natural to recognize contributions accordingly. Though it was a national undertaking and grievances were unlikely, it remained a fundamental principle that to expect a horse to run, one must feed it. However, these were merely verbal commendations. Further benefits and specific rewards awaited official approval. Now the focus shifted to post-flight procedures. The maiden voyage was successful, yet a new 6th-generation fighter naturally required more than a single flight. It needed hundreds of flight hours to be considered relatively stable. Nevertheless, a palpable sense of relief washed over the team. They could finally relax. They began attending a spirited celebration banquet. They had not had a proper meal in days. Meanwhile, online, with the state's subtle influence, rumors about the 6th-generation fighter proliferated. Countless images and videos flooded various media outlets, gaining immense exposure. This was precisely what the nation desired. If their adversaries could release smoke and mirrors, why couldn't they? Once released, these messages would inevitably be shared on foreign networks. Furthermore, the U.S. watched the nation closely, particularly in aerospace, always striving for dominance. During the test, it wasn't just one person who captured the event. Countless individuals, both domestic and foreign, obtained numerous photos and videos. Thus, when the news began to ferment, it spread rapidly. The U.S. received the intelligence almost immediately. They launched a massive intelligence-gathering operation, disregarding the risk of exposing their own assets. Substantial funds were funneled into various channels to collect information. Nothing could be more shocking than this revelation. A 6th-generation fighter. It was a milestone they had struggled for years to achieve, only managing to produce a so-called 5th-generation or pseudo-6th-generation aircraft. How could the nation have succeeded? It defied all logic. It was utterly unacceptable to them. Their intelligence agencies were thrown into chaos, recalling all personnel from leave and initiating a comprehensive dragnet-style intelligence collection effort. They even offered massive bounties for leads. They quickly discovered that rumors of the 6th-generation fighter had spread to every corner of the nation. The government, however, seemed to have not noticed, allowing the rumors to propagate unchecked across the internet. Since opening the bounty, they had received countless intelligence photos. While not extremely close-up shots, they were not particularly distant either. The aircraft silhouette was clearly discernible. This ambiguous distance seemed like a deliberate public declaration to the world. They had successfully manufactured a sixth-generation fighter, and it was cruising with absolute stability in the heavens, as if awaiting their arrival. The revelation was a resounding slap to their faces, leaving them humiliated and red-faced. They recalled that not long ago they had proudly announced to the world their possession of the most advanced sixth-generation fighter, intending to deceive everyone. Now their greatest rival had countered by unveiling a genuine sixth-generation aircraft, effectively shoving it in their faces and leaving them utterly disgraced. However, the information they received was still too scarce. Despite the generous bounties, they couldn't gather enough intelligence, as the nation was unwilling to reveal too many details, especially with so many media outlets watching. Previously, they had propagated the narrative that the nation was far behind the U.S. But with the emergence of the sixth-generation fighter, they were instantly stunned. Who was truly stronger? They had too little information from both sides. The U.S. hadn't actually built one, they were merely trying to deceive the outside world. The nation simply didn't want to reveal too much, just enough to show the world a glimpse. However, the media were unwilling to admit their mistakes. They quickly published articles claiming the fighter was merely a preliminary product, perhaps just an enhanced fifth-generation aircraft. They argued it didn't meet the standards of a true sixth-generation fighter. To prove otherwise, they demanded a public press conference, presenting key data for international military experts to evaluate. Was this truly a sixth-generation fighter? This statement triggered a wave of outrage among the nation's citizens, who branded them as foolish. The hypocrisy was blatant. When the U.S. announced its sixth-generation fighter, these outlets eagerly fawned over it. Now that the nation had won, they claimed it was fake and demanded sensitive data for foreign experts to judge. Did they take us for fools? Countless netizens ridiculed these media outlets into silence. Nevertheless, many continued to express skepticism, insisting that a sixth-generation fighter was impossible and that the nation was certainly fabricating the story. For a major power to fabricate military capabilities was a severe blow to its international credibility. Additionally, numerous so-called international military experts began to voice their criticisms, dismissing the notion of a sixth-generation fighter as pure fantasy. To bolster their claims, they scoured for evidence from every conceivable angle to argue that the nation could not possibly possess a sixth-generation fighter at this stage. It must be a fake. Such blatant double standards. Only they could be so brazen. Contrary to expectations, the nation wasn't flustered by the online skepticism. Instead, they issued a public statement: the nation has never possessed a so-called sixth-generation fighter. All online chatter is mere rumor. Please do not believe it. This announcement left military experts worldwide bewildered. They realized the nation had never explicitly claimed to have a sixth-generation fighter. It was all based on civilian rumors. Yet now they found themselves in a state of uncertainty, unable to distinguish truth from falsehood. At the nation's military aerospace base, Chief Scientist James furrowed his brow in deep thought. Intelligence agencies had spent a fortune acquiring countless photos and data. After intense analysis, the findings were delivered to him, painting a confusing picture. James stared at the clues and countless photographs provided by the intelligence agency. Finally, he realized one thing: that Xiaohua had likely truly developed a sixth-generation fighter jet, and it was deliberately shown to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have flown it so blatantly at low altitude, even appearing before people's eyes. Since they dared to do so, they must have their reasons. Given the consistent nature of this country, there was a 99% chance it was real. He drew a sharp breath. He quickly steadied himself by gripping the table, barely managing not to collapse. Yet his head still throbbed. The sheer magnitude of the information needed digestion. He forced himself to calm down, for the base commander was still seated beside him, and higher-ups awaited his feedback. As the chief scientist, he had to exude the authority of his position. Facing all the staff at the military aviation base, he picked up a photograph and displayed it before everyone. It was a relatively clear image. "Gentlemen, what are your views on this matter?" James asked, frowning as he glanced around. "A friend of mine in Xiaohua sent me a similar photo. Word has it that within Xiaohua this incident has stirred up a huge commotion, and the authorities haven't stepped in to suppress it. In fact, they seem to be fueling the flames." A scientist spoke up. According to the intelligence analysis from the western region to the eastern region, a distance of 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers, it took only about an hour. Such a terrifying speed is absolutely beyond the capability of a fifth-generation fighter. Another fighter researcher said with concern. They had racked their brains to deceive the other side. But the other side retaliated by presenting the real thing, catching them off guard. Weren't they just playing? Why did they take it so seriously? Many who hadn't seen the data immediately felt a chill. They hastily grabbed the documents to search. According to the intelligence collected, the time span from Xiaohua's west to east was only about 1 hour. That was a distance of 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers. What level had that aircraft reached? They dared not think further. The mere thought sent a chill down their spines. This was overwhelming evidence. The fastest 5th-generation fighter today couldn't exceed 300 km/h, and that was only theoretical. The stable speed was less than 2000 km/h. With this single achievement, the opponent had left them far behind. A threefold gap was insurmountable by any effort. Moreover, if the average speed was this high, it meant they could sustain such velocity across vast territories. What about the top speed? How high could it be? Mach 7? Or even Mach 8? At this thought, panic surged within them again. They had always regarded the other side as their hypothetical adversary, and all their policies and military deployments were tailored against them. Faced with this sudden event, countless people at all levels were extremely tense. Everyone began to discuss heatedly. Some suggested increasing military spending, others called for immediately restarting projects, and still others wanted to use intelligence to infiltrate and obtain the specific data of the 6th-generation fighter. James quickly quieted the crowd, enlarged the image, and placed it before them. Gentlemen, through this photo, we can clearly see that although this 6th-generation fighter looks highly futuristic, it actually has no missiles loaded on its weapon racks. Perhaps it's just an empty shell, fast, but nothing else. Also, look at the many scale-like structures on the fuselage. In their fighter development history, such a design has never appeared. So at best it's a new product, not necessarily stable. He then pointed out several other flaws of the 6th-generation fighter. Everyone nodded, their earlier panic dissipating. So the opponent hadn't perfected it yet. It was merely an empty shell, used to counter the fake generation fighter they had displayed earlier. At this thought, their expressions relaxed instantly, even smiles appearing. I see. They're trying to emulate us, using speed to mask other weaknesses, making us believe they truly have a 6th-generation fighter, driving us into panic and forcing us to accelerate development, thus draining our resources. A scientist said presumptuously. That seems very likely. Otherwise, why would they show only this? Others chimed in. The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. If it were a real 6th-generation fighter, why would they be so secretive? Instead of trying to intimidate us with military power, we should publicly question them and demand evidence. Whether they provide it or not, we can attack them from multiple angles and sabotage their plan. Hearing this, smiles spread across their faces. The opponent had deliberately revealed the 6th-generation fighter to counter them and boost their international prestige. While they could strike back from this angle, it was a brilliant way to break the deadlock, and they would have something to report to the higher-ups. Several commanders nodded in agreement, deciding to proceed with that plan. But just then a staff member hurried in and said, Xiaogua has just held a press conference. James immediately looked up, his eyes fixed on him. The others also sat up straight, eager to know the content of the press conference. They even suspected that the opponent would directly announce the completion of the 6th-generation fighter, and then suppress them. They had already prepared their counterattack, mobilized the media, and leveraged public opinion. They stared intently at the staff member. What did the press conference say? James stood up and asked hurriedly. The staff member, unnerved by their gazes, quickly replied. During a routine press conference, Xiaogua was asked whether they possessed a 6th-generation fighter and was demanded to provide some evidence. The Xia spokesperson flatly denied it, saying that the 6th-generation fighter was nothing but a baseless rumor. They only have 5th-generation fighters. Everyone was stunned. Their minds, what the hell? You only have 5th-generation fighters. Are you kidding us? A 5th-generation fighter that can reach 500 km/h. Are you insulting our intelligence? They had never encountered anyone who could anticipate their anticipation and then leave them utterly baffled. Does he have it or not? The question returned to square one. The opponent now refused to admit it. What could they say? But what if they actually had it? Within the military aviation base of the beautiful country, another fervent discussion erupted, this time far more somber than before. A shadow of unease hung over every heart. This was their greatest adversary. Their ultimate hypothetical enemy now possessed the most powerful aerial weapon. Moreover, once the 6th-generation fighter appeared, its technology would inevitably trickle down to other fighters and aircraft. For Xia country, this would be an unimaginably terrifying leap. They dared not contemplate the consequences. All they could do was remain skeptical. If the other side held a press conference and admitted even a sliver of it, they could use public opinion to crush and dismantle them. But now the other side simply refused to engage, insisting they had no 6th-generation fighter. They were left with no recourse. If the other party wouldn't admit it, you couldn't very well force them to. Yet they were intensely curious. If they wouldn't admit it, why expose it at all? Shouldn't they have developed it in secret? And based on their previous intelligence, while they had detected the possibility of a new aircraft, they never imagined it would be the legendary 6th-generation fighter. From the first hint to now, less than a month had passed. Such speed, and they had known nothing. Their intelligence agencies ought to be fed to the dogs. What they failed to realize was that it was precisely their own misleading signals about the 6th-generation fighter that had spurred Xia country into around-the-clock efforts to develop theirs in tandem. If they ever learned the truth, they'd probably spit out a mouthful of blood. They were the clowns. After a heated hour-long discussion, they finally formulated a plan to deploy the most advanced reconnaissance aircraft the beautiful country currently possessed. Their mission was to conduct reconnaissance over Xia country's airspace. However, blatantly violating airspace would breach international law, especially at this critical juncture, so they could only probe along the edges. While deploying an unmanned drone would minimize potential losses, it wouldn't achieve the desired effect. There's a world of difference between manned and unmanned missions. Moreover, this time, they needed to test the other side's true strength. So they had to send a piloted reconnaissance aircraft to lure the snake out of its hole. It was a risky gamble, but it was their only option. After finalizing the plan, they immediately reported it to the supreme leader of the beautiful country. However, they only held advisory power. The final decision rested with those above. To underscore the gravity of the situation, they deliberately amplified the perceived threat and the necessity of their proposed action in the report. When the supreme leader and his team of advisors saw the email, panic set in immediately. Recognizing the severity, they gave instant approval to the proposal. They then spent half a day crafting an incredibly detailed plan. They even considered the international fallout if the aircraft were shot down. If it were indeed down, they'd have to swallow the bitter pill, as blatantly violating airspace put them in the wrong. Still, they believed things were unlikely to escalate to such a dire point, because their reconnaissance aircraft was the one dubbed the Undying Divine Eagle. Renowned for its speed and agility, it had a storied history of distinguished service. For decades, not a single one had been shot down, earning it the legend of the skies. Although most had been retired, secret research continued with multifaceted improvements being made. It had become the beautiful country's hidden ace in the hole, deployed at certain overseas military bases. Naturally, some were stationed near Xia country, their primary hypothetical adversary. After coordination, orders were issued to the military base across the vast ocean. The Undying Divine Eagle was officially deployed. Through certain channels, the beautiful country deliberately leaked the news to Xia country. They weren't afraid of exposure. After all, Xia country likely had no fighter capable of intercepting it. Besides, they planned to only probe the edges. They knew the other side couldn't pinpoint their location, let alone get a good look. If things turned sour, they could just turn around and leave. If it happened over international waters, they'd have the upper hand. It was an open above-board scheme. Back in Xia country, the grand celebration banquet finally drew to a close after several hours. The countless researchers could finally relax with fine food and drink in abundance. After it ended, many exhausted staff members returned to their dorms and collapsed into bed. They had been working for countless hours straight. Director Chen saw this and didn't stop them, but arranged for some to stay on duty. He fought off his own drowsiness and led Wu Jian and the others to the main control room. Others could sleep, but the leaders couldn't afford to pass out now. Besides, with the internet buzzing the way it was, they wouldn't believe the beautiful country wasn't making some covert moves. As old adversaries, they knew the other side's character well. They would never accept a loss without a fight. When they arrived at the main control room, they found Lin Feng already there. He was reviewing the feedback data and metrics from the day's 6th-generation fighter tests. As the group looked over in surprise, Lin Feng didn't notice their arrival, his gaze fixed intently on the big screen. He kept flipping through the data. Seeing him so engrossed, they didn't dare disturb him and simply stood behind him, silently watching him work. They couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Most people in their early 20s were out partying, hitting the bars, and playing games. But Lin Feng, at the same age, had already become the pioneer of the 6th-generation fighter. What was most remarkable was that despite his monumental achievements at such a young age, he showed not a hint of complacency or arrogance. His maturity surpassed that of any ordinary person his age, earning their genuine admiration. Sensing their presence, Lin Feng turned around and saw them, offering a smile and a nod. Dean Shin, Director Wu, Chief Liu, what brings you here? Dean Shin chuckled and countered, that's my line. When the banquet ended, I couldn't find you anywhere. I thought you'd gone to rest, but here you were sneaking off to work. You didn't even notice us come in. Young man, don't devote yourself solely to research. You should spend some time with girls. I heard from the others you've got a sweetheart back at the university. Wu Jian boomed. Lin Feng was speechless. Who started that rumor? How did it get so distorted? It hadn't even reached that stage. Only Chief Liu remained serious. What were you looking at just now? Seems like you've got a new idea. Lin Feng nodded. Regarding the weapon placement, I think we can make some adjustments. Since this isn't a conventional weapon, I want to mount a laser weapon system. Laser weapons. The group exchanged glances. Lin Feng continued. In the original design, the 6th-generation fighter was equipped with high-speed missiles, low-cost compact size, and strong mounting flexibility. However, if we replace them with laser weapons, the size would be even smaller, the weight lighter, enabling greater maneuverability. This was a concept he had once intended for the 7th-generation fighter. After reviewing all the data, he believed that equipping laser weapons would yield greater effectiveness than high-speed missiles, while also allowing for more complex aerial maneuvers. The group pondered this idea. They were well aware of the destructive power of laser weapons. Such armaments transcended the limits of time and space, capable of nearly instantaneous discharge. When it came to locking onto high-speed moving targets, their efficiency was unmatched. Xia country's laser technology was among the best in the world. However, its development had never fully matured. Miniaturizing the technology in particular posed an immense challenge. That was why the group had not considered it. Yet seeing the earnest look on Lin Feng's face, they found it hard to doubt his sincerity. But laser weapons can only be used for ground-to-air operations currently. We lack the technology to miniaturize them, Dinshin remarked. Everyone would welcome miniaturization if it were possible. Once combined with the 6th-generation fighter's speed and the instantaneous nature of laser weapons, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, unrivaled and invincible. I've already considered this matter and have a detailed plan. It just needs some fine-tuning. A bit later, he'll hand over the manufacturing data for the laser weapons so you can continue development. This was one of his improvements. However, in his vision, the fully developed laser weapons on the 7th-generation fighter would be far more powerful. Even so, equipping them on the 6th-generation fighter would still be devastatingly superior to everything else. Nothing could match it. The group gasped, staring at him as if he were a monster. The project to miniaturize laser weapons had long been established, but progress had been painfully slow due to material and procedural constraints. Lin Feng, sometimes I really wonder how your mind works. It's almost enviable. Wu Jian had never been jealous of anyone before, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. As the director of the nation's top aerospace vehicle research institute, he had seen countless geniuses, yet none had ever impressed him so profoundly. This was a gift from heaven to their nation. Heaven bless Xia. Director Liu said nothing, but his expression was equally complex. Lin Feng, however, showed no sign of arrogance. These were people who dedicated everything to their country, and their contributions were no less significant than his. It's just a preliminary idea for now. It hasn't gone through model development or data validation yet, so we'll need to wait a while, Lin Feng said with a smile. Having a preliminary idea is already impressive and your abilities are evident to all. If there's one person in Xia who can achieve this, it's you. Dinshin praised him as well. As they chatted, they walked out of the main control room and arrived at the location where the fighter was housed. Dozens of armed soldiers stood guard, and no one could approach without a pass. Every one of them had also signed confidentiality agreements bound never to disclose anything they saw or encountered. When the lead soldier saw them approaching, he saluted and opened the large doors. They didn't need passes, their faces were the passes. All the soldiers looked at Lin Feng with admiration. If their guess was correct, this young man around the same age as them was the chief designer of the 6th-generation fighter. Lin Feng smiled and nodded at them before walking inside. This friendly gesture only increased their respect for him. The interior resembled a mechanical factory filled with equipment, with a few staff members conducting inspections. Dinshin raised a hand to stop the workers who were about to come down. No need to mind us, we're just taking a look. The group walked around surveying the area. Gazing at the highly futuristic design, they were once again filled with awe. The maiden flight is complete and the first round of data testing is finished. It's time to give it a name, Dinshin said, turning to them. They had refrained from naming it earlier because they weren't sure the maiden flight would succeed. Now that everything had settled, it was time to address this matter. A name. The group fell into thought. Naming it was both simple and difficult. Finding a fitting name was no easy task. Lin Feng, what do you think? You created it. It's like your child. What should it be called? Dinshin turned to look at him. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and began to ponder. He lifted his head and slowly spoke. The 6th-generation fighter soars through the 9 heavens, and our fighters have traditionally been named after mythical beasts. There's no need to stick to the previous series. We can name it after a flying mythical beast. How about Zhu Ke, Vermilion Bird? Zhu Ke. The group began to consider the name. Zhu Ke is one of the 4 divine beasts in ancient Chinese mythology, the king of all divine birds, symbolizing auspiciousness, peace, prosperity of descendants, and representing vigor and soaring success. It had always been a tradition in Xia to name fighters after mythical beasts. The only minor discrepancy was that Zhu Ke was depicted as a red firebird. However, this wasn't a significant issue, as past fighter names hadn't always strictly aligned with their colors either. Moreover, Zhu Ke was a flying divine beast, fitting both in terms of traditional cultural significance and its inherent nature. I think it works. The name fits the design and the current state of the 6th-generation fighter. Dinshin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a good name. We can use it. Wu Jian also nodded. Zhu Ke is one of the ancient divine beasts with immense power. It wouldn't feel out of place in our naming sequence. Besides, a name is just a label. What truly matters is the fighter's strength. Director Liu naturally had no objections either. Alright, it's settled then. We'll call it Zhu Ke, and we'll use our original sequence number for it. Dinshin made the final decision. The group turned to look back. The 6th-generation fighter rested on the ground, poised, as if ready to soar through the 9 heavens. It awaited only the command to launch skyward and annihilate any enemy that dared to intrude. At that moment, all their phones rang simultaneously. The group exchanged surprised glances. Hello? What's wrong? What happened? Dean Shun answered the phone. His expression quickly changed. What? Is the intelligence accurate? The Eagle Country's reconnaissance plane is really coming. And it's the Undying Rock. After Director Chen hung up the phone, his face turned grim. Wu Jian and Director Liu had also received calls simultaneously. Being on the National Defense Front, all responsible for the 6th-generation fighter program, they were all notified at once. The three exchanged glances, their expressions dark and troubled. Although they had prepared contingency plans, the actual turn of events still caught them off guard. Director Chen, what happened? Lin Feng asked, unable to contain his curiosity upon seeing their grave faces. However, he had gleaned the gist of it from their words. The Undying Divine Eagle. He had once read about it in a book cited as a case study. It was a highly specialized reconnaissance aircraft with formidable combat capabilities. Though long retired, its prowess was not to be underestimated. During its years of service, it had amassed countless glorious achievements, never once being shot down by a missile. It had thus become a legend in the annals of warfare. They never expected it to reappear. Director Chen saw no reason to conceal anything from Lin Feng and spoke directly. The higher-ups just passed down an order. Our intelligence has learned that a reconnaissance aircraft from the Land of Beauty has taken off and is approaching our national airspace boundary. It's clearly targeting us. The Undying Divine Eagle is their ace. Few fighters in our country can decisively outperform it. And they're being clever now, not crossing the border blatantly, but repeatedly flying along the edge. If we handle this poorly, it could easily escalate into an international incident. The head of the overseeing department just informed me that I have full authority to decide. Director Liu nodded in agreement. His task was to assist and document. Normally such matters would be handled by the military, but this reconnaissance aircraft was clearly targeting their project. That was why they were notified to seek their input. However, they were also aware that the 6th-generation fighter was still in its preliminary testing phase, with many aspects unrefined, particularly its weapon systems, which were yet to be installed. Hence the decision was left to them. After finishing, Director Chen looked up at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, as the chief designer, you know the Vermilion Bird best. Do you think it can handle this mission? Although they had considerable confidence in the aircraft, it was still in its testing phase. They couldn't afford any carelessness or they would become an international laughingstock. Yet Lin Feng's face showed no trace of worry. It was as if everything was under his control. I have absolute confidence in our 6th-generation fighter. It has already passed its first round of tests, proving its stability. With its might, even without any weapon systems, no fighter jet in the world today can harm it. Since the enemy was testing the waters by flying along the border, it meant they had their own reservations. They were probing, not necessarily seeking to break ties. Neither side would likely fire the first shot. That was all that mattered. The tension on everyone's faces eased. They had been worried about the Vermilion Bird's lack of weapons, but they had nearly forgotten that even without any armaments, no one could touch it. This reasoning immediately convinced everyone. Director Chen finally made his decision. I will report to the higher-ups immediately. Since they want to see, we'll show them the true power of the Vermilion Bird. Having decided, he promptly reported upward. After receiving the definitive approval, Director Chen urgently summoned 2 test pilots. Fortunately, the pilots had been in recovery training since their last 6th-generation fighter test, putting them in peak condition. Upon receiving the order, they rushed over without delay. Director Chen gave them a thorough briefing. A misstep could become an international incident, but showing fear was not an option either, as they represented the prestige of Xia country. Moreover, the enemy had provoked them first, so a resolute response was necessary, but the degree of force had to be carefully calibrated. The 2 pilots understood the weight of this mission. Noticing their tension, Director Chen reassured them. Don't be so nervous. The entire Xia country stands behind you. Besides, you're piloting the world's most advanced 6th-generation fighter. Your professional skills are top-notch, giving you a greater advantage than anyone else. This is not only a task entrusted to you by the nation, but also an honor bestowed upon you. After this reassurance, their anxiety visibly lessened. Their nervousness stemmed from piloting Xia's most advanced fighter. A single mistake would place the burden on their shoulders. Even if others forgave them, they would never forgive themselves. But with this encouragement, they quickly calmed down. After all, they were handpicked from countless pilots possessing exceptional mental fortitude and professional skills. They had participated in numerous fighter missions. Dealing with the adversary was nothing new to them. Rest assured, leaders. We will complete the mission flawlessly. Await our good news. The 2 pilots saluted and prepared to board the aircraft. Ground control will maintain constant contact with you. Think carefully in all situations and don't act rashly. Director Chen waved and called out. As the fighter was towed out, they did not follow. The airflow generated by the jet was too powerful. Being too close could be life-threatening. They entered the main control room where all staff had been roused from sleep. Yet no one complained. Matters of national honor allowed no negligence. Their adversary was the land of beauty and nation claiming the title of the world's most powerful military. In the past, they might have been slightly at a disadvantage. But now with the 6th-generation fighter project, they had completely seized the initiative. Lin Feng followed them into the command center. Director Chen picked up the intercom and issued orders to all research personnel. Attention, all personnel return to your stations immediately. Your task is to closely monitor every aspect of the Vermilion bird after takeoff. Meanwhile, the communication team must ensure uninterrupted contact between ground and air. There must be no loss of signal. Vermilion bird. The unfamiliar name echoed among the staff. They assumed it was the designation for the 6th-generation fighter. What we did before was simulation. This is real combat. A battle for honor, and the first confrontation between our 6th-generation fighter and the land of Bowtai's most advanced reconnaissance aircraft. Whether we can deliver a perfect report card to the higher-ups depends on all of you. After Director Chen's rousing speech, morale soared. The team was fired up, their spirits fierce. Fight! 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 Above the territorial airspace of Xia country, over a certain expanse of sea, an undying divine eagle from the beautiful country prowled the skies. Its pilot was Alex, the ace pilot of the beautiful country. As a pilot dispatched to an overseas military base, he was not particularly valued. Despite his status as an ace, he had been relegated due to offending a certain faction in the power struggles. Even after being sidelined, he remained obstinate. He had offended many within the military base. He had even committed several offenses, but was always shielded from serious consequences. After all, dealing with him was ultimately an internal matter for the beautiful country, and he was only given symbolic slaps on the wrist. Consequently, he grew increasingly arrogant and domineering. It was precisely because of his overbearing nature that many took a disliking to him, and this dangerous mission was assigned to him. In such international standoffs, any mishap would be difficult for anyone to resolve. Thus, he was essentially a scapegoat. However, the arrogant man did not see it that way. He relished the feeling of overlooking everything from high above like a god, controlling the fates of countless people. As for Xia country, he truly didn't take it to heart. The beautiful country's military might was #1 in the world. Its military budget alone far exceeded Xia country's several times over. Although they had been defeated by Xia country on land, he refused to see it as a failure. It was all the fault of those weak-willed factions for negotiating peace too quickly. If he had been the commander-in-chief, he would have mobilized the entire military for a grand sweeping war. Moreover, in fighter jet research, they had always been at the world's forefront. Xia country was decent, but still far behind them. Furthermore, he was piloting the ace fighter, the undying Divine Eagle. Although it had long been retired, secret research on it had never ceased, and it had been integrated with several new technologies. It was arguably the world's top reconnaissance aircraft. Considering all factors, he felt there was no reason he could fail. From the boundless heights, he saw ships sailing out from Xia country's territorial waters below, and he yearned to dive down and annihilate them all. While watching documentaries, he saw many predecessors doing just that, rampaging unchecked with no worthy opponents in the world. A bloodthirsty grin curled at his lips. However, his mood soon soured as he was piloting a reconnaissance plane equipped only with conventional munitions, lacking any large-scale destructive weapons. The thought made him even more irritable. Why aren't they coming out? The command center had told him they'd leaked the intelligence, and there was activity within Xia country. Besides, he was in their airspace. Xia country's defense systems weren't blind. How could they not have detected him? He had even made repeated provocative maneuvers, yet they remained completely unresponsive. A bunch of cowards. Weaklings. Alex muttered impatiently, cursing loudly. The command room at the military base could hear his voice and could only try their best to placate him. Alex, please be patient. Xia country should be making a move soon. Our target this time is their 6th-generation fighter. If they don't send it out, then you leave. After all, none of Xia country's current active aircraft can catch you. Don't get entangled if force their 6th-gen fighter out. The commander said. Alex remained indifferent to these words. Idiots. Useless. He continued to curse under his breath. It was unclear whether he was cursing Xia country or the commanders in the military command center. The commander was speechless upon hearing this, his face a mix of anger and fury, especially since there were not just a few people in the military base, dozens of staff were present. This was akin to being cursed at to their faces. Though they were often cursed behind their backs, it was one thing behind closed doors and another to be insulted directly. Alex, mind your words and actions, the commander said, suppressing his rage. Since the other party hadn't named him, he couldn't readily react. Understood, I need to focus on flying the recon plane. Alex cut off the communication directly. He wouldn't open communication logs until the official engagement with the other side. The commander in the military base slammed his hand hard on the table, furious. This was too arrogant, too overbearing. No wonder those people had thrown him out like a hot potato. Which authority figure could tolerate such a personality? However, since they were in the middle of an urgent mission, he didn't want to have a falling out. If Alex caused any trouble during the confrontation, then it would be his own fault for when he was dealt with harshly. If he couldn't be punished now, they would find some excuse to get rid of him later. Keeping such a person around was only asking for trouble. The commanders exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Bored with waiting, Alex spotted fishing boats emerging below. A cold sneer touched his lips. Since they dared not come out, have some fun with their fishing boats. He executed a low-altitude dive, plunging straight down from an altitude of over 10,000 meters. Die? Die, he screamed maniacally. His hand was already on the weapon launcher, but a shred of sanity held him back from pressing the button. He knew that to avoid international incidents and accidental firing, all weapons were locked and required a specific code to unlock. Yet he still reveled in the thrill. It reminded him of the days of endless slaughter on the battlefield. The bloodthirsty look in his eyes intensified like a beast ready to devour its prey. The fishermen below looked up in terror at the reconnaissance plane hurtling down from the sky. It felt like a catastrophe. In an instant, fear overwhelmed them. What is that? Is it trying to attack us? How can such a thing exist? Where did it come from? Aren't we still within our own territorial waters? What does it intend to do? At the same moment, the Vermilion bird fighter jets traveling at speeds exceeding Mach 5 had already arrived at the location of the undying Divine Eagle. They watched as the enemy's reconnaissance plane dove towards their country's fishermen. They yearned to surge forward instantly and shoot it down. However, they also knew the enemy wouldn't dare to actually do it. If they dared to harm their fishermen, they would never leave the airspace. Vermilion bird reporting to command. We have reached the enemy aircraft's location. Requesting further instructions. The two pilots reported seriously to the command center. Communication was established. In the main command room, everything was being observed. As soon as the communication system was established, everyone witnessed the reconnaissance plane he was piloting diving downward. Angry curses erupted. Bastard. What kind of people are those from the Pyongyang country acting so arrogantly on our border? Do they really think we are afraid of them? If it weren't for international implications, I'd really want to shoot it down, damn it. Competition between nations must be kept within a certain limit. Covert friction is acceptable, but such blatant attacks on civilians would cause an international uproar. Thus, although Pyongyang country soldiers had massacred many civilians during wars, they never dared to expose these acts, because once exposed they would be the ones to suffer. Lin Feng watched this scene, his resolve to build a stronger defense system for his country firming. Dean Chen's anger surged as well, and he said coldly, "Record all of this as evidence of Pyongyang country's invasion of our airspace. Since that's the case, there's no need to hold back. Allow the use of conventional weapons, permit attacks on their reconnaissance plane, just don't kill anyone." The higher-ups had already delegated decision-making authority to him, so he had the right to make these decisions. Director Liu had no objections either. His role was to oversee the red line, and if it were crossed he would step in to stop it. But now, given the heinous act they had committed, and with all evidence recorded and irrefutable, even if this matter were brought to the international stage, the Pyongyang country would have no ground to stand on. Moreover, as a Xia country citizen, he had long wanted to vent this anger. The 81192 incident was still fresh in memory. So many blood deaths remained unsettled. What they were doing now was merely collecting a little interest. As long as no one died, nothing else really mattered. Reporting to command center, we have received the order. We will never let any bully of our Xia country people go unpunished, no matter who they are, said the lead pilot Min Jianbai loudly. They had been waiting for this order for a long time. As soldiers, they longed to protect their homeland. Now that the restrictions had been loosened, allowing them to use conventional weapons as long as the enemy could leave alive, they were ready. If they had been flying other fighters, it would have been somewhat difficult, because the enemy flew extremely fast. Even a 5th-generation fighter could easily destroy it, but to completely toy with it would be hard. But now they were piloting 6th-generation fighters, which were fully upgraded and on a completely different level. They activated recording mode, capturing everything that happened and transmitting it back to the command center as evidence for future use. They did not advance further. They were currently in stealth mode, fully isolated both physically and electronically. Even when scanning the sky with the naked eye, almost no difference could be discerned. This was the terrifying aspect of the 6th-generation fighter. This stealth mode was beyond conventional understanding. They minimized the engine noise to avoid alerting the enemy. Didn't they want to see just how powerful the 6th-generation aircraft could be? Then let them experience it firsthand. Alex piloted the reconnaissance plane, yelling as he dove downward. The roar of the plane stirred waves on the sea below. The fishermen covered their ears and hid, staring up in terror. Despair was evident in their eyes. Suddenly, one fisherman jumped up and cursed at the reconnaissance plane. "I curse your mother." He grabbed a bottle from the ground and hurled it fiercely. The others, no longer willing to endure, refused to believe the enemy would actually kill them. They picked up bottles from the ground and threw them at the plane. Even though they couldn't reach it, it showed their stance. They were not afraid. "Come on, you bastard. If you have the guts, bomb us all." They cursed in every way possible. Alex couldn't understand what they were saying, but from their expressions and lip movements he knew they were cursing. Bottles flew toward him, but never reached him. He sneered. Impotent rage. Your country won't help you, it won't even come out. Suddenly he found it boring. He made another dive, sweeping over their heads and stirring up a huge wave, then soared into the sky. To him this was just a minor episode. He never considered it would cause an international outcry, because on his radar there was no trace of anything. As for what he had done or not done, who would know? Little did he know that everything he did had already been recorded as evidence against the Pyongyang country. The commander of the Pyongyang country's overseas military base saw everything he did, but did not stop him. Although he had invaded their airspace, as long as it wasn't recorded it was considered a minor issue. Moreover, they no longer wanted to provoke Alex, lest this mad dog turn on them. Alex soared again at 10,000 meters, feeling triumphant. The satisfaction of toying with others filled him with contentment. But just as he was feeling pleased, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Even through the roar of the engines he could hear a sound surrounding him. At first he thought he was mistaken, because the reconnaissance plane's engine was quite loud. But soon he realized it was definitely not his own engine. As an ace pilot he could never mistake the sound of his own plane. He looked sharply at his instrument panel. On the radar there was no suspicious point. That meant there was no object near him. The undying Phoenix reconnaissance plane, which the Pyongyang country had been secretly developing, could not have such a basic malfunction as a broken radar. He flew the reconnaissance plane in a full 360-degree turn, scanning the entire surrounding area, but still found nothing. Yet the sound persisted, clinging to him like a parasite impossible to shake off. No matter how fast he accelerated, the sound quickly caught up, as if it had him cornered. To verify his suspicion, he shut down the engine, letting the plane glide. The plane fell silent, leaving only the howling wind outside. But within the wind, that persistent sound remained. His face turned pale with shock. He was now 90% certain that something had set its sights on him. Moreover, this entity had been lingering around him all along, yet he remained utterly incapable of detecting it. This could only mean that its power vastly surpassed his own, so much so that it could toy with him at will. Of course, there remained a 10% chance that he was suffering from auditory hallucinations. But that second possibility was exceedingly slim. A terrifying conjecture crossed his mind. Could it be that the legendary 6th-generation fighter jet had already appeared? Yet how could that be possible? A 6th-generation fighter was not a product of the current era. To establish a true 6th-generation system, one would need to achieve a crushing, overwhelming victory against 5th-generation fighters. But they were the most powerful nation in the world. For them, a 6th-generation fighter was barely a concept on the drawing board. They refused to believe that Xia country could surpass them. This was why he had stubbornly refused to believe it. He began to accelerate sharply. The reconnaissance aircraft was already exceptionally fast, even surpassing most 5th-generation fighters. Its top speed could exceed Mach 3, which was 3 times the speed of sound. This speed placed it at the very pinnacle of the world. This was the immortal Phoenix Eagle, the culmination of countless research breakthroughs. Beyond this, very few aircraft could surpass it. Even standard 5th-generation fighters could only maintain stable flight at speeds exceeding Mach 1.5, but they struggled to break past Mach 3. Suddenly his throat felt parched, and a chill ran down his spine. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The commander at the military base noticed his anomalous behavior and quickly patched into his communication channel. This time Alex did not stop him. Alex, what are you doing? There's nothing on your radar, and the enemy hasn't even shown themselves. Have you lost your mind? If you continue this, you will be ordered to return immediately and save your explanations for the court-martial. The commander at the overseas military base had reached the end of his patience. First, he had disobeyed orders to harass the fishing boats below. Now, upon ascending, he seemed to have gone mad, continuously piloting the reconnaissance aircraft in 360-degree spins. It was as if he had seen a ghost. The commander simply couldn't tolerate it any longer. It would be better to replace him. Even if the mission failed, he didn't want to deal with such a maniac. The moment the task concluded, he would send him straight back to the homeland headquarters for a debriefing. Even placing him on the inactive list would be better than watching this. Alex, hearing the sudden audio patch-in, felt the chaos in his mind begin to clear slightly. He spoke rapidly into the communication device. Command, I suspect their 6th-generation fighter has appeared. It's circling me, but I can't find it. The commander was stunned upon hearing this. Their 6th-generation fighter had appeared. The reconnaissance aircraft was equipped with numerous high-definition cameras, yet when they checked the surroundings through them, they found nothing unusual. Furthermore, the radar showed nothing as well. Within 100 kilometers, there was only this single aircraft. The other party was a 6th-generation fighter, not a deity. How could it evade their radar tracking and scanning? Alex, are you insane? The radar shows nothing. Are you having auditory hallucinations? The commander said with irritation. Command, I'm not joking. There's a sound circling me, and no matter how fast I go, it stays right with me. At that moment, a wave of terror washed over Alex. His speed had now exceeded Mach 2, twice the speed of sound. And it was still climbing, quickly surpassing Mach 2. 5. Yet that sound remained around him unhurried and persistent. No matter how complex his maneuvers or how fast he flew, the presence never gave up its pursuit. And judging by its level of control, its confidence was absolute. Are you mad? What sound? The commander remained skeptical. To prove he wasn't lying, Alex shut down the reconnaissance aircraft's engines, letting the plane glide. He routed the external sound into the audio feed, and that strange noise echoed throughout the overseas military command room. The personnel stared in confusion at the bizarre sound. Then their expressions gradually shifted. They turned grim, and a stir of commotion broke out. Alex, push your speed to the maximum now, the commander barked. I'm already doing it. Alex replied, suppressing his fear. His speed was nearing the reconnaissance aircraft's maximum, reaching its limit. He was approaching Mach 3, the plane's absolute top speed. But even so, the presence behind him kept pace, relentless, as if it had him cornered, instilling a profound sense of despair within him for the first time. He who had always been fearless was now shrouded in the shadow of death for the first time. It was the unknown that was most terrifying. To this very moment, the enemy had not revealed a single trace. The commander at the overseas base hesitated to issue the order to retreat, knowing it would mean total mission failure. But if they didn't retreat, they couldn't even catch a glimpse of the enemy. Alex, do everything in your power to force them out. Find something they care about. The commander radioed another order. Beyond this directive, he could think of no other way to break the deadlock. However, to avoid being held accountable later, he didn't spell it out explicitly. He would leave it to Alex's interpretation. Alex, hearing this, understood the implication perfectly. Though he knew the commander was shirking responsibility, he had to do it anyway. If he didn't force the enemy out, he would die with regret, not even knowing where his opponent was. This was the ultimate disgrace of his military career. It was clear that if he returned now, he would never be entrusted with significant duties again. His military career would effectively be over. So regardless of the cost, he had to act. He banked the aircraft and dove towards the fishing boats below. A malicious grin spread across his face. This time, let's see if you show yourselves. The fishermen on the boats below had just narrowly escaped their previous ordeal and were catching their breath when another screaming dive came from the sky. Despair filled their eyes once more. They looked up, curses ready on their lips. But quickly the words died in their throats. Because behind the immortal phoenix eagle of the beautiful country, a silver fighter jet had appeared. It exuded an aura of science fiction and overwhelming pressure. It was as if it had materialized out of thin air. Like a savior, it descended upon the world. The pilot of the vermilion bird fighter jet, Min Jianbai, finally revealed his true colors at this very moment. Simultaneously, he deactivated the stealth system and disabled the information shielding device. Alex had been sneering at the desperate fishermen below, hoping to force his target out this way. At such close range, he could already see the expressions on the fishermen's faces. It was a look of astonishment, surprise, and terror interwoven, like witnessing something extraordinary. His smile froze instantly. At the same time, the reconnaissance plane's radar erupted with a piercing alarm. He glanced down and saw a red that had appeared out of nowhere right behind him. It was perilously close. In an instant, his hair stood on end. The shadow of death enveloped him entirely. He had imagined his adversary might be nearby, but never this close. If this were a real battlefield, his fighter would have been reduced to ashes before he even laid eyes on the enemy. He finally understood the source of that thunderous roar. It truly was their 6th-generation fighter. That sleek, futuristic aircraft brimming with sci-fi aesthetics was simultaneously being broadcast back to the overseas military base of the beautiful country. The moment they saw those fighters, everyone in the military base rose to their feet, their faces etched with disbelief. Although they had seen photographs before, most were blurry, offering only a vague silhouette. But now before them was the real 6th-generation fighter, and at such close proximity, they could discern every single component on its frame. The aircraft was covered in silver scales. It was utterly bizarre. Moreover, during flight, these scales continuously shifted and adjusted like breathing metallic skin. The supreme commander of the military base immediately relayed the footage back to the mainland of the beautiful country. Chief Expert James and his team at the aviation base were awaiting news from the front. Suddenly the screen crackled to life. But as the feed connected, disbelief washed over every face. The overseas base commander quickly reported, "Based on our observations, their speed far exceeds that of our undying Divine Eagle reconnaissance plane, possibly surpassing Mach 5. Otherwise, they couldn't toy with the undying Divine Eagle so effortlessly. And this is a conservative estimate. Furthermore, their stealth capabilities have reached a terrifying level. They've achieved a synchronization of physical stealth and radar invisibility. Even at this close range, our undying Divine Eagle can only hear them, completely unable to pinpoint their location." James and the others listened to these conclusions, their faces turning grim and ashen. Though the findings validated their earlier suspicions, they had desperately hoped these conjectures would prove false. Yet the images on the screen shattered all their illusions. The enemy was right on their reconnaissance plane's tail, completely undetected. A single missile could easily destroy it. They wouldn't even know what hit them before they died. Perhaps they'd only catch a faint whisper of sound. This terrifying stealth capability defied their wildest imagination, surpassing all common sense. How could anyone perfect stealth to such an extreme? A profound sense of defeat washed over them. They felt utterly powerless. How could they possibly fight this? On the screen, Alex heard the warning alarms blaring in his cockpit and spotted the enemy's position on his radar. His heart lurched in terror. He completely forgot about the fishermen below. He had no time for that now. His mission was accomplished. He had successfully forced the enemy out. His reconnaissance plane was bristling with high-definition cameras, surely capturing every detail of the enemy aircraft and transmitting it back. His job was done. So he desperately sought to disengage and flee. But what he failed to realize was that he was still within the sovereign airspace of Xia country. The adversary had every right legally and morally to take action against him. After all, might makes right. Since you've come all this way, it would be impolite to let you leave without a token of appreciation, Min Jianbai murmured to himself. Seeing the enemy bank into a turn to escape, he gently pushed the throttle and with a single maneuver was suddenly in front of him. He was after all one of Xia country's most elite pilots flying their most advanced 6th-generation fighter. If he let this intruder slip away so easily, it would be a profound disgrace. His mission was not merely to scare the enemy off. Alex blinked and the enemy was right in front of him. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Even more terrifying, although the enemy was ahead of him, it was matching his speed, perfectly maintaining an eerie equilibrium. The enemy's control over his fighter was nothing short of masterful. Before he could even react, a sudden burst of flame erupted from the enemy's weapon bay. His heart nearly stopped in sheer terror. They actually fired. How dare they? Didn't they realize that firing first would trigger an international incident, landing them in a military court? They're insane. He was furious and frantic, convinced in that instant that his end had come. But since they had made the first move, he couldn't just sit there and take it. The worst-case scenario was death. And at such close range, if he fired a missile, it would strike them hidden. Even a 6th-generation fighter couldn't withstand a direct hit right. So the moment the enemy opened fire, he launched a missile in return. However, he only had a single one. Because it was a reconnaissance plane, aside from that one missile, it was armed only with conventional munitions. This missile was a product of the Undying Divine Eagle's upgrades. It was meant as a last resort self-defense measure. But in this critical moment, he had no other choice. In the same instant, fire erupted from both aircraft. As Alex was hit, a wave of cold dread washed over him. But when he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find himself still alive. However, the plane's instrument panel was screaming in alarm. 3 of his 4 engines were destroyed, leaving only one. The reconnaissance plane was in a critically dangerous state. It could plummet from the sky at any moment. But he had no time to worry about himself. Because there before him, the missile he had fired slammed directly into the Xia country's 6th-generation fighter, engulfing the entire aircraft in a towering inferno. Alex couldn't help but burst into manic laughter. Hit by a missile? So what if it's a 6th-generation fighter? It's still dead. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with pride. Destroying their 6th-generation fighter with his own hands was a monumental achievement. At the same time, it proved that their 6th-generation fighter was fragile and worthless. Nothing but a piece of scrap. The crowd in Ice City felt a collective tightening in their chests. Their gazes instinctively turned to Lin Feng. The frontal impact test was his proposal intended to assess the 6th-generation fighter's defensive capabilities, though they had previously tested the Vermilion battle armor's resilience, finding it exceptionally hard and pressure-resistant. This was, after all, a direct missile strike. Such a test was unprecedented in aviation history. No one in their right mind would use a missile to test defense. A single missile cost over $1 million, and with $1 million in testing funds, what kind of defense couldn't they evaluate? In today's world, no fighter jet could withstand a direct missile hit, especially one deployed from the pride of the beautiful nation's premier reconnaissance aircraft. This was not to be underestimated. At that moment, the screen still blazed with towering flames, obscuring all visibility. Lin Feng noticed their tense expressions and smiled, saying, "No need to worry excessively. I have faith in the Vermilion fighter's defenses. There may never have been a precedent for testing a fighter's defense with a missile, but today that precedent will be set." With Lin Feng having spoken, they had no choice but to patiently await the outcome. Their eyes were fixed on the screen. Today's test was undoubtedly a monumental gamble, but if it succeeded, the 6th-generation fighter's defensive prowess would stand unrivaled in the world. Meanwhile, in the homeland airbases and overseas military installations of the beautiful nation, everyone was jubilant. Though deploying lethal weaponry in another nation's airspace would draw severe international condemnation, destroying their opponent would undoubtedly shatter the myth of the 6th-generation fighter, and nothing could compare to that. Any fighter hit hidden by our F-6 missile cannot survive, especially at such close range. This so-called 6th-generation fighter is nothing special. We simply overestimated them. James could barely contain his excitement. As the chief scientist, it was a personal failure that the other side had developed a 6th-generation fighter first. But if he could destroy the Xia nation's aircraft here, then all his problems would cease to exist. He would also gain more time. So he stood to benefit the most from this. The pilot on the other side is a fool presenting himself so openly before us. Did he truly believe we lacked heavy weaponry? They are indeed arrogant, thinking their speed advantage makes them invincible. What they don't realize is that they hold no advantage over us either. Even if their defenses are astonishing, a direct missile strike should at least cripple them. What a pity, what a pity. If we could shoot them down completely, that would be a spectacle. But a 6th-generation fighter brought down by a 5th-generation one. They'd lose all face. I doubt they'd dare mention it again. Many gloated, their taunts unending. Now they awaited only one outcome. Above the Xia nation's skies, the flames gradually dissipated. Alex's smile froze on his face, replaced by sheer horror. Before him, the vermilion fighter was completely intact without a scratch. Its scales seemed to breathe on their own, as if mocking his incompetence. Impossible. Alex's heart pounded violently. He hadn't misseen it. His missile had struck the target, directly erupting in colossal flames. Yet aside from a faint trace, the enemy aircraft bore no damage whatsoever. They hadn't even knocked off a single scale. How could he believe this? For a moment, he wondered if he had fired a dummy missile. No other explanation could account for such an impossibility. Fear instantly engulfed him. His limbs grew cold and numb. In the beautiful nation's airbase, everyone shot to their feet in shock. Were their eyes deceiving them? The enemy showed no signs of having been struck by a missile. It was as if a simple rainfall could wash away any trace of the impact. Is our missile a counterfeit? Can anyone tell me just how formidable their defensive layer truly is? Even now, no one was willing to accept the reality before their eyes. It was utterly preposterous. In Ice City, the crowd was ecstatic, nearly leaping for joy. Completely unscathed. Such earth-shattering defensive power stunned them deeply. This was a missile. If it couldn't inflict even a scratch, then in future aerial combat, they could practically hold the enemy's head down and pound it. The enemy wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. How could they possibly engage? Moreover, with the 6th-generation fighter's intended attack range, the enemy would likely be annihilated before ever laying eyes on it. This was unequivocally the most powerful aerial weapon in history. To control the skies is to control everything. Their gazes turned once more to Lin Feng. It was this young man before them who had single-handedly forged such a formidable and fearsome aerial weapon. Yet Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated this all along, showing no hint of arrogance or self-congratulation. This earned him even greater admiration. The aerial battle now held no suspense whatsoever. They couldn't even breach the enemy's defenses. Alex was on the verge of madness. This was the greatest humiliation of his flying career. It was more than a crushing defeat. It would leave an indelible shadow over his entire life. But his immediate priority was survival. 3 of his 4 engines were destroyed, and the entire reconnaissance aircraft was teetering on the brink of collapse. Had it not been for its powerful flight capabilities and his ace-level piloting, he would have already plunged into the deep sea. But now he was utterly dispirited, as if resigned to his fate, fleeing unsteadily. Even conventional weaponry could now blow up his fuel tank. However, Min Jianbai remained clear-headed. His orders were to send the enemy back severely wounded, not to shoot him down within their airspace. The opponent was now like a dog with its tail between its legs. There was no need to pursue. He stood his ground, a guardian titan, watching the enemy retreat. Only after the enemy's pitiful silhouette had limped out of their airspace did he report to command and formally return to base. Alex knew that the other side had shown him mercy, or at least chosen not to let him die here. Aside from relief, he felt a profound sense of helplessness. All his pride had been shattered in this aerial duel. When he finally shakily returned to the overseas military base, he could hold on no longer and was forced to make an emergency landing. The immense friction from the impact instantly ignited the entire reconnaissance aircraft. He escaped at the last moment, watching as the crew scrambled to salvage the wreck. He knelt on the ground in the distance, as if his very soul had been hollowed out. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause upon hearing the successful return through the information transmission system. This marked the first direct confrontation between the two nations' premier warplanes. Although the opponent was a reconnaissance aircraft rather than a fighter, it nonetheless showcased the formidable capabilities of the 6th-generation fighter. The enemy's reconnaissance aircraft was unrivaled in radar detection and tracking, yet it still failed to penetrate the stealth of the 6th-generation fighter. During the stealth phase, the enemy could only hear its sound, but remained utterly oblivious to its precise location, especially when high above in the sky. Given such a vast distance, any sound would be inaudible from below. This meant that even flying the 6th-generation fighter directly over the enemy's capital would go completely undetected. Consequently, their most vital military bases would become a mere backyard for our forces. This is a monumental advancement capable of inflicting incalculable damage upon the enemy. Furthermore, its speed and defensive capabilities each surpassed the enemy's by an immeasurable margin. Even if they deployed their true 5th-generation fighters, they would likely not last a few rounds against it. This is true dominance, a genuine dimensional reduction in warfare. Undoubtedly, many in the beautiful country will find sleep elusive tonight. However, even if they managed to capture clear images of our 6th-generation fighter with high-definition cameras, they would glean no useful intelligence from them. The fighter's appearance had already been revealed before. These photos merely provide a clearer view, so it is of no real consequence. This thought brought them considerable amusement. They had been hyping up the threat narrative for so long, now the real threat has arrived. Let's see if they are afraid now. The 6th-generation fighter's inaugural mission concluded flawlessly, utterly crushing the enemy's arrogance. Soon a topic skyrocketed to the top of the trending list. Xia country's 6th-generation fighter is real. Following that was a fisherman's personal account. Friends, we just experienced something truly unbelievable. While fishing at sea, we were repeatedly provoked by the beautiful country. At that moment, Xia country's 6th-generation fighter arrived. Its sci-fi appearance was incredibly imposing and cool. It immediately confronted the enemy, leading to intense, conventional weapon conflict. The enemy even fired a missile which struck the 6th-generation fighter without leaving a single mark. In the end, the enemy fled severely damaged. It was absolutely incredible. The fisherman could not conceal the excitement in his voice. It was the most thrilling experience of his life, witnessing a direct confrontation between two of the world's most powerful nations. Some even managed to capture several photos as evidence. This further bolstered the credibility of the story. Within a mere half-hour, replies numbered over 100,000. Wow, is the blogger's story even real? Are these photos shopped to fool us? I've checked the images, they don't seem to be photoshopped. It's probably real. I heard some netizens even captured traces of the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft in our airspace, which might be related to this incident. Damn, this is a direct clash between two nations. Is this even allowed to be discussed? If that's the case, our 6th-generation fighter is absolutely epic. Taking a direct hit without a scratch. I've never heard of anything so absurd. Could their missiles be defective? That would be hilarious. It's not impossible, you know. Think about where their military budget goes. If a $50,000 hammer is possible, what isn't? The comment section was filled with a mix of opinions. Xia country's official media remained silent, neither refuting nor promoting the story, allowing it to ferment naturally. Nevertheless, many still found it hard to believe that a direct missile hit caused no damage. While they remained skeptical, the beautiful country conducted a thorough internal investigation. It was a profound humiliation, especially as it was their first comprehensive military defeat. Previously, the gap had been manageable, but now they had been utterly dominated, their pride crushed. Their vaunted immortal Phoenix reconnaissance aircraft seemed like a mere toy in comparison. This instilled a deep sense of fear. To what extent had the enemy's technological prowess advanced to achieve such a feat? The thought was overwhelming. In response to Xia country's suggestion about defective missiles, they immediately tested the missile remnants. The explosive yield and the rest of the batch were found to be perfectly normal. This left only one possibility: the enemy's defensive capabilities far exceeded their imagination, surpassing the destructive power of their missiles. The realization sent a chill down their spines. Moreover, upon reviewing the videos, the enemy fighters' stealth and speed capabilities were far beyond their expectations. They were baffled, unable to fathom how such technology was achieved. It defied all logic. While they were engrossed in their investigation, politicians in the beautiful country, who closely monitor Xia country's public opinion, were first shocked and then enraged. When had they ever suffered such a significant loss? Their aircraft had been attacked, and their military department dared not even voice a stance. They immediately launched a fierce attack on their personal media platforms, even calling for a worldwide boycott of Xia country's military actions. They delivered speech after speech, inciting public outrage. Their condemnation was merely a guise; their true aim was to bolster their political capital and power. Following their lead, numerous unscrupulous foreign media outlets also joined the chorus of condemnation. They portrayed Xia country as an aggressive military force. However, Xia country seemed to have anticipated their shameless tactics. A press conference was promptly convened, publicly exposing to the world how Alex had piloted a reconnaissance aircraft into Xia country's airspace and engaged in provocative attacks against its citizens. The spokesperson fiercely criticized the beautiful country at the conference, accusing them of being a thief, crying "Stop thief," willfully violating other nations' airspace, and launching missiles, which was tantamount to challenging national sovereignty. Both the statements and the evidence were well-founded and irrefutable. In every aspect, the beautiful country was clearly in the wrong. When their politicians saw this, they were instantly silenced. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find a valid point of attack. Their own pilot was utterly incompetent. How did he end up in enemy airspace? And even after going there, he returned with nothing to show for it. The sheer frustration was enough to give them an ulcer. The public opinion raged fiercely and the two countries inevitably engaged in a war of words. However, Lin Feng remained calm at this moment. He sat alone in his office. It was the office assigned to him after arriving in Bingqing, but he rarely spent time there, making it largely unnecessary. But this time he was focused on the laser weapon originally designed for the 7th-generation fighter jet. To avoid interruptions, he had hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. He intended to settle down and complete the entire deduction of this technology within the office. The concept of laser weapons was not his original creation. In fact, the Xia Kingdom already possessed laser weapons with an effective range reaching an astonishing 35000 kilometers. The speed of light itself reached hundreds of thousands of kilometers per second, so locking onto a target could be achieved with virtually no error. There was no difficulty in ballistic calculation. Instant hit upon launch. It surpassed the imagination of conventional weapons. Moreover, laser weapons had a significant advantage over conventional missiles' strong anti-interference capability. Many conventional weapons, due to their dense electronic equipment, were easily affected and could not guarantee precision. In contrast, laser weapons were immune to pulses and electromagnetic waves. With various capabilities combined, their strategic deterrence was no less than that of intercontinental missiles. However, there was also a major drawback: energy consumption was too severe. Furthermore, if a powerful beam was required, the energy consumed increased, and the carrying platform had to be larger. This caused great inconvenience. It could not be miniaturized. Mobility was poor. What he was working on now was miniaturization, high power, and the ability to be used on fighter jets, replacing conventional large-scale lethal weapons. He closed his eyes, organizing his original ideas. He had already deduced most of the 7th-generation fighter jet, but he suddenly realized that with the current scientific technology, it was impossible to complete it entirely. This was an immensely vast project. It was not that his theory was flawed. Rather, the current scientific technology could not keep up. If it were just one or two parts, it could be solved. But almost all components of the 7th-generation fighter jet needed updating, and many systems had undergone thorough innovation, which could not be completed in a day or two. Additionally, there were fundamental technical difficulties that could not be resolved overnight. He also had a concern: the power of the 7th-generation fighter jet was too astonishing, which would accelerate the destruction of the planet they inhabited. After deliberation, he decided to first apply some energy applications from the 7th-generation fighter jet to real life. When the time was ripe, he would then proceed with the full design and development of the 7th-generation fighter jet. He closed his eyes. Thoughts surged in his mind like ocean waves. This was the most powerful brain in human history, engaged in various decodings and assemblies. It took a full hour before he opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, a boundless radiance shone in his gaze. Even a single glance could deeply captivate one. He placed his hands on the keyboard, took a deep breath, and began to move his fingers wildly. The sound of keyboard clattering instantly filled the entire office. He entered a unique state. All the designs in his mind were gradually transformed from thoughts into a new design, a weapon that could serve as the most powerful lethal means on the 6th-generation fighter jet. The design in his mind was not merely text. It also included outlines, concepts, and various data structures. The construction of each component needed to be clearly marked. Finally, there was a data model. If all these were assembled, they would form the ultimate construction manual, almost teaching step by step how to complete it. Any major country with an industrial foundation that received such a detailed textual manual would treasure it like a priceless gem, obtaining the world's most powerful laser weapon. The significance of the laser weapon data he was writing was no less than that of the 6th-generation fighter jet. Because besides air, it could also be used on land and at sea as a secret weapon, forming the most robust defense system. This was a document of immeasurable value. Even a valuation in hundreds of billions would be an understatement. Time passed by and Lin Feng became completely absorbed, rejecting all activities. He did not even open the door when the staff delivered meals. Unknowingly, 8 hours had passed. For 8 full hours he had neither eaten nor drunk. He had reached his physical limit. The document he was working on was extremely detailed, with the word count exceeding 100,000. This was the result of simplifying many parts. Otherwise, if fully expanded, all the data and information would probably amount to 1,000,000 words. Dean Chun and several others had wanted to find Lin Feng, but they could not locate him anywhere. Later they asked informed staff and learned that he had locked himself in his office for 8 hours. During those 8 hours he had not shown his face. Nor had he rested. Dean Chun and the others walked to his office door hesitant. According to the staff, there had been no movement inside for 8 hours. Even the meals that were delivered were left at the door untouched. They were worried that something might have happened. As the designer of the 6th-generation fighter jet and a genius of the Xia Kingdom, Lin Feng could not afford any mishap. What is Lin Feng doing in there? He's so absorbed that he doesn't even care about eating, Dean Chun said with concern. Could it be a broken heart? A few pretty young ladies recently joined the institute. Lin Feng is good-looking and has high EQ. I could introduce him to one, Wu Jian said boisterously. Chen gave him a disapproving look. Can't you say something nice? You're always thinking about these things. I'm just joking. We can't just barge in, can we? Wu Jian shook his head. Chen was at a loss about what to do. The door had a "Do Not Disturb" sign, and knocking would be an interruption. Yet if he didn't knock, he couldn't rest easy. 8 hours without a drop of water or food. They now treated Lin Feng like a treasure. Everything about him touched their hearts. Could he be tinkering with some new invention? Director Liu thought of the miniaturization of laser weapons Lin Feng had mentioned earlier. Although this guess seemed far-fetched, it was currently the most plausible explanation for his behavior. It shouldn't be possible. So short a time, and it was just an idea before not yet implemented. Chen shook his head. Just as they were full of speculation, the door to Lin Feng's office suddenly opened. Their eyes met, and for a moment the atmosphere grew awkward. After a thorough once-over, they found nothing amiss with Lin Feng and finally relaxed. Lin Feng, are you alright in there? Chen asked. I'm fine. I was just working on a project about equipping 6th-generation fighters with laser weapons, Lin Feng said with a smile. This explained why he had locked himself in his office for so long. However, they doubted he could have made any breakthroughs in just 8 hours, far too short a time. Laser weaponry had evolved through countless generations, with countless researchers dedicating their lives to advancing it by mere increments. Don't rush it. Even if the 6th-gen fighters carry conventional weapons, they'd still outpace the US. That gap alone would take them a decade to close. By then I'm confident your laser weapon will be ready, Chen reassured him. For an ordinary person, designing a 6th-generation fighter alone would secure their place in history, a feat requiring lifetimes of effort. He never imagined Lin Feng could achieve it so quickly. So he stretched the timeline to 10 years. Ample time for Lin Feng's genius mind. Exactly, no need to rush. This weapon isn't simple, it takes time and vast resources. With your vision, the nation will support you with everything. Don't worry about that. Wu Jian chimed in. He had seen many driven to madness by their pursuits, and didn't want Lin Feng to fall into that trap. Rest first, finish your meal, get a good night's sleep. No need to hurry. We all believe in you. Director Liu added, patting his shoulder. Lin Feng listened, utterly bewildered. I think you've misunderstood. The laser weapon doesn't need 10 years. I spent some time today and finally wrote it all out. It's on my computer now. Want to take a look? Chen, Director Wu, and Director Liu were speechless, feeling they had misheard. Their necks stiffened as they turned to stare at him. Lin Feng grew uneasy under their gaze. He repeated, in 8 hours I've designed the laser weapon with all detailed data. It's ready for model building. His words held no deception, but the three looked at him as if they'd seen a ghost. What did you say? You've fully developed the laser weapon. Weren't you just saying you had a few ideas yesterday? Chen was beside himself. He knew Lin Feng was a genius, but this was beyond comprehension. Though he trusted Lin Feng deeply, there was a limit. How could someone casually produce another world-class invention? What about those who devoted their entire lives to research? Were their efforts in vain? Lin Feng, is this real? Don't fool us. Miniaturizing laser weapons isn't easy. I know your abilities and I trust you, but this is just incredible, Wu Jian said, full of doubt. Such a claim would be absurd to anyone. If it had come from anyone else, they would have thrown them out. It was only Lin Feng who got this benefit of the doubt. It's true, I'm not lying. I've achieved miniaturization. I had some ideas before, since I intended to mount it on fighter jets. Today I made some corrections and tweaked the data, but it should be credible and effective. Seeing their skepticism, Lin Feng led them into his office and opened the computer. All the data is here. Take a look. With miniaturized and enhanced laser weapons, the fighter won't need conventional arms or missiles. It'll be lighter, capable of flying over 10,000 kilometers for decapitation strikes. Lin Feng spoke the harshest words in the gentlest tone. If U.S. military officials heard this, they'd lose even more sleep. A stealth 6th-gen fighter flying 10,000 kilometers, strike and vanish. Impossible to catch, impossible to defeat. It would be their perfect nemesis, an unattainable goal. Seeing all the data laid out so openly, they finally began to believe. Lin Feng, I can't give you an answer right now. I need to review this and consult laser weapon experts to assess its power, Chen said, then dove into the documents on the screen. The data and theories in the documents held a magnetic pull, captivating their attention. From the first glance, they were already 70% convinced, as Lin Feng had laid out every theoretical detail meticulously. To a layman, it would be indecipherable, but they had lived through generations of fighter development. Though not laser experts, they knew enough to discern quality. With such detailed data and logical theories, they were instantly 80% convinced. The three sat as if in deep meditation, fixated on the screen, though the hundreds of thousands of data points couldn't be absorbed quickly. They entered a state of total absorption, oblivious to everything else. Nothing could rival the allure before them. If the laser weapon was real and could be mounted on 6th-gen fighters, it would become a fighter with massive destructive capability. With such attack power, stealth, and speed, no fighter in the world could withstand it. 5th-gen fighters would be like slicing through vegetables. Even 100 of them wouldn't stand a chance against one 6th-Gen. It would be true dominance and crushing superiority. Seeing them completely engrossed, Lin Feng knew they wouldn't finish anytime soon. He slipped out, took the cold meal, and went to find something warm to eat. He had not had a drop of water for 8 hours and his stomach was already aching with hunger. Although the mealtime had long passed when the cafeteria staff saw who he was, they immediately reheated his cold meal and even added a bit more for him. Lin Feng, unable to resist the aroma of the food, began eating right away. After finishing his meal, he returned to his quarters, took a thorough shower, and changed into clean clothes. When he stepped out again, the sky was already adorned with a canopy of stars. But as he walked out, everyone's gaze upon him was strange. Lin Feng touched his face, wondering if there was something dirty on it. Why were they all staring at him like that? At that moment, an academician approached him. He walked straight towards him. Lin Feng recognized him. He had been part of their trip to Beichong City and was one of the renowned experts in aircraft research. Academician Zhou, what's the matter? Academician Zhou gave him a peculiar look before asking, Lin Feng, what exactly did Dean Chun and the other two see in their office? If it's not convenient to say, that's fine, but they refuse to come out now and have sealed the entire office as a classified area. We don't want to disturb them, but there are many matters at the base that require their attention. There were indeed a myriad of affairs at the flight base that needed their decisions. If one or two were absent, they could consult another. But after searching, they found all three missing, which deeply worried them, fearing something might have happened. These three were pillars of the project. And for all three to vanish simultaneously, not even answering their phones, was alarming. First Lin Feng, then them. Why were they disappearing one after another? Fortunately, they knew a full special forces unit guarded the flight base, so not even a mosquito could fly in. They deduced the trio likely hadn't encountered enemies, but were delayed by something unknown. Their greatest fear was that some accident had befallen them. However, after a full base search, they finally found the three in Lin Feng's office. But they seemed utterly spellbound, staring at the computer without moving. They had even postponed all other tasks. When the curious staff tried to see what was on the screen, they were stopped. This only fueled his curiosity. What kind of top-secret information was so tightly guarded? Yet he was well-versed in confidentiality regulations. Some things were simply not to be disclosed. But if even he, an academician involved in the top-secret 6th-generation fighter jet project, couldn't see it, it was indeed quite strange. Lin Feng, listening to his words, roughly understood that Dean Chun and the others were probably engrossed in the data from his paper. Laser weapons are at the pinnacle of global technology. They can be applied in multiple domains, and once deployed, they would have an unimaginable impact on the nation's defense and weapon systems. That's why they were reluctant to let the information out so quickly. Although they were core members of the 6th-generation fighter project, for the sake of the nation's larger interests, the projects had to proceed on separate single-track paths. The importance of laser weapons was in no way inferior to the 6th-generation fighter. Even Lin Feng hadn't fully grasped the inconceivable impact laser weapons would have on the global landscape. So he was also a bit puzzled. However, since the three of them didn't want others to know, he didn't feel it was his place to say. Academician Zhou, it concerns the design of the weapon system for the 6th-generation fighter, but as for the specifics, I'm not really at liberty to say right now. Academician Zhou wasn't offended. At his level, he understood that much information was classified, and even he as an academician couldn't know everything. He was merely curious. Since it wasn't convenient to disclose, he wouldn't press the matter. That's all right, but there are many things at the base that need their handling, including documents that require approval from higher-ups. Some of them are quite urgent, Academician Zhou said. Lin Feng nodded. The knot must be untied by the one who tied it. It was indeed up to him to go and call them out. As he approached the office door, he could already hear their voices inside, filled with admiration. How can such a brilliant idea exist? This design, without altering the contact surface, can vastly increase the power, focusing all energy into a single point. According to these calculations, it would only take a few seconds to completely destroy a nuclear submarine. If we follow all the laser parameter settings, then, when scaled up proportionally and placed on the ground, it would still be a strategic-level weapon threat. Compared to traditional laser designs, this newly configured device solves the previous problem of energy dissipation mid-flight, achieving an effective attack range. The three of them spoke in turn. Although their research on laser weapons was limited, they could calculate the immense power from the data alone. The information revealed was enough to stir their hearts and minds with excitement. Even though night had fallen and they had been reading for 3 or 4 hours straight, they couldn't calm down. Their faces were flushed with excitement, showing no signs of fatigue, their spirits burning bright. It was utterly captivating. Nothing else could hold their attention like this. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't want to disturb them, but he had to. He knocked on the office door. Who is it? Didn't we say it would be done in an hour? Handle any documents later. Unless the sky is falling, don't come looking for us. Dean Shin said without turning his head. Nothing could tear them away from this now. Even if a top decision-maker arrived, they would have to wait. Lin Feng glanced at Academician Zhou and the others, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, they were looking at the data he had provided. He cleared his throat and said, "Sorry to interrupt, Dean Chun, it's me." Upon hearing his voice, the three inside looked up with delighted, eager eyes, as if beholding a priceless treasure. It was only then that they truly believed the laser weapon had been successfully developed and could be mounted on the 6th-generation fighter. This was a world-class weapon, a revolutionary achievement. If developed and possessed, it would put them an entire era ahead of other nations. Following this line of thought, almost all laser weapons could be upgraded. Once deployed, it would fortify the Xia Kingdom like an impregnable fortress. Therefore, this information must be kept absolutely confidential. At least for now, not a single detail could be leaked. The three directors, including Dean Chin, immediately rose to their feet. They then pulled him inside directly and announced to those outside, "All urgent matters can wait. We should be done in about an hour. If there's a call from the capital, tell them to hold as well. Just say I'm handling something critical." After speaking, he shut the door firmly, ignoring everyone outside. Those left behind could only exchange bewildered glances. Some even held documents hoping for a signature, but it was clear that paperwork was the last thing on the agenda. Whether they could emerge from the office anytime soon was doubtful. They looked at the files in their hands and could only take them back. There was no other choice. Yet curiosity grew stronger about what they were tinkering with inside, something that could captivate three national pillars of support to the point of forgetting food and rest. And they weren't revealing a single detail. It was likely another top-secret national super technology. A shiver ran down their spines. They realized it was best not to pry into such matters. Digging too deep might lead to an unexpected invitation for tea and a non-disclosure agreement. Academician Zhou let out a sigh and turned to leave. It seemed the meeting wouldn't end anytime soon. He might as well go back to his research. Lin Feng, taken aback by being pulled in so abruptly, was momentarily stunned. "Dinshin, what's going on?" Lin Feng asked, feeling uneasy under their intense stares. Their gazes seemed oddly fixated on him. "Nothing much, just wondering how your mind works." Dean Chun let out a deep, wistful sigh. Even as the president of the National Academy of Sciences adorned with countless honors, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. 8 hours. It had only taken 8 hours to create a world-class strategic weapon. The thought would drive anyone mad, with jealousy himself included. It was precisely for this reason that his protection needed to be even more stringent. The loss of even a single hair from such a genius would be a monumental tragedy. Lin Feng's existence was a blessing for the nation. "I'm just like anyone else, only I've read a few more books which gave me some ideas. It's not like I thought of it all in 8 hours. I've had this concept brewing for a long time, just never sorted it out. I had some free time yesterday, so I wrote it down." Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. His casual explanation grated on the ears of the others. What did he mean, wrote it down? Why couldn't they just write it down so easily? "There's no need for such modesty, but I must warn you, this matter must not be leaked in the slightest. If it gets out, you'll face relentless pursuit. Those foreign powers would never let a talent like yours go. They would try to snuff you out in the cradle." Dean Chin was not exaggerating. Foreign entities had spent no small amount of money within the country. There had even been incidents of them tracking professors at national-level institutions. They had repeatedly tried to destabilize the domestic environment. And after this significant loss, they would be even more desperate. They still didn't know the origin of the 6th-generation fighter jet. Next, they would spare no expense to uncover the truth. If they discovered that all of this was Lin Feng's doing, he would undoubtedly face an unimaginable crisis. In the competition between nations, the death of one or two individuals is a common occurrence. And they had certainly done it before. Even with all the heightened security and comprehensive protection around Lin Feng, it would be incredibly difficult to guarantee his absolute safety. So the fundamental solution was to maintain absolute secrecy. He couldn't entrust his life to the morality of others, especially when their adversaries were people devoid of any moral compass. Lin Feng was well aware of the gravity of the situation. "I haven't told anyone about this. Don't worry, even for my own safety, I won't go around talking about it." Lin Feng nodded. It was his life after all. He had to protect it himself. He had no intention of giving those maniacs a reason to come after him. Dean Chin nodded in approval. That was the best course of action. He then finally steered the conversation to the main topic. "We've reviewed all the data for the laser weapon and your conclusions. We believe there's a high probability of success. However, this needs to be confirmed by building a model and consulting with laser weapon specialists before we can be completely certain." In truth, they were already mostly convinced, but it still needed to pass through practical validation. Moreover, their own understanding of laser weapons wasn't comprehensive. Only by collaborating with domestic experts on such weapons could they truly begin the development process. "You decide. I'm just providing a direction," Lin Feng nodded. "We ran into several difficult problems while reviewing. Since you're here now, you can help us clarify them," Dean Chun said, gesturing for him to come over. Lin Feng quickly stopped him. "Wait, you three are the highest leaders and organizers here at the flight base. With you all here, many operations have stalled. How about we do this a bit later? I'm not leaving until the day after tomorrow anyway." Dean Chun and the others couldn't insist. They stopped and checked the time. To their surprise, over 3 hours had passed since they entered. The time had flown by like a single moment. Time flies. Alright, well, stop here for today. Lin Feng, tomorrow you'll have to give us a proper explanation. Today you'll report this to the higher-ups and set up a laser weapon working group. But you'll have to be the chief advisor again. Dean Chun stared at him, leaving no room for refusal. Lin Feng knew he couldn't avoid this when he presented the idea. But since he was working for the nation, he had already anticipated this. That's fine with me. But I have another research project on my hands. And since this one here has been successfully completed, you'll be heading back to the capital soon. If there are any questions, then we can hold online discussions. The project here was a complete success. His presence was no longer needed. It was better to return to the capital. Besides, he had a controlled nuclear fusion project underway. That was also a major undertaking. If successful, it would be a world first. Hearing that he had another research project, everyone's curiosity was piqued. But Lin Feng was tight-lipped and didn't want to reveal anything until it was successful. He'll head out now and get some proper rest. You all shouldn't work too hard either. Lin Feng turned and left without looking back. The others exchanged glances but didn't press the matter. It was Lin Feng's secret. They then disconnected the computer from the network and sealed it. Special forces were called in to secure the office. Nothing inside this room could be allowed to leak out. Lin Feng slept soundly. However, the other three had been busy all night long. Fortunately, their secrecy was impeccable and they were in an absolutely secure zone. Otherwise, there would likely have been another lockdown. When this matter was reported up the chain, it caused extreme shock. They didn't even dare to transmit the data. They had to physically transport the computer's mainframe back. For such classified information, any form of transmission was unsafe and could potentially leave traces. Only physical transportation was the safest method. Soon the staff at the flight base watched in bewilderment as heavily armed special forces entered Lin Feng's office and carefully removed his computer's mainframe. For a moment it all seemed utterly absurd. The nation's most elite troops were being so cautious with a computer mainframe. Yet what piqued their curiosity even more was what could possibly be inside that computer to warrant such extreme measures. However, this had already become a mystery. Only a select few were in the know, and they were bound by confidentiality regulations. It was impossible for them to learn the truth at this stage unless one day the creation was realized and the confidentiality period had lapsed. Only then would they understand what truly happened that day. Lin Feng had initially planned to return later, but after some thought he decided to leave immediately on the Special Forces aircraft, bidding farewell to all the experts and scholars before heading back to the capital. The flight vehicle base had already been fully operationalized. The next phase involved continuous testing and refinement. This was a lengthy cycle requiring extensive testing to reveal any shortcomings and areas for enhancement. Thus his presence there would have been a waste of time. Dean Chun and the others were only staying to handle the final wrap-up work. Once everything was arranged, they would also return to the capital. A host of experts and academicians watched his departure with the utmost respect. It was because of him that the 6th-generation fighter had come into existence, and it had already soared to dominate the skies upon its debut. They only needed to make simple adjustments and perfect minor details. There was no need for generations of iterative development. Such terrifying talent was what they envied most. As Lin Feng boarded the plane, he nodded and greeted everyone. The Special Forces members on the plane couldn't help but feel curious about Lin Feng. Although they were under orders to retrieve the computer from the flight base, they knew it was a top-secret national facility, and anyone who came here was undoubtedly a national-level elite. But Lin Feng didn't seem like an ordinary staff member. Especially when he was leaving, they had all seen numerous experts seeing him off. Yet despite their curiosity, they had to keep it bottled up inside. Their orders were to say little and ask nothing. Over an hour later, under heavy and rigorous protection, the military transport plane arrived in the capital. Lin Feng's identity had been verified. From the moment he landed, the National Security Bureau's protection team had already established a tight security cordon around him, guarding against any potential incident. Lin Feng took a dedicated car back to his residence. Upon returning to the familiar university campus, he let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he was back. After getting home, he gave the place a thorough cleaning. He had spent very little time at home recently, either being in the capital's laboratory for the 6th-Gen fighter, the library, or later heading straight to Ice City. So some neglected corners had gathered dust. After his cleaning spree, the home was refreshed. His return, though seemingly uneventful on the surface, secretly stirred the hearts of many. Especially the success of the 6th-generation fighter, which had already caused a massive stir across the Xia Kingdom. If these events had been conducted in secret, it might have been different. But these matters were already the talk of the town on the internet, known to all. Zhang Xinji and the others were among those in the know. Although they held significant advantages in age and status, in terms of contribution, even all of them combined couldn't match Lin Feng. For many, dedicating their entire lives to a single top-secret 6th-Gen project was already their limit. Yet he had single-handedly designed and developed the 6th-generation fighter. Moreover, upon its debut, it had completely diminished the prestige of the beautiful country USA, venting all the frustration and humiliation suffered over the years. It brought immense satisfaction to all scientific researchers. This was an unimaginable feat of merit worthy of national-level honor. Were it not for the need for confidentiality, he could now become a national-level academician. Even so, he still held an unimaginable status. Even academicians couldn't compare to him. He was a true uncrowned king. So Zhang Xinji came to see him immediately upon his return. When Lin Feng heard the knock on the door and opened it, he wasn't too surprised to see who it was. Because he knew his whereabouts were essentially under the watchful eyes of these bigwigs. President Zhang, long time no see, Lin Feng said with a smile, nodding to him and inviting him inside to sit. Zhang Xinji looked at the modest young man before him, liking him more and more. Talented, yet humble, not arrogant about his abilities. Who wouldn't appreciate such a junior? Fortunately, he had strived to recruit him back then. If someone else had snatched him away, he would have cried endlessly and regretted it for life. But thankfully, this young man was now nominally his student. Even if it was only nominal, it filled him with pride. Lin Feng, I've heard about the success of the 6th-generation fighter. Congratulations. Its debut swept the skies, letting us old-school researchers vent our frustrations. You've done incredibly well. Zhang Xinji was beaming with excitement as he spoke. However, he was still unaware of the laser weapon project. Besides being installed on the 6th-gen fighter, the laser weapon could also be deployed in the Xia Kingdom's defense systems and weaponry, highlighting its critical importance. It was absolutely not to be leaked. It's all the result of everyone's hard work. I merely did what I should as a designer. Without the countless people behind the scenes, no matter how good the design, it couldn't have been manufactured, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng wasn't just being modest. The 6th-generation fighter involved tens of thousands of components and an uncountable number of behind-the-scenes personnel. Without a great nation with a powerful industrial base to manufacture it, it would have been like a clever housewife unable to cook without rice. It simply couldn't have been completed. Zhang Xinji listened to his humble words, feeling a sense of wistfulness inside. Were it not for his high position, he too would have wanted to be one of those countless behind-the-scenes workers to witness the birth of the 6th-generation fighter firsthand. That would be the ultimate romance for an aerospace professional. After exchanging some pleasantries, Zhang Xinji steered the conversation to the main topic. Your contributions to the design and development of the 6th-generation fighter are indelible, and now that the prototype has been born, proving your direction is correct, your contributions are unparalleled. As previously stated, the nation will not treat you unfairly. You have indirectly saved the country hundreds of billions in research and development funds. No matter how excellent the treatment we offer you, it will never be too much. Considering your contributions, granting you the title of academician is a certainty. However, the higher-ups have taken into account certain issues. Your youth, and especially the confidentiality of military affairs. Your identity and contributions cannot be made public for now, so we must ask you to bear this sacrifice. Zhang Xinji spoke with an apologetic tone. Lin Feng's contributions were of unprecedented importance. No amount of honor would be excessive. But the military industry was too sensitive. Otherwise, countless military scientists and nuclear scientists from years past would not have remained anonymous. Once they are exposed, especially at such a critical moment, accidents can easily occur. That's fine. The title of academician is hardly fitting for me anyway. Even if it were awarded, I likely wouldn't accept it. Lin Feng saw his hesitation and smiled, shaking his head. Only after seeing that Lin Feng wasn't upset did Zhang Xinji feel somewhat relieved. He quickly added, but please rest assured, all the contributions you have made cannot be erased. They will be recorded one by one, and one day the truth will be made public. Moreover, although the nation cannot publicly award you a private 6th-generation meritorious service medal has already been issued, and the bonus may exceed 100 million. This figure had just been finalized. Even Zhang Xinji was taken aback when he heard it. Though they often poured massive sums into research, some large projects burning through tens of billions a year was common. He had never seen such a large bonus. Usually a few million was considered generous. But a figure exceeding 100 million was utterly staggering, almost unbelievable. It was likely the highest bonus in history. Even the most distinguished individuals had never received such an amount. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. But on second thought, Lin Feng's contributions far surpassed a mere 100 million. When Lin Feng heard the number, he too was utterly incredulous. That was too much, too huge. He had never seen so much money. Moreover, having so much in his hands, he didn't know how to spend it. Even though he knew the value of the designs he had created far exceeded it, he couldn't help but be astonished. With that sum, he could buy an entire residential complex in his hometown. But what he didn't know was that the bonus for inventing the 6th-generation fighter was originally not so high. However, after the laser weapon emerged, the top decision-making team discussed it and raised the figure. Thus it reached this astronomical number. Although 100 million was still far too little compared to his contributions, it was the largest bonus ever awarded in Xia country, setting a precedent. Yet only he could enjoy such treatment. Lin Feng looked up, pondered for a moment, and said, Principal Zhang, isn't this figure too large? I really don't have that much need to spend money. Though he appeared to have made enormous contributions, in reality, all these things were derived from his deductions. It hadn't taken him much time at all. Zhang Xinji looked at his troubled expression and felt a headache coming on. Everyone else complains about too little, but you complain about too much. What do you mean you don't spend that much? Does all this money have to be spent entirely? Can't you save some? Ahem, Lin Feng, you're still young, and don't yet appreciate the value of money. In your future life you'll need it for everything, buying a house, a car, and so on. This is a reward for you, so don't really turn it down. Zhang Xinji said earnestly. 100 million was an astronomical figure, but for the vast Xia country, it was nothing major. If other nations knew that a complete set of 6th-generation fighter data was available, they would pay hundreds of billions to acquire it. Because the 6th-generation fighter embodied far more than a single technology. Its strategic and practical significance was unmatched. Other super-large nations would need at least a decade or two to catch up, not to mention ordinary first-tier and second-tier countries. All right then, Lin Feng nodded. In his mind, he was already planning to donate part of the bonus to charity once he received it. Money was enough as long as it sufficed. And with such a brilliant mind, these cutting-edge scientific researches, which were as difficult as reaching the sky for others, were as simple as eating and drinking for him. Seeing that Lin Feng had accepted Zhang Xinji, didn't linger, and changed the topic to the laboratory. The laboratory has been fully set up exclusively for you. If you want to select lab members, as long as you have your eye on anyone in the university, I can help you invite them. In fact, there was no need for him to invite. Just a hint would draw a flood of people eager to join. Lin Feng nodded. For now he had no use for the laboratory. Originally intended for aircraft research, the 6th-generation fighter had already been built and test-flown successfully. But it would soon be needed because controlled nuclear fusion was about to emerge. Placing it within the university was a good choice. The lab allocated to him was on the edge of the campus. He had visited it. It was quiet with few students and ample space. Previously, it had been a factory on the campus, later remodeled. It retained its original design flavor and was sufficient for experimental needs. Thank you, Principal, but I don't need research personnel for now. If I do, I'll certainly let you know. Lin Feng expressed his sincere gratitude. All right, whenever you need anything, don't hesitate. After all, you were personally invited by me, and you are a member of our university. When your research bears fruit, we share in the honor. Zhang Xinji said as he stood up. I won't disturb you any longer. Since you're back in the capital, you probably have things to do. Anyway, if you need anything, just contact me or Professor Li. If it's available in the capital, we can get it for you. Ho Jingxing patted him on the shoulder. He was about to leave. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a girl standing hesitantly at the entrance. Zhang Xinji was taken aback for a moment, then glanced inside the room. It went without saying who she had come to see. However, he also recognized the girl before him. From the moment she first appeared by Lin Feng's side, all her information had already been laid out before them. Her background was impeccable. She had excelled academically in university, even securing a direct recommendation for graduate studies. She had virtually no vices. Zitong, is it? Here to see Lin Feng. He's inside. We've finished our talk, so you two can catch up now. Without waiting for either of them to explain, Zhang Xinji turned and headed downstairs. A smile lingered on his lips as he left, like a man watching his prized pig finally learn to root for truffles. Luo Zitong didn't even know how to explain the situation. Lin Feng had messaged her when he returned to campus, so she had come straight to the dormitory. But just as she was outside pondering how to announce her presence, the door suddenly swung open. What intrigued her more, however, was why Zhang Xinji was inside. As a student of the Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, she certainly knew of him, but they weren't in the same department, so she had seen the president only a handful of times, countable on one hand. Yet how did he know her? The president had come to see Lin Feng on both of these occasions. This was only what she had witnessed. There were likely other visits she hadn't seen. Their meetings surely weren't purely personal. If it were a private matter, it could have been handled over the phone. That was something to ponder. Still, she was a clever girl. She knew there must be a secret behind it, but she wouldn't ask. Voicing her curiosity would only risk displeasing Lin Feng. She didn't dwell on it too much. Her guess was that it was related to that nature paper. Zidong, what are you doing here? Please come in. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he quickly invited her inside. You messaged me saying you were back at school, so I thought I'd come find you. A blush crept up Gu Zitong's cheeks. Over the past couple of days of interaction, she had developed a strong fondness for Lin Feng, especially since he was shrouded in an air of mystery, which further piqued her curiosity. And curiosity often marks the beginning of a story. So are you just going to leave me standing at the door? Not even going to invite me in for a seat? Gu Zitong asked, crossing her arms. Wouldn't dare? Come in. Lin Feng hurriedly ushered her inside and brewed her a cup of tea. However, aside from tea, his room had no other beverages. He had just moved in recently and didn't stay here often, so besides these basic daily necessities, there was nothing else. Lin Feng, is your life really this Spartan? There's nothing in your room besides the bare essentials. Luo Zitong looked around his place and couldn't help but comment. Lin Feng rubbed his nose. Zhang Xinji had told him yesterday that if he needed anything, all he had to do was contact the logistics staff, and they would arrange everything for him. But he simply couldn't be bothered. So although the room looked relatively tidy, there really wasn't much in the way of usable items. Well, I just moved in, so I haven't bought many things yet. That's why it's like this. Once I have some free time, I'll head to the mall and pick up some supplies to spruce the place up a bit. Lin Feng said apologetically. At that mention, Luo Zitong gave him a meaningful look. She knew where Lin Feng had been. And it just so happened that the test flight of the 6th-generation fighter jet had occurred in Bingqing. This inevitably set her imagination racing. She speculated that he might have been involved in the design and construction of the 6th-gen fighter. But it was merely a guess. Even if he was involved, he was probably just a regular researcher. The aerospace experts at the university, any of them at the professor level, were all at least in their 40s or 50s. How's your graduation thesis coming along? Lin Feng asked. Before he left for Bingqing, Luo Zitong had already started on her graduation project. It's mostly done, I suppose. I've been working on it for so long. I'm just not sure if I can compete for the school's outstanding award. If I can make it to the school's outstanding defense, then I might have a shot at the inter-university competition. Winning a prize would be even better. Luo Zitong was fairly confident. Even though she had already been accepted into graduate school, she hadn't relaxed her standards for her thesis at all. If her thesis was truly subpar, and she couldn't even pass, she would lose her recommendation spot. But that wasn't a concern for her. What about your graduation project? You finished it that quickly. Yeah, our school schedules the defense earlier. I think they just want to get rid of us as soon as possible. Guess we're just too much in the way. Lin Feng joked. I'm so envious of you guys. Ours has been delayed again and again, dragging on until now. This thesis has been stretched out way too long. It's exhausting. Luo Zitong sighed, collapsing onto the sofa. The graduation thesis had nearly crushed her recently, especially since her major was law. The scope of the subject was incredibly vast, encompassing countless laws and regulations, with every legal tome running hundreds of pages. So writing the thesis was extremely difficult. Don't be so disheartened. After all, you're practically a graduate student already. A mere undergraduate thesis is nothing for you. And besides, there's your graduate thesis waiting for you down the road. Lin Feng teased. Luo Zitong let out a feigned, angry cry. You're just terrible at comforting people. What do you mean graduate thesis? I don't even dare to think about that right now. Just thinking about it makes my head spin. I'm just telling you to think ahead. Lin Feng remained characteristically blunt. However, he didn't need to worry about his own graduate project. He was now a specially invited researcher. He didn't have to think about anything. All he had to do was wait to receive his diploma. His work on the 6th-gen fighter alone was more than enough to earn him his degree. Even staying on as a faculty member was as simple as a word from him. The two chatted casually for over half an hour before Luo Zitong finally left. She was heading back to continue her intense work. The graduation defense was imminent. She had squeezed this visit into her busy schedule. She had been incredibly swamped lately. After she left, Lin Feng savored the conversation. It was their first time alone together, and they had talked pleasantly for over half an hour, covering a wide range of topics. He discovered that although Luo Zitong majored in law, her knowledge was remarkably broad. She could hold her own in a discussion about almost anything. He rarely met girls like her. Although they had enjoyed each other's company, he wasn't so narcissistic as to think she had fallen for him. Still, he did notice that Luo Zitong seemed to harbor some fondness for him. If he put in a little more effort, it might actually lead somewhere. A smile unconsciously tugged at his lips. After Luo Zitong left, he rested for a few hours before heading out again. He was going back to the library to finish deducing the final theory of controlled nuclear fusion. He took a cab and returned to Imperial University of Science and Technology. The nuclear science program was one of the university's premier disciplines, ranking among the top 3 nationwide in academic evaluations. Consequently, the nuclear research materials housed here were exceptionally comprehensive. He produced a specially crafted identification card and entered the campus. This unique credential verified his special status, granting him access to traverse universities throughout the imperial capital. After entering the university, he proceeded directly to the library. The nuclear science collection was on the 8th floor. Due to the specialized nature of the field, this area was relatively quiet. As he stepped into the nuclear section on the 8th floor, he saw only a handful of people, all deeply engrossed in their studies. A few were even scribbling notes and calculations. His entrance, however, drew considerable attention. Having visited this floor consistently over the past period, he had become a familiar face. Even the floor's librarian recognized him and offered a smile and a nod. Haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? The librarian greeted him with a smile. I've been busy with a project recently, so I didn't have much time. It just achieved initial success a couple of days ago, which is why I'm back in the capital, Lin Feng replied half-truthfully. As long as he didn't specify the project, no one could guess his true whereabouts. Which professor are you studying under? Are you working on your graduation thesis? the librarian speculated. It was indeed graduation project season and many students were out with their advisors seeking inspiration. Sorry, but I'm not a student here. Lin Feng said, a hint of helplessness in his voice. He regretted engaging in conversation now that it had led to such probing questions. It would have been better to slip in and out unnoticed. Not a student. Then how did you get in? The librarian asked, frowning. Had Lin Feng not appeared clean-cut with distinct handsome features that inspired immediate goodwill, the librarian would have initiated a thorough investigation. The university was under strict access control, nearly prohibiting outsiders for campus safety. Yet Lin Feng had been visiting daily for over half a month. Such a situation suggested a significant loophole in their campus security, posing a potential threat to the entire university. Moreover, given the sensitive nature of nuclear technology, the consequences could be dire if it fell into the wrong hands. Still, the librarian sensed that Lin Feng wasn't that kind of person. Seeing Lin Feng remain silent, he assumed the young man had some unspoken difficulty, and his expression softened. It's not that you can't come, but the school is currently under lockdown. Outsiders can't enter, and students can't leave freely. If you really need access, I can help you apply for a library card. Then whenever it's safe, you can come whenever you like. The librarian had retired from a mid-level administrative position and now contributed at the library in his later years. Issuing a library card was a simple matter for him. Lin Feng quickly clarified, that's not what I meant. I'm actually a researcher at an institute. My work requires me to access university libraries across the capital to study nuclear science. A researcher at an institute. The librarian was skeptical. Who had ever heard of such a young researcher? Seeing his disbelief, Lin Feng had no choice but to present his credentials. This is my ID. The librarian felt the embossed seal on the card, then compared it to Lin Feng's face. It matched perfectly. Only then did he believe him. He was aware of the institute that had issued the document. It was a special, almost entirely confidential organization. A credential from there would indeed grant access to various campuses. Young man, your future is boundless. Stay on this path. It needs more young people to carry it forward. The nation needs you. Having originally come from a nuclear science background himself, he felt a deep resonance. In recent years, society had grown restless. When choosing majors, most students gravitated toward fields that promised quick and substantial financial returns. Nuclear science had long since become one of the most neglected disciplines. He saw this with growing concern, though he knew it was an inevitable aspect of societal development. Soaring housing prices had made countless people anxious, and pursuing high-paying jobs was entirely understandable. I will keep working hard. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded respectfully to the veteran, then walked into the stacks to locate the nuclear science books he had previously reviewed. All the fundamental models were already etched into his mind. He estimated he would need no more than 3 days to construct every model mentally. If he were working alone, building a controlled nuclear fusion reactor would be nearly impossible, as the equipment alone commanded astronomical costs. Not to mention the supporting infrastructure. Even the utility bills for water and electricity would be insurmountable. But now he had the entire nation behind him. Once his concept matured and was submitted, every decision-maker would treat it with the utmost seriousness. There was no need for him to prove himself. After finding the books he needed, he grabbed some scratch paper from nearby. He began deriving calculations as he read, filling the pages with various symbols and formulas. To the uninitiated, they resembled incomprehensible scribbles, but to a trained eye they would be nothing short of extraordinary. Meanwhile, a momentous announcement broke in the outside world. After the failure of their 6th-generation fighter program, the beautiful country released another bombshell in the scientific community. Their controlled nuclear fusion project had achieved tremendous progress. They claimed they were on track to achieve a breakthrough within a decade, potentially even applying a small component of the fusion device for national use. The announcement instantly ignited countless discussions across the scientific world. Controlled nuclear fusion had long been one of science's greatest challenges and the ultimate goal of countless researchers. Whichever nation invented this device first would wield immense influence over the entire world. They would never again be constrained by energy shortages. Even glimpsing just a fraction of such potential was deeply exhilarating. Following the announcement from the beautiful country's nuclear industry laboratory, the topic surged to the top of trending lists once again. Most people were familiar with the term controlled nuclear fusion from its frequent appearances in science fiction. And precisely because of that, they understood the profound and monumental significance it represented. This earth-shattering announcement sent shockwaves through the scientific community. Countless researchers plunged into heated debates, publishing voluminous articles to voice their personal perspectives. The emergence of a technology that had previously existed only in the realms of science fiction films and novels captivated the attention of the entire nation. Beyond the nuclear experts, a vast legion of netizens also joined the fray. Smoke and Dust remarked, the controlled nuclear fusion from sci-fi movies is practically becoming a reality. I feel like all future technologies are achievable now. This is absolutely invincible. Sweet Freedom added, What I'm most looking forward to is the arrival of mechs. I wonder which country will build one first. Ideally, they'd make them available for civilian use and drive down the prices, so even common folks like us can dream of soaring through the skies. Ace Bomber retorted, keep on dreaming. A flying mech would cost an absolute fortune. You'd probably be dead before they ever succeed. Sweet Freedom fired back, bullshit. The US has already cracked controlled fusion. How far off can the day of the mech really be? I'm backing the US on this one. They'll emigrate there soon. Ace Bomber scoffed, go ahead and run. Better go now. Just don't be on your knees begging for mercy when our 6th-generation fighter jets come flying over. Sweet Freedom sneered, China fanboy. Do you even know your own worth? It's just one 6th-gen fighter. You think the US doesn't have them? They're just keeping them hidden. If China has them, the US is probably already light years ahead, given their military budget is in the trillions more than the next 10 countries combined. Sweet Freedom was brimming with confidence bordering on blind worship. He came from a modest background with an unremarkable education, placing him near the bottom of the social ladder in China. He believed that if he could just get abroad, a whole new world of opportunity might open up for him. He was convinced that with his own cleverness, he could carve out a place for himself. However, his words ignited a firestorm of outrage. Today I finally see what a walking 500K looks like. If you're such a big shot, why don't you just leave already? If they have it, then tell them to show it. What's the point of hiding behind the scenes? It's ridiculous. Is it really that hard to admit China is better than your master? I checked your profile. You're a textbook traitor. All you do is curse and complain, acting like the world revolves around you. You even trash-talk the Immigration Bureau. You don't even have your documents in order, and you want to go abroad. They were right to reject you. And besides, if you can't make it in China, what makes you think you'll do any better overseas? Pure delusion. Sweet Freedom, seeing these comments, was instantly consumed by a furious embarrassment. It was the rage of having his fantasies shattered. So what if he had no money? So what if he wanted to leave? Even if he went abroad and became a dog, he'd still be nobler than them. What's so great about China anyway? All they do is show off their military hardware. Do we really have that many enemies? Isn't it just militarism? Spending all that money on weapons instead of improving people's lives and helping out folks like us is a waste. Sweet Freedom retorted, full of defiance. The crowd was exasperated by his blatant double standards. What the hell do you mean militarism? You're such a hypocrite. Your precious US spends trillions on its military every year, but we can't spend a dime. Our country develops its military to protect us from the horrors of war, not to protect idiots like you. Can you just get lost? We're sick of seeing a hypocrite like you. Get the hell out of here. The crowd didn't hold back. Hypocrites like him are everywhere, and they would call him out every single time. Sweet Freedom shot back. You're just ganging up on me because there's more of you. It's nothing special. One day you'll all look up to me. The US is where true freedom lies. With that parting shot, he logged off immediately. How could those people ever understand his soul? Meanwhile, Lin Feng was engrossed in a variety of books, completely oblivious to the outside world. Even as the internet exploded with debate, he remained utterly unaware. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Controlled nuclear fusion wasn't that easy to achieve. The US had merely made significant progress, but he on the other hand was on the verge of truly deriving it himself. The scratch paper in his hand was already covered edge to edge with a dense web of formulas. Finally, after 2 hours of intense derivation, he cracked the critical bottleneck. His eyes lit up and his mind became crystal clear. In a flash of insight, everything clicked into place with startling clarity. He looked at the formulas he had derived on the paper, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. These weren't just equations, they were the fruit of countless days and nights of labor. This was the most crucial step, and now the path was clear. What followed would be like splitting bamboo, smooth and unstoppable. There were no major obstacles left. He looked up, rubbed his tired eyes, and let out a long, deep breath. Nearby, he heard the murmur of conversation. These were all nuclear engineering students, and they were intensely focused on the online news about controlled fusion. Lin Feng's ears perked up. He caught the gist of their discussion. Controlled fusion. Could it be that someone had beaten him to it? Seeing them all glued to their phones, he quickly pulled out his own. The moment he opened his social media app, the top trending topic was predictably the fusion news. There were also people trying to popularize the science. Some scientists' articles had even made it to the trending charts. But after reading the full story, he simply shook his head. They hadn't fully achieved it, they had only made some breakthrough progress. A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He had hoped they had truly built it. Then he could have made a comparison, pitting his own theoretical work against their actual device, perhaps sparking some interesting insights. But now that hope was dashed. He shook his head and began to gather his things, preparing to leave. As he packed up, a sheet of paper fluttered silently to the floor. He overheard a nearby student whisper, "The US fusion tech is already this advanced. I wonder if they'll actually build a working reactor in the next 30 years. It's going to be incredibly tough for our country to catch up." Yeah, it's tough. But my advisor mentioned a large-scale tokamak device is about to be activated. I'm hoping to get an internship there. Whoa, that's awesome. I'm so jealous. But even so, we're still far behind the rest of the world. I wonder when we'll ever close the gap. The student who mentioned the internship let out a sigh. Lin Feng stopped, turned around, and looked at them. That day will come. And sooner than you think. He smiled, nodded at them, and walked away. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances at his confident words. Who was this guy? This section of the school library was exclusively reserved for the nuclear engineering department, so those who came here were essentially all nuclear engineering students. Yet they had never seen this person before. I think I saw him a few days ago. He's been around here lately, maybe he's a senior, one person said, staring at his retreating figure with confusion. Not sure. If he were such a diligent senior, I should have heard of him. Besides, I basically know all the nuclear engineering students here, but this guy, I really don't recognize him. He's a bit overconfident. Controllable nuclear fusion isn't that easy to achieve. Our country's most advanced, fully superconducting tokamak has only just managed to run for about 100 seconds at nearly 200 million degrees Celsius. There's still a long road ahead, another person said. Another bespectacled student chimed in. As top-tier nuclear engineering students, they were well-versed in the nation's progress on controllable nuclear fusion. Although it had reached nearly 200 million degrees Celsius, it remained highly unstable. Even at tens of millions of degrees, stable operation lasted only a few dozen minutes. So even if higher temperatures could be achieved, it would be useless without stable operation. The path ahead was indeed fraught with challenges. As nuclear engineering students, they couldn't help but feel pessimistic about their future prospects. No one understood the allure of controllable nuclear fusion better than they did. When the librarian came to tidy up, he overheard their complaints and shook his head with a reassuring smile. Don't be so disheartened. You are the young generation of our nation. As students of a top-tier institution, you should shoulder even greater responsibilities. Perhaps the miracle will be born in your hands one day. He himself was a teacher who had graduated from the nuclear engineering department. After he became a mid-level administrator, his administrative duties multiplied, and his research gradually fell by the wayside. The ideals he once harbored slowly became distant, unattainable dreams. Even so, he didn't want to see such dispiritedness in these young people. Teacher Zhang. The students stood up in unison, their faces filled with respect. Zhang Wenfu had enjoyed an excellent reputation when he served as a mid-level administrator, often helping underprivileged students. So even if they hadn't personally experienced his kindness, they frequently heard his name mentioned by their seniors. You're young, so it's natural to have some sentimental melancholy. But no one can predict the future. Perhaps one day a genius will emerge in our country and elevate controllable nuclear fusion to an unimaginable level. Zhang Wenfu said with a smile. As he spoke of a genius, for some reason Lin Feng's face surfaced in his mind. What left the deepest impression on him was the calm, effortless confidence on Lin Feng's face. Young people like him were the true hope of the nation's future. It was because of them that the legacy could continue. He had a premonition. In the future, Lin Feng would surely achieve great things. Perhaps even surpassing him by far. He didn't know where this intuition came from, but he believed it wholeheartedly. Teacher Zhang, don't worry. Maybe one day, he'll become a professor and expert in nuclear engineering. Who knows, I might even be elected as a distinguished scholar, or even an academician, said the bespectacled young man earlier. His words invigorated the others. After all, those who could gain admission to such a prestigious national institution and choose the nuclear engineering major still harbored a certain passion and idealism. Well said. As long as you maintain this spirit, one day, you'll far surpass the United States and truly achieve stable, practical, controllable nuclear fusion. Zhang Wenfu felt deeply gratified. Seeing these students, he felt as if he were looking at his own juniors. Now that the 6th-generation fighter jets had appeared, the nation was getting stronger day by day. This was exactly what he at his age most wished to witness. He chatted with them for a few more moments. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a piece of scrap paper lying on the floor. He frowned. Who had left this here? It wasn't a big deal, and cleaning up was part of his duties, so he bent down to pick it up and throw it away. But as he picked it up, he couldn't help but glance at it out of curiosity. A design schematic on the paper immediately caught his attention. There were only a few lines of text beside it. Anyone else would have been completely baffled. But he was a nuclear engineering graduate. Although his research had stalled after taking on administrative roles, his fundamental knowledge remained intact. Especially after spending the last 2 years in the library, he had read many books and managed to recover some of his past knowledge. Why does this design schematic look so much like a tokamak device? The schematic in his hand depicted a toroidal structure which differed somewhat from traditional tokamak designs. Yet he could tell at a glance that it bore an essential resemblance to a tokamak. Only the design structure and specific details had undergone significant changes. However, although he was somewhat curious, he didn't think much of it. In the library, students would occasionally sketch tokamak devices. Some professors had even assigned it as homework. But this one was still quite different from the traditional tokamak design. Nonsense. Zhang Wenfu glanced at the densely packed formulas at the bottom of the page. They looked like a tangled mess with no clear explanation, only fragmented notes. So he simply wanted to discard it. But just as he was about to throw it away, he stopped abruptly. Because in a flash of insight he realized something was off. The design schematic in his hand was incredibly detailed, layer upon layer, meticulously labeling every single component of the tokamak device. It was an exhaustively detailed structural blueprint. However, the official published diagrams were simplified versions showing only the basic principles without any of these specifics. Moreover, each country's approach to controllable nuclear fusion construction differed. The fact that this blueprint was so extraordinarily detailed made it highly suspicious. In other words, this blueprint was essentially a classified document. So he picked it up again and scrutinized it under his gaze. But after examining it for a while, he could only understand a fraction of it, less than a tenth. He could only glean some information from the fragmented notes. It had been far too long since he left the nuclear engineering field. Despite his recent efforts to catch up through self-study, he still had only a superficial understanding of the content. He walked over, pointed at the spot, and raised the paper to ask the group, "Who was sitting here just now?" Suddenly Lin Feng's face flashed through his mind again. "We don't know him, but it seems he's been to the library many times. He even spoke with you when he came in just now," a student remarked. "Was he a young man in a white jacket, handsome and radiating a very sunny demeanor?" Zhang Wenfu quickly added, "Yes, when he left he told us that controlled nuclear fusion would be achieved very soon." "Is this paper something he wrote? Did any of you see him write it?" Zhang Wenfu nodded, inwardly convinced this was the person. "Probably. After he came in he grabbed a lot of books, but read them very quickly. After reading, he kept writing things down. I glanced over when I passed by, but I couldn't understand much of what he wrote. I could only vaguely tell some of it was about nuclear fusion," said the young man wearing glasses. He had glanced over while passing, but hadn't grasped much. However, he hadn't entertained the thought of espionage. Things placed in the library generally weren't considered secrets. Truly classified materials wouldn't be open to the public. They quickly looked up and asked nervously, "Teacher Zhang, what's written on that paper? We can't quite understand it. Is it classified?" Zhang Wenfu never acted without reason. He must have seen something significant on the paper to prompt such a question. Could he really have infiltrated the place? Zhang Wenfu shook his head. "He's not a spy. Don't overthink it. He holds a special identity as a researcher at a research institute. Also, let today's events end here. Do not leak any of this." Although Zhang Wenfu couldn't fully decipher it, he knew the information on the paper was substantial. Yet one thing struck him as odd: Lin Feng's special institution wasn't closely linked to the nuclear field, let alone something like controlled nuclear fusion. It seemed quite incongruous. He said this purely to prevent Lin Feng from being penalized for losing the draft. The favorable impression he had formed made him instinctively want to protect this young man. After instructing them, he returned to his seat with the draft and began pondering over it. He stared at the design sketch above. It was like seeing flowers through a mist. Only a partial understanding. He had taken students to national-level controlled nuclear fusion facilities for internships, so he had some familiarity. But he had never heard of the national controlled nuclear fusion devices being modified. Could there have been another new change? But what did that have to do with that special institution? He racked his brain, and the more he thought, the more something felt off. He had initially planned to return the paper when Lin Feng came back, but his curiosity was now clawing at him like a cat, and he could hardly contain it. He wanted to seek clarification from Lin Feng directly. If he didn't resolve this doubt, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. However, finding him would require going through that special institution. Fortunately, he had a familiar colleague there. A simple phone call to inquire about Lin Feng shouldn't be a problem and wouldn't violate confidentiality regulations. He immediately picked up the phone and called. "Old Wu, are you busy? I'm trying to find someone from your institute. He left something with me. Yes, his name is Lin Feng. I saw his ID showing he's from your institute. His appearance. He's tall and slim, fair-skinned, and very sunny. Thank you for your trouble." After hanging up, Zhang Wenfu tapped his fingers on the desk, waiting. He looked at the paper on the table, finding it more fascinating the longer he stared. Even the fragmented phrases within it struck him as profound. If it were pure fabrication, he could dismiss it, but he sensed a thread of logic running through it. Yet he couldn't quite grasp what that logic was. Lin Feng had written in fragments following the flow of his own thoughts, so the notes were disjointed. From one formula to the next, there were vast gaps left blank. Only a nuclear expert with profound knowledge could decipher it. He let out a deep breath. Indeed, his initial judgment was right. This young man was undoubtedly a genius in the nuclear field. With talent like this, the nation's nuclear future held even more promise. Not long after, the phone rang again. But on the other end came an anxious and questioning voice. "Old Zhang, are you sure that person showed you ID from our institute?" Startled by the tone, Zhang Wenfu quickly replied, "Absolutely certain. I saw him take it out myself, complete with a photo and an embossed seal." "Then that's bizarre. I had a feeling something was off. I've never heard of this person, and I've asked others. They haven't either. This is serious. There's no way someone just appears out of thin air. It's highly likely the ID is forged." Old Wu's tone was grave. Their institution was involved in the military industry, a key component design and development unit under an aircraft manufacturer, and thus a classified entity. Moreover, it was a critical moment with the successful test flight of the 6th-generation fighter jet. He couldn't afford to be careless. It would be one thing if only he didn't know, but the fact that his colleagues were also unaware pointed to a problem. He had even checked their communication groups. No new members had joined recently. He knew all the old members. There was no Lin Feng among them. The most likely scenario now was that someone had forged their credentials. This matter could be as minor or as major as one made it, depending on what the person had done. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng's files were top secret, handled personally by Zhang Xinji. Even within the special institution, only a handful of people knew of him. His records were naturally available in the system. Calling the department that verifies credentials would have resolved it. All paperwork was in order, no issues. It was simply under absolute secrecy. But they weren't in the capital, they had gone to a subordinate military enterprise. It never crossed their minds to have someone check the system. Thus, through a series of coincidences, this became a massive misunderstanding. Forged ID. Zhang Wenfu's face changed, and he shot to his feet. As the suspicion grew stronger, so did his doubts. Lin Feng seemed far too young to be a researcher. He looked like a fresh college graduate. Zhang Wenfu also felt a pang of disappointment and frustration. If he had forged any other kind of ID, it might have been tolerable, but to forge one for a special institution tied to military enterprises, a classified entity, was inexcusable. This was severe. Extremely severe. With something like this, even he couldn't protect Lin Feng. Zhang Wenfu's heart was shrouded in doubt. This matter was fraught with peculiarities at every turn. If it were a case of forging credentials, especially those of a special institution, it would constitute a crime in essence. He was plagued by various unanswered questions. Nothing seemed to add up. Yet there was no apparent necessity for it. Because Lin Feng had done nothing during this period, merely sitting there reading books with no other actions whatsoever. If he were specifically targeting the Imperial University of Science and Technology's materials, there would be no need for it either. For anything placed in the library could not be of the utmost secrecy. It wouldn't even qualify as classified. It was purely theoretical. Unless one had a hole in their head, stealing such things would be pointless. So he remained perplexed. If he wanted to resolve all these doubts, the only way was to find him and ask him directly. There was also the paper in his hand. The content on it was far too abstruse. Only by finding a specialized expert could his questions be answered. This problem was relatively easy to solve. The Imperial University of Science and Technology was one of the bases for nuclear specialties. Finding a nuclear expert was a trivial matter. If he couldn't figure out the person's identity, then he should figure out what exactly was on this paper. It shouldn't be top secret material. Lin Feng was too young. If he were a researcher, that would be barely believable, as some research institutes do recruit fresh graduates, but they usually require at least a master's degree. Undergraduates were exceedingly rare, unless they were super geniuses. Old Zhang, this matter is quite serious. I will report to the research institute later and notify the Enforcement Bureau for coordination. If you can find him, you must do so as soon as possible. If there's a misunderstanding, it can be cleared up, but if it truly is a case of forged credentials, then it's beyond my control. Old Wu said gravely on the other end. What was forged wasn't an ordinary credential, but one from a special institution. Even if it was done for fun, one would still have to bear responsibility. However, the most likely possibility now was that the person wanted to use the library of the Imperial University of Science and Technology to study professional knowledge. Therefore, they had to find him as soon as possible to uncover the truth. I understand. If there's any news, I'll notify you immediately. Zhang Wenfu nodded and hung up. His gaze returned to the paper on the desk. The formulas on it looked like astronomical figures. This was the only means to find Lin Feng. He directly photographed the entire page and sent it to the Dean of the School of Nuclear Technology and Application. The Dean was a top-tier expert in the nuclear field, a recipient of national-level special allowances. He had even been nominated as an academician. Although he ultimately lost, he still held a significant place in the nuclear technology field. Dean Zhou, I'm sorry to disturb you. Do you know what exactly is written on this paper? Zhang Wenfu typed. This was customary, the other party might be in a meeting. So despite his urgency, he didn't want to overstep his bounds. After all, he had only reached a mid-level position, and now he was in semi-retirement, while the other was a highly sought-after expert in the nuclear field with a very high reputation in the domestic professional sphere. After sending it, he waited anxiously. At the same time, he began to review the surveillance footage. He wanted to see if Lin Feng had done anything else in the library besides reading. But when he opened the surveillance feed, he found that the other party had done nothing except take some books on nuclear specialties. If there was one thing that felt strange, it was his incredibly fast reading speed. It was as if he had a photographic memory. He would flip open a page, glance at it for a few seconds, and then turn to the next. It was like a cursory scan. Apart from that, there were no other odd behaviors. In particular, Lin Feng's level of diligence was truly unforgettable. He would sit there for 2 or 3 hours without moving. Apart from reading, he had no other entertainment. He didn't even look at his phone. This wasn't just a one-time occurrence. He found the old surveillance records and watched them one by one. He discovered that every time he came to the library he was extremely self-disciplined. From entry to exit, he never looked at his phone. For him, these books were nourishing knowledge. Watching him nod frequently, he thought a talent like this, even if his aptitude were slightly lacking, he would definitely rise above the rest in the future. Moreover, judging by that paper, Zhang Wenfu knew that Lin Feng's aptitude far exceeded his imagination. Someone so diligent and so talented. He truly wondered why he would forge credentials. However, he also hoped that it would turn out to be a misunderstanding. If possible, he even wanted to introduce him to a research institute he was familiar with to give him a stable life and let him devote himself wholeheartedly to scientific research. He watched the footage segment by segment, deeply shaken. Even in the most recent surveillance, he could see Lin Feng sitting in his seat, and after finishing reading his hand kept writing and drawing on the paper without stopping. Sometimes he frowned in thought, and sometimes his brow would relax. His pen never ceased. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had already left the Imperial University of Science and Technology, had just gotten into the car when he realized he had left a draft paper behind. He furrowed his brow. He initially wanted to go back for it, but looking at the car, it had already driven off. If he went back, he would have to wait again, incurring another hefty fare. After thinking it over, he decided to let it go. After all, besides him, no one else could fully understand those formulas. Furthermore, they were purely conceptual things ahead of their time. A single formula would be enough for someone to spend a lifetime deducing. Although he had written the tokamak device in some detail, he thought it shouldn't be a major problem. He shook his head, ultimately unwilling to part with the fare. He decided not to bother with it anymore. In a certain meeting, Zhou Bingjing, a nuclear expert from the Imperial Academy of Sciences and Technology, was participating in an authoritative academic forum. The attendees were essentially all big names in the nuclear field. Zhou Bingjing, under 50, had a very upright appearance, exuding an air of sophistication and competence. They were discussing a topic on nuclear fusion. However, their debates yielded no significant results, and he was beginning to feel a headache coming on. The meeting wasn't supposed to last this long. But just as it was about to conclude, news of a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion from the United States arrived, detonating the entire meeting room. As a result, the meeting was directly extended. They had been discussing until now. He pulled out his phone and saw a stream of messages. Among the many, he spotted Zhang Wenfu's name. He raised an eyebrow. Zhang Wenfu was a former mid-level leader. Although he had stepped down, many still remembered his past kindness. When he first arrived at the Imperial University of Science and Technology, he had also received favors from him. So he directly opened the message. He saw the question. He also saw the image. As a true domain-level expert in nuclear science, his discernment far surpassed that of Zhang Wenfu. The moment his eyes fell upon the image, they brightened instantly. Even from the fragmented phrases visible at the top, he could sense the extraordinary nature of this document. He spent dozens of minutes merely scanning from top to bottom. This was only a cursory reading without any deep analysis. Yet even this single pass left him profoundly shaken. The tedium of the meeting vanished in an instant. After a hasty review, he returned to the very top and began meticulously tracing through each formula and layer of reasoning. That initial read had already revealed to him the hidden secrets within the paper, especially that particular design schematic. The design was drastically different from any conventional tokamak device, leaving him awestruck. It was by no means a haphazard sketch. The precise strokes and logical structure betrayed the hand of someone who had deliberated deeply before committing it to paper. If his guess was correct, the author was undoubtedly a top-tier expert in the nuclear field, perhaps even vastly superior to himself. Having been nominated for the Chinese Academy of Sciences multiple times, he had always believed the gap between himself and those academicians was not insurmountable. What he lacked was merely a breakthrough innovation. But in this single sheet of paper, he now glimpsed boundless hope. He narrowed his eyes, the light within them growing ever brighter, kindling a profound and intense curiosity. Yet it also brought immense confusion. Of all the formulas on the page, he could only decipher a scant few, and only with the aid of the sparse accompanying text. Beyond those, the remaining equations were utterly beyond his comprehension. Still, he never entertained the thought that this was a fabrication. A forgery would lack such rigorous, almost airtight logic. It seemed to conceal a monumental secret, one that would take a lifetime to unearth if it could be unearthed at all. It was almost laughable. Here he was, a dean of a prestigious national institution and a leading authority in his field, unable to grasp even a fraction of these formulas. The realization was humbling. He felt like he had stumbled upon a treasure. Through the sparse text, he slowly began to perceive the logical relationships embedded within the equations. They were meant to be interpreted in conjunction with the design drawing above. At first glance, it seemed a tangled mess, but it was in fact a set of formulas corresponding to specific reactions and configurations in the design. The notes were fragmentary. To anyone but the original author, they would read like an indecipherable celestial script. Even if the paper were lost and found, it would be useless, for no one else could understand it. No wonder it had fallen into Zhang Wenfei's hands. And he had forwarded it here. Even Zhou Bingjing, a veteran frontline nuclear expert, could only decipher a tiny fraction. Zhang Wenfu stood even less of a chance. All of Zhou Bingjing's attention was now utterly consumed, his eyes fixed solely on this one piece of paper. In his mind's eye, he saw a colossal tokamak device rising from the page, its form imbued with countless profoundly mysterious formulas. And within this grand vision, he felt like a mere student. All the knowledge he had acquired and the research he had conducted seemed trivial in the face of this behemoth shattered with effortless ease. Yet he felt no discouragement. Instead, he saw infinite hope. If this tokamak design were genuine, it would be a godsend for China. What did it matter that the United States had announced major progress in controlled nuclear fusion? He had a faint premonition if the device on this paper were successfully built, China would usher in a true epic-level era of resource revolution. This would be an era of unprecedented transformation. Controlled nuclear fusion is the only solution on humanity's current technological tree that can permanently solve intermediate and even advanced resource challenges within the solar system in one fell swoop. In terms of basic energy, it would liberate every machine requiring power except for high-speed spacecraft. All modes of transportation would undergo earth-shaking changes. The power grid would be completely liberated, thermal power generation would become history, wind farms would turn into tourist attractions, and hydroelectric stations could focus solely on ecological regulation. Yet these are merely the tip of the iceberg for controlled nuclear fusion. But even this exposed tip is enough to be utterly breathtaking. In the 20 to 30 years following the advent of controlled nuclear fusion, the productive forces of society would expand at an unimaginable rate, both in quantity and form. In a sense, every branch of humanity's foreseeable technological tree would experience an epic-level revolution. Fusion energy boasts extremely high density, produces no greenhouse gases, no pollutants, and no radioactive waste. Its raw materials are abundant and inexpensive. It is fundamentally the most comprehensive and efficient energy solution available. It is akin to placing a bridle upon the sun. Without controlled nuclear fusion, humanity remains an infant cradled in Earth's lap. With it, humanity grows invisible wings. Thus, one can imagine the impact of controlled nuclear fusion on human civilization. It is almost unparalleled. At this stage, few technologies can rival it. Its advent would have an unimaginable effect on every civilization on Earth. If such a person with these terrifying technologies were to emerge, they would be courted by the entire world. Almost any demand they made could be met, whether it be power, wealth, or fame. They would all reach the pinnacle. If a small nation were to acquire controlled nuclear fusion, it might transform into a superpower within a few short decades, or conversely be annihilated for an unforgivable transgression within a few years. The existing world order can tolerate an individual, but it cannot tolerate a nation. But in the final analysis, controlled nuclear fusion represents a new hope for all of human civilization. Professor Zhou Bingjing felt a tap on his shoulder, pulling him from his reverie. He looked up at the assembled crowd. Everyone was staring at him. Zoning out during such a large meeting would typically be embarrassing. However, Zhou Bingjing had just been grappling with the concept of controlled nuclear fusion and was still in a state of profound detachment. He had been contemplating human civilization itself. Compared to that grand scale, the people before him seemed utterly insignificant. His gaze was distant and unfocused. It took him a long moment to snap back to the present. Professor Zhou, are you all right? Everyone had noticed his unusual demeanor. Their astonishment was hardly unwarranted. Zhou Bingjing had always been rigorous in his academic pursuits, rarely ever losing focus during a discussion. Even during the most tedious of meetings, he would patiently endure until the end. But just moments ago, when they tried to call upon him to speak, he remained utterly unresponsive even after being called several times. He seemed entirely immersed in another world, oblivious to everything around him. This was why they had resorted to patting him on the shoulder. Yet when he finally snapped back to reality, an aura of profound and inscrutable mystery radiated from his entire being, especially within his eyes. When they met his gaze in that fleeting instant, they felt as if they were being pulled into a black hole. Zhou Bingjing slowly came back to his senses, stepping from a state of ethereal detachment back into the tangible world. He looked around with a hint of embarrassment, still savoring the experience from moments before. My apologies, everyone. I was just captivated by something so intriguing and profound that it made me feel utterly insignificant in the vastness of the universe. That's why I seemed a bit distracted. Zhou Bingjing let out a self-deprecating laugh. The others exchanged glances of astonishment. They noticed an image on his phone screen. It was this very image that had plunged him into such deep contemplation. After all, Zhou Bingjing was a candidate for academician, one of the foremost experts in the nuclear field, having spent years on the front lines. If something could baffle even him, it was certainly worth their attention. Professor Zhou, since the meeting had become a bit dull, why not share this profound matter you found? It might just liven things up for our discussion. One expert said with a smile. I'm also quite curious to see what could stump our Professor Zhou. I'd love to take a look, another expert chimed in with a laugh. With the light-hearted interjections, the tension in the room dissolved into laughter. The drowsiness and monotony brought on by the controlled nuclear fusion topic evaporated in an instant. Everyone looked at Zhou Bingzheng with eager anticipation. However, he slowly shook his head. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but the material in his hands was far too sensitive. Though the contents seemed like an incomprehensible celestial script to the average person, even a single one of those formulas, if fully grasped, could accelerate the development of controlled nuclear fusion in ways beyond imagination. Without proper authorization, he dared not leak it. Moreover, the experts present at today's seminar hailed from various universities and regions, a diverse and numerous assembly. Given the complex composition of the group, he was hesitant to expose what he had. I apologize, everyone. The material I've seen is of the utmost importance, so critical that its significance is beyond imagination. I'm afraid I cannot share it with everyone here. My sincerest apologies. Zhou Bingzheng saved the image and put away his phone. He immediately sent a message to Zhang Wenfu, inquiring about the situation and instructing him to guard the piece of paper with absolute rigor, ensuring it remained unharmed. He emphasized that Zhang Wenfu must wait for his return and under no circumstances hand the paper over to anyone else. Should the owner of that paper return, Zhang Wenfu was to do everything in his power to keep them there, or at the very least obtain their contact information. Zhang Wenfu was puzzled upon receiving the message, but he understood that Zhou Bingzheng must have his reasons. Surely he had discovered something extraordinary on that paper. What he couldn't comprehend didn't mean Zhou Bingzheng couldn't either. What he didn't know, however, was that Zhou Bingzheng only grasped it partially himself. The formulas were fragmented, lacking a coherent logical thread to connect them all. Since Zhou Bingzheng was unwilling to elaborate, the others didn't press further. For the remainder of the meeting, he suppressed his inner turmoil, maintaining a composed facade, while sharing his own views without revealing a single detail about the controlled nuclear fusion breakthrough. Such state-level secrets were not meant to be disseminated. When the meeting concluded and attendees began to leave, Zhou Bingzheng asked several heavyweight experts in the nuclear field to remain. He led them to a smaller conference room. Though puzzled, they followed him, intrigued by his solemn demeanor. Professor Zhou, what's this all about? Why have you brought us here? Asked Yuan Hong, a top-tier nuclear expert. Yuan Hong was a key guest today and one of the principal investigators for several major national nuclear projects. He also led a team involved in the most advanced tokamak device project in the country, a cornerstone of the controlled nuclear fusion initiative. His team was the backbone of the endeavor. The others looked at Zhou Bingzheng with equal curiosity. He was no ordinary man. He was a professor and dean at one of the nation's top institutions. He wouldn't keep them behind without a compelling reason, nor would he engage in any illicit dealings. At that moment, Zhou Bingzheng could no longer contain his excitement, his face flushed with fervor. Here he didn't need to be as guarded as he was outside. Everyone in this room was a heavyweight expert in the national nuclear field. Nearly all of them were involved in classified projects. They were the true pillars of the nation's nuclear expertise, absolutely trustworthy. I apologize for the intrusion, esteemed academicians. I've kept you here because during the meeting I received information that could alter the future of our entire nation. Given the crowded setting, I couldn't reveal it then. Since all of you have been involved in classified projects, you are people I can trust. I'm sharing this with you now with the strictest request for confidentiality. Until proper secure protocols are established, please do not speak of this to anyone. Though the formulas and data on that paper were as cryptic as celestial writings, he treated them with the utmost seriousness. Despite their seemingly disjointed nature, they were undeniably real. He believed that when technology advanced to a certain point, these fragments would unlock new realms of understanding. Even deciphering these formulas one by one could dramatically accelerate the progress of controlled nuclear fusion. Information that could change the future. The group's eyes widened in shock. They knew Zhou Bingzheng wasn't one to fabricate tales like a pseudoscientist. His words implied he possessed something truly extraordinary. Yet seeing him so agitated, what could possibly cause such a loss of composure? Without further ado, Zhou Bingzheng transferred the image to his computer and displayed it before them. The experts before him were all authorities in the nuclear field. Yet upon seeing the dense array of formulas, they were equally bewildered. However, the depiction of a tokamak device on that paper seized their attention, drawing all their focus onto it. A tokamak device, the core apparatus of the controlled nuclear fusion research currently underway in Xia country. Although the design on this paper differed considerably from the tokamak schematics in their memory, they could instantly discern that the underlying principle was the same. However, this design was far more elaborate, with modifications in numerous positions. It could even be considered an entirely novel configuration. Yet many details lacked annotations, limiting their understanding to a general overview. If the design could be vaguely grasped, the accompanying formulas were an impenetrable fog to them. Yes, a dense fog. hazy and indistinct. They could faintly perceive some underlying threads, yet they couldn't see clearly. Reaching out to grasp them proved elusive. The deeper one's expertise in nuclear technology, the clearer this object appeared. But equally, no single person could fully decipher it. Everyone knew the paper before them was a treasure trove, a treasure waiting to be unearthed. At this moment, they felt transported back to their student days, grappling with a difficult problem posed by their teacher. They huddled together, debating animatedly, trying to find a solution. Yet this problem before them was like giving a doctoral-level challenge to a primary school student. Such was its immense difficulty. There was no derivation process whatsoever. Only pure formulas. The complexity was staggering. Had there been a complete derivation, it would still be challenging, but not to this extent. Now these formulas seemed arbitrarily thrust before them. It couldn't possibly be fabricated. They could see through made-up nonsense at a glance. Though these formulas appeared chaotic at first sight, they subtly resonated with the nuclear scientific principles they had studied. As they examined the formulas, their minds involuntarily began to deduce. With their deductions, something seemed on the verge of emerging from the depths of their consciousness. This was technology that might only emerge after decades of extreme scientific advancement, naturally beyond their current comprehension, even for Xia country's top nuclear experts. Yet it remained an enigma, a puzzle requiring a lifetime to solve. The scratch paper in their hands was densely covered with countless deductions. Time slipped away unnoticed. Finally, they ceased their discussions and calculations, lifting their heads. By now they realized how utterly powerless their intellect was against the formulas on this paper. Even a single formula was like a surging, mighty river. Any random wave could easily overwhelm them. In that moment, even as academicians of the National Academy of Sciences, they felt their own insignificance. Professor Zhou, may I ask where you obtained this image? We have attempted to derive these formulas, and they are profoundly abstruse. Without the supporting theoretical knowledge, a lifetime of effort would not suffice to unravel them. Yuan Hong's expression was grave. He understood the latent power behind this piece of paper. If it could be harnessed, the secret to nuclear fusion might very well lie within. Even if they couldn't fully realize it, it would have an unimaginable impact on existing fusion projects, dramatically accelerating progress. This is precisely why I asked all of you academicians to stay. As nuclear technology experts, you can naturally perceive the profound mysteries hidden within these formulas. I have already investigated the matter thoroughly. The origin traces back to a young man who accidentally dropped this paper in the library of the Imperial University of Science and Technology. Later, when we tried to locate him, we discovered he had forged his identification. The librarian in charge of that section, unable to comprehend the formulas, forwarded it to me. That's impossible. A young man. Even with exceptional talent, it's inconceivable. Furthermore, forging identification is absurd. With something like this, he could secure any academic position he desired anywhere. There would be no need. An academician retorted. He refused to believe it was the work of a youth. I know none of you believe it, but that is the fact. The surveillance footage confirms it. Now I believe our top priority is to find him and unlock the secrets behind these formulas. Zhou Bingzheng addressed the group. Moreover, you have all seen the tokamak device on this paper. This is undoubtedly an improved version. Hence, the importance of the person who owns this paper is self-evident. After exchanging glances, they nodded in unison. This paper was both useful and useless to them. Even with the combined expertise of the nation's most elite scientific minds, it remained indecipherable. Finding the person behind it was their greatest imperative. If these formulas are not just theoretical, but are combined with the underlying principles, manufacturing techniques, and the design schematic, could controlled nuclear fusion truly become a reality? An academician struck by this thought felt his expression change. A mixture of fervor and excitement surged within him. Even without direct participation, merely witnessing the successful ignition and stable operation of a controlled fusion reactor would be the ultimate pursuit of their lives. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We are still speculating. What we see is still in the theoretical stage. Our immediate priority is to find him. I believe such a genius would never forge identification. If possible, I would like to invite him to join my research institute. A slightly stout academician expert clad in a jacket declared. Hey old Sue, have you no shame? You want to invite him to your institute? Did you even consult us? Another expert glared and retorted. Who wouldn't want a genius like that? Even if this was only theoretical combined with his design, it would be enough to propel current technological advancement. Don't fight over him yet. Let's find him first. However, I believe my team might be a better fit for him. We have more young researchers. Zhou Bingzheng watched the academicians bicker one after another, a vein of frustration pulsing in his forehead. Yet he too harbored a fantasy. What if this young man was a student from their own university? Though that possibility was remote. If he were their student, there would have been no need to forge identification. But the matter of the forged identification seemed inherently strange to them. He couldn't pinpoint what was amiss. A genius like this should have been recruited long ago. Why would he risk breaking the law by forging credentials for a special institution? He simply couldn't fathom it. Their group hastily made their way to the Imperial University of Science and Technology. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute on the other side, Old Wu waited in vain for news from Zhang Wenfu. He promptly filed a report stating that someone had forged the credentials of their research institute. This matter quickly drew significant attention. Every special research institute had stationed State Security Bureau personnel. The moment the report was filed, these agents launched a parallel investigation. However, since they operated on different channels, they had no idea who Lin Feng was. Moreover, Lin Feng's identity was so highly classified that only the director and a few select operators in direct contact with him were privy to his name and status. Everyone else remained in complete ignorance of his identity. A more critical point was that the individual had used the institute's forged credentials to enter the Imperial University of Science and Technology on multiple occasions. This suggested the forgery was exceptionally well-crafted. The chilling thought arose, where else might he have gone with these credentials? Had he accessed other classified facilities as well? The very thought sent shivers down their spines. While conducting internal reviews, they also dispatched a joint investigation team from several departments. They hurried to the university, determined to get to the bottom of this. After all, it was their name being used. Any major breach would bring shame upon them. They had no choice but to take this seriously. Soon investigators and a group of nuclear technology experts from the institute arrived at the university. They reached the floor housing the nuclear technology books. Coming from opposite directions, they crossed paths. But belonging to different domains with vastly different statuses, they didn't recognize each other at first. As they were about to board the elevator, Zhou Bingzheng paused to make a phone call. The institute's group went up first. The team was led by a director. Apart from the several deans, he held the highest position and authority, so it was fitting that he handle the matter. Old Wu, after notifying the institute, had also informed Zhang Wenfu of their arrival. He wanted to give him a heads up. Although Zhang Wenfu felt a sense of regret, he knew it was unavoidable. However, he found it strange that Zhou Bingzheng, despite asking him many questions about Lin Feng, hadn't given him a definitive answer. This left him puzzled. Hello, Teacher Zhang. M.G. Ming from the Vehicle Energy and Power Research Institute, in charge of safety inspections. These are members of the State Security Bureau and the head of the Security Department. We're here regarding the forged credentials. Upon arrival, Ji Ming immediately presented his credentials. Zhang Wenfu was taken aback after seeing his business card, not expecting them to arrive so swiftly. Director Ji, hello. I will cooperate fully with your investigation. Although I perhaps shouldn't ask, I'd like to know what kind of punishment would he face if you were to find him. Zhang Wenfu asked with a hint of worry. Ji Ming replied sternly, forging national documents is a violation of the law constituting the crime of document forgery. Furthermore, this case involves a military enterprise. You should understand our institute's domain. Ultimately, the outcome will depend on his attitude towards admitting his mistakes. If he shows sincere remorse and no major incident has occurred, we may choose not to press charges. However, if he is found to have harmed national interests, we will have no choice but to act according to the law. Zhang Wenfu felt a chill run down his spine. He could only hope that Lin Feng hadn't done anything foolish so he could receive a lighter sentence. Director Ji He raced the situation. His first visit to our school, I'm not entirely sure when it was. We'd need to check the university's records. When I first saw him in the library, it was over a week ago. I've reviewed the surveillance footage from that period. He spent most of his time reading and occasionally writing and drawing on paper. Zhang Wenfu explained the matter as concisely as possible. As they listened, the group frowned. According to his description, Lin Feng had done nothing at all. He seemed like a perfect student. Had they seen such a student themselves, they might have also felt a sense of fondness. But regardless, a crime was a crime. Everything had to be thoroughly investigated. All right, Teacher Zhang. I think I have a clear picture. You'll need to copy a portion of your surveillance footage for facial recognition and also access the university's records. We'll need your assistance in coordinating that. Ji Ming suddenly recalled something. I remember you mentioned earlier that he left behind a piece of paper with many things written on it. Can I take that paper with me? Zhang Wenfu could agree to any other request, but this one he could not. He shook his head and firmly refused. I'm sorry, Director. This paper is extremely important. Dean Zhou Bingzheng of our college has instructed me to keep it safe and ensure no leakage. So I must apologize. Zhou Bingzheng. In that case, I won't take it, but I must take a photo of it as evidence. Ji Ming's tone was unyielding. This item could be crucial evidence. Moreover, he could sense from Zhang Wenfu's words a special fondness for Lin Feng. He's been pleading for him all along. So I have reason to suspect Zhang Wenfu is hiding key evidence. That's also not allowed. There's nothing else on that paper, just some formulas and data. You can have anything else, but not this. Not even a photo, nor even a look. Zhang Wenfu refused again. He wasn't being partial to Lin Feng. The matter should be handled as it should be. But he had promised Zhou Bingzheng. Although the dean hadn't said it explicitly, Zhang Wenfu knew the paper held a significant secret. He absolutely could not let them take it. What do you mean? We're not taking it, But you won't even allow a photo. Ji Ming's eyes narrowed. Refused repeatedly, he had conceded step by step, yet he was still denied. Even a clay figure has a temper. Especially since this matter involved a classified unit, and he was accompanied by State Security Bureau members. After being rejected time and again, his expression soured. The others frowned as well. Yet despite seeing their reactions, Zhang Wenfu remained resolute. I'm sorry, but it's truly not possible. I'm not favoring anyone, but on this specific matter, I simply cannot agree. Zhang Wenfu explained patiently. Ji Ming's eyes narrowed. What if I take it by force? Or should I have our dean contact your university president? As a classified institution, they wielded considerable authority, especially with state security agents stationed there, which further bolstered their confidence. Most importantly, they held the moral high ground. The forgery incident had occurred at their research institute, yet the critical evidence was being concealed by Zhang Wenfu, who refused to produce it. Suspicion was only natural. But Ji Ming was particularly meticulous. At the same time, he harbored a subtle sense of superiority. After all, he was the director of the Special Research Institute, second only to the few deans, and controlled substantial practical power. The other party, however, was merely an ordinary library administrator. In comparison, the gap in status and everything else was immense. That was why he would not tolerate Zhang Wenfu treating his demands with such contempt. Even though Zhang Wenfu was acquainted with one of his colleagues at the institute, Ji Ming refused to let that weigh on his considerations. Moreover, that colleague was nearing retirement. Zhang Wenfu found himself in a difficult position. He had no desire to offend the man before him. At an age close to retirement, he wanted no trouble. But the other party kept pressing relentlessly. Yet that piece of paper had been strictly instructed by Zhou Bingzheng. It must never leave his hands, nor could it be seen by anyone else. He had to hold his ground. But the scene was growing increasingly awkward. Just as he was at a loss of voice, suddenly came from the doorway. That paper was left by me. If you want your dean to call the university president, go ahead. Call whoever you like. But the item will never be handed over to you, so please see yourself out. Zhou Bingzheng walked in with a contingent of white-haired academicians. He had caught the remark the moment he entered, and his temper flared instantly. Was this a threat? When had the people of the Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology ever been cowed by threats? Especially with the caliber of the men behind him. A full assembly of academicians. Wherever they went, they were treated with the utmost respect. Even if they sought an audience with the nation's top decision-makers, they would be received with courtesy. Ji Ming's brow furrowed deeply at those words. He looked at Zhou Bingzheng. Who are you? My name is Zhou Bingzheng. I am the one who instructed that the paper be kept here, and it will not be shown to anyone. Not to you, and not even to the dean of your institute. Zhou Bingzheng said with a cold expression. Since he was backing this up, he might as well do it with full force. In his own library, outsiders had no right to bully anyone, regardless of who they were or how formidable their backing might be. He simply despised such people. Ji Ming nearly choked on his breath. This was the first time he had hit so many walls, and he could not understand why the other side was so unyielding. It was just a mere piece of paper. Was even taking a photograph out of the question. He glanced at the state security agents behind him. Now was the time for them to step forward. The agents nodded and moved forward. They produced their credentials and spoke in an unmistakably authoritative tone. Apologies, Director Zhou. We are state security agents. This matter involves a classified unit, so we must take possession of that paper. Please hand it over to us. Zhou Bingzheng heard the word state security without the slightest flicker of emotion on his face. If others heard those 3 words, even the most hardened would feel a twinge of fear. But he took no heed. He had committed no crime, nor had he violated any state secrets. These men had no grounds to make trouble for him. As a scholar and expert from a top national institution, and as a director, his own rank was by no means low. I'm sorry, but you cannot take it either. Even if your director himself came in person, he still wouldn't be able to take it. Though a smile lingered on Zhou Bingzheng's face, his words were unyielding. This paper contains classified data. If you take it, every consequence that follows will fall squarely on your shoulders. And the weight of those consequences is something even your director cannot bear. Zhou Bingzheng was not bluffing. The data on controlled nuclear fusion was far beyond what a bureau director could measure up to. The scope of its reach and the depth of its secrecy. No one dared to assume that responsibility. But to the 2 state security agents, his words sounded entirely different. They were the ones tasked with safeguarding secrets. What could possibly exist that was beyond their clearance? Zhou Bingzheng paid them no further attention and turned to introduce the others to Zhang Wenfu. Teacher Zhang, let me introduce you. This is Academician Yuan Hong, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the field of technology. This is Academician Li Tianshui. This is Academician Zhang Bingyuan. Zhou Bingzheng was not only introducing them to Zhang Wenfu, but also making a point to them. When Ji Ming and his companions heard those names, they whipped their heads around. Now he suddenly realized that 1 or 2 of these figures looked familiar. He had encountered 1 or 2 of them before. All were academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. and in the field of nuclear science and technology, one of the nation's most critical domains today. They could well be described as pillars of the nation. Among the three were academicians, and the fourth was the director of a national-level research institute. Their ranks far exceeded that of the dean of Ji Ming's own institute. Everyone's eyes widened. Utter shock. Who would have thought that these unassuming, ordinary-looking old men were all academicians and experts of the highest order? And so many academicians gathered together at once. Even top decision-makers would treat them as honored guests. No wonder he dared to be so unyielding. No wonder he spoke those words. That was the true source of his confidence. Ji Ming felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. This was a monumental loss of face, and he had dragged the reputation of his institute down with him. Uttering threats at a gathering of academicians. There were few in the world who could claim such a feat. Apologies, please step aside. This paper involves classified data. Aside from us, I don't want anyone else to see it. Zhou Bingheng's demeanor softened as well. It was enough to make the point. There was no need to stir up a commotion. With permission granted, Zhang Wenfu unlocked the cabinet and retrieved a white sheet of draft paper. Ji Ming and his companions stood at a distance, able to see only that it was a piece of draft paper. Doubt crept into their minds. What was so remarkable about a thing like this? Yet they watched as those academicians and experts laid eyes on it, their gazes suddenly blazing with intensity. Even though they had seen it once before, beholding the physical object still stirred an undeniable excitement. This was the true manuscript, a relic destined for a museum decades, or even a century from now. They held it with the utmost care, terrified of causing any damage. Treasures beyond measure. They examined it from top to bottom. It matched the image they had seen perfectly, but the handwriting upon it bestowed upon them an entirely new sensation. After exchanging glances, they put it down, having already perused it countless times. The contents on this sheet of paper were like a treasure without a key. Without that key, no one could unlock it. Therefore, repeated examination was futile. What they urgently desired was to find Lin Feng. Only by locating him could they uncover the true treasure. Ji Ming was astonished to see these academicians cherishing the paper as if it were a precious gem, and he grew even more puzzled. What exactly was written on that sheet? Wasn't this proof of forged documents? Was there something they didn't know? Seeing this, Ji Ming quickly called Old Wu. Zhang Wenfu had first reported to him. Perhaps Old Wu knew the inside story. However, Old Wu was also baffled. He only knew that a white sheet with writing had been left behind, but he was not clear about its contents. Zhang Wenfu directly switched to the surveillance footage. Lin Feng's figure and face appeared on the monitor. As the footage emerged, Zhou Bingheng's gaze was fixed on it, and several academicians widened their eyes, staring intently. Since the person could write such advanced potential nuclear fusion technology, it must be related to their field. Perhaps they all knew him. But when they saw the young man on the screen, he was astonishingly young, even younger than their own grandchildren. Although they had known he was a young man, they hadn't expected him to be this excessively young. How old could he be? 25 at most. Their expressions were complex. Too young. Where is the reason in this? Do any of you recognize him? Can you tell which research institute or laboratory he belongs to? Everyone couldn't help but sigh. At his age, they were still just students. I don't recognize him. Can I take a picture and ask around? Or have the security department find him through this photo? An academician said. They had to find him. Even if they had to exhaust every means, they must find him. For this, they could mobilize the power of the state. The person carried countless implications. If they found him, Xia country might enter a new energy era ahead of time. This would be a meritorious deed for all. It's possible, but it must be kept top secret. Not a single detail about him can be leaked, Zhou Bingheng said after some thought. However, having the security department conduct the search would not be a matter of just a day or two. Moreover, the surveillance footage was not particularly clear. They would need careful comparison and exhaustive checks. This was a huge workload. If they had to wait, it might take several days, but they did not want to wait a single moment. They only wanted to find Lin Feng quickly. More time meant more potential accidents. Face recognition also requires a lot of work. Is there a faster way to find him? Academician Yuan Hong asked. It's very difficult unless we know his background. Zhou Bingheng shook his head. With only a not-so-clear photo, finding someone was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But they had no better alternative. Finding him within 2 or 3 days would already be a miracle. This was assuming the person hadn't deliberately hidden himself. Ji Ming, overhearing their conversation, interjected. Excuse me, esteemed academicians, I'd like to say something. Although I understand he may have some remarkable qualities that draw your attention, he still forged documents. According to procedure, we can file a case and investigate him. Ji Ming, though unwilling to offend these academicians for no reason, felt compelled to get to the bottom of the forgery case and vent his frustration. Even though they were academicians, when it came to legal matters, everyone was equal before the law. Even academicians could not unilaterally show favoritism. But upon hearing the words, forged documents, the academicians immediately became angry. Forged documents. I tell you, how could someone like him ever forge anything? Not just a document. Even if he became the director of your research institute, it wouldn't be an overstatement. Yuan Hong said. Such a talent was extremely rare in the world. Wherever he went, he would receive utmost protection. No one could surpass his influence. In fact, his significance was no less than those who had left their names in history. After being rebuked, Ji Ming learned to keep silent. He finally understood that he could not afford to offend these academicians. Not even his own director could. As everyone was tangled in thought about how to find Lin Feng, Ji Ming received a phone call. It was from the director of his research institute. Seeing the caller ID, he felt a surge of emotion and said with some agitation, "Hello, Director. Yes, I'm handling the case of special document forgery, but the key evidence is now held by several other academicians, and I can't find any leads. So I want to file a case and investigate him." He intended to complain. But the person on the other end, Song Jinshuan, upon hearing these words, flew into a rage. What the hell is this? It's escalated to filing a case, and involving several academicians. One was bad enough, but several. What the hell was going on? Song Jinkin's forehead was covered in a dark cloud. He was completely unaware of all this from start to finish. When Ji Ming launched the investigation, no one had informed him. If he hadn't sensed something amiss, he would have remained in the dark. He was not entirely clear about Lin Feng's identity. Although he was the director of a research institute for a certain aircraft system, his position did not allow him to know who Lin Feng really was. But he knew that Lin Feng must be an important figure, otherwise the president of Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics would not have personally concealed his identity. He would not ask further. Keeping the identity confidential was enough. Who could have thought that during his short business trip such a troublesome incident would occur? Even a single notification would have allowed him to clear up the misunderstanding and avoid this huge blunder. Why didn't I know anything about this? Ji Ming, I'm ordering you now, bring everyone from the institute and the comrades from the National Security Bureau back immediately. Stop meddling in this matter. Song Jinquan said, suppressing his anger. If this continued, he would lose control. Director, you were away on business, so I informed the deputy director. Are we really just letting him go? He forged our documents. If any loss occurs, the blame will all fall on us. Ji Ming still felt some resentment. Are you really that stupid? I told you not to touch this matter anymore. His identity was personally handled by me. There is absolutely no problem. Song Jinming said through gritted teeth. What? You know his identity? Ji Ming exclaimed in shock. Ji Ming's words caught everyone's attention. A group of people all turned their gazes toward him, their eyes suddenly brightening. After searching high and low, they had finally found someone who knew Lin Feng's identity right before their eyes. Yuan Hong strode over without hesitation, disregarding his own status, snatched the phone, and spoke into it. He knew the director of the other research institute. Director Song, hello. This is Yuan Hong. We met at an academic conference forum. Do you remember me? Yuan Hong said in a booming voice. Academician Yuan, hello. Song Jinquan stood up upon hearing the voice. Of course, Song Jinquan knew of Yuan Hong. He was a leading figure in the nuclear field. Although their areas of expertise differed, there was some overlap. At the previous academic conference, Yuan Hong had been seated on the stage delivering a lecture, while he himself had been seated below taking notes. Their statuses were vastly different. Teacher Yuan, of course I remember you. How have you been lately? Facing Yuan Hong, Song Jinquan dared not act presumptuously. Thank you for asking. I've been quite well recently, eating and drinking well. I heard you know Lin Feng, is that true? I urgently need all his information right now. Where is he? I wish to visit him personally. Yuan Hong cut straight to the chase. This was the desire of everyone present. Lin Feng had never intended to hide his name. He used his real name throughout, and they had learned it through Zhang Wenfu. Song Jinquan fell into deep thought. If it were anyone else, he would never expose Lin Feng's identity. But these were academicians of the National Academy of Sciences. And not just one. No matter how significant Lin Feng's identity was, could it possibly surpass that of an academician? After pondering for a moment, he decided to tell them Lin Feng's whereabouts. Teacher Yuan, I don't know his specific identity, but there is someone who does. President Zhang Xinji of the Imperial Aerospace University. Lin Feng's special credentials were processed through me, so if you want to find Lin Feng, he's the one to see. Song Jinquan felt he hadn't fully revealed Lin Feng's identity. He had passed the buck, kicking it to Zhang Xinji. Good, I understand. Thank you. Also, please inform President Zhang that we are coming to see him right now. After hanging up, Yuan Hong returned the phone to Ji Ming. Ji Ming was now deeply entrenched in doubt. Lin Feng's special credentials had been personally processed by the dean himself. This was like a sudden blow, almost knocking him unconscious. What had he done? After all this, circling the root of the problem was still here. Yuan Hong walked over and said to them, I know who to ask about his identity now. We'll go directly to the Imperial Aerospace University and find him there. Zhou Bingzheng immediately arranged for vehicles. The group set off in force for the Imperial Aerospace University. As someone within the scientific research and administrative circles, Zhou Bingzheng was quite familiar with Zhang Xinji. He held him in high regard. He was a man of integrity, and was also adept at listening to others' opinions. Could it be that Lin Feng was his student? But that didn't seem right either. Aerospace engineering and nuclear science are two completely different fields, hard to connect. Their confusion grew, and only by meeting him in person could they uncover the truth. For now, everything remained shrouded in mist. On the other side, Zhang Xinji was baffled upon receiving the call from Song Jingquan. When had academicians gotten involved? And not just one. 3 or 4 academicians were on their way. And all for Lin Feng. He let out a long sigh, feeling a bit helpless. At the same time, he felt a sense of pride. This was his student. Even a visit to the Imperial University of Science and Technology had caused such a stir. Who else could achieve such a feat? But they were all academicians and experts in nuclear technology. Why would they come looking for Lin Feng? He too fell into deep self-doubt. However, since they were coming, he had to receive them. He immediately called Lin Feng. Lin Feng was currently at his computer working on the data and theories for controlled nuclear fusion. He had simulated these in his mind countless times, and now they were finally being committed to paper. Following his mental blueprints, he began constructing a data model on the computer. Once the data model was established and achieved the desired effect, controlled nuclear fusion would be essentially complete. Combined with the theoretical framework of hundreds of thousands of words, he had previously written the design of each node, and the final deduction he had done at the library today, according to his plan, controlled nuclear fusion was entirely ready for ignition. A scientific research project capable of changing the world's energy landscape was about to be born in his hands. It was at this moment that he received the call. Lin Feng, are you at school now? I'm not sure what's happened, but several academicians from the nuclear field are coming to see you. Have you offended them in any way? Zhang Xinji asked with concern. Academicians from the nuclear field? Lin Feng was well aware that he hadn't had any dealings with them recently. Why would they suddenly come looking for him? President Zhang, I haven't had any contact with them. I'm not sure why either. Lin Feng was also puzzled. By the way, there's also Dean Zhou Bingzheng from the Imperial University of Science and Technology. Have you been there recently? Zhang Xinji had processed the special credentials for him, but hadn't paid close attention to his whereabouts. So he wasn't quite sure where Lin Feng had been. Imperial University of Science and Technology. I think I have been there. Lin Feng finally realized why these people were coming. It was very likely that he had dropped that piece of paper somewhere, and someone had found it. There was no other explanation. He was also somewhat surprised. If he had known about all the convoluted twists and turns, he would have marveled at the wonders of fate. The flap of a butterfly's wings had stirred up a mighty storm. But since they were coming, it was fine. All his theories were now on paper, and he was just waiting for people who could put them into practice. He was in need of a laboratory. These pieces of equipment were not easily obtained. Without the right connections, acquiring the equipment, constructing the facility, and securing a large amount of experimental funding was nearly impossible. Of course, he was an exception. If he revealed his identity, obtaining these things would be easier. Still, it would require some effort. A pillow delivered to your doorstep is not to be refused. President Zhang, I know why they're coming. If they arrive, have them wait for me in your office. They'll gather a few things and be right over. After hanging up, Lin Feng returned to organizing his documents. Not long after, a business vehicle pulled up before the gates of Imperial Aerospace University, where dedicated staff were already waiting. As soon as they stepped out, they were escorted directly into the principal's conference room. Zhang Xinji's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the group approach. There were indeed several academicians among them. He dared not act presumptuously. After introducing himself and exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Xinji voiced his confusion. Excuse me, everyone, but I am still deeply puzzled as to why you have come. Might I ask what exactly has happened? At this, the others also looked at him with some bewilderment. Given the magnitude of the matter, it seemed impossible that the handler for Lin Feng's special credentials wouldn't know. Lin Feng could not be an ordinary student, otherwise how could a principal of a national university with immense administrative authority have helped him procure credentials for a special agency? Yet Zhang Xinji's question left them scratching their heads. Could he truly be completely in the dark? Principal Zhang, Lin Feng has a special identity, doesn't he? Zhou Bingzheng probed cautiously. Zhang Xinji lifted his head and cast them a meaningful glance. Lin Feng's identity was classified. Everyone involved had signed non-disclosure agreements. His identity was absolutely not to be revealed, not even to academicians. Nevertheless, he nodded. Indeed, he does have a special identity, but what it specifically entails I cannot tell you. The group grew somewhat displeased at his continued evasiveness. They had come in person, and their own statuses were not insignificant. Academicians and leading experts. Did they not even have the right to know a single secret? However, had they known that Lin Feng was the true designer and inventor of the 6th-generation fighter jet, they might have realized they were indeed unqualified. Principal Zhang, stop holding back. We already know. Is Lin Feng secretly researching controlled nuclear fusion? Or is he a member of that project's organization? Academician Li Tianxue, being more impulsive, blurted out. Principal Zhang, it's not that your university secretly built a controlled fusion lab, is it? I recall that a few veteran nuclear experts retired from your school years ago. Could he be their student? Academician Zhang Bingyuan looked on with a probing expression. Rest assured we won't reveal a thing. It's just that if we hadn't discovered that piece of paper in the library this time, we never would have known you were still researching this. Yuan Hong also shook his head. Lin Feng was so young. For him to have single-handedly completed such a monumental project was utterly impossible, too fantastical. It suggested that behind him stood a massive research team. And the more they thought about it, the more they believed this team was hidden within Imperial Aerospace University itself, so well concealed that even they knew nothing of it. Zhang Xinji looked at their confident faces, yet he was utterly bewildered. Controlled nuclear fusion. When did that even come about? Did Lin Feng create that? He felt his mind on the verge of collapse. Everyone knew about it, yet he was left in the dark. His thoughts were a tangled mess, completely unable to grasp what they were talking about. Wasn't Lin Feng the designer of the 6th-generation fighter? How was he now connected to a controlled fusion project with academicians personally seeking him out? Wait, the more I hear, the more confused I get. What exactly is going on? Can someone please explain this clearly? Zhang Xinji quickly raised his hand to stop them. If he listened any longer, he would go mad. The more he heard, the more chaotic it became. His mind was going numb. Principal Zhang, do you truly not know, or are you pretending? Zhou Bingzheng remained skeptical. No matter how brilliant Lin Feng was, he was still just a student, and so young at that. To think he had unraveled all the core secrets of controlled fusion was beyond even the wildest dreams. Hence they speculated there must be a core team behind him. But Zhang Xinji's pained expression seemed genuine. I truly don't know. What are you trying to say? Zhang Xinji was on the verge of losing his mind. If these matters weren't clarified today, he would be tormented. Did you help Lin Feng obtain credentials for a special agency, allowing him free access to all universities and certain institutions? While reading professional books at Imperial University of Science and Technology, he accidentally left behind a draft paper. Our library staff sent me that paper, and we discovered it contained diagrams of controlled nuclear fusion devices and various formulas. Upon verification, we found all the formulas to be valid. This suggests Lin Feng may have already invented controlled nuclear fusion. Zhou Bingzheng recounted the whole story as concisely as possible. After hearing it, Zhang Xinji was even more dumbfounded. Controlled nuclear fusion. Even as an expert in aircraft, he knew the unimaginable impact such a breakthrough would have on the nation's rise. His first instinct was disbelief. How could an aircraft genius also be a genius in controlled fusion? These two improbable feats combined defied all logic. He was at a loss and could only wait for Lin Feng's arrival. Fortunately, they didn't wait long. Lin Feng knocked on the door and walked in carrying a laptop. Sorry I'm late. I had a document to finish up. Entering, he glanced around the room, taking in the scene. Everyone rose to their feet upon his arrival. His face matched the one from the surveillance footage. This was Lin Feng, the very person they had all been searching for. Lin Feng, did you leave something behind at Imperial University of Science and Technology? Zhang Xinji looked at him with a complex gaze. If what they had said was true, then what kind of prodigy was Lin Feng? It seems so. The formulas and structural design drawings for my controlled fusion calculations accidentally fell out over there. However, without the specific theories and data, those formulas would be nearly impossible for anyone to decipher. Lin Feng admitted it without hesitation. Zhou Bingzheng and the others felt a pang of discomfort. They indeed couldn't understand most of it. Yet hearing those words from someone so young felt profoundly strange. Hello, Lin Feng. I can only grasp a tiny fraction of the formulas here. Could you explain the design schematics to us? Yuan Hong placed the white paper on the table, gazing at him with hopeful expectation. If they could learn the truth this day, they would be content. Lin Feng shook his head. Just as disappointment crept in, Lin Feng opened his laptop and set it before them. Explaining would be too tedious. I've organized everything here. Take a look and see if there's anything you think needs. Everyone glanced at him, then at the laptop in his hand and the document displayed on its screen. Was this procedure moving a bit too quickly? He was just laying it all out for them to see without saying anything else. The pace was so fast. On the contrary, they felt somewhat out of place. If this were their work, they would never have flaunted their scientific research so openly before everyone. Even a slight attempt at concealment would have been expected, or perhaps a delay. It would have made them feel better. But now they were at a loss for what to do. You wanted to see the theory and data for controlled nuclear fusion, right? It's all here. I've already run simulations and built models. According to my deductions, it should be feasible. Seeing no reaction from them, Lin Feng spoke again. Didn't you come here to see this? Why are you all so quiet now? Lin Feng, are you sure you're showing this to us? And is this truly the data for controlled nuclear fusion? They still felt as if they were dreaming. They couldn't believe the reality before their eyes. Controlled nuclear fusion, one of the greatest technological milestones in human history, was right there in front of them. Who could possibly believe it? Yet reality was indeed this surreal. Really, why would I lie to you? It's a bit rushed, so some of the data is rough. Just take a look. Seeing that they still hadn't moved, Lin Feng turned the laptop around and placed it directly in front of them. The moment the data was revealed, all eyes locked onto it. These academicians, experts in the nuclear field, were eager to verify their speculations. After scanning a few lines, their minds were instantly captivated. They couldn't stop, just like everyone before them. Their initial skepticism gradually transformed. Moreover, the Lin Feng before them now was beyond questioning. The tokamak device he had presented had already astounded them all. They completely regarded Lin Feng as a being far superior to themselves. After reading a substantial portion, Zhang Xinji was filled with awe. However, not being a nuclear expert himself, many of the technical terms were beyond him. He walked over, gazing at Lin Feng as if he were a precious treasure. Controlled nuclear fusion technology. This was something several times more powerful than the 6th-generation fighter, with far broader applications. If applied to civilian use, the thought alone was terrifying. Its contribution to national strength would be unimaginable. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine under his gaze. President Zhang, please don't look at me like that. If you have questions, just ask. Lin Feng quickly said, seeing his devouring stare. Have you truly invented controlled nuclear fusion? Zhang Xinji was well aware of Lin Feng's other identity, the father of the 6th-generation fighter. He had thought that was his only prodigy, but it turned out there was a second one. This was utterly mind-boggling. I've had this idea for a long time, but it was never mature enough. After months of calculations, I finally broke through the final obstacles. So I resimulated it on the tokamak device. The principle remains the same, but every detail has been modified. Lin Feng had nothing to hide, so he shared his thoughts. You're a freak. I must report this to President Chun immediately and raise your security clearance. We cannot allow you to fall into any danger. Zhang Xinji made his decision at once. This was not just about personal safety, it was about the enhancement of national power. The 6th-generation fighter alone had already raised alarms in many foreign nations. If controlled nuclear fusion were to be announced, those foreigners would probably go insane. This was a classic case of ask for a hammer, get a hammer. They had just announced significant progress in controlled nuclear fusion, and here we are already done. If they ever learned the truth, they'd be furious enough to spit blood. Zhang Xinji didn't wait for a response. He made a phone call immediately. Lin Feng couldn't stop him, so he let it be. As expected, the news caused an instant uproar on the other end. President Chun was utterly stunned. He hadn't been this shocked in years. His usual composure unshaken, even if Mount Tai collapsed, had completely crumbled. It had only been a few days since the laser weapon was completed. And now controlled nuclear fusion. You couldn't copy this stuff this fast. Are you the god of scientific research? Is there no justice in this world? If all the world's research were divided into 10 parts, you, Lin Feng, would take 9.5. How are the rest of us supposed to survive? They kept the news within a small circle, not daring to let it leak. If this were to get out and the beautiful country found out who was behind it, they would likely take action overnight. If they allowed Xia country to continue developing at this rate, their own living space would be threatened. They would never permit themselves to fall into such peril. They would use every possible means to nip this in the bud. They now wished to fly back to the capital immediately, without a moment's delay. But they still had other matters to attend to. They could only finish those tasks as quickly as possible, and then rush back. In the meeting room, several people wore expressions of utter shock, their eyes red, not daring to blink for fear that what lay before them might vanish. A completely new design and structure, a new material that can withstand temperatures exceeding 1 billion degrees, with extreme toughness and no risk of explosion. This is the best material for building a tokamak device. According to the theoretical data, using magnetic confinement, we can stably output the energy from controlled nuclear fusion. With this new tokamak device, through the balance and interaction of forces, stable operation is absolutely achievable. Stable operation is the most difficult challenge for tokamak devices. They murmured to themselves, having not read everything. They had directly sought out the most critical data, the parts that concerned them most. The formulas on the white paper Lin Feng had left earlier were too profound for them to decipher. But these theoretical data were their specialty. Each of them was a frontline nuclear expert. Before their eyes, the theoretical data and formulas began to align. One by one, the questions in their minds were resolved. The dopamine rush made them ecstatic. The tokamak device described was no mere fantasy. Every aspect was backed by meticulous data. Logical, complete, and highly innovative. It was one of the greatest inventions in the world. If this were ever leaked, it would cause a tsunami across the entire world. Even sparking a war would not be surprising. They were completely and utterly convinced.